Chapter 1. The Battle of the Tianhuang Dynasty, a lesser dynasty among the hundreds in the northern wilderness in the capital of the Tianhuang Dynasty, within the chambers of the Grand Tutor's residence. A young man and woman were joyfully toasting one another. A table laden with exquisite delicacies, fine wine, and enchanting company surrounded them, and the young man appeared particularly elated. His name was Ling Yi, the ninth prince of the Tianhuang Dynasty. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he possessed a tall and graceful figure, his every gesture exuding an air of dashing confidence and boldness. The young woman, named Yun, was the daughter of the Grand Tutor of the Tianhuang Dynasty. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her demeanor was dignified and charming, making her the object of countless young men's dreams in the imperial capital. Yun continually served Ling Yi with food and poured him wine. "Brother, Yi, do you feel confident about winning the upcoming year-end examination a month from now?" Yun inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Of course. Once I secure the position of Crown Prince, I shall ask the Grand Tutor for your hand in marriage. Just wait to become my Crown Princess. You're insufferable." Yun blushed, playfully scolding him. She seemed to lose all her strength, melting into Ling Yi's embrace. Ling Yi set down his chopsticks and instinctively wrapped his arms around Yun. Among the 9 princes of the Tianhuang Dynasty, each was born to a noble lineage, except for Ling Yi, who remained oblivious to the identity of his mother. Everyone in the imperial capital knew that 18 years ago, the Emperor Tianxiao returned from years of travel, cradling Ling Yi in his arms, a shadow of sorrow upon him. Due to his lineage, Ling Yi had never received respect, being openly scorned as a bastard. Few treated him sincerely, and Yun was one of the rare exceptions. They had grown up together, sharing an innocent bond. Ling Yi embraced Yun's delicate form, inhaling her enchanting fragrance, feeling an overwhelming sense of relaxation. "Yuner, once I ascend the throne, you shall be the empress," he spoke with fervent dreams, unaware that a cold glint flickered in Yun's eyes. With a swift motion of her sleeve, she revealed a dark red dagger, mercilessly plunging it into Ling Yi's dantian. The force of Yun's seventh-layer body refinement erupted, delivering a blow of immense power, shattering Ling Yi's dantian and fracturing his spine. "Oh!" Ling Yi gasped in shock, his arms instinctively pushing Yun away as he stumbled backward, colliding with a pillar in the chamber. His breath grew ragged, and an unsettling dread washed over him as the dark red dagger emitted a sinister glow, shattering his dantian while simultaneously siphoning the vitality from his spine. Struggling to rise, he beheld the once sumptuous feast now strewn across the floor in disarray. Wiping the blood from his lips, he incredulously pointed at Yun and exclaimed, "Yuner, why would you do such a thing?" He could scarcely believe that his childhood sweetheart could harbor such malice against him. Yun, now a stark contrast to her previous gentle demeanor, radiated an icy aura, her presence as menacing as a serpent as she approached Ling Yi, sneering. "Why? Do you truly believe I would marry you, given your lowly origins? Do you think you can claim the position of Crown Prince? Haha, you're still too foolish, like a child who never grows up." Lu Yun's voice was laced with disdain and mockery, emanating an air of superiority. Ling Yi could scarcely believe the reality unfolding before him, yet it felt all too tangible. "Why? Do you doubt my ability to become the Crown Prince?" Ling Yi roared. "The Crown Prince? You are truly dim-witted. The position of Crown Prince cannot be attained solely through talent. Moreover, let me be frank with you, the ancestral bloodline you take pride in has already been absorbed by my blood siphon spike. This spike can drain a person's bloodline abilities, and the stronger the bloodline, the quicker it is absorbed." Ling Yi was taken aback, hastily trying to harness his bloodline, only to feel as if it were locked away, utterly unresponsive to his command. It was also continuously depleting. The more anxious he became, the sharper the agony radiating from his dantian and spine. His face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down, as if he could scarcely believe that Lu Yun was the girl who had grown up by his side. "Clap, clap, splendid, splendid. What a performance of a beautiful woman outsmarting a fool." A derisive voice rang out. Ling Yi looked up, and his entire being turned to stone. "Fourth brother, how could it be you? Were you the one orchestrating all of this?" Ling Yi seemed to grasp the truth. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he shouted in fury. The newcomer was none other than the 4th prince of the Zhan Tian dynasty, Ling Huang. Ling Huang not only possessed extraordinary talent, but was also cunning, having garnered a following of loyal supporters, with many officials in the court backing him. Ling Huang smiled slightly and said, "I must say, 9th brother, you are exceedingly foolish. Yes, it was all my arrangement. Did you truly believe that Yun would ever deign to notice someone as base as you?" Though Ling Yi had his suspicions. Hearing Ling Huang's confirmation shattered him. The pain coursing through his body paled in comparison to the chill in his heart. The betrayal of one he loved most, the treachery of his own flesh and blood, what could be more heart-wrenching than this? It turned out that everything was a grand deception, a ruse. You sought me for my ancestral bloodline, didn't you? Ling Yi uttered weakly. Indeed, but why? I cannot fathom why the supreme bloodline of the ancestral warrior would awaken within you. You are nothing more than a lowly bastard. I am the one truly worthy of possessing the ancestral warrior's bloodline. Ling Huang stepped forward and viciously stomped on Ling Yi, his voice rising in fervor, clearly agitated by the mention of a sore spot. The founder of the Zhang dynasty was the ancestral warrior Ling Yuanshan, a formidable figure who astonished the entire northern wilderness. However, after Ling Yuanshan, no descendant had awakened the ancestral warrior bloodline until the emergence of Ling Yi. When Ling Yi turned 10 and stepped into the body refinement realm, becoming a martial artist, his bloodline shone brilliantly, awakening the battle spirit of the ancestral warrior, painting half of the imperial capital crimson. From that moment on, the return of the ancestral bloodline in the ninth son of Emperor Taiyi sent shockwaves throughout the Zhang dynasty. Since becoming a martial artist, Ling Yi has progressed rapidly, achieving the remarkable status of a first-level true essence realm expert at the tender age of 18, that enduring the tempestuous outpouring of Ling Huang's wrath. Ling Yi fixed his gaze upon Lu Yun, roaring in a frenzy. Lu Yun, you deceived me, you insidious liar. Lu Yun gradually approached Ling Yi, crouching down before him under the weight of his resentful glare. With a faint smile, she exerted force and extracted the blood-sucking spike. Ah! Ling Yi emitted a mournful cry of agony. However, by now, the blood-sucking spike had completely drained the ancestral bloodline from his body, leaving him devoid of even the strength to move a finger. Thank you, ninth brother, for offering your ancestral bloodline to enhance my odds in the upcoming year-end examination a month from now. Ha ha! Ling Huang, envisioning the moment he would reign supreme, could not suppress his laughter. Congratulations, fourth prince. Your mission is accomplished. Once you absorb the ancestral bloodline, who among the princes could possibly rival you? Do not forget about Yuner when that time comes. Lu Yun said sweetly, leaning against Ling Huang's towering figure. Ling Yi, bloodied and battered, glared at the scene before him in fury. I neglected to mention that the blood-sucking spike not only siphons bloodline power, but also permanently damages your body. From this day forth, you shall be a complete wastrel incapable of martial practice. Lu Yun licked her lips as she spoke. Incapable of practicing martial arts? This revelation struck Ling Yi like a thunderbolt, directly impacting his mind. You, the illegitimate child, let me inform you that the woman of your dreams has long been my plaything. Now that you are a wastrel, what can you possibly compete with me? Ling Huang placed a foot upon Ling Yi, intensifying his pressure. Ling Yi's eyes widened with rage. He had believed that through his own efforts, he could earn respect and marry a gentle and kind beauty. But now, everything lay in ruins. His cherished dreams were shattered beyond repair. Ling Yi let out a cry and spewed forth a mouthful of blood, hurtling several meters away, his neck twisting as he fell unconscious. Fourth prince, after all, he is a prince. How should we handle this? Lu Yun seemed to ponder something. Fear not, my father has been in seclusion for years, and the current political landscape is still under the control of Grand Tutor Lu. This illegitimate child, Ling Yi, should be tossed directly into the abyss of death. Simply tell others that he became obsessed with his training, resulting in his transformation into a waste. Unable to bear the blow, he chose to leap into the abyss of death to end his own life. That night, a carriage departed from the Grand Tutor's residence, traveling until it reached an unfathomably deep chasm 100 miles away. Several servants busily lifted a person from the carriage, unceremoniously casting him into the dark, terrifying depths of the chasm. The abyss of death, located near the imperial capital of the Zhang dynasty, has been steeped in ancient legends as the entrance to the realm of demons. For millennia, it has been shrouded in chilling tales, and the Zhang dynasty has designated it as a forbidden area for tens of thousands of years. In his unconscious state, Ling Yi continued to descend into the abyss of death. Suddenly, a black bead adorning Ling Yi shattered spontaneously, releasing a soul lamp that ascended into the air, exuding a strange yet formidable aura. The soul lamp gently cradled Ling Yi's body, lifting him skyward. Huang martial soul, activate. A divine thought surged into Ling Yi's consciousness. In the primordial chaos at the dawn of the universe, Pangu separated the heavens and the earth, birthing the world. Niwa created humanity, thus commencing the age of chaos. After mending the heavens, Niwa departed from the three realms. During that tumultuous epoch, the land was rife with conflict, and the people suffered greatly. It was then that Donghuang Taiyi emerged, governing the three realms, unifying the chaos, and becoming the first sovereign of creation. Under Donghuang Taiyi's rule, the ancient wilderness thrived. Yet, the 12 ancestors of sorcery incited chaos across the realm, leading to a monumental conflict against Donghuang Taiyi. Following the battle, the wilderness shattered into myriad fragments, each becoming a world in its own right. Thus, the 3,000 worlds came into existence. A torrent of information flooded Ling Yi's mind, awakening him abruptly. Though this history was ancient, he had heard of Pangu, Niwa, and Donghuang Taiyi. Each was a figure from myth and legend. The martial soul Donghuang Taiyi awakens. A thunderous resonance echoed in Ling Yi's ears, and suddenly, his surroundings transformed into a peculiar realm. This ethereal space was filled with countless statues, all kneeling before an immense effigy that soared into the heavens. The revered statue, with a deer antlered human form, radiated holiness and serenity as it sat upon a throne borne by 9 dragons, its gaze profound, seemingly encompassing an entire universe. In the second row, 5 statues commanded attention. The first, with sharp brows and starry eyes, bore a complexion of earthy tones. Akati rode a flying bear and wielded a divine sword. The second, with a benevolent expression, featured a human head atop a serpent's body, holding a Taiji diagram in one hand and a Bagua diagram in the other. The third, with a bull's head on a human body, had flames erupting from both hands. The fourth stood upon water, brandishing a trident. The fifth, with a dragon-like visage and prominent lips, had a transparent abdomen. Behind them loomed an overwhelming array of statues, each distinct in form, some with tiger heads and human bodies, others resembling true dragons or hybrid creatures. Despite their diversity, they shared a common reverence, each bowing earnestly towards the central statue seated upon the dragon throne. The aura emanating from the central statue was utterly terrifying, its presence grander than mountains and deeper than abysses, compelling even the very fabric of existence to kneel beneath its might. In the next moment, Ling Yi was astounded. The central statue, adorned with deer antlers, began to shrink, swiftly transforming to a size akin to that of a normal human. As the black stone crumbled away, the true visage was revealed. Before him stood a strikingly handsome figure, adorned with flowing silver hair, the horns upon his head curving majestically and emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. It was Donghuang Taiyi. In Ling Yi's mind, a message resonated, revealing that his martial soul was none other than the legendary first heavenly emperor of the primordial era. Ling Yi swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief that in the annals of myth, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi stood as the supreme deity of heaven and earth. Even the Jade Emperor of later generations was merely his subordinate. Since time immemorial, tales have recounted. The Rain Master sweeps the skies, the Thunder Lord strikes with might, the Dragon of the Abyss cradles the furnace, and the Heavenly Emperor tends the coals, while Taiyi gazes from above. Now, with the realization that Eastern Emperor Taiyi was indeed his awakened martial soul, Ling Yi felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. In this world, warriors possess varying degrees of innate talent, with 2 types being particularly rare. The first type is the blessing of ancestors, a hereditary bloodline that endows one with an extraordinary physique, distinct from the ordinary, such as the bloodline of the war ancestor of the War Heaven dynasty. However, this largely depends on the skill of one's rebirth, a gift bestowed by one's forebears. The second type is the awakening of the martial soul. As the saying goes, all are inferior, save for the martial soul. Warriors who awaken their martial souls are known as soul warriors, favored children of the heavens. Nonetheless, martial souls vary in strength. Weaker souls offer little assistance in martial pursuits. Even an ordinary warrior could easily vanquish such a soul warrior. Conversely, a powerful martial soul provides remarkable aid to its wielder, elevating such soul warriors far beyond the reach of ordinary fighters. The martial souls awakened can take on myriad forms, including plant-based, weapon-like, or even humanoid manifestations. Within the War Heaven dynasty, there are indeed warriors with awakened martial souls. Yet, Ling Yi had never heard of any warrior possessing a martial soul akin to a deity from primordial myth, let alone the supreme deity, Eastern Emperor Taiyi. If this were not the most formidable martial soul, Ling Yi himself would find it hard to believe. To not easily defeat someone like the fourth prince, Ling Huang, would be inconceivable. Excitement surged through him. Ling Yi trembled uncontrollably. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi's eyes flickered slightly as they opened, and he bestowed a gentle smile upon Ling Yi. Thank you, young friend. After countless ages, I am granted the chance to behold the world once more. Point 2 am Ling Yi, the junior, paying my respects to the former Eastern Emperor. Ling Yi stammered, his tongue betraying his excitement as he struggled to address the Eastern Emperor Taiyi properly. There is no need for formality. I am your martial soul, and we are one. In days of yore, I battled alongside the 8 great ancestors, and together we were reduced to ashes with the primordial world. Who could have imagined that I would continue my existence in such a manner? It is truly bittersweet. Eastern Emperor Taiyi sighed, his gaze deep and seemingly lost in recollection. May I inquire, Eastern Emperor, who are these individuals? Ling Yi pointed towards the seemingly endless array of statues. They were my loyal subordinates. During the turmoil of the ancestors, they displayed remarkable valor and aided me greatly. Tragically, we perished together with the 12 ancestors. I retained my intellect, but they were not so fortunate. Reluctant to see my old friends fade into oblivion, I preserved a fragment of their souls, hoping for a reunion in the future. A profound sigh escaped Eastern Emperor Taiyi, his voice steeped in the weight of ancient times. Once more, Ling Yi stood transfixed. These individuals were once subordinates of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, undoubtedly unparalleled powers within the primordial realm. To possess a martial soul that belongs to the supreme deity, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, is remarkable enough, yet acquiring an entire lineage alongside it, it is as though one has the entirety of the primordial divinities at their disposal, even if merely remnants of their souls, which is simply unfathomable. Turning to Ling Yi, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and stated earnestly, "You must cultivate your strength. Perhaps in the future, you may aid me in reviving them, thus fulfilling a long-held aspiration." Upon hearing these words, Ling Yi's expression darkened, and he let out a heavy sigh. Is there a difficulty you face? To speak candidly, I am eager to assist your majesty. However, I have been betrayed by treacherous individuals who have usurped my bloodline and shattered my dantian. It is likely that I shall remain a cripple for the rest of my days. Ling Yi thought of Elyun and the fourth prince, and a pang of pain struck his heart, leaving him in a state of despondency. Donghuang Taiyi, with his pair of cerulean eyes, scrutinized Ling Yi closely, then burst into hearty laughter, giving Ling Yi a robust pat on the shoulder. Ling Yi regarded the legendary supreme deity, who patted his shoulder as if he were an old friend, causing 3 dark lines to cross his forehead. After a considerable pause, Donghuang Taiyi gradually reined in his smile and remarked, "You hold us in such low esteem. That rotund figure over there, known as Shenong, was once an unrivaled master of alchemy. In a single day, he would consume hundreds of herbs to discern their medicinal properties. Do not be deceived by your shattered dantian and lost bloodline. For him, even resurrecting the deceased from mere bones is not an insurmountable task. I shall appoint him as your secondary martial soul, the Flame Emperor, Shenong." Ling Yi suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing how he had forgotten about him. Although the Flame Emperor held an extraordinary position, he was still subordinate to the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. For the Flame Emperor, was a shattered dantian truly a matter of concern? In myth and legend, the Flame Emperor is regarded as the progenitor of alchemical arts, with the subsequent practices of elixir refinement tracing their lineage back to this illustrious figure. Ling Yi's eyes brimmed with hope as he envisioned a multitude of ancient deities standing resolutely behind him, lending their support. In that moment, he stood tall and unwavering. However, he recognized his own frailty. He could not rely on their strength for an extended period, for he must succumb to slumber. At most, he could evoke the remnants of Shenong's spirit, utilizing the powers of his herbal mastery to purify and reshape Ling Yi's very essence. "I shall impart my techniques to you. Devote yourself to diligent practice. Only when you ascend to a higher realm can I reappear," the Eastern Emperor solemnly declared. "Thank you, Emperor." Ling Yi was overwhelmed with joy and expressed his gratitude without delay. Donghuang Taiyi gestured toward the distant towering statue of Shenong. The statue emitted a violent tremor, and soon, a slender ruler, alternating in black and white, emerged from the vibrant belly of the Shenong statue. This black and white ruler unleashed a radiant spectrum of colors that illuminated the entire space. With a resounding boom, Ling Yi's body, rising from the depths of the 9 nether cave, absorbed the kaleidoscopic light. Gradually, the wound in his dantian began to heal, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the multicolored light coursed through Ling Yi's meridians, thickening and fortifying them. It flowed through his bones, rendering them exceptionally resilient. It surged through his blood vessels, making them formidable and fierce. It could be said that previously, Ling Yi, endowed with the bloodline of the battle ancestor, was regarded as a genius within the battle heavenly dynasty, though not an unparalleled one. Now, despite having lost the battle ancestor's bloodline, his physique had become even more robust than before. It was likely that within the vast expanse of the battle heavenly dynasty, no one possessed a physique or innate talent superior to Ling Yi's. In the mysterious space, the scene before Ling Yi gradually blurred, and Donghuang Taiyi began to fade away. I shall impart to you the chaotic yin-yang technique, the culmination of my lifelong understanding. Take the time to comprehend it well. Since Shinnong has awakened a remnant soul, let him contribute further. I have also brought you his Shinnong's herbal classic. Do not let my efforts go to waste. Donghuang Taiyi's voice gradually faded, and Ling Yi returned from the depths of the Nine Nether Cave to the outside world. Ling Yi felt that two new concepts had emerged in his mind and hurriedly began to peruse them. The chaotic yin-yang technique symbolizes the dual forces of the sun and the moon, one representing the utmost yang and rigidity, while the other embodies the deepest yin and gentleness. When yin and yang harmonize, the technique manifests its greatest potency. Donghuang signifies the dawn in the east, where the sun first casts its rays, embodying supreme masculinity. Taiyi refers to the nurturing waters that give birth to all things, exuding profound femininity. The title Donghuang Taiyi thus encapsulates the essence of both solar and lunar energies. The chaotic yin-yang technique comprises 9 layers, with the initial layers corresponding to the martial artist's physical refinement realm, true essence realm, ocean transformation realm, and celestial gang realm. Beyond that, Ling Yi remained oblivious to the subsequent levels of martial mastery. The most remarkable aspect of the chaotic yin-yang technique is that the true energy cultivated in the first layer is characterized by extreme yang and rigidity, while in the second layer, it transforms entirely into extreme yin and gentleness. From the third layer onward, the fusion of yin and yang begins. The Divine Farmer's Herbal Classic chronicles all the alchemical insights gleaned throughout the life of the Divine Farmer. It encompasses knowledge of identifying myriad herbs, crafting miraculous elixirs, and even healing the sick, presenting a vast and profound body of content. Ling Yi was profoundly shaken after reading it. He had never encountered a martial arts technique capable of attribute transformation. In the realm of martial arts, it is a universally acknowledged truth that if one cultivates with the attribute of fire, one can never transition to the attribute of water. Yet, the chaotic yin-yang technique completely subverted this established notion. Additionally, there was the ancient text of the Shinnong's herbal classic from the venerable alchemical ancestors. Ling Yi glanced at his martial arts cultivation, a faint smile of bitterness gracing his lips, perhaps due to the piercing of his dantian. His cultivation had plummeted from the first level of the true essence realm to the first level of the body refinement realm. Years of arduous effort had been reduced to nothing in an instant. Yet, to Ling Yi's astonishment, within his newly reformed dantian floated a strand of true qi as delicate as a hair. The seed of true qi. Ling Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. For martial artists, the body refinement realm primarily focuses on honing the body, strengthening one's constitution. Upon reaching the 9th level of the body refinement realm, a martial artist can awaken the seed of true qi. This signifies a complete entry into the realm of martial arts. From this point onward, cultivation primarily revolves around enhancing true qi. The more formidable the martial artist, the more diverse their means of manipulating true qi. Weaker martial artists circulate their true qi through their meridians, augmenting their combat prowess, while stronger ones can project true qi outward, amplifying their battle capabilities to terrifying levels. There are even those who can manifest their true qi into forms, exhibiting extraordinary techniques capable of splitting mountains and damming rivers. Ling Yi has now fallen to the first level of the body refinement realm, yet possesses the vital energy seed typically found only in martial artists at the 9th level of the same realm. The ability to harness and perceive this vital energy undoubtedly places him leagues ahead of others within the same tier. Realizing that his physique is even more formidable than when he bore the bloodline of a battle ancestor, Ling Yi is confident that he can quickly regain his peak condition, even trampling upon all those who have wronged him. Surrounding the Death Nine Nether Cave, one would find not only the absence of animals, but also a scarcity of plant life. Ling Feng sat cross-legged, intending to commence his cultivation of the chaotic yin-yang technique in this tranquil setting. As the night slowly faded, a pale light began to emerge on the horizon. After Ling Yi executed the chaotic yin-yang technique, a vast array of spiritual energy converged towards him from the surrounding heavens and earth. Ling Yi resembled an unfathomable black hole, voraciously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. At the break of dawn, When the spiritual energy of the universe was at its most vigorous, it was the perfect moment to cultivate the chaotic yin-yang technique. Whistling winds surged around Ling Yi as the dense spiritual energy rushed toward him from all directions, swirling into his dantian and transforming into a vortex within. Every muscle, every bone, and every meridian of Ling Yi has been purified by the spiritual energy absorbed through the chaotic yin-yang technique, rendering him immensely powerful. This process, though agonizing, also fills Ling Yi with joy. This arduous training spanned 3 days. Ling Yi opened his eyes, and a faint glimmer of golden light flickered within them. He had ascended to the 4th level of the body refinement realm. In merely 3 days, Ling Yi had returned to the 4th level of the body refinement realm. The chaotic yin-yang technique is indeed formidable. Ling Yi had once lost all his martial prowess, reduced to a mere first-tier body refinement practitioner, considered a failure. However, after merely 3 days of cultivating the chaotic yin-yang technique, he astonishingly ascended 3 tiers, reaching the 4th tier of body refinement. The seed of true energy absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual essence, growing slightly more robust. Furthermore, the body refinement stage is primarily the initial phase for martial artists, aimed at tempering the body and enhancing one's vitality. An average martial artist at the 1st tier of body refinement can exert a force of 500 jin. At the 2nd tier, this force doubles to 1,000 jin, and so forth, culminating at the 9th tier, where one can possess a staggering 4,500 jin of strength. Yet, this is not a fixed principle, as some individuals with inherently powerful bloodlines may reach 600 or 700 jin, or even 800 or 900 jin at the 1st tier of body refinement. Now, with the reconstitution of his physique by Shun Nong and the enhancement from the true energy seed, Ling Yi, at merely the 4th tier of body refinement, could effortlessly exhibit a strength of 4,000 jin. The chaotic yin-yang technique is truly extraordinary. For every tier ascended in body refinement, the increase in strength surpasses that of ordinary martial artists by a significant margin. One can only imagine how formidable Ling Yi's strength will become as he continues to elevate his realm. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had elapsed outside the 9 nether cave. A considerable span of time. Ling Yi set off towards the imperial city of Battle Heaven, intent on returning to his residence. Not only had his physique and strength improved, but his agility had also seen marked enhancement. Before long, he arrived at his abode, a modest dwelling with a tightly shut gate. Ironically, even when fully opened, the entrance could barely accommodate 4 individuals walking side by side. The exterior was unadorned, characterized by simple white walls and black tiles, while the wooden gate, made of sandalwood, bore the marks of age, with much of its paint having chipped away. Ling Yi knocked on the door, and after a brief moment, it swung open to reveal a modestly dressed young woman. "Ninth Prince, where have you been? You have been missing for 3 days." Although the young woman's features could not be described as stunning, they possessed a certain delicacy, exuding a gentle aura. However, her otherwise fair complexion bore the mark of a slap, a vivid crimson hue, clearly a fresh wound. This young woman was Ling Yi's maid, Qing'er. Qing'er had been bestowed upon Ling Yi by the Tianshao Emperor after he became a martial artist at the age of 10, and she was 2 years his senior. Ironically, while other royal households boasted servants in abundance, Ling Yi had only this one small maid to attend to him. "What happened to your face?" Ling Yi initially intended to reassure Qing'er, but upon seeing her countenance, his expression darkened immediately. "No, it's nothing. Ninth Prince, as long as you are well. Please come inside. After being outside for so many days, you must be famished. I shall prepare some warm dishes for you." Qing'er's eyes flickered, deftly diverting the conversation. Ling Yi was now covered in blood, his clothes tattered and torn. Even more alarming was the large hole that had been torn in the area of his dantian. Outside the mansion, the crowd was overwhelming, making it ill-advised to linger for too long. Upon entering the mansion alongside Qing'er, Ling Yi immediately began to inquire about her affairs. In a state of urgency, Qing'er retorted, "Ninth Prince, how did your attire come to be in such disarray? Have you encountered some form of peril?" Despite her anxious tone, her eyes were filled with genuine concern. Ling Yi did not wish for Qing'er to be overly concerned, so he hurriedly mentioned that he had encountered a minor issue during his training, assuring her that it was nothing of consequence. However, upon hearing this, Qing'er suddenly burst into tears, collapsing into Ling Yi's embrace, her sorrow manifesting in a cascade of tears. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback as he gently caressed Qing'er's back, inquiring about the unfolding events. "Wasn't today the day for the distribution of internal affairs at the royal residence? When I visited the palace to collect my supplies, Numerous individuals were gossiping about how the ninth prince had succumbed to the perils of his training, resulting in a shattered dantian and a complete loss of his abilities. They claimed that you, unable to bear the shock, had leapt into the treacherous nine abyss to seek death. Wailing, I argued with them, refusing to believe anything had befallen you. The personnel from the Internal Affairs Office declared that you are now a mere shell of your former self, and that your fate, whether alive or dead, remains unknown, thus denying me the necessary supplies. This is utterly intolerable. Qing Er lamented, her words punctuated by sobs. On this day, she first heard of Ling Yi's misfortune, then faced further bullying, leading to an emotional outburst that seemed uncontainable. Is that they're doing to your face? Ling Yi's eyes narrowed, a seething anger igniting within him. However, he reassured himself it was of little consequence, as long as His Highness, the ninth prince, was unharmed. Those scoundrels with their contemptuous gazes need not be acknowledged. Qing Er gradually regained her composure, seemingly fearful of Ling Yi's concerns, and swiftly altered her tone. Ling Yi helped Qing Er to her feet, gently caressing her injured face, his gaze filled with compassion. He tenderly reassured her, Qing Er, do not worry. No one shall ever bully us again. Qing Er's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she lowered her head and nodded softly. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Ling Yi furrowed his brows slightly. Despite his humble status, he was still the ninth prince. Who could be so insolent? Bold Qing Er, come forth. A boisterous voice bellowed. Were these individuals from the Ministry of Internal Affairs? What brought them here? Upon hearing the voice, Qing Er recognized it as belonging to the very individuals who had bullied her earlier that morning. She opened the door and was met with the sight of two furious guards from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Ling Yi recognized the two individuals. The Internal Affairs Office is a department within the Imperial Palace responsible for distributing daily necessities to the royal residences, which is why there are few guards. The slightly plump one is named Gu Jia, while the slimmer one is Gu Yi. Both are martial artists at the 6th level of body refinement. Although Ling Yi, as the ninth prince, seldom intervenes in the affairs of these subordinates, he has heard rumors that several guards from the Internal Affairs Office are unscrupulous and quite sycophantic. Upon seeing Qing Er, Gu Yi immediately reprimanded her. How audacious, Qing Er! You dare to pilfer goods from the Internal Affairs Office. I see you are weary of life. Come with me to the Internal Affairs Office to await your punishment. Qing Er was taken aback and furrowed her brows, replying, What are you saying? You do not follow the proper protocol in providing supplies to our ninth prince's residence, yet you accuse me of theft? Humph, facing death yet still denying it. Your useless ninth prince is already dead. There is no one to support you now. Whether you want to go or not, you must come. With that, Gu Yi reached out to seize her, his movements swift and his strength resolute. Qing Er was not a martial artist, and if Gu Yi managed to grasp her, she would likely suffer a broken bone on the spot. In an instant, it seemed as if everything had blurred before their eyes. When they regained their senses, they saw Ling Yi blocking Gu Yi's hand, gazing coldly at him. Only then did Gu Yi and Gu Jia realize who it was standing before them, both gasping in surprise. Gu Yi gave a sheepish smile and asked suspiciously, Ninth Prince? You are unharmed? Thanks to your grace, this waist of mine is still alive. The expressions of the two men turned extremely grim. Ling Yi was drenched in blood, particularly with a large gash in the fabric over his dantian. His martial arts prowess was merely at the 4th level of body refinement. Considering the rumors that had circulated in recent days, the two became increasingly convinced that the ninth prince was experiencing difficulties in his cultivation. Two individuals at the 6th level of body refinement would hardly fear someone at the 4th level, would they? Gu Jia, somewhat impatient, remarked, Ninth Prince. You may not be aware, but your maid has pilfered items from our Internal Affairs Office. This matter requires Qing Er's cooperation with our investigation, and we hope you can facilitate this. Ling Yi remained silent, coldly observing the unfolding scene. Qing Er, come with us at once. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Gu Yi noted Ling Yi's silence and inwardly mused. It seems the rumors hold true. Even if the ninth prince is alive, he has become a mere shadow of his former self. With this thought in mind, he again attempted to seize Qing. Terrified, Qing Er's face turned pale as she hurriedly sought refuge behind Ling Yi. Ling Yi stood resolutely in front of Qing Er, refusing to yield even an inch. Qing Er is mine, he declared. Do you truly believe you can threaten her in my presence as if I were already dead? With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi activated the seed of chaotic yin-yang true energy within his dantian, the sound resonating like a clap of thunder on a clear day, causing the eardrums of the two individuals to ache painfully. Ling Yi is, after all, the ninth prince, and Gu Yi, gripped by fear, dares not utter a word. How laughable! I grant you the courtesy of addressing you as the ninth prince, yet stripped of that respect, you are naught but a worthless wretch. Qing'er, having pilfered property, deserves execution. You worthless scoundrel, begone at once, or I, the young master, shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson, you wild-born prince. However, Gu Jia is no ordinary adversary. Witnessing Ling Yi's outburst, he remains undaunted, mocking him as a mere waste. After all, the aura Ling Yi displays is merely that of a fourth-tier body refining realm, and in the martial world, strength reigns supreme. Gu Jia unsheathes his crude blade, his expression menacing. Ling Yi, consumed by rage, burst into laughter and declared, "Ha ha ha, what a loyal servant. You speak of waste so freely, completely disregarding the dignity of my imperial lineage. It appears you have received quite a few benefits from Donghuang." Gu Jia and Gu Yi's faces flushed with embarrassment, clearly struck by Ling Yi's words. Enraged, Gu Jia stepped forward, unleashing his formidable strength at the 6th level of body refining. Reaching out to seize Ling Yi by the collar. "You useless fool, get out of my way." Gu Jia grasped Ling Yi's collar, and with a surge of immense power, akin to lifting 3,000 pounds, he aimed to hurl Ling Yi away like a dog in disgrace. Yet, everything remained unchanged, devoid of any disturbance. Ling Yi stood his ground, utterly unmoved. What? This is madness? A thought flickered through Gu Jia and Gu Yi's minds, as they struggled to believe their own eyes. Ling Yi firmly grasped Gu Jia's hand, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "It seems that the guard Gu Jia has neglected his meals. Now it is my turn." Gu Jia felt as though his hand were ensnared by an ancient, ferocious beast, utterly incapable of escape. Suddenly, Ling Yi exerted tremendous force. His chaotic true energy combined with the enhanced physique bestowed by Shenong, applying a crushing strength of 4,000 pounds upon Gu Jia's hand. A chilling sound echoed through the air. Gu Jia let out a piercing scream as Ling Yi released his grip. Gu Jia rolled on the ground, clutching his left hand, which now resembled a crumpled mass of paper, reduced to a pitiful state. Qing'er gasped in shock, her delicate hand covering her mouth, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before her. It turned out that the ninth prince was unscathed. Indeed, he remained remarkably powerful. A wave of joy surged within Qing'er's heart. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Ling Yi's eyes as he moved. This motion was akin to a cunning rabbit darting from its burrow, exhibiting an unparalleled swiftness. Ling Yi extended his fist, a surge of vital energy swirling around it. Boom. Gu Jia's entire head was caved in by Ling Yi's strike, leaving him breathless and lifeless. Gu Yi was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom how Ling Yi, who appeared to be merely at the 4th level of body refinement, could so effortlessly dispatch Gu Jia, who was at the 6th level, with a single blow. This was a staggering leap across 2 minor realms. While it was true that a gifted martial artist at the initial stages could engage in combat across 1 minor realm, the occurrence of a warrior directly surpassing 2 minor realms was exceedingly rare within the Dantian dynasty. However, as a martial artist's level ascends, the difficulty of fighting beyond one's realm increases dramatically. The disparity between a 9th level body refiner and a half-step true essence warrior is vast indeed. Ninth prince, how dare you confront someone who has slain the 4th prince? You are doomed. Gu Yi, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Ling Yi, realized that he might not escape this venue alive. With a resolute shout, he brandished his simple blade and declared, "Dantian blade technique." The wind from his blade howled fiercely, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior unafraid in the face of countless foes. The blade descended with the ferocity of a mountain-splitting strike. In that moment, Gu Yi disregarded Ling Yi's status entirely, fixated solely on the intent to kill. Even if he were to eliminate Ling Yi, with the 4th prince's assistance, they could flee the Dantian dynasty and perhaps even claim a substantial reward. The Dantian blade technique was a combat style bestowed upon the guards of the Dantian dynasty. Although it was a common technique, it was exceedingly domineering, showcasing formidable power through its grand and sweeping movements. Ling Yi was certainly not unaware of the blade technique of the heavenly war. With a cold smirk, he extended his delicate right hand, swift as a serpent emerging from its lair, and with remarkable precision, he clamped the incoming wooden blade with 2 fingers, halting its advance entirely. Gu Yi, whose strength surpassed even that of Gu Jia, was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Yet, this formidable strike was effortlessly restrained by Ling Yi's fingers, unable to advance even a fraction. A crisp sound echoed as the wooden blade wielded by the royal guard shattered into 2 pieces. Gu Yi was taken aback, staring blankly at the broken weapon in his grasp. In this world, elixirs and weaponry varied in quality, categorized from the highest heavenly grade to the weakest yellow grade, with each grade further divided into 9 tiers. The Royal Guard's wooden blade, while not a divine weapon, was still a yellow-grade artifact, far superior to ordinary iron. The fact that it had been snapped with sheer force left Gu Yi bewildered. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Was Ling Yi even human? Filled with dread, Gu Yi gazed at Ling Yi, perceiving him as a fearsome beast in human form, utterly inhumane. A resounding slap echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming force that swept through the air with a whooshing sound. Gu Yi was sent flying several meters, crashing onto the stone pavement, debris scattering around him. Upon assessing his condition, half of his face was mangled, flesh torn, and bloody teeth lay strewn about. Gu Yi rolled on the ground, clutching his face and wailing in agony. This slap, Qinger, are you satisfied now? Ling Yi revealed her pearly whites, beaming radiantly at Qinger, as Qinger beheld Ling Yi's sunshine-like smile. Her heart felt as though caressed by a gentle spring breeze. She blushed, lowered her head, and nodded slightly. In her heart, she mused, the 9th prince has an enchanting smile. Ling Yi laughed heartily, finding amusement in teasing Qinger. His gaze suddenly turned fierce as he directed a shout at Gu Yi. You wretched servant, today shall be the day I take your life. A palpable aura of menace enveloped the air, plunging the atmosphere into a chilling abyss. Gu Yi knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, his eyes fixed on the gradually chilling corpse of Gu Jia, dread filling his heart as he lamented, 9th uncle, I realize my wrongs. Please spare me. Meanwhile, at the 4th prince's side, Ling Yi let out a cold chuckle, his eyes narrowing as he slowly articulated, to commit murder within the prince's residence, and to entertain thoughts of slaying a prince. If I were to execute you on the spot, it would be of no consequence. Do you truly believe that 4th brother would openly defy imperial law for the sake of 2 mere pawns? Gu Yi was utterly terrified by Ling Yi's intimidation. His heart filled with regret so profound it felt as if it were turning blue. He lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Ling Yi let out a cold sneer, and with the swiftness of lightning, he pointed a finger, directly shattering Gu Yi's dantian. Gu Yi was struck with horror as blood gushed forth, and his vital energy began to dissipate. In the realm of martial artists, strength reigned supreme, and Gu Yi had just suffered a catastrophic blow to his martial prowess. A fate more agonizing than death itself. Are you not fond of calling others worthless? Today, I shall render you a mere shell of your former self. Depart with Gu Jia's corpse, and convey a message to your master on behalf of this worthless fool. Trembling with fear, Gu Yi found the physical pain secondary. The destruction of his martial cultivation rendered him utterly impotent. 9th prince, what do you command? He inquired, his body trembling at Ling Yi's imposing presence, unable to defy him. Tell Ling Huang and Lu Yun that I am not dead, I have returned. I shall reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me from their grasp. Ling Yi's eyes flashed like lightning as he spoke in an icy tone. Gu Yi hurriedly nodded, one hand clutching his ruined dantian while the other dragged Gu Jia's lifeless body, fleeing in a panic like a lost dog. Your Highness, how do you fare? Qinger gently placed her delicate hands on Ling Yi's chest, feeling the strong, rhythmic heartbeat, and hesitantly inquired. Nothing to worry about, he replied. I am not only healed but stronger than ever before. Ling Yi gazed at Qinger's delicate face, a flicker of compassion igniting within him. He gently caressed her cheek and spoke softly. Do not worry, no one shall ever bully us again. Qinger's cheeks flushed a soft crimson as she lowered her head. Ling Yi pondered with a sense of wonder. Had it been the former version of himself, he could never have easily vanquished 2 martial artists transcending the dual realms. Yet now, awakened to his martial spirit, everything had become possible. With the Shenong's reconstitution of his dantian, he possessed a physique that far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. The chaotic yin-yang technique bestowed upon him the true energy, seed typically reserved for those at the 9th level of body refinement. Given such an opportunity, he was certain to stand out in the upcoming year-end examination a month hence. In that moment, what did the 4th prince or the venomous woman Lu Yun matter? They would surely pay the price. Even his father might regard him with newfound respect, perhaps even divulging the mysteries of his mother's lineage. Reflecting upon his mother darkened Ling Yi's heart, he had once dared to inquire of Emperor Tianxiao. However, each time he broached the subject, the emperor would erupt in fury. Over time, Ling Yi had ceased to ask. Within the 4th princess residence, in a study room, a violent explosion echoed. Boom. The sturdy desk splintered into pieces as the 4th prince unleashed his 9th level body refinement aura, obliterating the heavy furniture. Useless servants. You cannot even subdue a powerless wastrel. The 4th prince's face flushed crimson, his features contorted as he bellowed. Gu Yi trembled in fear, in the presence of this immensely powerful fourth prince. He felt like a mere leaf adrift in a vast ocean. Lu Yun, with her delicate waist, perched herself atop the enraged fourth prince's lap, sweetly imploring, "O fourth prince, do temper your wrath. It is merely a useless individual. How could he ever contend with you?" The fourth prince gazed at the enchanting beauty in his embrace, his eyes aflame with desire, and sighed, "What do you understand? The ninth prince has been cultivating with scarce resources. He awakened the blood of the war ancestor at merely 10 years old. Such a person, when faced with fortuitous circumstances, can transform into a dragon. It is infuriating that he survived even the perilous 9 hells. If I do not suppress him thoroughly, I shall find no peace." Lu Yun mockingly laughed, playfully tapping the fourth prince's chest. "You must not speak so. In my heart, you are the ultimate prodigy. Do not forget me when you ascend the throne." The fourth prince, ignited by Lu Yun's teasing, felt as though even steel would melt before his passion. He promptly declared, "Yes, once I become the crown prince. The position of crown princess shall be yours. Tomorrow is the day for the usual distribution of provisions from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Let us go together, and I shall ensure all the provisions are yours." Lu Yun's eyes sparkled as she leaned close, whispering a few words into the fourth prince's ear. Upon hearing her, the fourth prince burst into hearty laughter and proclaimed, "Ling Yi, O Ling Yi, severing your resources for cultivation. Let us see what skills you possess then." "Excellent plan, Yun." He dismissed Gu Yi and, with a glint in his eye, coldly stated, "I shall attend to this matter today, and thereafter, I shall enter a life and death seclusion. Before the year-end examination, I shall integrate the bloodline of the war ancestor, ensuring I make an astonishing mark." On the following day, Ling Yi made his way early to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The previous day had primarily involved distributing ordinary daily necessities to the royal family. The following day marked the occasion for the royal family members to receive their cultivation resources. For practitioners in the body refinement realm, the primary aid comes in the form of body refinement pills. These pills are immensely beneficial, significantly reducing training time, yet they are exceedingly precious. The Zhantian dynasty is inherently a lower-tier dynasty, and even a prince may only claim 10 body refinement pills per month. Within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a wooden sandalwood table was set in the inner hall, where an official was diligently recording the distribution of cultivation resources. This man, named Taishiang, had overseen the ministry for over a decade. "I regret to inform you, ninth prince, that from this month onward, you shall no longer receive your body refinement pills," Taishiang said with a slight bow. Although his tone was respectful, his eyes were filled with derision. "Why? The distribution of body refinement pills to the princes is a royal decree. Are you attempting to incite rebellion?" Ling Yi furrowed her brow, suppressing the anger that surged within her. She exclaimed, "Ninth prince, although you are of royal blood, it does not grant you the right to slander me. I have diligently managed the Internal Affairs Court for over a decade. Your words compel me to seek justice from Emperor Tianxiao himself. Do you still regard me as a royal in your eyes? Who bestowed upon you such audacity to speak so insolently?" Ling Yi's fury intensified, nearly boiling over. After all, he was a prince. How could mere servants dare to trample upon his dignity? "It is I, the Empress." A crisp and commanding voice rang out. Ling Yi raised his head and beheld a group entering the inner hall of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. At the forefront stood a middle-aged noblewoman, adorned in resplendent attire, exuding an extraordinary grace, her beauty strikingly cold, draped in a phoenix robe. Following her were dozens of fully armed guards and maidservants in attendance. Upon noticing the arrival, Taishiang immediately stepped away from the sandalwood table, prostrating himself in a gesture of utmost reverence, exclaiming, "Long live the Empress! Is this indeed my command? Do you have any objections, Year?" The Empress, with her willow-shaped brows arched, spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "Your Majesty, could you please elucidate the reasons?" Ling Yi inquired with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. "I ask you, Ling Yi, have you suffered a decline in your martial arts realm due to the issues with your cultivation, resulting in a shattered dantian?" "Indeed, I have." Ling Yi recalled the treacherous schemes devised by the fourth prince and Lu Yun, taking a deep breath before uttering a few words. He intended to reveal that it was the malevolent hearts of Ling Huang and Lu Yun, this wretched pair, that had brought him to such a plight. Yet, who would believe him? The fourth prince wielded immense power, and Lu Yun's father, Minister Lu, held sway over the entire court. He feared that should he speak the truth, it would only lead to a swift retaliation against himself. As those around him heard Ling Yi's admission, Disdain flickered across their faces. Indeed, this illegitimate child had become a worthless wretch. In recent years, the Burning Heaven dynasty had demanded ever-increasing tributes from them. The Warring Heaven dynasty was forced to tighten their belts, with even the princes expected to set an example. With contempt in her eyes, the empress coldly remarked, "Even if one must practice austerity, why then have you cut off my supply of body-refining pills? Are you not aware of the implications? If you cannot cultivate martial arts, what need have you for such abundant resources? Would it not be more prudent to reserve these body-refining pills for those who truly require them? Ear, must I spell this out for you so plainly? You." The prince protested. "It is customary for princes to receive body-refining pills. Are you suggesting that my status as the ninth prince should be disregarded?" Ling Yi could no longer contain himself and exclaimed sternly, "How audacious!" The royal guard beside the empress shouted furiously. With a gentle wave of her hand, the empress signaled the guard to step back. She then addressed Ling Yi, stating, "Indeed, you are the ninth prince. If you wish to claim the body refinement pill, you must prove your worth. In this year's year-end examination, the top 10 will earn the Donghuang token from the Donghuang Academy. Last year, you secured first place. But if you desire the same wealth of martial resources this year, you must also achieve first place once more." The notion of securing first place in the year-end examination was immediately met with disbelief by all present. Ling Yi, still in his youth, has now become a mere shadow of his former self. In recent years, the fourth prince has made remarkable strides in martial prowess, and besides him, there exists an abundance of talented youth in the imperial capital. In previous years, there were lofty geniuses who opted out of the year-end examination. However, this year, with the Donghuang order from the Donghuang Dao Academy at stake, it is likely that no one will remain indifferent to its allure. The Donghuang Dao Academy boasts a rich history spanning millions of years, renowned not only for its antiquity but also for its immense strength. In comparison to the Dantian dynasty, the Donghuang Dao Academy shines like the sun and moon in the heavens. While the Dantian dynasty resembles mere mud upon the earth, the Donghuang Dao Academy periodically issues the Donghuang order to this lesser dynasty, granting those who obtain it the opportunity to participate in the academy's selection process. Successful candidates will then ascend to become disciples of the Donghuang Dao Academy. Once one becomes a disciple, it is akin to soaring to great heights and transforming into a phoenix. Once, the first prince secured first place in the year-end examination, obtained the Donghuang order, and successfully passed the assessment, although Ling Yi secured first place last year. The Donghuang Dao Institute did not issue the Donghuang order to the Dantian dynasty. Very well, it is settled. When the time comes, I shall personally inquire of my father whether my identity as the ninth prince holds any weight. Should I claim the body-refining pill? To everyone's astonishment, Ling Yi readily acquiesced. Ha 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 ha. This elicited a chorus of laughter, casting the last shred of dignity of the ninth prince to the ground. Yeah. The first prince possesses extraordinary talent, while the second, third, and fifth princes are no ordinary individuals. These individuals currently do not require the Donghuang order. Moreover, the fourth prince is increasingly formidable. Given the limited availability of the Donghuang order, I shall allocate martial resources to those who are in greater need, which is also in consideration of our royal family. You claim you wish to achieve first place. I wish you success. The empress gently reined in her smile and remarked. Ling Yi felt the derision and contempt of those around him. With a cold snort, he strode away from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Halt! The empress commanded sternly from behind him. Do you not possess any sense of propriety? You fail to pay your respects upon encountering the empress and simply leave as you please. Ling Yi took a deep breath, turned around, and with a slight bow, calmly said, Your Majesty, may you be in good health. I take my leave. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed without lingering. The empress watched Ling Yi as he left and softly remarked, He possesses a touch of pride. In her eyes, Ling Yi was hardly an obstacle. Were it not for the fourth prince's pleas, she would never have intervened to trouble him. On one hand, she was the empress. On the other, her son was a legend in the imperial capital. Upon returning to the residence of the ninth prince, Ling Yi pondered deeply. Though he had boldly declared his intention to secure the top position in the year-end examination, the pursuit of martial arts required indispensable resources. After all, it is said that even a hero can be thwarted by a lack of funds. Purchasing body-refining pills from the black market? That seemed impractical, as body-refining pills were crucial for foundational martial artists, and the black market prices were exorbitant, making bulk purchases impossible. Eureka! The Divine Farmer's Compendium of Herbs. Ling Yi suddenly slapped his forehead and sprang to his feet. startling Qing'er, who was serving him tea, causing the liquid to spill all over the floor. Ling Yi grasped Qing'er excitedly, exclaiming, "Qing'er, quickly gather all the treasures from our estate. I have a use for them." Observing Ling Yi's beaming enthusiasm, Qing'er, without hesitation, proceeded to take inventory. Possessing the divine farmer's herbal classic, he could concoct elixirs himself. Each prince is well-versed in various disciplines. Although Ling Yi may not be a master alchemist, he is certainly familiar with the fundamental techniques. He is entirely capable of refining body-enhancing potions, thereby alleviating his resource predicaments. Once Qing'er had organized the estate's possessions, Ling Yi took them into his hands, only to let out a wry smile. This meager wealth, he feared, was outmatched by that of any random scion from the capital's affluent families. With a sigh, Ling Yi steeled himself, though it was little. It would suffice to procure some essential medicinal herbs. Ling Yi made his way to the renowned Danling Pavilion in the imperial capital, towering over 100 zhang. The pavilion soared into the clouds. Each level housed dozens of rooms, equipped with alchemical furnaces, grinding stones, and other apparatus essential for potion making. Moreover, an abundance of spiritual herbs and plants awaited the alchemist's use. Naturally, both the spiritual elixirs and the rental of rooms incurred certain fees. The influence of Danling Pavilion extended throughout the northern wilderness, with hundreds of superior, intermediate, and inferior dynasties under its dominion. Within the Dantian dynasty, nearly every city boasted a branch of the Danling Pavilion, each overseen by a master who managed the overall affairs of the dynasty. The masters of the Danling Pavilion in various dynasties, in turn, reported to the headquarters of Danling Pavilion. Thus, the masters wielded power within their dynasties that rivaled that of the ruling sovereigns. In the Danling Pavilion of the imperial capital, prominent families and wealthy clans typically possessed their own alchemical chambers. However, the majority of alchemists in the capital lacked such privileges, resulting in a thriving business for the Danling Pavilion. Only a prince like Ling Yi found himself in a lamentable situation without an independent alchemical chamber. Relying instead on the resources of the Danling Pavilion, Ling Yi entered the Danling Pavilion and approached the registration desk, where he submitted his information. He was greeted by a strikingly beautiful woman. However, despite her pleasing appearance, her heavy makeup lent her an air of vulgarity, overshadowing her natural elegance. Ling Yi glanced at the information on the registration desk, where the name Xioli was inscribed. It seemed this was the name of the lady. Xioli exhibited a somewhat haughty demeanor as she casually opened Ling Yi's profile. Upon recognizing the name, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Ling Yi, the ninth prince." Ling Yi was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a strong reaction from Xioli. The entrance hall of the Danling Pavilion was already rather small, and Xioli's loud exclamation drew the attention of nearly everyone present toward Ling Yi. "Is there a problem? Please, make it quick," Ling Yi urged. "No problem, ninth prince." "Please hold on for a moment," Xioli replied politely, though the disdain on her face was unmistakable. "Oh, isn't this the infamous waste, the ninth prince? What brings him to the Danling Pavilion?" Came a mocking voice. Ling Yi turned around, and his expression darkened. The person before him was none other than Lu Taishi's son, Lu Wei, the brother of Lu Yun. Lu Wei was notorious in the capital as a notorious libertine, a scion of debauchery who took pleasure in tormenting virtuous women. Moreover, he leveraged his father's formidable influence to oppress the citizens of the capital. Yet, he showed little dedication to cultivation, merely relying on the vast resources provided by Lu Taishi to achieve the 7th level of body refinement. Ling Yi harbored no fondness for this individual and chose to disregard him as he awaited Xiuli to complete her registration. "Young master, I am speaking to you. Can you hear me?" Lu Wei, feeling slighted by Ling Yi's indifference, placed a hand on his shoulder, his face reddening in embarrassment before the onlookers. "Oh, young master Lu, what brings you to me?" Ling Yi responded nonchalantly. "You worthless fool, what business do you have at the Danling Pavilion? Are you here to beg for alms, seeking some elixirs from the pavilion's generosity?" Before the incident involving Ling Yi, Lu Wei treated him with utmost respect. However, now that Ling Yi's martial prowess has significantly declined, and he has severed ties with Lu Yun, Lu Wei has adopted a completely different demeanor. "Young master Lu, what brings you here?" "I am here for the same purpose," he remarked. "If young master Lu claims I am here to beg for alms, does that imply he harbors such intentions himself?" "You, how could my Lu residence be as impoverished as a wild child like you, who must procure a vast quantity of medicinal pills each month? It is truly enviable to possess such an abundance of pills." Yet they have only allowed young Master Lu to reach the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Young Master Lu is already 17 this year, is he not? Alas, lacking power and influence, I was merely at the 9th level of body refinement at that age, with scarcely any resources to my name. Ling Yi spoke with a gentle demeanor, as light as the clouds drifting in the sky. Although Ling Yi disdained engaging in verbal sparring, he had been ridiculed since childhood, and thus his skill in such exchanges was unparalleled. Wei, infuriated and with a flushed face, was about to erupt. Your Highness, the spiritual medicine you requested is ready. Please settle the payment, Xiaoli interjected, casting a flirtatious glance at Wei as she spoke. Ling Yi handed the package in his possession to Xiaoli. Upon opening it, Xiaoli poured out the contents. Lu Wei glanced at it, his expression filled with disdain, and remarked, "The 9th Prince certainly has a grandiose approach. Surely this wealth could procure materials for 5 refining elixirs?" As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in laughter. It is well known that alchemy possesses a certain success rate. Typically, a competent low-tier alchemist requires approximately 10 portions of materials to successfully concoct a single batch of refining elixirs. Ling Yi purchased merely 5 items. Either he possesses inadequate skills or is financially constrained. For a prince to reach such a state is truly a disgrace to the royal family's honor. With an unchanging expression, Ling Yi replied, "The art of alchemy is not solely a contest of resources, but rather an understanding of the Tao of pills. Though my materials may be scarce, the elixirs I refine are by no means inferior to others. Quality trumps quantity." Upon hearing this, an elderly man sweeping at the entrance paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to regard Ling Yi. Lu Wei raised an eyebrow. Did the 9th Prince imply that he was merely squandering materials? If it were said that he lacked talent for cultivation, Lu Wei would be enraged yet compelled to concede to the truth. However, to claim he possessed no aptitude for alchemy was simply intolerable. Not to mention the countless soul-confounding pills he had concocted over the year, which had wrought havoc among the women of the imperial capital, attested to his proficiency in alchemy. The universe is vast and varied, classified into 9 ranks from high to low. Young as he was, Lu Wei had already attained the status of a 6th-rank yellow-level alchemist, a notable accomplishment within the imperial capital. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Lu Wei's future in the realm of alchemy was undoubtedly boundless. The onlookers perceived Ling Yi's words as nothing short of hubris, akin to a novice displaying his skills before a master. In a fit of rage that turned to mockery, Lu Wei laughed. "Ha ha, the 9th Prince is quite amusing. May I inquire as to what rank of alchemist the 9th Prince currently holds?" Ling Yi maintained a stoic expression and replied, "I possess a remarkable talent for the art of alchemy. I just attained the yellow grade 1st tier last year." The laughter of those within the Danling pavilion echoed like thunder. However, Wei did not join in the mirth. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Ling Yi and said in a low voice, "Since you claim to have exceptional talent in the realm of alchemy, why not engage in a contest? What do you think?" Ling Yi cast a glance at him. Although Lu Wei possessed commendable talent in alchemy, his disposition was undeniably malevolent. To challenge a 6th-grade yellow-level alchemist against a 1st-grade yellow-level alchemist? Only someone like Lu Wei would dare to utter such a proposal. Ling Yi gestured with both hands and remarked, "It is indeed a splendid opportunity for alchemists to engage in mutual refinement. However, as you can see, young Master Lu, I have expended all my resources on purchasing alchemical materials. I am left utterly bereft and lacking any stakes for our contest." Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with amusement, his heart swelling with delight as he mused that this Ling Yi was not only inept at martial arts but also rather foolish. Lu Wei then declared, "No matter. Let us compete. Should I lose, I shall bestow upon you 100 body refinement pills. If you should happen to lose, it shall suffice for you to merely pass beneath my legs." 100 body refinement pills? The onlookers were instantly rendered speechless. Ling Yi chuckled coldly. What a remarkable figure Lu Wei was. Ling Yi remarked, "While 100 body refinement pills are indeed splendid, it is common knowledge that I have encountered difficulties in my martial pursuits. Currently, my sole focus is on the study of alchemy. Yet I find myself in dire need of alchemical materials, with insufficient funds to procure them." Upon sensing Ling Yi's interest, Lu Wei hastily interjected, "Not to worry. How could I possibly refuse to assist the 9th Prince? I shall add another 1,000 portions of materials for the body refinement pills." 1,000 portions? It reverberated like a thunderous explosion in the ears of the onlookers. Typically, a martial artist of the Sun Tian dynasty could only manage to acquire a single body refinement pill in an entire year. Yet, here was Lu Wei, casually offering not only 100 body refinement pills, but also 1,000 portions of alchemical materials. Such extravagance is truly staggering. These 4 words encapsulate it perfectly. Even for a prince, the annual allocation rarely exceeds 100 body refinement pills. Ling Yi couldn't help but smile inwardly, though she feigned a troubled expression on her face. Lu Wei felt an exhilarating itch in his heart, as if he saw a prince slipping through his legs, transforming himself into the most formidable figure in the capital. In a moment of impulsiveness, he declared, "How about this? I shall add a crimson flame pill." A resounding silence enveloped the crowd as their minds buzzed with astonishment. The crimson flame pill, a profound great elixir. For those who cultivated the yang attribute techniques, this pill would allow them to merge their true energy with the power of crimson flames. This fiery force could incinerate an opponent's true energy, rendering one nearly invincible in the body refinement realm. However, after speaking, Lu Wei felt a twinge of regret. The crimson flame pill had been painstakingly crafted by renowned artisans at the behest of Master Lu. Intended for his own use once he reached the 8th level of body refinement and consolidated the seed of true energy. Even Master Lu had expended immense effort to procure it. Nevertheless, Lu Wei quickly reassured himself, feeling confident that he held the upper hand against Ling Yi. Ling Yi nodded slightly. The two established the rules. Each would utilize 5 sets of body refining elixir materials, entering the alchemy chamber for a duration of 1 hour. The primary criterion for victory would be the quality of the elixirs produced, with quantity serving as the secondary factor. Upon completion of the contest, the judgment would be rendered by the esteemed manager of the Danling Pavilion. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, Ling Yi cast a sweeping glance around. 5 carefully arranged materials for body refining elixirs were placed neatly to one side. At the center stood a grand alchemical furnace. To the left lay a grinding stone for the spiritual herbs, and to the right rested a jade bottle containing dew. This dew, harvested by a dedicated individual in the early morning, served to blend the medicinal properties of the various herbs. Ling Yi sat upright before the alchemical furnace, an incessant sneer dancing in his heart. This Lu Wei truly overstepped his bounds. Today, he would ensure that Lu experienced a profound sense of regret. With that thought, Ling Yi activated the chaotic yin-yang technique, allowing a seed of chaotic true energy within him to spiral and circulate, manifesting a thread of genuine energy. Ling Yi harnessed his vital energy, gradually circulating it through his hands. His hands, imbued with this energy, rested upon the alchemical furnace, which possessed remarkable characteristics. Typically, a martial artist, upon acquiring a seed of vital energy, merely circulates it within their body. Only upon reaching the realm of true essence can they channel this energy into weapons and techniques. However, the alchemical furnace was distinct. It could autonomously absorb the martial artist's vital energy, equipped with an ignition mechanism that allowed for combustion. Theoretically, the stronger the martial artist's vital energy, the higher the burning temperature. The more adept they were at manipulating this energy, the more precise the temperature control. Conversely, martial artists without a condensed vital energy seed could only ignite the fire manually, resulting in insufficient temperatures and poor control. Temperature regulation stands as one of the crucial factors influencing the success rate and quality of the medicinal pills. This was the first reason Ling Yi felt confident in his ability to surpass Lu Wei. Once ignited, the alchemical furnace commenced its normal operation. Ling Yi once again commenced the meticulous grinding of medicinal herbs into a fine powder. Subsequently, he measured the ingredients. A single batch of body refining elixir required an impressive quantity of over 100 portions of spiritual herbs. Each measure necessitated the skilled hands and seasoned expertise of the alchemist. The accuracy in the dosage of the herbs was paramount. The more precise, the better. Any deviation could result in diminished quality or, in severe cases, a complete failure in alchemical refinement. No alchemist could achieve absolute precision of 100%. This indeed reflected the practitioner's mastery in the art of alchemy. Ling Yi perused the Shenong Binchao Jing, discovering the records of the primordial body refining pill. It bears a striking resemblance to the contemporary body refining pill, albeit with subtle distinctions. The most significant difference lies in the precise proportions of the spiritual herbs used in its formulation. Ling Yi focused intently on mastering the precision of the spiritual medicine, immersing himself in a meditative state. Gradually, a black and white ruler materialized behind him. Ling Yi was startled by the sudden appearance of the ruler, and soon a flood of information surged into his mind. This was none other than the most formidable weapon of his secondary martial soul, the divine farmer's ruler of the Flame Emperor. Perhaps due to his intense focus on alchemy and his profound connection to the art of pill making, he had inadvertently summoned the divine farmer's ruler. This extraordinary ruler possessed two remarkable functions. Firstly, one end of the ruler was imbued with life, while the other was steeped in death. The white end could release and absorb medicinal properties. Conversely, the black end could emit and absorb toxicity. Thus, it served as both a means to save lives and a tool for destruction. Secondly, the divine farmer's ruler boasted absolute precision. Whether in controlling the energy techniques of adversaries or in the meticulous measurements required during alchemical processes, rendering it an invaluable asset. Ling Yi's gaze shimmered with excitement as he activated the Shinong ruler, a tool of immense utility. Lu Wei, what do you have to wager against me? An hour later, Lu Wei emerged first, greeted by the eager eyes of the crowd. Within the grand hall of the Danling Pavilion, an elderly man, dressed in resplendent robes and possessing a sharp, monkey-like visage, sat expectantly at an 8 immortals table, having waited for quite some time. This individual was none other than Manager Wang, the esteemed overseer of the Danling Pavilion in the imperial capital. Upon seeing Lu Wei's arrival, Manager Wang hastily rose and scurried to meet him, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "Young Master Lu, you have returned. Was the alchemy process successful?" It was common knowledge that Lu Wei's father, the powerful Lu Taishi, wielded significant influence in the court and was rumored to be expanding his power further in private. For the Danling Pavilion, he represented a major client, procuring countless elixirs each year. How could they not treat him as a revered ancestor? In recent years, Emperor Tian Shao had seldom made appearances, with all affairs of the Dantian dynasty being managed by Lu Taishi. Thus, no one dared to reproach Lu Taishi for his clandestine power expansion. Lu Wei laughed heartily, gesturing grandly as a vial of elixirs materialized upon the table. Manager Wang, seizing the vial, opened it and poured its contents into a book to meticulously examine the quality and quantity. After a long while, he exclaimed in admiration, "Excellent. This vial contains a total of 15 body refining pills, each of superb quality, having reached the 6th rank of the yellow grade." 15. 6th rank of the yellow grade. The crowd erupted in awe. Lu Wei, a 6th rank alchemist of the yellow grade, had managed to produce a single 6th rank elixir, which was no small feat remarkably. He had utilized only 5 portions of materials to concoct 15 pills. Typically, an ordinary alchemist would require 10 portions merely to produce a single vial of body refining pills. And even then, they would yield only a maximum of 10. Lu Wei's reputation as a genius alchemist was indeed well-deserved. Where is the 9th prince? Has he not emerged yet? Could he have suffered a furnace explosion and perished inside? A furnace explosion seems unlikely. Perhaps he simply failed to produce any elixirs and is too embarrassed to show his face now? The onlookers jeered. With Lu Wei's 15 6th rank body refining pills being an insurmountable achievement in both quantity and quality, leaving no one believing that Ling Yi could possibly triumph. Ling Yi emerged, looking disheveled and covered in soot, his garments stained with a dark hue, as if scorched by flames. In his clenched fist, there was no jade vial containing elixirs. Upon seeing Ling Yi's dismal state, Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback before sneering. "What happened, 9th prince? Did your attempt at alchemy truly result in an explosion?" Everyone at the Danling Pavilion confirmed that not only had Ling Yi failed to produce any elixirs, but he had also suffered a catastrophic mishap. In comparison to a talent like Lu Wei, a prodigy of alchemy, Ling Yi appeared as a mere firefly, unable to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Ling Yi nodded. He had indeed blown the furnace. However, he had not failed. He approached Manager Wang and extended his fist. "Your Highness, what is this?" Manager Wang inquired, puzzled, before quickly realizing and reaching out with his hand. Ling Yi opened his hand, and a pill, faintly radiating a red glow, fell into the hands of Manager Wang. Startled, Manager Wang exclaimed, "A luminous pill? This is a characteristic exclusive to Xian-level pills." Upon closer inspection, the body refining pill was more than twice the size of Lu Wei's pill, entirely translucent and devoid of any impurities. The onlookers at the Danling Pavilion, mostly alchemists well-versed in the art of pill crafting, collectively gasped in astonishment. The red glow emanating from the body refining pill and its crystal-clear appearance indicated that the medicinal properties had been perfectly integrated. Raising the question, could this truly be a body refining pill? It was simply astonishing. Xioli, who had initially looked down upon the 9th prince in his moment of distress, now felt as though she had been struck by a resounding slap upon witnessing this body refining pill, her face burning with embarrassment. This pill, of yellow level 8th grade, had flawlessly merged the potency of 5 ingredients, resulting in immense yet pure medicinal power, thus qualifying it as a yellow level 9th grade. Manager Wang examined it closely, unconsciously murmuring to himself, "Yellow level 9th grade." The previously unremarkable Ling Yi had unexpectedly concocted a yellow level 9th grade body refining pill at his first attempt. Not only would a yellow level alchemist struggle to replicate such a feat, but even Xian level alchemists might falter in producing a body refining pill of this caliber. Lu Wei stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderbolt. The craft he had once prided himself on was nothing but a mere joke in the eyes of others. The 9th prince had produced one body refining pill, while young Master Lu had crafted 15. Thus, this contest favored young Master Lu. Manager Wang cast a regretful glance at the yellow level 9th grade body refining pill, his face reddening. What? It was evident any discerning eye who excelled. The crowd at the Danling Pavilion was further astonished, and soon they realized that, given the power of Master Lu and the annual quota of pills, Manager Wang could not afford to offend young Master Lu for the sake of the 9th prince. Ling Yi was utterly astonished, seemingly unable to fathom that such shameless individuals still existed in the world. Glancing at Manager Wang, he noted not only the distortion of truth, but also the audacity with which Wang concealed the 9th grade yellow tier elixir crafted by Ling Yi within his own garments. Regaining his composure, Lu Wei shot a knowing glance at Manager Wang, as if to acknowledge his cunning. He then leaned closer to Ling Yi and whispered, "I never imagined you could be so adept at hiding your true self, but what does it matter? A waste is forever a waste. Remember, even the dogs of the Lu family are more esteemed than you." Following this, Lu Wei stepped aside, legs apart, and provocatively patted his thigh while casting a challenging gaze at Ling Yi. Ling Yi trembled with indignation, his voice icy as he addressed, "Master Wang, as the proprietor of the Danling Pavilion in the imperial capital, is there any semblance of fairness in your actions? Is it not supposed to be quality first, quantity second?" Master Wang's face flushed crimson, clearly embarrassed. Nevertheless, he cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Young Master L receives 15 pieces, and the 9th prince receives 1. I have not erred in my judgment." His gaze flickered, unable to meet Ling Yi's eyes. Ling Yi gazed at the arrogant demeanor of Lu Wei, filled with a deep-seated resentment that made his teeth itch. To be compelled to crawl beneath Lu Wei's legs was a fate he would rather meet death than endure. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take action. Although Ling Yi was endowed with an extraordinary martial soul, his martial cultivation was merely at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. A direct confrontation would likely lead to his own detriment. In my opinion, it is indeed the 9th prince who shall emerge victorious. A voice, aged and resonant, echoed through the air. Both Lu Wei and Manager Wang's expressions shifted dramatically, particularly that of Manager Wang. While it was an evident truth, who among the imperial capital would dare to openly contradict the Danling Pavilion and the Grand Master's residence? Bold. Who dares to utter such nonsense? Manager Wang bellowed, prompting everyone to turn towards the source of the voice. There stood the elderly man sweeping the floor at the entrance of the Danling Pavilion. Clad in simple garments, he was tall and lean, with hair and beard streaked with white. Upon recognizing the sweeper from the Danling Pavilion, Manager Wang's fury surged, and he was determined to teach that old fool a lesson. Suddenly, the old man turned, set aside his broom, and a subtle transformation began to occur in his facial features, morphing into an entirely different visage. He slowly advanced towards the Danling Pavilion, each step amplifying his imposing presence, as he stroked his face and murmured, "This disguise potion requires further refinement." As Manager Wang beheld the true countenance of the elderly man, his eyes widened in horror, nearly losing his senses. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lamenting. "I pay my respects to Pavilion Master Guinan." Pavilion Master? The master of the Danling Pavilion of the Zhantian dynasty. The Danling Pavilion, a formidable force within the Zhantian dynasty, boasted branches throughout the empire, and nearly every alchemist had ties to the pavilion. Furthermore, the pavilion wielded influence over approximately 70% of the alchemists in the Zhantian dynasty, effectively controlling more than 70% of the martial artists across the realm. More alarmingly, the Danling Pavilion of the Zhantian dynasty was affiliated with the Beiwang Danling Pavilion, a significant power in the entire Beiwang region. As the pavilion master of the Danling Pavilion in the Zhantian dynasty, Guinan's stature was likely second only to that of the current Emperor Tianxiao. Beyond his position, Guinan's ascension to the role of pavilion master was a testament to his extraordinary martial prowess, positioning him among the foremost experts of the Zhantian dynasty, a veritable martial myth at the celestial phenomenon realm. Approaching Ling Yi, Pavilion Master Guinan spoke softly. "I pay my respects to the 9th prince." May I inquire if the ninth princess' remarkable alchemical skills are honed under a master-esque guidance? Ling Yi pondered for a moment, recalling the divine farmer's classic of herbal medicine attributed to the legendary Emperor Nong. In terms of his apprenticeship, it could be said that his alchemical skills were indeed inherited from the great deity Nong. Thus, Ling Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Master Gu Yinan displayed an expression of affirmation, casting a commendatory glance at Ling Yi. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his grand sleeves, a peculiar surge of true energy surged forth, unleashing a powerful force that sent Manager Wang flying, crashing forcefully to the ground. Master Gu Yinan splayed his fingers, drawing them together as a ninth-grade yellow-level body refining pill soared directly into the palm of his hand. True energy was unleashed. Objects were summoned from afar. Ling Yi was taken aback as he witnessed Gu Yinan deftly utilize his inner energy to extract a minuscule elixir from another's sleeve with such precision. Truly, Gu Yinan is one of the supreme powerhouses of the Battle Heaven dynasty. Handing the body refinement pill to Ling Yi, Gu Yinan proclaimed loudly, "Manager Wang, from this day forth, you are relieved of your duties as the manager of the Danling Pavilion in the imperial capital of the Battle Heaven dynasty, and your name is hereby removed from the records." In this alchemical duel, the ninth prince had concocted a yellow grade 9 body refinement pill, far surpassing young Master Lu Wei. I hereby declare the ninth prince the victor. Lu Wei's complexion drained of color as he stumbled back several steps, resembling a defeated rooster, reluctantly uttering, "As you command, Pavilion Master." Manager Wang's face turned ashen. The situation had shifted too rapidly. Not only the onlookers, but even Ling Yi found himself momentarily bewildered. Lu Wei ordered his subordinates to tally the stakes. 100 body refinement pills and 1,000 portions of alchemical materials were to be recorded under Ling Yi's account by the Danling Pavilion. Furthermore, there was a crimson flame pill, its entirety ablaze with a fiery red hue, subtly radiating with flames, a mystic grade 1 elixir. The muscles on Lu Wei's face twitched incessantly, not solely from the pain of loss, but primarily from the dread of facing punishment upon returning to Lu Taishu. However, he dared not offend Pavilion Master Gu Yinan, a figure whose martial prowess and authority in the Battle Heaven dynasty rivaled that of the Heavenly Roar Emperor. Besides, Lu Taishu was currently scheming a grand endeavor. Should he antagonize this venerable Pavilion Master, the grand scheme might very well be jeopardized. Before departing, Lu Wei shot a venomous glare at Ling Yi, a look that conveyed more menace than 1,000 harsh words. Ling Yi felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart, yet the number of those who despised him seemed to increase. Who is Lu Wei, after all? Ninth Prince. May I inquire if your esteemed master is currently in the War Heaven dynasty? The esteemed Gu Yinan, the Pavilion Master, suddenly inquired with great respect. Ling Yi was taken aback. Master? Is it the Divine Farmer? As my secondary martial soul, he should logically belong to the Zhantian dynasty. After a moment, Ling Yi nodded and said, he is indeed present. This is wonderful. Qing'er is saved. Ninth Prince, might I request an audience with your master? I fear that may not be possible. My master, the Divine Dragon, is elusive. After imparting the knowledge of alchemy to me, I lost all trace of him. Upon hearing this, Chief Gu Yinan's previously joyous expression gradually solidified into a sigh. Chief Gu, it seems you bear some concern. Perhaps you could share it, and I may be able to assist you. Alas, Ninth Prince, to speak candidly, my granddaughter Gu Yanqing has been afflicted by a peculiar poison, and our alchemy spirit pavilion is at a loss for remedies. I believed your understanding of alchemy far surpassed that of the alchemists in the Zhantian dynasty, and I sought your master's assistance, but it appears Chief Gu Yinan sighed repeatedly, thinking of his granddaughter. Poison? I possess the Divine Farmer's ruler. Ling Yi suddenly struck his forehead and promptly addressed the esteemed leader Gu Yinan, saying, although I am unable to reach my master, he has imparted to me certain antidotal techniques. I possess a modicum of confidence and am willing to alleviate the old leader's distress. Upon hearing this, Gu Yinan's skepticism peaked. Yet given his granddaughter's predicament, he felt compelled to embrace a desperate measure. Very well, I implore the Ninth Prince to exert his utmost effort. Should you succeed, I shall be eternally grateful. Ling Yi followed Gu Yinan and ascended the spirit ladder within the Danling Pavilion. Reaching the highest floor of the imperial city's Danling Pavilion, Gu Yinan led the way into a room. The decor was simple, featuring a large bed at its center. Upon the bed lay a stunningly beautiful woman, Gu Yanqing. Hiss. The moment Ling Yi laid eyes on Gu Yanqing, he gasped in astonishment. Her skin was as pristine as fresh snow, delicate enough to be broken by a mere touch. Her exquisite visage seemed to have stepped out from a painting. Lying on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, she exuded an aura of pure sanctity. Her beauty was ethereal, and her demeanor was as noble as the moon. In Ling Yi's mind, a phrase surfaced. As the ninth prince, he had encountered numerous beauties. Yet none could rival the exquisite allure of Gu Yanqing. Gu Yanqing, the young vice-master of the Danling Pavilion of the Zhantian dynasty, possessed extraordinary talent from a young age, comparable to that of Ling Yi himself, mastering the art of alchemy at merely 17 years of age. She had already attained the rank of a yellow level 9 alchemist. Typically, she veiled her face, yet even so, the Zhantian dynasty speculated about Gu Yanqing's beauty, undoubtedly deeming her a stunning maiden. There were countless legends surrounding Gu Yanqing, and Ling Yi was somewhat familiar with them. However, he could hardly fathom that her beauty could reach such heights. Suddenly, Ling Yi felt a gentle push, jolting him from his reverie. Turning around, he saw Gu Yinan making playful gestures, grinning mischievously. Master Gu, I. Ling Yi was about to explain when he noticed Gu Yinan wearing an expression that seemed to say, "You need not say a word. I am a man too. And I understand." Ling Yi, feeling helpless, followed Gu Yinan to Gu Yanqing's bedside. Upon closer inspection, Ling Yi furrowed his brows. He noticed a faint, ominous black aura enveloping Gu Yanqing's face, relentlessly eroding her vitality. The situation had reached a precarious state. If left unattended any longer, her life could be in grave peril. This sinister aura was unfamiliar, both in sight and in sound, which explained why even the esteemed master of the Danling Pavilion was at a loss. Ling Yi nodded briefly at the esteemed leader Gu Yinan, then closed his eyes to invoke the profound yin-yang chaos technique, commencing the summoning of the recently activated Shinong ruler. Initially, Ling Yi was somewhat unacquainted with the Shinong ruler, yet with each successive invocation, it began to respond. Gradually, a ruler of alternating black and white emerged from his brow, hovering in the air and exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. The Shinong ruler. Such a formidable presence. Gu Yinan retreated continuously, as the entire chamber trembled under the influence of the ruler's essence. Although Gu Yinan was one of the most powerful figures of the Celestial dynasty, he felt insignificantly small before the Shinong ruler, utterly unable to assert control. With a face marked by astonishment and fear, he watched as Ling Yi opened his eyes and grasped the Shinong ruler. It emanated a submissive energy, obedient in Ling Yi's hand, as all traces of its terrifying aura dissipated, akin to a docile puppy. Gu Yinan was rendered completely petrified. Ling Yi directed the black end of the divine farmers towards Gu Yanqing's forehead. Suddenly, the deathly energy within Gu Yanqing, caught off guard, emitted a mournful wail before being drawn into the divine farmers. Subsequently, Ling Yi aimed the white end at Gu Yanqing's forehead. There radiated a gentle, white medicinal aura that gradually permeated Gu Yanqing's body. The physical form ravaged by the deathly energy began to mend at an astonishing pace. Soon, her complexion turned rosy. Her breathing steadied, and even her martial prowess subtly intensified. A melodious sound resonated as Gu Yanqing opened her beautiful eyes. Ling Yi had just retrieved the Shinong scale when he and Gu Yanqing locked eyes in a moment of silent understanding. Ling Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. Waving his hand and chuckling foolishly, "Hello there." Gu Yanqing, lying on the bed, found herself confronted by Ling Yi's lewd expression. Her countenance darkened, and a sudden surge of icy energy erupted from her as she raised her hand and struck towards Ling Yi with a powerful palm. The 9th level of the martial arts body refinement realm. What formidable strength! Ling Yi's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Gu Yanqing possessed such remarkable martial prowess. Truly, she was an exceptional genius of astonishing talent. If he were to endure her full strength, even his current physical form would sustain grave injuries. Gu Yinan, filled with joy upon witnessing her granddaughter awaken, was taken aback when the girl suddenly launched an attack. With Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing positioned perilously close to one another, there was no time to intervene. In a moment of desperation, the divine Shinong materialized on its own, standing protectively before Ling Yi. Ling Yi grasped the Shinong ruler firmly, receiving Gu Yanqing's powerful strike with unwavering resolve. At the 9th level of body refinement, he had already condensed the seed of true energy. This strike, fueled by Gu Yanqing's extraordinary talent, possessed a remarkable force of nearly 6,000 to 7,000 pounds. As Gu Yanqing's palm struck the Shinong ruler, the immense power coursed through Ling Yi's body. Ling Yi felt a tumultuous surge of blood and energy, as if his internal organs had shifted from their rightful places. At that moment, the white section of the Shinong radiated a brilliant light, transmitting a medicinal essence into Ling Yi's body, which almost instantaneously healed his internal injuries. What a remarkable Shinong! Ling Yi marveled at the sight before him. Although the Shinong was not a weapon of combat, it possessed remarkable resilience, along with the unique dual powers of medicinal and toxic properties. Truly astonishing, Gu Yanqing unleashed a full-force strike. Yet the seemingly unremarkable youth from the 4th level of body refinement remained unscathed, leaving her utterly astonished and eager to strike again. "Qinger, hold your hand," exclaimed Gu Yinan, the sect leader, as he swiftly grasped Gu Yanqing's arm. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Gu Yanqing gasped, "Grandfather, what are you doing here? Who is he? Where am I?" Gu Yinan calmed her, explaining the events surrounding her poisoning, and emphasized that it was Ling Yi who had saved her. "Ling Yi is our benefactor," he declared. Understanding dawned upon Gu Yanqing, her fair complexion tinged with a blush as she addressed Ling Yi. "I apologize, benefactor. It was reckless of me." Gu Yinan, filled with gratitude, turned to Ling Yi and proclaimed, "Ninth Prince, your immense kindness shall never be forgotten. Please allow me to pay my respects." With that, he prepared to bow in reverence, causing Ling Yi to swiftly support him. Both Gu Yinan and Gu Yanqing expressed their heartfelt thanks to Ling Yi, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. He then mentioned his desire to borrow an alchemy chamber to utilize the newly acquired body refinement pills to enhance his martial prowess. With a grand gesture, Gu Yinan promptly arranged for an alchemy chamber for Ling Yi's cultivation. As Ling Yi departed, Gu Yanqing gazed at his receding figure. "What do you think of the 9th Prince?" Gu Yinan inquired. "He is quite extraordinary. I have heard that his dantian was destroyed, rendering him a. Yet, his physical prowess is formidable and his aura is powerful. Although his martial arts realm is somewhat lower, he surpasses many warriors of the same level by a considerable margin. And then there is that mysterious ruler," Gu Yanqing pondered, finding Ling Yi to be truly remarkable, not an ordinary individual. Gu Yinan, ever the strategist, cast a deep and contemplative gaze in the direction Ling Yi had taken, his thoughts inscrutable. Ling Yi sat upright in a pill chamber within the Danling Pavilion, with 100 body refining pills and a single crimson flame pill laid out before him. A glimmer of light flashed in Ling Yi's eyes. With these resources, he was confident he could swiftly return to his former martial arts realm. He picked up a body refinement pill and swallowed it. Most of Elway's body refinement pills were of the 4th or 5th grade in the yellow tier, and their quality was not particularly remarkable. However, as soon as Ling Yi ingested the body refinement pill, the divine farmer's ruler in his consciousness quivered slightly, emitting a wave of medicinal essence from its white end. This essence enveloped the ingested pill, purging the impurities and leaving behind an exceptionally pure medicinal potency. Ling Yi, having fully digested this body refining elixir, suddenly opened his eyes, overwhelmed with indescribable delight. He never anticipated that the Shinong scale possessed such remarkable capabilities. The residue from the elixir was entirely eliminated, transforming the mere yellow grade 4 body refining pill directly to approximately yellow grade 7. This was indeed astonishing. The lesser the residue, the higher the quality of the elixir, allowing the martial artist to absorb and digest it with greater speed. Ling Yi picked up another body refinement pill and placed it in his mouth. In just about an hour, he had consumed all 100 body refinement pills. At this moment, his body was brimming with true energy, subtly compressing his dantian. Ling Yi activated the chaotic yin-yang technique, causing the essence energy seed within him to commence its profound circulation. His dantian transformed into a colossal vortex, continually absorbing and digesting the immense reservoir of essence energy within his body. The chaotic yin-yang technique functioned like a primordial beast, exhibiting remarkable efficiency in assimilating the essence energy. Even the energy from 100 body refinement pills was swiftly absorbed into the essence energy seed by Ling Yi. Initially, the energy from the body refinement pills proved somewhat unruly. However, as the chaotic yin-yang technique circulated ceaselessly within him, it subtly inflicted minor damage to Ling Yi's meridians. Fortunately, the Shinong ruler promptly detected this issue, emanating its medicinal power to swiftly heal the slight injuries. After another hour had passed, Ling Yi opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance shone within them. He had ascended to the 6th level of the body refinement realm, leaping directly 2 levels in his cultivation. Ling Yi suppressed the elation swelling within him, and then he grasped the Xian level elixir, the crimson flame pill. The pill exuded a searing aura as Ling Yi swallowed it whole. Pain, heat, a torrent of scorching and formidable medicinal power surged forth, akin to a fire dragon rampaging within Ling Yi's body. Were it an ordinary person, possessing merely the 6th level of body refinement, they would likely succumb to the overwhelming heat of the elixir and perish on the spot. However, Ling Yi, endowed with the divine farmer's physique complemented by the unparalleled technique, the chaotic yin-yang art, and the extraordinary divine farmers, remained unperturbed by the potency of the Xian-level pill. He sat in meditation, his face alternating between crimson and pale. At times contorted in agony, at times relaxed. After several hours, Ling Yi awakened and rose to his feet. He had ascended to the 7th level of body refinement. In less than a day, he had leaped through 3 minor realms. Moreover, at this moment, his true energy flowed freely, faintly radiating a scorching essence. With a punch, he unleashed the chaotic true energy, which erupted in a blaze, extending outward by approximately 3 inches. This externalization of true energy was a technique exclusive to masters of the true element realm. Ling Yi was astonished. Not only had he attained the 4th level of body refinement and acquired the seed of true energy, but he was also able to project true energy at the 7th level of body refinement. Moreover, his strength had astonishingly surpassed 7,000 pounds. The chaotic yin-yang technique truly lived up to its reputation as the art of the celestial Emperor Donghuang Taiyi from the primordial era. It was utterly remarkable. Ling Yi rose from his seat. Having spent an entire day at the Danling Pavilion, it was time for him to depart. Upon leaving the pavilion, Ling Yi intended to bid farewell to Gu Yinan, only to be informed by Shili that both Gu Yinan and Gu Yanqing had already taken their leave long before. Ling Yi departed from the Danling Pavilion, and Shili gazed at him with a look of complexity in her eyes. Though she was unaware of the events that had transpired, she discerned from the conversation between the pavilion master Gu Yinan and Gu Yanqing that they held Ling Yi in high regard, despite being a relatively inconspicuous 9th prince. Having allied with the influential Gu Yinan, no one could afford to underestimate Ling Yi any longer. Ling Yi returned to the residence of the 9th prince, diligently striving to solidify his martial arts realm at the 7th level of body refinement. After several days of unwavering effort, Ling Yi finally attained complete mastery of the 7th level. On this particular day, 2 guards arrived at the imperial palace of the Zhantian dynasty. Although these guards displayed great respect towards Ling Yi, the contempt evident in their eyes did not escape his notice. Ling Yi sat in his seat, a notice clutched in his hand, his expression grave. Qingyu approached with breakfast, noticing Ling Yi's somber demeanor, and inquired, "9th prince, what troubles you?" Ling Yi sighed and spoke. "The empress has summoned several of us princes in the imperial capital, stating that there are important matters to discuss." Qingyu was taken aback and inquired, "Is it regarding the upcoming year-end examination?" Ling Yi shook his head and remarked, "I am uncertain. It does not seem to be the reason." After indulging in a hearty breakfast, Ling Yi, attended by Qingyu, donned his attire meticulously before making his way to the imperial palace of Zhantian. Ling Yi walked directly to the council hall of the Battle Emperor's palace. The council hall was the venue where Emperor Tianxiao managed state affairs. However, it had been many years since Emperor Tianxiao sequestered himself and ceased to make public appearances, transforming the council hall into a space where the Empress and Grand Tutor El convened to deliberate on the matters of the Battle Dynasty. "I have come to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress." As Ling Yi entered the hall, he beheld the Empress gracefully seated at the head of the council chamber, prompting him to perform a respectful bow. Below her, to the left, sat Minister El and other officials in succession. To the right were the 6th prince, 7th prince, and 8th prince. It was said that the 4th prince was also within the imperial capital. However, he was absent today due to his seclusion. "Rise and take a seat to the side," the Empress instructed, her ruby lips parting gently as she addressed Ling Yi. "9th brother, what an imposing presence you have. Must we all wait for you alone?" The 6th prince, Ling Yi, remarked with a tone of mockery upon noticing that the 9th prince was the last to arrive. "Indeed, our 9th brother still considers himself the genius who claimed the first position in last year's bloodline awakening battle. Yet, times have changed," the 7th prince, Ling Hong, chimed in. Echoing the sentiment, Ling Yi refrained from engaging in a verbal dispute as he acutely sensed the peculiar atmosphere of the day, fearing that matters were far from simple. "Enough with the clamor. I have convened you all today for a matter of utmost importance," the Empress declared gravely. "The treasury of the Zhantian dynasty can no longer sustain the military expenses of the Northern Qijiao Legion. It is well known that the Qijiao Legion serves as a garrison against the northern barbarians. Its significance is profound. Should we disband the Qijiao Legion, we risk an invasion by the northern barbarian dynasty, which could spell the end of our nation." The 8th prince, Ling Huang, furrowed his brow upon hearing this and inquired, "How can the treasury be depleted when there have been no significant military conflicts during the years of the Zhantian dynasty? I implore the Empress to question the Minister of Finance thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Minister Heshin immediately rose and knelt, his voice laden with sorrow. Your Majesty, please see the truth. I have dedicated myself to the Zhang dynasty without reservation, never daring to act with partiality. In recent years, the demands from the Fantian dynasty have escalated, and our emperor has not attended to state affairs for many years, leaving me powerless. With that, tears streamed down his face as he wept profusely. Sitting in the foremost position, Grand Minister Liu bore a striking resemblance to Liu Wei, yet appeared even more contemplative. He remarked, "Eighth Prince, your words may be a bit harsh. Minister He, though not without fault, has certainly endured hardships over the years. Your words may indeed chill the hearts of us elder officials." Upon his utterance, the numerous high-ranking officials present knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please see the truth." Ling Huang's heart raced. Was it truly inappropriate to inquire of the Minister of Finance regarding the Treasury estate? Grand Minister Liu smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with himself. All royal members felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Was Grand Minister Liu's influence now so formidable? The Empress, appearing accustomed to such displays, calmed the officials before continuing. "If we wish to preserve the Qijiao Legion, we must provide financial support. However, it remains to be seen who among you would be willing to contribute generously." Silence enveloped the room as all present were devoid of the means necessary. Grand Minister Liu, brushing off his sleeve, calmly stated, "I would be willing to bear the expenses of the Qijiao Legion, but I have a condition. The Liu family serves the nation with utmost dedication. Yet we are weak and beset by those with malicious intent. Therefore, I propose that the Qijiao Legion become a private force of the Liu family. What say you?" "Your Majesty?" "What?" The princes were taken aback, for this was tantamount to a direct affront to the imperial family. After a moment of contemplation, the Empress replied, "It is rare to find such devotion to the nation as that exhibited by Grand Minister Liu. It may not be unwise for the Qijiao Legion to become your private force. Should the northern barbarians invade, it could very well lead to the obliteration of the entire Zhang dynasty." Ling Yi was taken aback, utterly astonished that the Empress would so blatantly support Minister L. How could the Empress, aware of L's insatiable ambition, remain indifferent? Could it be that the two had conspired together from the outset? "Your Majesty, this must not be allowed. The Red Dragon Legion is one of the crucial forces of the Heavenly War dynasty. If it were to fall into Minister L's hands, the ramifications could be dire and unending." Ling Yi's expression changed dramatically as he spoke hastily. "I find the remarks of the Ninth Prince quite displeasing. Throughout my life, I have devoted myself to the glory of the Tianwang dynasty. How could it be that I bring endless calamities?" Liu Taisher snorted coldly, causing the other ministers to tremble. The Empress was equally taken aback by Ling Yi's audacity to challenge her in front of so many witnesses. With a pale complexion, she retorted sharply, "If not for the support of Liu Taisher, would you be able to finance the salaries of the Qijiao army? My esteemed Ninth Prince." The emphasis she placed on the title was laced with scorn, leaving an unspoken question lingering. Could he, a destitute and ineffectual prince, possibly provide such funds? Ling Yi slumped in the chair, embodying the sentiment of a fervent desire to serve his country, yet feeling utterly powerless to effect change. Once again, the yearning for strength within him surged uncontrollably. "Though I lack the means to afford such an expense, I resolutely refuse to allow the Red Flood Legion to be relegated to the status of a personal army for Master L. Even if the Northern Barbarian dynasty mounts a massive invasion from the south, we shall fight to the last man, shedding our final drop of blood." Vowing to resist with unwavering determination, the dignity of the dynasty is at stake. Compromise is utterly out of the question. Ling Yi rose to his feet, speaking with fervor and a sense of righteousness. Within the imperial court, some ministers remained silent, admiring the boldness of the Ninth Prince. Yet a greater number could be heard mocking him. The Empress and Prime Minister Liu's expressions darkened. The Empress, having been publicly rebuked by Ling Yi, looked exceedingly displeased and was about to respond when a resounding voice echoed from outside the council hall, declaring, "Let it be the Ninth Prince who bears this expense. Who dares to act so audaciously within the imperial palace?" The Empress's brows furrowed fiercely as she reprimanded. Just then, before anyone could blink, an elderly man with hair as white as snow appeared. The old man chuckled, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "I have come uninvited, and I hope for your forgiveness, Your Majesty." As the Empress prepared to unleash her wrath upon this audacious figure, her indignation deflated upon recognizing him, and her reprimanding words were swallowed back. "Oh, how could it be? It is indeed an honor for us to have Lord Gu here." The Empress managed to force a smile, her demeanor shifting markedly. This elderly gentleman was none other than Lord Guinan, the master of the Danling Pavilion and one of the most formidable experts in the Zhang dynasty. With a grand flourish of his sleeves, he proclaimed, The ninth prince shall provide financial support to the Qishao Legion. All expenses will be borne entirely by my Danling Pavilion. His words resonated powerfully, striking like thunder above the Zhantian Palace. Prime Minister Liu turned pale. This was tantamount to Danling Pavilion openly supporting the ninth prince. The Danling Pavilion was a force to be reckoned with, its strength rivaling that of the royal family. Lord Gu then turned to Prime Minister Liu and inquired, "Do you have any objections, Prime Minister?" Liu's face shifted through shades of white and green before he finally managed to squeeze out a strained smile, responding, "Not at all. I am immensely grateful that Lord Gu is willing to assist our Zhantian dynasty in overcoming this crisis." Prime Minister Liu, with his extensive network of informants, was well aware that his son had lost a significant quantity of medicinal pills to the ninth prince. It seemed that Lord Gu placed considerable importance on the ninth prince. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Lord Gu would be willing to finance an entire legion for him and publicly declare his allegiance. Was this a dream? Such a thought lingered in the minds of all present. Lord Gu Yinan laughed heartily, exuding an aura that made everyone feel as if they were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, rendering them motionless. He continued, "Since Prime Minister Liu is able to propose conditions, I believe we at Danling Pavilion can also present a few of our own. Could it be that Lord Gu intended to transform the Qishao Legion into his private army?" This question echoed in the minds of all, including Ling Yi. The Empress's face bore a hint of awkwardness as she replied, Of course. Lord Gu Yinan stated calmly, "It is quite simple, really. I hope that the Zhantian dynasty can grant the ninth prince access to the Kangwu Pavilion. What do you all think?" "What? Access to the Kangwu Pavilion?" The Kangwu Pavilion serves as the supreme repository of martial arts techniques within the Zhantian dynasty, where only the top 3 participants of the year-end grand competition are granted the privilege to enter and select a martial art technique. In his youth, Ling Yi had never attained a commendable position in the year-end competition. However, in last year's year-end contest, Ling Yi's ancestral bloodline erupted with formidable strength, enabling him to secure the first place. Nevertheless, on that occasion, Ling Yi chose a 9th-tier yellow-level battle technique, yet he found himself lacking in martial skills and techniques. Ling Yi is unlike other princes. He possesses the formidable support of his family, ensuring that he lacks nothing in martial skills and techniques. Presently, he is endowed with the extraordinary chaos in yang technique. If he could gain entry to the and select a martial art, it would be nothing short of perfection. Contemplating this, Ling Yi cast a glance at Master Gu Yinan, sensing that the old man seemed to have considered everything on his behalf. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. After a considerable pause, the Empress slowly nodded, her voice slightly hoarse as she declared, "Very well, I consent." No one dared to voice any opposition. Perhaps this is the essence of power. Ling Yi unconsciously clenched his fists. Outside the Kangwu Pavilion, Gu Yinan paused, allowing Ling Yi to enter and select his martial arts techniques on his own. Ling Yi cast a grateful glance at Gu Yinan before striding confidently into the Gu Yinan. The master of the stroked his grizzled beard, and in an instant, his figure vanished within the confines of the palace. It was vast, comparable in size to a grand hall. Each bookshelf was laden with numerous martial arts techniques and methods. Indeed, the mastery of these techniques requires discernment. A formidable martial art is not solely defined by its rank. For instance, if a martial artist who is inherently suited for vigorous techniques were to pursue a softer, more feminine style of a higher rank, the repercussions could be catastrophic, potentially stalling their martial progression indefinitely. Ling Yi took out several books and flipped through them. The Iron Sand Palm, a 6th-grade technique of the Huang level, embodies utmost yang and rigidity, possessing unparalleled might. Lingbo's Delicate Steps, a 7th-tier technique of the yellow level, embody a feminine water attribute with a silhouette that flows like waves. Ling Yi browsed through the collection for nearly an hour, yet found no book that suited him. Suddenly, he noticed a dusty manual of martial arts tucked away in a corner, and a flicker of curiosity sparked within him. Ling Yi strode forward with purpose, picking up the tome of martial arts, and with a forceful breath, sent dust swirling into the air. The Vajra Measuring Rod Technique. Measuring Rod Technique? Ling Yi felt a stirring within as he opened the ancient text of the King Kong Ruler Technique. In an instant, he found himself transported to an entirely different realm. The King Kong Ruler Technique was a fragmentary manuscript, and what Ling Yi held in his hands was merely 1/3 of the original work. Yet, even this third was considered a profound grade, 1st-tier technique. The King Kong Ruler Technique is a martial art associated with the Buddhist school, emphasizing utmost masculinity and rigidity. Once unleashed, it demonstrates unparalleled might. In Ling Yi's hands lies this tome, containing merely 3 techniques. Mastering the first technique would enhance one's strength by 50%. Perfecting the second technique would double one's strength. Attaining mastery of the third technique would amplify one's strength by 1.5 times. How astonishing! Ling Yi closed the diamond ruler technique, feeling a surge of emotions. Merely mastering the first form could augment his strength by half. After entering the 7th level of body refinement, he possessed an impressive force of 7,000 pounds. Should he employ the first form of the diamond ruler technique, his strength would surpass a staggering 10,000 pounds. One must ponder which body refinement warrior could possibly withstand the might of his single foot. At this moment, Ling Yi finally comprehended the arduous nature of mastering the diamond cudgel technique. The most challenging aspect of this technique lies in its pursuit of ultimate power, demanding that one channels all bodily strength into a single, explosive strike. Such a method places an immense burden on the body, and typically, practitioners of body refinement possess neither the tenacity nor the resilience required for such exertion. Even if one's physique can endure, it may lead to injury and, over time, result in permanent disability. Furthermore, within this martial art, the cudgel technique is particularly esoteric. Even if one successfully masters the diamond cudgel technique, finding a suitable weapon proves to be a daunting task. However, for Ling Yi, these challenges were insignificant. This is because he first underwent transformation through the Shinong process, acquiring the Shinong physique, and subsequently practiced the chaotic yin-yang technique, rendering his physical condition exponentially superior to that of an average body refinement practitioner. Additionally, he possessed the unparalleled divine weapon gifted by Shinong himself, the Shinong cudgel. With this thought, Ling Yi couldn't help but smile, disregarding the dust on the diamond cudgel technique as he tucked it into his embrace. Ling Yi exited the Kanwu pavilion and registered the martial arts techniques he had borrowed at the reception desk. "Here, what have you borrowed? Allow me to have a look," came the voice of the Empress from behind Ling Yi. Ling Yi furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of helplessness as she handed the Vajra ruler technique to the Empress. The Empress glanced at it, momentarily taken aback, and then her smile blossomed like a flower as she remarked, "Ninth Prince, do you still consider yourself the prodigy of the ancestral warrior bloodline? How can you dare to practice such a fierce martial art? Are you not concerned about harming yourself?" Ling Yi was already aware that, given the Empress's temperament, a scathing mockery was inevitable. At that moment, he slightly shrugged and remarked, having reached this point, "How much worse could it possibly get? It is better to take a leap of faith." The attendants surrounding the Empress displayed expressions of disdain, as expected, for the thoughts of a worthless individual diverged from that of ordinary folk. The Empress handed the Vajra ruler to Ling Yi, who accepted it with care. The Empress continued, "The Ninth Prince possesses quite the cunning. He has managed to win over the Danling Pavilion." Ling Yi remained noncommittal, addressing the Empress with courtesy, "If your Majesty has no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." With that, Ling Yi turned to depart. The Empress observed his retreating figure, her expression darkening. This Ninth Prince, now supported by the Danling Pavilion, is likely to become a source of trouble. Upon returning to the Ninth Prince's residence, Ling Yi immediately instructed Qinger. For the next 10 days, leading up to the year-end examination, he would be entering seclusion, ensuring that no disturbances would interrupt his focus. Ling Yi entered the practice room within the mansion and promptly retrieved the diamond ring technique. Ling Yi called out within the sea of consciousness, and with a flash of radiant light from his hand, a ruler, adorned in contrasting shades of black and white, materialized before him. Has it elongated? Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, as if with his cultivation advancing from the 4th to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. The Shinong had also elongated from approximately 1 foot to 2 feet. As a weapon, it became even more adept in his hands. However, mastering the diamond ring technique proved to be exceedingly challenging. Ling Yi's inner vital energy seed began to circulate, and upon reaching the 7th level of the body refinement realm, the seed expanded significantly, resulting in a notable increase in his vital energy. The chaotic vital energy flowed through his arms as Ling Yi continuously compressed the vital energy. The first stance of the diamond ruler technique. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi wielded the Shinong, its motion swift and precise as he brought it down in a decisive strike. Suddenly, his vital energy surged uncontrollably, erupting violently within his body. Ling Yi let out a muffled grunt. He had not fully executed the first move and staggered back a few steps, barely managing to support himself against the wall to avoid falling. A trickle of fresh blood escaped from Ling Yi's lips. The Shinong ruler, a white object, emitted a faint glow that surged into Ling Yi's body. The white medicinal energy swiftly healed Ling Yi's internal injuries. Once more, Ling Yi exclaimed with excitement. 10 days later, Ling Yi emerged from seclusion. Ling Yi was filled with excitement. After 10 days of arduous effort, he had finally mastered the first form of the diamond rod technique. However, it was unfortunate that he struggled for a considerable time without success in mastering the second form. If the creator of the diamond rod technique were to learn of this, it would surely astonish him greatly. The difficulty of cultivating the diamond rod technique is indeed exceedingly formidable. It is truly astonishing that Ling Yi could master the first form within a mere 10 days. Such an accomplishment can be attributed to two factors. Firstly, Ling Yi possesses exceptional talent and insight, living up to his reputation as a genius. Secondly, the Shennong ruler can promptly heal the hidden injuries Ling Yi sustained during his training. With only a few days remaining until the year-end grand competition, Ling Yi contemplated the need to prepare several items. The year-end grand competition consists of 3 rounds of contests, assessing the scions of all prestigious families in the imperial capital from various angles. Given its extensive duration and numerous sessions, it can be regarded as a protracted battle. Ling Yi needed to prepare elixirs for restoring his vital energy and for healing injuries. The other princes, backed by the powerful influence of their maternal families, naturally did not need to prepare these basic elixirs themselves. However, Ling Yi was different. He had to rely solely on his own efforts. The limited time available made it impractical for him to learn the art of alchemy by himself. Therefore, Ling Yi resolved to visit the Danling Pavilion to concoct high-quality body-refining elixirs, which he would then sell to acquire the financial means necessary to purchase the essential elixirs. Ling Yi once again stepped into the Danling Pavilion of the imperial city of Zhantian. All eyes were cast upon him with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Ever since Ling Yi successfully concocted the 9th-grade yellow-level body-refining pill, garnering the attention of Gu Yinan, no alchemist dared to mock him again. Even the elegant attendant, responsible for hosting, found herself blushing slightly at the sight of Ling Yi's handsome visage. Ling Yi observed everything with keen awareness, yet remained indifferent. For he understood that only by becoming increasingly formidable could he earn the respect of others. Upon entering a meticulously arranged alchemy chamber, Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, for it was filled to the brim with over 1,000 materials for body-refining elixirs. Half of the room was completely packed. Ling Yi took a deep breath and immersed himself in the grand endeavor of alchemy. This time, due to the vast quantity, his concoction was not as obsessively focused on the ultimate compression of medicinal potency as before. An hour passed, then 10 hours, and finally, a day. Ling Yi had spent a full 5 days in the alchemy chamber without a moment's respite. Yet, he felt no fatigue whatsoever, completely engrossed in the art of alchemy. Ling Yi maintained an intense focus, meticulously controlling the potency of each potion. He harnessed his chaotic true energy to regulate the flames of the alchemical furnace. Whenever his true energy was depleted, he would restore it by consuming the body-refining pills he had crafted with the Shennong ruler. After 5 days, aside from the pills he had personally consumed, he had produced over 150 body-refining pills. The majority were of remarkable quality, predominantly at the 9th and 8th ranks of the yellow grade. For Ling Yi, these 5 days were not in vain. The continuous application of true energy led to a slight enhancement in his martial arts realm. Although he had yet to break through to the 8th level of body refinement, he sensed that the bottleneck was loosening, and he was not far from achieving the 8th level. Ling Yipting, disheveled and unkempt, emerged from the alchemy chamber and made his way to the Danling Pavilion's grand hall. Upon seeing the once spirited and handsome 9th prince transformed into a vagabond, Xiaoli couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ling Yi remained utterly indifferent to all of this. Observing the numerous warriors and alchemists traversing the Danling Pavilion, he bellowed, "Come one, come all. High-quality body-refining pills for sale. Don't miss out as you pass by." The Danling Pavilion in the imperial capital was vast, bustling with a throng of people. Ling Yi's voice resonated like a thunderclap on a clear day, causing nearly everyone to turn their gaze towards him. Ling Yi poured out the meticulously prepared elixirs from the exquisite jade bottles for all to behold. Indeed, this was a body-refining pill, an 8th-grade pill of the yellow tier. 8th grade? What? I also possess a considerable quantity of 9th-grade body-refining pills. Your Highness, the 9th prince. How many elixirs have you concocted during your 5 days in the alchemy chamber? Ling Yi smiled faintly, refraining from answering the question. The onlookers grew increasingly restless. 9th prince, how many crystal stones is this 8th-grade body-refining pill worth? Ling Yi smiled faintly and remarked, 100 lower-grade crystal stones for 8th-grade body-refining pills. and 300 lower-grade crystal stones for 9-grade body refining pills. The universally accepted currency among martial artists is primarily crystal stones, which are categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Crystal stones are imbued with a significant amount of natural spiritual energy, serving not only as a medium for trade, but also as a resource for various spiritual artifacts. Such low prices? The Danling Pavilion's pills of the same quality are 50% more expensive. Your Highness the Ninth Prince, I would like 8 9-grade body refining pills. Unable to contain their excitement, some individuals immediately decided to make a purchase. As one person took the lead, the voices of the Danling Pavilion's patrons grew increasingly numerous and fervent. Ninth Prince, I want 10. Ninth Prince, I too. Initially, there were those who hesitated, observing the frenzy around them as others clamored to seize the opportunity, fearing that they might miss out on such reasonably priced and high-quality pills. Ling Yi smiled broadly, continuously gathering the shimmering crystals. The sparkling gems flowed into Ling Yi's hands like a cascading stream. No wonder capable alchemists are revered by various factions wherever they go. Indeed, many powerful alchemists can be said to possess wealth rivaling that of nations. Ling Yi contemplated inwardly, oh, isn't this the ninth brother? How has he taken up the life of a street vendor? And his business appears to be thriving? A voice of derision echoed forth. Ling Yi's expression shifted suddenly. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself face to face with the seventh prince, Ling Hong. Ling Hong visited Danling Pavilion today, intending to procure some elixirs required for the upcoming year-end competition. Ling Hong is approximately half a year older than Ling Yi and has just recently broken through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Though his cultivation remains somewhat unstable, he is the biological brother of the 4th prince, having been born of the same parents, and thus has always looked up to the 4th prince while harboring deep resentment towards Ling Yi, with the 4th prince currently in seclusion. Compounded by Ling Yi's imposing presence in the council chamber, his feelings of aversion have intensified. Today, upon arriving at the Danling Pavilion and witnessing Ling Yi selling medicinal pills, he approached to observe the situation. Upon the arrival of the 7th prince, the crowd hurriedly parted, making way for him. Ling Hong, with an air of superiority, arrogantly picked up a body refinement pill and examined it carelessly. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Ling Yi, what grade of body refinement pill is this? Although Ling Hong possesses a rudimentary understanding of alchemy, he cannot be regarded as an actual alchemist. Your Highness the 7th Prince, what you hold is a yellow grade 9 body refining pill. Someone nearby kindly reminded him. Who asked you? Get lost. Ling Hong bellowed, scolding the well-meaning individual. The man appeared aggrieved, yet intimidated by the 7th Prince's formidable reputation, he refrained from speaking further. No wonder Guinan holds Ling Yi in such high esteem. Not only is he capable of concocting yellow grade 9 body refining pills, but he also produces them in such abundance. Ling Hong contemplated, a fervent emotion known as jealousy growing wildly within him. Ling Yi, why not sell everything to me? I overheard at the entrance that you are selling the 8th grade body refinement pills for 100 low-grade spirit stones, and the 9th grade for 300 low-grade spirit stones. How about this? Whatever quantity you have, I shall take it all, and you can offer me a discount of 30%. What do you say? This way. You won't have to waste your time hawking your wares here. Ling Hong wore a haughty expression, feigning a demeanor of benevolence. What? This is utterly excessive. The members of the Danling Pavilion furrowed their brows. With so many people present, it was evident that Ling Yi's elixirs were in short supply and would be sold out in an instant. Ling Hong astonishingly insisted not only on taking full responsibility but also demanded that Ling Yi offer a 30% discount. The crowd buzzed with whispers and speculations. Ling Hong's expression grew cold as he let out a disdainful snort, unleashing the formidable aura of someone who had just entered the 8th level of body refinement. In that instant, no one dared to utter a word. Ling Yi found the situation amusing and was about to speak when he noticed someone approaching. It was a person he recognized, Li Wenji, who had ascended to the position of the official manager after the former manager, Wang, was dismissed by the esteemed Guinan. With a broad smile plastered across his face, Manager Li was acutely aware that his rise to power was solely due to the support of the 9th Prince, who held great significance in the eyes of Guinan. 9th Prince, our Danling Pavilion strictly prohibits the unauthorized sale of body refining pills. How about this? We shall purchase all your body refining pills at a price increased by 10% from your earlier offer. What do you think? Manager Li. What do you mean? Are you trying to undermine me? Upon hearing this, Ling Hong's anger surged forth, and he immediately reprimanded Manager Li. However, wore a faint smile. As the helmsman of the Danling Pavilion in the imperial capital, supported by the esteemed Lord Guinan, he was hardly intimidated by a mere seventh prince. Moreover, he discerned that the seventh prince harbored ill intentions. To maintain his position, he must align himself closely with the ninth prince, who was favored by Lord Guinan. Seventh prince, what do you mean by that? This is merely a transaction, and naturally, the highest bidder prevails, Manager Li replied with poise and dignity. You. Ling Hong was momentarily at a loss for words, but then recalled the formidable power of the Danling Pavilion. He suppressed his rising anger and addressed Ling Yi, saying, Old Ninth, the decision rests with you. Will you give it to our own brothers or to him? So now you recognize him as a brother? Ling Yi rolled her eyes and lightly uttered, Get lost. You insolent wretch. Allow me to educate you on the principles of respect for elders and hierarchy. As your wayward mother seems to have neglected her duty, Ling Hong had just ascended to the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Brimming with confidence and exuding an air of arrogance, he eagerly anticipated achieving a commendable rank this year, yet found himself confronted by the audacity of Ling Yi, this so-called waste, who dared to cast such a disdainful glance in his direction. In that moment, Ling Hong unleashed the full force of his 8th-level martial prowess, conjuring a tempest that swept through the vicinity, causing the onlookers from the Danling Pavilion to stagger and sway. Ling Hong repelled the crowd and swung a fist directly toward Ling Yi's face. Ling Yi observed the unfolding events with an unyielding gaze, remaining utterly still. The onlookers believed that he had been rendered senseless by fear. After all, despite Ling Yi's failure to display his martial prowess, how much ability could one possess when their dantian had been rendered useless? Just as Ling Hong envisioned his colossal fist descending upon Ling Yi's despicable visage, his anticipation grew ever more exhilarating. Suddenly, a black and white striped ruler materialized out of thin air, striking swiftly and mercilessly against Ling Hong's abdomen. Ling Hong felt an overwhelming turmoil in his stomach, unable to restrain himself from bending over. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, and the Shinong ruler came crashing down upon Ling Hong's back. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he fell prostrate on the ground. The immense force struck him, making Ling Hong feel as though every bone in his body had shattered, leaving him utterly devoid of strength. With over 7,000 pounds of strength, combined with the vital energy seed possessed only by those at the 9th level of the body refinement realm and the formidable resilience of the Shinong, Ling Yi's prowess was undeniable. Under such multifaceted influences, even after merely executing 2 moves, Ling Hong, a martial artist at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, fell without the slightest capacity for resistance. Ling Hong collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Ling Yi softly remarked, They always say I am worthless. Yet, there are some who are even less than worthless. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to respond for quite some time. Ling Yi just made his move, possessing only the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Yet, astonishingly, he reduced Ling Hong to a state akin to a beaten dog in merely 2 strikes. Is this truly the legendary 9th prince, said to have had his dantian crippled? Manager Li, here are the remaining medicinal pills. I would appreciate it if you could tally them up. Ling Yi, with an air of nonchalance, spoke up, rousing Manager Li from his reverie. Upon realizing the situation, Manager Li nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. Before long, a large bag of crystal stones was presented. Ling Yi estimated that, combined with his previous sales, he had amassed a total of 10,000 crystal stones over the past 5 days. Furthermore, he had some 9th-grade body refining pills of the yellow tier, which he chose to keep for his own cultivation. 10,000 crystal stones. What an immense fortune. For an ordinary family in the imperial capital, the annual expenditure for basic necessities rarely exceeds a single low-grade crystal stone. Ling Yi bore 10,000 crystal stones upon his shoulder, striding purposefully out of the Danling Pavilion. Ling Yi stepped over Ling Hong without even glancing at him. Ling Hong bore injuries and, overwhelmed by Ling Yi's anger, felt a surge of pent-up emotions that led him to spit out blood and faint. Manager Li, feeling helpless due to the incident occurring at the Danling Pavilion, had no choice but to assist Ling Yi in cleaning up the mess and to inform the 7th prince's residence. In the residence of the 7th prince, a heavily made-up woman adorned in luxurious attire rushed out in haste, her face shifting from anxiety to a cloud of despair upon seeing her unconscious son. This woman was none other than the mother of both the 4th and 7th princes, Lady Li, hailing from the prestigious Li family, renowned in the imperial capital. Her family's influence rivaled that of the esteemed Lu family. Oh, my son, woe is me. That wild child Ling Yi has been so ruthless as to leave you in this state. Lady Li cried out, her lament echoing with sorrow. I must seek the Empress and the Emperor. Ling Yi must be severely punished. With determination, she rose to head towards the palace. However, a large hand rested on her shoulder, halting her. It belonged to a dignified middle-aged man, exuding an extraordinary presence, Li Yuan, the head of the Li family. Sister, do not act recklessly. With only a few days until the year-end examinations, both the Empress and the Emperor are preoccupied with preparations for this significant event. If you stir up trouble, it may bring misfortune upon us. Moreover, you must understand that our Emperor tends to turn a blind eye to the conflicts among princes. At most, there will be mere corporal punishment. Is this what you wish to see? Li Yuan, far calmer than Lady Li, offered a thoughtful analysis. What shall we do then, brother? Shall we just let this go? Lady Li exclaimed in frustration. When Huang has fully absorbed the bloodline of the war ancestor and emerges, he will surely soar to great heights. When the year-end competition arrives, we shall reclaim everything from the ninth prince with interest. We must wait until Huang emerges before taking action, lest we alert the enemy. Li Yuan replied. And what of Huang's condition? Will it be impacted? With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, Li Yuan laughed heartily. Fear not, fear not. His injuries are not severe. With the resources of our Li family, he will be restored in a matter of hours. Lady Li ceased her weeping, casting a fierce glare at the seemingly lifeless seventh prince. Ling Yi, I vow to see you utterly destroyed. Her expression was venomous, a sight of sheer terror. Ling Yi returned to the ninth prince's residence, his spirits soaring. In the ensuing days, he practiced the second style of the Vajra staff technique while procuring some foundational elixirs from the Danling Pavilion. As the month drew to a close, the highly anticipated year-end grand competition commenced. On this day, the entire capital was abuzz with excitement. This annual event is the most significant occasion of the year, a testament to the might of a nation as reflected in the prowess of its young generation. The year-end grand competition serves as the paramount occasion to assess the strength of the younger members of the esteemed families within the capital. It was rumored that the fourth prince emerged from seclusion yesterday, his aura soaring to the heavens, having reached a terrifying level of martial prowess. What of you? The young master of the Danling Pavilion, Gu Yanqing, has not been seen for days, and it is said her strength has surged. Her innate talent is exceedingly formidable, rivaling that of the first prince of Ur. The El and Li families have also produced several formidable warriors. This year-end grand competition promises to be a spectacle. What do you think the ninth prince, Ling Yi, will achieve? That waste, with his dantian ruined, what waves can he possibly stir? No. It is said that just days ago, the ninth prince defeated the seventh prince in 2 moves. The seventh prince is a martial genius at the 8th level of body refinement. The citizens of the capital were abuzz, discussing the prominent figures of the Battle Heaven dynasty. The ceremony to commence the year-end grand competition was primarily arranged at a martial arena outside the dynasty. This arena, an amphitheater, featured a central platform encircled by seating capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. To the south of the arena, some seats were arranged with greater luxury, designated specifically for the noble families and the royal family of the capital. Members of the El family, Li family, and other major factions took their seats. The princes were seated according to their rankings from the previous year, flanking a central dragon throne. The concubines and ministers took their places behind the princes. Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived, a eunuch announced with a sharp voice. Several attendants laid out a crimson carpet as a man and woman walked upon it. The man, strikingly handsome with sword-like brows and starry eyes, the middle-aged, emanated an imposing presence, draped in 9 golden dragons with 5 claws. He commanded attention and exuded an air of superiority. This was none other than the most powerful figure of the Battle Heaven dynasty, Emperor Tianxiao. The Empress, today adorned with extraordinary elegance, wore a phoenix robe and a crown embellished with 9 pearl phoenix feathers, her ears adorned with colorful agate, and her chest graced with imperial green jade. The pearls glimmered with opulence, radiating an aura of nobility. We humbly welcome your Majesty and the Empress. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Empress. Everyone rose, kneeling and proclaiming loudly. Emperor Tianxiao and the Empress took their seats upon the dragon throne. The Emperor lazily waved his hand and said, "Please rise and be seated." As all took their seats, the sole individual who remained seated, rather than kneeling, was Gu Yinan, the esteemed head of the Danling Pavilion. In an instant, the sounds of snoring filled the air. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the old rascal, Gu Yinan, lay there drooling, deep in slumber. Emperor Tianxiao couldn't help but smile softly, inwardly acknowledging the old fellow, yet refraining from reprimanding him. Emperor Tianxiao surveyed the assembly and spoke with a jovial tone. Esteemed ministers, I appreciate your hard work during my recent seclusion, particularly you, Grand Tutor L, whose contributions have been invaluable. Grand Tutor L straightened his expression and declared in a resonant voice, "This old minister has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the realm, unyielding in the face of physical exhaustion." The emperor nodded slightly, concealing his true feelings. Yet, the prolonged seclusion had left uncertainties regarding the emperor's successful advancement in martial prowess. A frown creased Emperor Tianxiao's brow as he mused, "This fellow is probing into my affairs." He then shifted the conversation, adopting a more serious demeanor. "I have heard that recently, the Empress and the Assembly deliberated on matters concerning the Qijiao Legion, with Grand Tutor L assuming full responsibility for its expenses. However, he proposed that the Legion be placed under his personal ownership. Is this true?" His tone was icy, emanating authority without overt anger. The Empress gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." On that day, at that moment, the Emperor cast a glance at her, silencing her words. Grand Tutor L observed the Emperor intently, reflecting, "Truly, he is the Emperor. It seems there are many eyes and ears in the court." Yet, with his current strength, he had no reason to fear Ling Tianxiao. With newfound resolve, Grand Tutor L stood tall and stated, "My assumption of the Legion's expenses is purely for the sake of our beloved realm. As for my request for the Legion to be under my name, it arises from my years of dedication to the Dantian dynasty, having offended many along the way. It is a matter of my personal safety. Should I fall, it could lead to instability within the court." A palpable tension filled the air, as all present sensed the underlying rivalry between the emperor and his ministers. Grand Tutor L then offered a slight smile. "Moreover, has not the ninth prince already taken on the expenses of the Qijiao Legion with assistance from the Danling Pavilion? He has also proposed to the Empress the initiation of the Qinggong Pavilion, a truly formidable youth. Congratulations, Your Majesty." Ling Yi's gaze sharpened as he regarded the Duke LV. Only the esteemed Master Gu Yinan shifted his position, continuing his deep slumber. Emperor Tianxiao nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further with Duke LV, and turned to Ling Yi, stating, "Your Highness, in this matter, you have demonstrated exceptional courage and loyalty to the crown, which is commendable. My son, what reward do you desire?" Ling Yi rose and bowed respectfully, stating, "I only hope that the Imperial Household Department continues to provide me with the elixirs that a prince is entitled to." "What?" Everyone was taken aback, bewildered by the implications of his words. The Empress was equally startled, her complexion paling as she anxiously gazed at Emperor Tianxiao. Emperor Tianxiao was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "The distribution of offerings to the prince is an imperial decree. Who has given the Imperial Household Department such audacity?" Ling Yi remained silent, directing his gaze towards the Empress. The Empress, in a flurry, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, allow me to explain. On that day, the Empress herself declared that I have become a useless being, unworthy of wasting the elixir." Ling Yi interrupted her, proclaiming loudly, "Enough. This matter is understood. The ninth prince shall receive the tribute, and none shall obstruct this." The Tianxiao Emperor spoke sternly. The Empress trembled in fear, lowering her head and replying, "As you command. Your Majesty, I admit my fault." A glimmer of resentment flickered in her eyes, her hatred for Ling Yi profound. The Tianxiao Emperor rose, taking his place on the main platform, his voice resonating deeply as he declared, "I announce that the year-end grand competition of the Dantian dynasty officially commences. May the Dantian dynasty thrive in martial prowess." His voice boomed like rolling thunder, echoing across the Dantian martial arena, a sound that, though not loud, reached every ear distinctly, showcasing the emperor's formidable power. Master L's pupils contracted, his expression darkening. "Your Majesty is valiant. May you reign for eternity. May the Dantian dynasty flourish in martial strength." A chorus of tens of thousands rose in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, dispersing the clouds above. The year-end examination commenced with the first round being a test of strength. In martial combat, various factors come into play: strength, speed, technique, and experience. Yet, it is universally acknowledged that strength reigns as the most critical element, especially in the Dantian dynasty, where the mighty are revered. On the arena, 10 bronze cauldrons were arranged, each larger than the last, the final one towering as high as a floor. The first cauldron weighed 500 pounds, the second 1,000, and the last an astonishing 5,000 pounds. The cauldron symbolizes supremacy. In ancient myth, Emperor Yu quelled the floods, vanquished the Dragon King, and forged the Yu cauldron to bring order to the realms. Thus, the cauldron became a symbol of power and royalty. The first contestant was a young girl, approximately 11 or 12 years of age. She was exquisitely beautiful, her features delicate and endearing, radiating an aura of vitality. This must be the sixth princess, Ling Yi. Who would have thought she has grown so much? It is said her talents are extraordinary at the tender age of 10. She entered the first stage of body refinement and has now advanced to the second stage. Li Yuan remarked appreciatively, his words filled with admiration. Ling Yi gently blew on her small hand and approached the second bronze cauldron, which weighed a staggering 1,000 pounds. Ling Yi, with her petite frame, nestled beneath the grand cauldron. Taking a deep breath, her cheeks flushed crimson. Channeling her energy into her dantian, she exerted a sudden force. The bronze cauldron gradually lifted off the ground, ultimately raised by Ling Yi, who steadied her stance. After enduring several breaths, she hurled the bronze cauldron, which soared 10 meters before landing with a resounding crash. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ling Yi, though still youthful and merely having just entered the second realm of body refinement, astonishingly possesses the strength to lift a bronze cauldron weighing 1,000 pounds, showcasing extraordinary talent. Li Fei covered her mouth, letting out a delightful giggle, and addressed Emperor Tianxiao, saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your prodigious gifts will surely bless the Zhantian dynasty." Emperor Tianxiao nodded in satisfaction, his expression radiating approval. The second to take the stage was the fifth princess, Ling Yi, who was a year elder than the sixth princess and had ascended to a higher cultivation level, having just entered the third realm of body refinement. In theory, a proficient martial artist who has perfected the first realm of body refinement would possess a strength of 500 pounds. However, it is exceedingly rare for a novice in the first realm of body refinement to achieve such power. Naturally, due to differing bloodline endowments, each martial artist's circumstances vary. For instance, Ling Yi stands as a notable exception. Ling Yi lifted a bronze tripod weighing 1,000 caddies and cast it 10 meters away. However, she ultimately could not raise the bronze tripod weighing 1,500 caddies. Ling Yi felt a tinge of disappointment, for she was a year older than Ling Yi. Although she had lifted a bronze cauldron weighing 1,000 pounds and had thrown it farther than Ling Yi, the overall assessment still favored Ling Yi as the more exceptional one. The third to make her appearance was Lu Yun. Lu Yun remained as enchanting as ever, her garments flowing gracefully, descending into the arena like a celestial maiden. She cast a radiant smile towards the main stand, her dazzling and alluring grin captivating the onlookers, leaving them in a trance. Even the seventh prince could not help but drool, his gaze ablaze with desire. Were it not for the knowledge that Lu Yun was the beloved of his elder brother, the fourth prince Ling Huang, he might have succumbed to the impulse of claiming her for himself. Noticing the infatuated stares directed her way, Lu Yun cast a triumphant glance at Ling Yi. Ling Yi remained unmoved. Lu Yun approached the ninth bronze cauldron, and a collective gasp arose from the crowd, weighing 4,500 pounds. This cauldron could only be lifted by a martial artist at the pinnacle of the ninth level of body refinement. Lu Yun took a deep breath. Her martial prowess steadily ascending. She advanced from the first to the eighth level of body refinement before pausing at its peak, surveying the astonished expressions around her. She felt a surge of pride. Over the past month, she had devoted herself to rigorous training alongside the fourth prince, utilizing abundant resources from the Lu family and the prince, which had significantly enhanced her cultivation, bringing her to the zenith of the eighth level. Just one step shy of breaking into the ninth level of body refinement. With graceful poise, Lu Yun slowly crouched down, grasping the 2 feet of the grand cauldron. "Lift," she commanded with a delicate yet commanding voice. The 4,500 pounds of bronze cauldron gradually ascended from the ground, firmly raised by Lu Yun. "Strike," she ordered, sending the cauldron crashing down, creating 3 substantial craters upon impact. 10 meters. An official recorded, his expression tinged with excitement. "Who is this?" inquired Emperor Tianxiao. "Reporting to Your Majesty, this is Lu Taishi's daughter, Lu Yun, of extraordinary talent," Lady Li explained enthusiastically from the side. "Congratulations, Lu Taishi. Your esteemed daughter possesses remarkable strength. The Lu family is indeed fortunate." Various ministers congratulated Lu Taishi in unison. Lu Taishi stroked his beard, visibly pleased. However, Emperor Tianxiao's brow furrowed deeply. As Lu Yun approached the main viewing platform, she passed by Ling Yi and remarked softly, "Ninth Prince, I advise you to concede early. This occasion is not one for you to partake in. Why must you become a laughingstock for others?" Her voice was barely audible, meant for Ling Yi's ears alone. Ling Yi gazed at Lu Yun, recognizing that his current state was entirely attributable to this woman. "Miss Lu, although you possess considerable talent, there are far too many individuals in this world who surpass you. The higher you are held, the more devastating the fall," Ling Yi remarked. "Humph, some ascend ever higher. and the chasm between us is as vast as that between heaven and earth. Do you not understand? Lu Yin retorted scornfully. Soon, it was Ling Yi's turn to take the stage. He deliberately avoided the presence of the irritating woman, striding directly toward the center of the training arena. As Ling Yi took the stage, the audience erupted in a frenzy. After all, the ninth prince was exceedingly renowned, a prodigy of the war ancestor bloodline. He had claimed first place last year. Yet this year, he had plummeted from grace, his dantian destroyed, his bloodline extinguished. And rumors suggested he had become a mere shell of his former self. Ling Yi slowly approached the first bronze cauldron, which weighed 500 pounds. A collective sigh of admiration arose from the crowd. At merely 11 years of age, Ling Yi boldly commenced her challenge with the second cauldron. Leaving Ling Yi's choice of the first one subject to disdainful scrutiny, Ling Yi extended his right hand, resting it beneath the 500-pound cauldron, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a subtle lift of his forearm, the 500-pound cauldron soared into the air, ascending higher and higher, eventually leaping several dozen meters. At that moment, Ling Yi's body flickered, and he reached the side of the 1,000-pound cauldron. With a swift kick, the 1,000-pound cauldron descended upon Ling Yi's head, which he caught with unwavering steadiness. Subsequently, the 1,000-pound cauldron settled down with a resounding clang, resting atop the 2,000-pound cauldron, yet Ling Yi stood immovable. With a sweeping motion of his arms, Ling Yi effortlessly lifted a colossal bronze cauldron weighing 1,500 jin into the air. The onlookers were momentarily dazzled, only to find Ling Yi standing beside a third cauldron of the same weight. The three cauldrons, 1,500 jin, 1,000 jin, and 500 jin, were artfully arranged in a precarious stack, held aloft with unwavering steadiness by Ling Yi. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward a fourth cauldron, one that weighed 2,000 jin. What could Ling Yi possibly be attempting? The seventh prince, Ling Hong, suddenly rose, disbelief etched across his face. The fourth prince's pupils constricted, astonished by the impossibility of the feat, just as everyone struggled to accept the reality before their eyes. Ling Yi had already stacked and lifted the first through fifth cauldrons in a magnificent display. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, each person holding their breath in awe. What an astonishing weight! A staggering total of 7,500 jin. Ling Yi's footsteps grew heavy, sinking into the earth as his breath quickened. The explosive power of his martial cultivation, at the pinnacle of the seventh level of body refinement, summoned forth the swirling tempest. Ling Yi Dan's dantian was filled with a whirlwind of vital energy, continuously supplying him with an inexhaustible source of power. The heavenly Howl Emperor suddenly rose, his piercing gaze fixed upon Ling Yi, while the esteemed Guian Nan, the master of the pavilion, awakened at some unknown moment, observing Ling Yi with keen interest. Ling Yi slowly approached the sixth great cauldron. It's impossible. He cannot possibly lift the sixth cauldron as well. Lu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured to herself, repeatedly pinching her own skin as if struggling to accept the reality before her. Gu Yanqing gazed upon the formidable Ling Yi in the arena, her delicate lips parting as she exclaimed, "This divine power! The ninth prince is truly a celestial being." With each step that Ling Yi takes, a footprint materializes. This weight is indeed the utmost limit of his physical prowess. Were it not for the ceaseless influx of medicinal power from the Shinong scale, he would surely be on the verge of internal injury at this moment. Surrender? Absolutely not. A glimmer of madness flickered in Ling Yi's eyes. Under the immense weight pressing down, he felt a surge of pressure in his dantian, which then expanded wildly. He had broken through to the 8th level of body refinement. Ling Yi's eyes sparkled with ecstasy as the formidable aura of the 8th level erupted with tremendous force, stirring up a tempestuous wind. What? The 8th level of body refinement? Could it be that he had concealed his true strength? This is inconceivable. Lu Yun gazed in astonishment at Ling Yi on the stage. Ling Yi approached the 6th grand cauldron, taking a deep breath. Vajra ruler technique. Ling Yi roared inwardly, silently channeling the power of the Vajra ruler technique, propelling the 5 colossal cauldrons high into the air. Subsequently, Ling Yi raised his hands, lifting the 6th cauldron weighing 3,000 pounds. Boom! The 6 great cauldrons descended upon Ling Yi's form. Ling Yi felt a surge of vitality as the white medicinal power of the Shinong scale swiftly restored his condition. 1,500 pounds. With the diamond ring method, Ling Yi had only mastered the first form, enabling him to amplify his strength by half. He understood that 1,500 pounds was already his utmost limit. Ling Yishuang's arms swelled with muscle, as solid as steel. With a sweeping motion, 6 massive cauldrons soared forward. Upon landing, the spectators in the martial arena felt a slight tremor beneath their feet. The 6 cauldrons rolled across the ground, some landing dozens of meters away. while others came to rest just a few meters from where they fell, weighing a staggering 1,500 pounds. The recording official, regaining his composure, erupted in ecstatic shouts. Ha ha ha! Splendid, splendid, splendid! The heavenly Hal Emperor, visibly exhilarated, echoed the sentiment thrice. Even someone of Gu Yan's stature could not help but utter a sound of admiration. Gu Yanqing clapped gently. Such divine strength, even she, and the fabled crown prince, would find themselves vastly outmatched at this level of prowess. Ling Yi indeed did not disappoint her. Rather, she was taken aback in astonishment. The fourth prince remained silent, his countenance pale with anger, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. The divine ninth prince! The divine ninth prince! The crowd in the martial arena went wild, each individual hoarsely shouting in fervent rage. In this moment, all attention converged upon Ling Yi. Ling Yi opened his arms wide, wholeheartedly unleashing his madness and reveling in this unparalleled glory. Ling Yi ascended the podium, only to encounter Yun along the way. A glimmer of vigilance sparkled in Yun's eyes as she remarked, "What tremendous strength you possess, ninth prince. I never anticipated that a worthless individual like you could exude such authority. To have cultivated to the 8th level of body refinement in such a brief span is truly impressive." Ling Yi smiled faintly and remarked, "I owe you my gratitude for all of this." Yun snorted coldly and arrogantly replied, "What does it matter if you possess great strength? It is merely brute force. Though I am uncertain how you managed to recover your cultivation so swiftly despite the destruction of your dantian, you have lost the bloodline of the war ancestor. Even if you are at the same level as I, the 8th stage of body refinement, your combat prowess will undoubtedly be mediocre." Ling Yi scoffed and remarked, "It is merely the bloodline of a battle ancestor. Even if you were to seize it, you would still be no match for me. Arrogant! Humph! You are nothing more than a stubborn duck at death's door. Do not think that your imposing demeanor in this contest of strength makes you formidable. Sheer strength is but a fundamental aspect of martial arts. Countless individuals endowed with extraordinary talents or those who have consumed rare treasures possess strength that far exceeds the ordinary. Yet ultimately, it proves to be nothing more than brute force." Yun's words contained a kernel of truth. The elevation of one's martial arts realm is not solely reliant on brute strength. The higher the realm, the more a martial artist must comprehend. Profound martial techniques demand a practitioner's insight to unlock their intrinsic mysteries. Thus, the notion of innate talent does not merely pertain to the magnitude of a martial artist's strength. Rather, it primarily refers to their capacity for understanding. But could Ling Yi's comprehension truly be lacking? Ling Yi has encountered the primordial deities, the supreme beings of the highest order. His comprehension of martial arts transcends ordinary understanding, placing him on a level far beyond what individuals of their caliber could ever aspire to match. Ling Yi, indifferent to the narrow-mindedness of such a venomous woman, chose to disregard her and ascended to the main platform. Yun observed the retreating figure of Ling Yi, her expression laden with complexity. Had she made a grave mistake in her choice? No, it was merely the overwhelming display of strength that intimidated her. The fourth prince was indeed a prodigy. Yun promptly reaffirmed her convictions. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Yi possessed not only an astonishing strength of over 10,000 pounds, but also an unparalleled mastery in controlling that power, effortlessly maneuvering heavy objects as if they were mere feathers. This level of control was truly formidable. Come here, come here. Let your father take a look," called the Emperor Tianshao, his face beaming with joy as he beckoned Ling Yi forward. Ling Yi stepped forward. The Emperor of Tianshao gazed at Ling Yi's handsome features, and with each glance, he was reminded more and more of the person who haunted his dreams. So similar, increasingly so, the Emperor murmured to himself. The Empress furrowed her brows slightly and gently reminded him, "Your Majesty." The Emperor returned to his senses, his expression a mixture of emotions, and said, "Earth, you have performed exceptionally well. Please take your seat. Once the competition concludes, I shall reward you." Ling Yi bowed and withdrew. The surrounding officials, guards, and eunuchs whispered among themselves, realizing that they could no longer afford to neglect the prince of the ninth. The ninth prince possesses boundless potential. The fourth prince fixed his gaze on Ling Yi, resembling a venomous serpent observing a frog, his malevolent eyes sending chills down one's spine. The fourth prince, Ling Huang, subtly gave Ling Yi a thumbs up. Ling Yi was somewhat perplexed, and then Ling Huang directed a thumbs down gesture, his gaze infused with derision. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, pondering who would ultimately prevail in the contest. As for the seventh prince, Ling Hong, Ling Yi did not even cast a glance in his direction, his heart ablaze with fury at the sensation of being utterly disregarded. Ling Hong steeled himself, Although he lacked the terrifying strength of Ling Yi, he was resolute in his determination not to be outdone by this waste. He resolved to challenge his limits, aiming to astonish everyone with his prowess. The competition continued, and a young man from the Li family took the stage. This youth, known as Li Xiaoyang, was a prodigy from the Li lineage. However, Li Xiaoyang was exceedingly modest, and while the crowd was aware of a remarkable genius emerging from the Li family, they were oblivious to the extent of his abilities. As Li Xiaoyang stepped forward, he moved gracefully among 10 imposing cauldrons, a broad smile revealing his pearly white teeth as he halted before the 10th cauldron. The 10th bronze cauldron weighed an astonishing 5,000 pounds. Its massive form reminiscent of a primordial beast, imposing and formidable. Li Xiaoyang crouched down, extending a single hand to lift it with impressive strength. The 5,000-pound cauldron rose effortlessly from the ground, and with a powerful throw, it soared through the air. 15 meters. The recording official exclaimed. The audience was left in awe by Li Xiaoyang's display, and he remained calm and composed, seemingly possessing more energy to spare. Then, the talented young master of the Danling Pavilion, Gu Yanqing, took to the stage. Gu Yanqing's breathtaking beauty and ethereal demeanor captivated the audience of over 10,000. Like a celestial being, her slender frame concealed an immense reservoir of strength. With a remarkable feat, she propelled the 5,000-pound bronze cauldron an astonishing 20 meters. As time ticked away, the segment of the competition gauging strength yielded a mix of impressive and lackluster performances. Ling Yi is undoubtedly the foremost contender, followed closely by Li Xiaoyang and Gu Yanqing. However, it is evident to all that this year's year-end competition is more thrilling than any previous iteration. With the prodigies of the imperial capital exhibiting remarkable strength, it is now the turn of the 7th prince, Ling Hong, to take the stage. Ling Hong is a person who craves recognition and glory. He possesses considerable talent in the martial arts, yet he cannot be deemed a prodigy. His older brother, Ling Huang, shines too brightly, which compels Ling Hong to seek the spotlight for himself. Ling Hong, having been ruthlessly beaten by Ling Yi, found his injuries completely healed within a mere few days, thanks to the resources and support from the Li family and Li Fei. Moreover, he has even made slight advancements in his abilities. Ling Hong paced back and forth before the 10 bronze tripods, ultimately pausing at the 10th. Given his innate talent and martial prowess, it would have been prudent to challenge the 8th tripod. However, under the pressure exerted by Ling Yi, as well as the presence of Li Xiaoyang and Gu Yanqing, who had also lifted the 5,000-pound bronze tripod, he was unwilling to lag behind. Today, he was determined to impress Emperor Tianxiao. Lady Li, deeply attuned to her son's character, felt an unsettling worry as she observed his actions. Ling Hong gradually crouched down, his hands gripping the 5,000-pound bronze cauldron, channeling strength through his waist. Lift. The massive bronze cauldron swayed slightly. Ling Hong's complexion flushed crimson, his heart steeled with determination. Today, he could not afford to lose face. He summoned the power from his dantian, a formidable surge of vitality coursing through him, causing his veins to bulge visibly. The 500-gene bronze cauldron began to rise gradually. Remarkable. Although Honger was merely at the 8th level of body refining, he could lift a colossal cauldron weighing 5,000 gene. Such strength. Congratulations, Your Majesty, my fortune in battle is indeed profound, exclaimed Consort Li with a hint of pride. Emperor Tianxiao, a figure of great stature, furrowed his brow. He could discern that Ling Hong's challenge of the 5,000 gene cauldron was, in truth, quite beyond his capabilities. Ling Hong gradually lifted the colossal cauldron, raising it more than a meter above the ground. A fleeting glimmer of ecstatic joy flashed in Ling Hong's eyes just as he was about to straighten his back. However, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This was due to the excessive force he exerted. Crack. Boom. Ling Hong could not restrain himself, and the colossal 5,000-pound cauldron crashed down with a thunderous roar. Ling Hong hurriedly evaded, yet he was a moment too late. The colossal 5,000-pound cauldron struck his waist. Ling Hong clutched his waist, wailing in agony as he noticed a large, hardened protrusion, clearly a bone that had been brutally fractured. Imperial physician, quickly bring the 7th prince, cried concubinely, startled by the sudden turn of events. Emperor Tianxiao, equally anxious, bore a countenance laden with concern. Several guards swiftly carried Ling Hong away, while the imperial physician hurried to attend to his injuries. Martial artists, accustomed to the rigors of training, often face injuries or even life-threatening situations. Thus, the imperial physicians of the Zhang-Tian dynasty possess remarkable skills. Ling Hong's injuries, though serious, were not insurmountable. However, As a martial artist of the body refinement realm, particularly one who had yet to condense the essence of true energy below the ninth layer, his strength relied predominantly on the power of his physical form. With a broken waist, it would take several days for him to recover fully, making it impossible for him to participate in the upcoming contests. Despite this setback, the Grand Urine competition was set to continue. One by one, the talented youths from the capital's noble families took to the stage, showcasing their abilities. Some shone brightly, bringing honor to their clans, while others, disheartened by their performances, could only hope to redeem themselves in the subsequent trials. When the fourth prince, Ling Yi, took the stage, he let out a cold chuckle. Extending his hands toward the 10 massive cauldrons, a surge of violent true energy erupted forth. He thrust his palm forward, and the immense true energy howled into a tempest, causing the surrounding judges to stagger and sway. The concentrated force coalesced into a cataclysmic whirlwind that surged toward the cauldrons. They were tossed about like mere pebbles, with the farthest one rolling over 20 meters away. Even the heaviest cauldron, weighing 5,000 pounds, was sent tumbling 10 meters. Ling Yi was a martial artist of the first layer of true essence. Concubine Li rejoiced, and Master L smiled faintly. Emperor Tianxiao's eyes shone with approval. He had not anticipated Ling Yi achieving such mastery in the first layer of true essence. Yet, a hint of battle aura lingered in that energy. Had Ling Yi awakened the bloodline of the battle ancestor? Only Ling Yi scoffed, remarking that while the contest was purportedly about strength, the display of true energy was merely ostentatious, a superficial spectacle intended to impress. As the strength competition concluded, Ling Yi emerged as the clear victor, with the abilities of the true essence realm rendering all comparisons of physical strength moot. Following him was Ling Yi, boasting a strength of 1,500 pounds, and then came Li Shaoyang, Gu Yanqing, and El Yunji. The strength contest was merely the first round. While strength is a crucial aspect for body refinement martial artists, it is not the sole measure of combat prowess. Emperor Tianxiao rose from his seat at the main viewing platform and gestured for silence, instantly quieting the previously boisterous arena. The first round has concluded. Our Zhantian youths are truly exceptional. May the heavens bless our Zhantian dynasty. However, the true highlight of the competition was about to commence. As they prepared to face the practical challenge of hunting exotic beasts in the Donghuang Mountains, even among creatures of the same rank, they are inherently more powerful than the human race. Only those who have engaged in life and death battles can truly be deemed warriors. The Celestial War Dynasty. May martial fortune flourish. With a grand gesture, the Emperor of Heaven proclaimed the commencement of the next round of trials, declaring that the task would be the hunting of otherworldly beasts. Each contender, besides the standard weapons uniformly issued by the Celestial War Dynasty, was forbidden from carrying any additional arms. Each participant would be equipped with a spatial ring, designed to contain the corpses of the slain beasts. These spatial rings are exceedingly precious, often unattainable even by certain princes. Thus, many were elated to receive one from the dynasty, albeit knowing they would eventually be reclaimed. This trial would last for a day and a night, with rules adjusted according to the varying levels of cultivation among the contestants. For instance, should Ling Yi achieve the 8th level of body refinement and hunt a beast of the same rank, his score would significantly surpass that of someone who hunted a 7th level beast. Therefore, the emphasis in this hunt lies not only in the strength and valor of the participants. The contenders were escorted to the vicinity of the vast wilderness mountain range, an expansive area where the Celestial War Dynasty had designated a peripheral section for the hunting of beasts. Being on the outskirts, the creatures here were of lower rank, predominantly. They were of the body refinement level, with few reaching the true essence level. As the trials commenced, the participants entered the vast wilderness mountain range in groups, each equipped with standard weapons of uniform grade provided by the Celestial War Dynasty. Ling Yi selected a long sword and a shield, both of which are the 6th rank in the yellow tier. Ling Yi stepped into the vast expanse of the Donghuang Mountains, where towering and densely packed giant trees obscured the sky, casting an eerie gloom over the range. In addition to this, the Donghuang Mountains were interspersed with waterfalls, rivers, lakes, hills, and forests, each terrain concealing hidden perils, rendering the environment exceedingly treacherous. Ling Yi wandered through the forest, and in the distance, he spotted a wild boar beast at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. This wild boar measured approximately 2 meters in length, its robust frame adorned with a thick layer of fat, while its elongated tusks glimmered with a cold light. Ling Yi cautiously approached. Just as he was about to draw his long blade to slay the wild boar beast, a shadow suddenly leaped forth. Upon closer inspection, Ling Yi realized it was the 8th prince, Ling Yi. Ling Huang wielded a yellow-grade 6th-tier spear, its cold gleam radiating like a fierce dragon emerging from its lair. Bearing its fangs toward the monstrous beast, the wild boar beast sensed the murderous intent and swiftly turned, displaying remarkable agility. Its elongated tusks thrust forward with great force, colliding with the tip of Ling Huang's spear, resulting in a brilliant explosion of sparks. With a furious roar, Ling Huang exclaimed, "Across the 4 seas and 8 desolations." The silver-hued gun swept through the air, transforming into arcs of semicircular projectiles. The wild boar beast stood as a formidable entity at the 6th level of body refinement. However, the inherent physical prowess of beasts far surpasses that of humans. Thus, even a beast at the 6th level of body refinement can contend against a warrior at the 7th level. Only when human martial artists elevate their realms and begin to comprehend various profound principles can they hope to rival beasts of the same level in later stages. The wild boar beast bellowed defiantly at the heavens, showing no fear of Ling Huang's sharp silver spear, and charged relentlessly towards him. The formidable power of the 8th level of the body refinement realm erupted, colliding with the wild boar beast. Ling Huang held his silver spear defensively before his chest, continuously retreating. This wild boar beast possessed no other merits, but its strength was extraordinarily immense. In terms of sheer power, it could rival 6,000 to 7,000 pounds. Not at all inferior to the likes of Gu Yanqing. Relying on his formidable marksmanship, Ling Huang engaged in a fierce struggle against the mindless beast, driving the tip of his spear into the wild boar's back, yet only managing to leave behind faint white streaks. The wild boar, despite its inability to inflict fatal harm upon Ling Huang, exerted such immense force that it caused his blood to surge tumultuously. If this continued, it was feared that Ling Huang would be unable to prevail against the beast. "Aim for its abdomen," Ling Yi interjected from the side, offering his counsel. Ling Huang's cold gaze flickered as he discerned that the wild boar's back was densely covered with an exceptionally thick coat of fur. However, its abdomen was remarkably soft, with few strands of hair to be found. Ling Huang forcefully repelled the wild boar beast with a single thrust of his spear. As the beast prepared to launch another assault, Ling Huang swiftly redirected the spear, lowering his body, and pierced the creature's abdomen with a decisive strike. A piercing and anguished scream echoed through the air, and in an instant, the wild boar beast met its demise. Ninth brother. The 8th Prince Ling Huang felt a pang of guilt, for he had initially seized the wild boar beast from Ling Yi. Yet, in stark contrast, Ling Yi had offered his assistance. This juxtaposition left the 8th Prince feeling somewhat petty and small-minded. Ling Yi, however, remained unfazed and remarked, "Brother Beige need not worry. With your remarkable marksmanship, the 8 Desolation gun is wielded with such mastery that it is truly awe-inspiring. I, your humble junior, hold you in the highest regard." Ling Huang nodded slightly and inquired, "Ninth brother, I have observed your display of formidable strength during the contest of might. Although raw power is not the most potent weapon of a martial artist, it remains a significant force within the realm of physical cultivation. When facing this wild boar beast, you possess a fair chance of victory. Why then do you choose to remain hidden in the shadows? Are you perhaps concerned that you may not prevail against this beast?" Ling Yi had long lost his former prowess, a fact that Ling Huang was well aware of. However, Ling Huang still held great admiration for Ling Yi's innate talent and his unparalleled strength. "Every extraordinary beast possesses vulnerabilities. I am merely observing his weaknesses," Ling Yi stated succinctly. A chill ran through Ling Huang's heart, realizing that it was due to Ling Yi's astute observation of the wild boar beast's vulnerabilities that he could so effortlessly vanquish it. In this regard, Ling Yi demonstrated considerable strategy. However, Ninth brother must also recognize that within the vast expanse of the Kangmang Mountains, low-tier beasts are not abundant. He must be cautious not to squander too much time on observing weaknesses, lest it impede greater affairs in the end. Ling Huang kindly offered a reminder. Ling Yi nodded in agreement, graciously accepting Ling Huang's kindness. Ling Huang cast a doubtful glance at Ling Yi, secretly pondering whether his younger brother, still in his tender years, lacked the audacity and courage, thus exhibiting trepidation in the face of the otherworldly beasts. Yet, upon further reflection, she recalled that Ling Yi had already taken part in the year-end examination and had distinguished himself last year, emerging as the top contender due to his exceptional talent. Thus, there was little need for her to offer additional words of encouragement. Ling Yi and Ling Huang exchanged a few brief words before parting ways. In this region, although the wild boars and other strange creatures were not abundant, they were certainly not scarce. Ling Yi had not ventured far when he encountered a wild boar. This extraordinary beast, having rolled in the mud for years, had developed an exceptionally robust defense. However, its underbelly remained its most vulnerable spot, coupled with its relatively short limbs. This made the protection of its abdomen exceedingly comprehensive. Ling Yi, endowed with exceptional talent, would never squander time engaging in a futile struggle with such a formidable beast. Once he discerned the weaknesses of the wild boar-like creature, in a moment of inspiration, he buried half of his yellow-grade 6th-tier long sword in the ground, concealing it with nearby foliage. Then, with a swift leap, he dashed towards the beast, delivering a powerful punch to its forehead. With a single punch, Ling Yi unleashed a force nearly equivalent to 10,000 pounds, striking the wild boar beast so fiercely that it became dizzy and disoriented. Once it regained its senses and focused on Ling Yi, an overwhelming fury surged within it, prompting the creature to charge at him recklessly. Ling Yi smiled faintly and began to flee. Upon reaching the thicket, she leaped up and soared towards the towering trees. The wild boar, with its relatively short limbs, could not halt its momentum and was compelled to leap over the underbrush. Ling Yi descended from above, landing forcefully upon the back of the wild boar beast. The creature let out a mournful cry as the sharp blade pierced its tender underbelly. Ling Yi placed the corpse of the wild boar beast into his spatial ring and sheathed his long sword. Throughout one morning, he adeptly hunted down 3 wild boar beasts. When no other creatures remained in the vicinity, he began to advance towards the distance. As he traversed a vast forest, he faintly heard the sounds of battle. Holding his breath, he stealthily followed the sound. Upon arrival, he discovered a woman clad in white, as pure as snow, engaged in a fierce struggle against 3 ferocious ape beasts. These ape beasts surpassed the wild boar beasts in strength, possessing a formidable prowess at the 8th level of body refinement. Cunning and astute, they were far from the reckless nature of the wild boar beasts. The 3 apes coordinated their attacks with remarkable synergy, presenting a considerable challenge even to a warrior at the 9th level of body refinement. Yet, the woman faced the trio without a trace of fear. Her swordsmanship was executed with extraordinary finesse, as if it were an extension of her own arm. Demonstrating her mastery at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, single-handedly suppressing the 3 apes, it was none other than Gu Yanqing, the esteemed deputy master of the Danling Pavilion. No wonder she possessed such formidable skills. Ling Yi curled up at the side, observing discreetly. A person and 3 beasts engaged in combat for quite some time, as Gu Yanqing honed her swordsmanship against the 3 ferocious apes. Soon, she became exceedingly familiar with their movements. Ling Xue Divine Dragon Sword. Gu Yanqing's eyes suddenly turned icy, a faint chill emanating from her body. At the 8th level of body refinement, she possessed the seed of true energy. Gu Yanqing was unaware of the fortuitous encounter that granted her an ice attribute true energy. The combination of ice true energy and her strikingly fierce sword techniques unleashed a beam of cold light that split into 3, directly striking the foreheads of the 3 ferocious apes. The apes fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Such a formidable sword technique. Ling Yi was secretly astonished. Gu Yanqing collected the bodies of the 3 ferocious apes, her cold voice resonating. Have you seen enough? If so, come out. Ling Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Logically, he believed his breath was well concealed and expertly hidden, so how could he have been discovered? Upon reflection, he realized that the Danling Pavilion wielded immense power, rivaling even the imperial dynasty of Zhantian. As the vice-master of the Danling Pavilion within the Zhantian imperial dynasty, Gu Yanqing must undoubtedly possess some unique and extraordinary methods. Ling Yi stood up. Upon recognizing him, Gu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, her hostility dissipating as she inquired. What brings you here, 9th Prince? Ling Yi once saved Gu Yanqing, which naturally fostered a sense of intimacy between them. Ling Yi was about to speak when suddenly his expression changed dramatically, and he bellowed, "Be careful." Gu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, turning around. Her face drained of color as she beheld a gigantic savage ape, twice the size of the 3-headed savage ape encountered moments earlier, lunging toward her. Its enormous hands were poised to seize her, threatening to tear her apart. In the fleeting moment of her distraction, the colossal ape had closed in. Its muscles bulged ominously. And even Gu Yanqing, at the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement, would meet her demise instantly. With a thunderous crash, amidst the haze of confusion, a lean yet remarkably poised figure stepped in front of her. This individual wielded a long blade, gripping the hilt with one hand while the other rested upon the back of the sword, successfully deflecting the savage ape's ferocious strike. Ling Yi felt a sweet sensation in his throat as an immense force struck him, causing him to sink 3 inches into the ground. A slight crack appeared on the long blade of the yellow-grade 6th-tier weapon, revealing the tremendous power behind the giant violent ape's attack. The giant ape, having missed its target, let out a long howl, repeatedly pounding its chest and emitting a series of ferocious roars. It was a peak 9th-level beast in the body refinement realm, exuding an aura of brutality that stirred a tempest around it. "Why aren't you helping yet?" Ling Yi once again thwarted the colossal violent ape's assault while observing Gu Yanqing, who appeared lost in thought. He spoke up, drawing her attention back to the present. Gu Yanqing, regaining her focus, thrust forth a long sword, striking at the massive beast with an exquisitely calculated angle. The enormous ape, ensnared by Ling Yi, had no chance to evade, resulting in several deep gashes upon its hide. This ferocious ape was the sovereign of its kind in the region, and witnessing its subordinates being slaughtered by Gu Yanqing ignited an uncontrollable fury within it. The sudden appearance of a human only intensified its primal instincts, unleashing an inferno of wrath. The most formidable aspect of the violent ape lay in the sheer strength between its arms, capable of unleashing a force of 10,000 pounds with a mere roar. The Ape King, however, surpassed this, boasting an astounding strength of over 20,000 pounds. Ordinary warriors would find themselves at a severe disadvantage against such a foe. Even someone as exceptional as Gu Yanqing would struggle. Yet, Ling Yi was not an ordinary challenger. Ling Yi possessed remarkable strength, his physique robust and formidable, rivaling that of the raging ape. Engaging in a contest of sheer force was undoubtedly his forte, although the martial prowess of the raging ape surpassed that of Ling Yi. The latter was endowed with the chaotic yin-yang true qi and the secondary martial soul, the shenong, granting him superior endurance. For a time, he successfully held his ground against the raging ape. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the two was a fierce exchange, a raw display of physical might, akin to a ferocious beast confronting the offspring of a primordial divine creature, evenly matched. Moreover, Gu Yanqing, equipped with rich combat experience, relentlessly wielded her lethal Ling Yi divine dragon sword to strike at the vital points of the raging ape. The Ling Yi divine dragon sword is said to be a martial technique handed down by a formidable master, although it is merely a yellow-grade 9th-tier skill. Its offensive prowess rivals that of profound-grade techniques. Coupled with Gu Yanqing's ice attribute true qi, its power is further amplified. The two are akin to a match made in heaven, one a steadfast shield, the other a formidable force of attack. After approximately an hour of combat, the towering 2.5-meter tall violent ape collapsed with a resounding thud. Ling Yi was drenched in blood, his body marred by wounds inflicted by the savage ape. However, under the operation of the shenong, the injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Ling Yi gazed at the fallen beast, its eyes gouged out, throat slit, and its body marred by numerous grievous wounds. Unable to suppress a shiver of trepidation, he cast a fleeting glance at Gu Yanqing. This woman, whose beauty rivaled that of celestial beings, possessed an undeniable ruthlessness. Unbeknownst to Gu Yanqing, Ling Yi's thoughts were far removed from her mind. She merely felt as if her very essence had been drained after the fierce battle with the beast. Thus, she settled into a meditative posture on the ground to recuperate. Ling Yi stepped forward, a flash of brilliance emanating from his hand as the shenong materialized. He gently touched it upon Gu Yanqing's body. Gu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. Yet she sensed the hidden injuries sustained from her fierce battle beginning to mend, and even her vital energy commenced its rapid restoration. Ling Yi sheathed the shenong, gazing at Gu Yanqing with a smile. Gu Yanqing, having already been healed by the shenong, felt no fear in revealing its secrets. "What is the name of this? And from whence did it come? It is truly extraordinary," she inquired. "I have no idea. It simply appeared beside me." Ling Yi replied with a naive grin, feigning ignorance. If you choose not to divulge, then so be it." Gu Yanqing retorted coldly, rising to approach the corpse of the ferocious ape. Ling Yi was rendered speechless. The young master of the Danling Pavilion exhibited such a delicate temperament, truly surprising. It was not that Ling Yi refrained from speaking, but rather, his martial soul was the primordial first emperor, accompanied by a multitude of latent secondary martial souls, a matter of considerable significance. Even merely revealing his identity as an awakened martial soul practitioner would be excessively shocking. With a resounding thud, Gu Yanqing tossed the corpse of the raging ape before Ling Yi. "This raging ape, we vanquished together. It is yours." Ling Yi hesitated momentarily. "What is this?" "You and I will continue our collaboration, and the next one is for me." It turns out that Gu Yanqing intended to establish a long-term partnership with Ling Yi. Ling Yi was not one to be polite, directly placing the spoils into the spatial ring. After all, the duo, one attacking and the other defending, demonstrated an impressive synergy and remarkable efficiency. This partnership was undoubtedly the most fitting combination one could conceive among all contenders. As Gu Yanqing and Ling Yi traversed together, they divided tasks, and along the way, they vanquished numerous beasts of the 9th level of body refinement, reaping substantial rewards. Their cooperation grew increasingly harmonious. Gu Yanqing, with her cool demeanor and few words, had unwittingly come to regard Ling Yi as a trustworthy companion. Run! A shadow rushed towards Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing. Upon recognizing the figure as a scion of a prominent family from the imperial capital, Gu Yanqing extended her delicate hand and seized him, admonishing, "Why are you in such a panic? What has transpired?" The young noble, initially filled with arrogance, intended to rebuke the obstruction in his flight. However, upon realizing it was the deputy master of the Danling Pavilion, his fury evaporated, and he lamented, "Deputy Master Gu, we must flee. The 4th prince has slain a young 5-colored toad. An adult 5-colored toad is now relentlessly pursuing us participants of the grand examination. This creature is in the 1st level of the true origin realm. Its poisonous breath could annihilate a host of us. An adult 5-colored toad." The weight of this revelation left even the well-versed Gu Yanqing momentarily stunned, her grip loosening slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the nobleman bolted away, leaping with a fervor that soon rendered him invisible. "Run!" Ling Yi urged in a hushed tone. Gu Yanqing turned to behold an enormous 5-colored toad, the size of a cart, barreling toward them. Its powerful hind legs propelled it dozens of meters in a single bound, its speed astonishing. Within the gazes of the onlookers, it grew ever larger. The adult 5-colored toad, with its robust physique and toxic breath, posed a threat even to warriors at the peak of the 1st level of the true origin realm. Only those at the 2nd level or above could withstand such an adversary. Even the most accomplished participant, Ling Huang, would not dare to confront an adult 5-colored toad, fearing he could not endure its poisonous exhalation. For the body refinement contenders, it would be nothing short of a massacre. Without a moment's hesitation, the two began to flee in a frenzy. Yet, inexplicably, the 5-colored toad pursued them relentlessly. The mounting pressure behind them, coupled with the tremors of the ground beneath the creature's weight, reverberated within their hearts. "Damn it! A cliff ahead!" Ling Yi exclaimed in shock after navigating through a cluster of obscuring rocks. Unfamiliar with the terrain of the Kangmang Mountains, they fled aimlessly, only to find themselves cornered. As Gu Yanqing gazed upon the nearing 5-colored toad, the overwhelming aura of the beast in the 1st level of the true origin realm shrouded them, quelling any thoughts of resistance. "Why is it following us?" Gu Yanqing gritted her teeth and declared, "It is not following us. Rather, it seeks to annihilate all the competitors within the vast expanse of the Songmang Mountains." Ling Yi fell silent for a moment before speaking, gazing into the eyes of the vibrant toad, which were as large as a bowl and a deep crimson hue, filled with a palpable animosity. No one could doubt the toad's determination for vengeance on behalf of its offspring. The vibrant toad, notorious for its difficulty in reproduction, had indeed been provoked into a grave predicament by the 4th prince's actions. Gu Yanqing sighed, memories of the vibrant toad's information flashing rapidly through her mind. Perhaps sensing that the two humans before it were cornered at the edge of a precipice, the toad's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of triumph as it accelerated. With powerful hind legs, it propelled itself forward like a bolt of lightning, charging directly at the two. Its gaping maw unleashed a foul stench, and a mass of colorful toxic miasma erupted from its mouth, surging towards them. The toxic cloud moved with astonishing swiftness, reaching the two in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming stench filled the air, causing even the atmosphere around them to feel momentarily suspended. There was no time left. In a moment of urgency, Ling Yi summoned the Shinnong, disregarding any need for concealment. The chaotic yin-yang technique's vital energy surged forth, and the Shinnong moved with the swiftness of the wind, countering the vibrant poisonous miasma. "What is this? Vital energy?" Gu Yanqing, standing close to Ling Yi, could naturally perceive the fluctuations of vital energy within him. Only those at the 9th level of the body refinement realm can condense vital energy seeds. Yet, Ling Yi had only just stepped into the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Gu Yanqing found it difficult to comprehend. What an anomaly. Even more astonishing events unfolded. The purest and most unyielding vital energy emanated outward, forming a barrier that enveloped both Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing. The outward flow of vital energy was a technique reserved for practitioners of the true essence realm. The black end of the Shinnong continuously emitted dark energy, transforming into a swirling vortex that devoured the nauseating and toxic miasma entirely. The vibrant miasma, which had spread for 10 meters, annihilated all snakes, insects, rodents, and ants in its path, and even the plants began to decay. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the Shinnong, it was as though it had encountered a nemesis. As everything was absorbed completely, a glimmer of realization sparkled in Ling Yi's eyes. Indeed, the Shinnong ruler possesses one end that brings life and another that brings death. The blackened end can not only release toxins but also absorb them. It was in this very manner that I saved Gu Yanqing that day, and now, even the vibrant miasma cannot escape the Shinnong ruler's grasp. Gu Yanqing, assist me from the sidelines. Ling Yi bellowed. Although the colorful toad is formidable, its potency lies solely in its toxins. The Shinnong ruler is immune to such poisons, rendering it the nemesis of the vibrant toad. Should the colorful toad be stripped of its toxins, it would be akin to a tiger without its fangs. And it would even pale in comparison to an ordinary beast at the 9th level of body refinement. Ling Yi roared, consuming the vibrant miasma entirely. He then unleashed the first form of the Vajra ruler technique, wielding the Shinnong ruler with an air of invincibility, resembling an indignant Vajra deity vanquishing demons. Gu Yanqing also regained her composure, her sword radiating brilliance as she unleashed a flurry of sword lights, targeting the colorful toad. However, Gu Yanqing, lacking the extraordinary prowess of Ling Yi, was wary of the toxic nature of the colorful toad. Should she be contaminated, even celestial beings would be unable to assist her. The duo displayed remarkable synergy as they engaged in a fierce battle against the colorful toad. The toad, taken aback, continuously exhaled vibrant miasma. Yet this seemingly insignificant creature appeared to be its nemesis. The very miasma it relied upon was utterly ineffective against it. The colorful toad was, after all, a formidable beast of the first realm of true essence, possessing an imposing physique. Gu Yanqing, mindful of the toxin on the toad, could only provide support from the sidelines. Thus, the battle primarily revolved around Ling Yi confronting the colorful toad. As the toad lunged with its gaping maw, it resembled a massive cauldron descending upon Ling Yi. Ling Yi wielded the Shinnong staff to press directly against the gaping maw, unleashing a surge of power as he struck the eye of the vibrant toad with a single punch. In an instant, a torrent of multicolored venomous blood erupted forth, cascading onto Ling Yi and emanating a faint odor of decay. With a swift motion, the Shinnong staff absorbed the toxins in a heartbeat. Ling Yi grew increasingly valiant in battle, resembling a deity of war among mortals. Observing this, Gu Yanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Ling Yi held the divine farmer's measuring ruler, exuding an aura of immense vitality that made him appear less like a mere human and more like a humanoid beast. With a strength exceeding 10,000 pounds, he was not easily overshadowed even by the vibrant toad. Suddenly, the colorful toad opened its massive mouth, unleashing a foul wind imbued with demonic energy. Alas, demonic energy! Gu Yanqing exclaimed in distress, commanding, "Ice dragons, rise together." The brilliance of the sword surged forth, resembling several dragons emerging from their lairs, relentlessly attacking the colorful toad. The toad's uneven skin rippled, revealing an astonishing defensive capability. Beneath the vibrant hues, the dragon's assaults were significantly diminished. At the 9th realm of body refinement, human warriors could condense true energy seeds and cultivate genuine energy. Likewise, when a beast reached the 9th realm, it could condense demonic energy seeds and cultivate demonic energy. The colorful toad was no match for Ling Yi. It unleashed its demonic energy, employing a method of external release. A tremendous suction emanated from the toad's mouth, causing Ling Yi to lose his balance. And in a moment of inattention, he was swallowed whole by the toad. Gu Yanqing's heart shattered at the sight. She was not only grieved by the potential death of Ling Yi, but also feared for her own fate. Without this formidable ally who was immune to potent toxins, how could she hope to escape the jaws of the colorful toad? After swallowing Ling Yi, the toad displayed a flicker of triumph and ambled toward Gu Yanqing. She retreated, contemplating an escape along the precipice. The toad drew closer, the stench of its vibrant essence growing ever more pungent. Suddenly, the toad let out a pained wail, rolling on the ground in agony. With a swift motion, a black and white ruler pierced through the toad's belly. As the ruler was drawn, the wound expanded, soon forming an opening large enough for a person to emerge. Ling Yi crawled out from within. The colorful toad had been violently pierced by the divine farmer's ruler, blood gushing forth as its life force waned, its eyes gradually closing in defeat. This toad, possessing nascent intelligence, could not fathom why its potent toxins, capable of dissolving various powerful beings, had no effect on Ling Yi. Typically, even a warrior at the 2nd realm of true essence would be paralyzed upon being swallowed, soon reduced to a puddle of muck. Yet, armed with the divine farmer's ruler, Ling Yi remained unscathed by the toad's lethal poison. Gu Yanqing rejoiced. realizing that Ling Yi had survived. Just as she was about to approach, he cautioned, "Stay back, it's poisonous." Subsequently, Ling Yi collected the vibrant toad's lifeless body and sought out a small stream to cleanse himself. The colorful toad, in its arrogance, failed to recognize that a direct confrontation with Ling Yi would not have been to its advantage. However, consumed by rage and intent on taking Ling Yi's life, it unleashed a powerful technique, utilizing its demonic energy to draw Ling Yi into its belly. This action ultimately allowed Ling Yi to breach the toad's defenses from within. Were it any ordinary beast, a human swallowed by the colorful toad would likely meet their demise within moments. Yet, Ling Yi's physique, remade by the divine Shenong, endowed him with resilience. The Shenongs could heal wounds and neutralize toxins, ensuring his survival for the time being. Both emerged from this ordeal with a sense of exhilaration. Ling Yi proposed to give the corpse of the colorful toad to Gu Yanqing, who declined. Gu Yanqing felt that she had merely been a bystander, with the majority of the credit belonging to Ling Yi. How could she possibly claim the corpse for herself? Furthermore, had it not been for Ling Yi, it was likely that Gu Yanqing would have met her demise in the vast Kangmang Mountains today. As a day and night passed, the competition officially concluded. Under the guidance of the guards, everyone returned to the martial arts arena. After a lengthy wait, the spectators at the War Heaven Dynasty's martial arts arena eagerly anticipated the return of the youthful warriors. From the main stage, Emperor Tianxiao proclaimed, at this moment, "In the Kangmang Mountains, the hunt for extraordinary beasts has been valiantly undertaken by our brave disciples. A total of 55 participated and 45 have returned alive, though the casualty rate has been somewhat higher than in previous years. However, none shall consider the disciples of the War Heaven Dynasty as timid or ineffectual. Each one is a formidable warrior." The emperor announced that all participants should present the corpses of the extraordinary beasts from their spatial rings for the judges to assess. The young nobles began to await their turn for evaluation. When a judge approached one noble, the latter promptly poured out the beast corpses from his spatial ring for grading. Some disciples, despite lacking great strength, exhibited astonishing combat prowess, bringing back impressive quality and quantity of beast corpses, much to the delight of their family elders. Conversely, some disciples, perhaps due to timidity, refrained from engaging in battle with the beasts, with some even returning without a single corpse. When it was the 8th prince's turn, his spatial ring shimmered, revealing a pile of corpses. Most were of the 7th level of body refinement, with none at the 8th level. Given that the 8th prince had just entered the 8th level of body refinement, this performance was deemed commendable. The evaluation of the beast hunt was primarily based on each individual's unique abilities, categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The 8th prince achieved an upper tier in the profound category. Unexpectedly, Elyon had slain a 9th level body refinement beast, along with several beasts at the 8th and 7th levels, earning her a lower tier in the earth category. El Taisher stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Although Elway's performance in the year-end competition was lackluster, Elyon consistently brought honor to her family. While Elway excelled in alchemy rather than martial arts, Elyon displayed remarkable talent in combat. Blessed by their ancestors, the El family would not falter. Feeling a sense of pride, Elyon acknowledged that although her achievements were bolstered by her relationship with the 4th prince, the results were nonetheless gratifying. With this thought in mind, she cast a glance at Ling Yi, her eyes brimming with scorn. A fleeting glance crossed Ling Yi's eyes as he hesitated to meet Lu Yun's gaze. Inwardly, Lu Yun felt a surge of delight. It was evident that Ling Yi had not slain any formidable exotic beasts. After all, sheer strength does not equate to true power. The hunt for exotic beasts demands intellect and a profound understanding of martial arts, rather than merely brute force. Then it was the turn of the 4th prince, Ling Huang. With a flash of brilliance in his hand, a multitude of exotic beast carcasses materialized before the onlookers, numbering at least a dozen. Upon closer inspection, most were at the 8th stage of body refinement, with a few at the 9th stage, and most alarmingly, there was a young, multicolored toad, merely a step away from the true essence realm. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The participants, upon seeing the young multicolored toad, cast furious glances at Ling Huang. Had it not been for Ling Huang's act of slaying the young toad, this competition would not have resulted in the deaths of so many. These individuals had become scapegoats for Ling Huang's actions. The 4th prince, at the 1st stage of the true essence realm, had hunted a half-step true essence beast, 5 at the 9th stage of body refinement, and 8 at the 8th stage. The assessment rated him as upper tier in the earth grade. A judge exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Upper tier in the Earth grade. The audience erupted in collective astonishment. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback. Even he had only achieved a medium rank at the Earth level last year, yet Donghuang had astonishingly been assessed as a superior rank at the same level. A prodigy indeed. Aside from the Crown Prince, who held a celestial medium rank, the second and third princes were merely at the superior rank of the Earth level. The fourth prince had also risen unexpectedly, attaining a superior rank. If this trend continues, he might reach the celestial tier by next year. Congratulations to your majesty. Heartfelt congratulations. Spoke Minister Liu, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Beside him, Consort Li was in a state of ecstatic jubilation, while the crowd showered her with insincere flattery. However, the Emperor of Tianshao furrowed his brow slightly. The juvenile of the multicolored toad? He pondered. The multicolored toad was notoriously rare in bloodline, and its young were never far from their mother. If the juvenile were to be killed, would not the mother toad go into a frenzy? Could the deaths of so many young nobles be attributed to this? The emperor's mind was clouded with suspicion, his gaze sharpening further. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon the fourth prince, Donghuang, who held his head high, not casting a glance in Ling Yi's direction. When it was Ling Yi's turn, he smiled gently and raised his hand. 1, 2, 3, 10 corpses of extraordinary beasts lay before him. Donghuang was initially taken aback, but soon he exhaled in relief, realizing that he had overestimated Ling Yi's capabilities. The adjudicator conducted a meticulous examination, and suddenly his expression changed dramatically. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered. The ninth prince, Ling Yi, has reached the initial stage of the 8th level in body refinement. Having hunted a first-level exotic beast and 6 beasts at the 9th level of body refinement, and 3 at the 8th level, the assessment grade is classified as Celestial Upper Tier. Celestial Upper Tier. A profound silence enveloped the thousands gathered in the training arena, leaving them in a state of shock. This is impossible. With a deafening roar, Donghuang rushed towards the heap of exotic beast corpses, turning them over one by one, only to uncover an adult rainbow toad beast crushed beneath. Another rainbow toad, and an adult at that. The Emperor of Tianxiao's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he rose to his feet. This old ninth not only dared to vehemently oppose the proposals from Minister L and the Empress regarding the Red Serpent Legion, showcasing strength exceeding 10,000 pounds, but he had also hunted down a beast of the first level of true origin. The Emperor furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Even when he learned that Ling Yi had claimed first place last year, he had never been this astonished. Impossible. It must be cheating. He had clearly been rendered incapable. Even with his dantian intact, it was inconceivable. Elian widened her eyes, muttering to herself. He cheated. I report him. He cheated. The fourth prince roared, his anger unrestrained. Humph, fourth prince, do not tarnish others' reputations simply because you have fallen from the heights of genius. Such a mindset is unacceptable. Gu Yanqing scoffed coldly, her disdain evident as she regarded the fourth prince. Indeed, fourth brother, such claims must be substantiated with evidence. The eighth prince, Donghuang, also frowned. Though he too found the situation hard to believe, he refrained from casting baseless accusations like Donghuang. Look, this rainbow toad has a large gaping wound inflicted by a blunt weapon. I distinctly remember that Ling Yi chose a 6th grade yellow level long sword. Humph. Ling Yi must have secretly brought some divine weapon. If it were based on true skill, the incision on the rainbow toad's corpse would be smooth and even. Donghuang spoke with unwavering conviction, causing a stir within Gu Yanqing's heart. He pondered whether Ling Yi's elusive ruler was indeed a clandestine weapon he had carried. All eyes turned towards Ling Yi, who remained composed and unflinching. The Emperor Tianxiao's expression darkened as he inquired, what is the true nature of this situation? Observing the corpse of the colorful toad, it was evident that a blunt instrument had inflicted a massive wound, distinct from that of a sharp weapon. The gazes of nearly all present shifted towards Ling Yi, now tinged with skepticism and disdain. Ling Yi remained remarkably composed. He shook his sleeves lightly and smiled slightly as he remarked, is the lack of knowledge about one's martial soul considered as unlawfully carrying a weapon? The mention of a martial soul startled everyone present. Could it be that the ninth prince was indeed a legendary soul martial artist? Soul martial artists are extraordinarily unique. Unrelated to bloodlines or innate talents, no one knows the means by which one awakens their martial soul. Martial souls can vary in strength. A weaker soul offers no assistance to its wielder, while a powerful soul possesses the potential to elevate the martial artist to unparalleled heights. Emperor Tianxiao's pupils constricted sharply as he incredulously inquired, are you saying that you possess a martial soul? His gaze was fixed on Ling Yi, anxious not to miss any of his movements. Ling Yi spoke little and directly began to summon the Shinnong within his sea of consciousness. He extended his hand, and a surge of black and white radiance emerged, gradually revealing a ruler over 2 feet long, interspersed with shades of black and white. An overwhelming and majestic aura emanated from it, as if a deity from the primordial era was beginning to awaken. This aura was imperceptible to lower-tier warriors, however. For high-ranking warriors like Emperor Tianxiao and Master Gu Yinan, their expressions changed dramatically. Is this your martial soul? Emperor Tianxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Yi nodded slightly, grasping the Shinnong with determination. The Shinnong, akin to a tamed beast, emitted a low, reverent hum, signifying its submission. Ling Yi and the colorful toad engaged in a fierce battle, significantly enhancing his martial arts realm. Not only did he solidify his position at the 8th level of body refinement, but he also subtly advanced towards the 9th level. The aura of the Shinnong grew even more formidable. Is this the essence of martial souls? Who can tell? It cannot be that the 9th prince is merely speaking without substance. It might simply be a divine weapon. Master L snorted coldly. The Emperor of Tianxiao remained silent, stepping forward with the poise of a majestic lion, his gaze piercing. A tremendous mental pressure radiated from him, as his heart beat with increasing intensity. A brilliant red light emerged from his chest, manifesting into an immense crimson heart. The veins pulsated vigorously, each throb resonating like a colossal hammer striking the hearts of everyone in the training arena. Suddenly, the Shinnong erupted in a blend of black and white, soaring into the sky like a provoked monarch defending its sovereignty. The Emperor of Tianxiao's expression shifted dramatically. The sound of the red hearts throbbing grew fainter, eventually transforming into a pitiful whimper, devoid of its former authority. The Emperor of Tianxiao was nearly the highest combat power of the Donghuang dynasty, a warrior of the Tiangang realm capable of sweeping the battlefield. Yet, in this contest of martial souls, he found himself at a disadvantage, continually retreating. Eventually, he sank into his chair, barely managing to support his own body. This is the essence of martial souls. You are truly remarkable. The Emperor of Tianxiao's expression changed slightly as he retracted his crimson heart, speaking in a grave tone. Martial souls, indeed, they are martial souls. The 9th prince is a soul warrior. Not only is he a soul warrior, but Ling Yi's martial soul is so potent that it has utterly suppressed the Emperor's martial soul, the heart of the heavenly war. Impossible. This cannot be. Ling Huang roared in madness, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. Huang, do you not even believe your father's words? The Emperor of Tianxiao said solemnly. I would not dare. I am merely astonished by the awakening of the 9th brother's martial soul and feel immense pride for him. Ling Huang came to his senses and hurriedly spoke with utmost respect. Huang, remember this. In this dynasty, my word is law. Emperor Tianxiao declared, his voice cold yet authoritative, exuding an unspoken power. Ling Huang's heart trembled, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Beside her, the Empress and Minister L also displayed expressions of panic. The judge, regaining his composure, exclaimed with fervor, the 9th prince has awakened his martial soul, which is a legitimate means of a warrior. It cannot be deemed as cheating. The 9th prince's achievements are indeed valid. The cheers from the martial arts arena soared to the heavens, creating a tumultuous wave of energy. The assessment of hunting extraordinary beasts had been deemed of the highest heavenly grade, a rarity that had not graced the Battle Heaven dynasty for many years. The name Ling Yi is indelibly etched upon the hearts of the masses, akin to an enduring brand. Perhaps only the legendary, exceptionally gifted crown prince has the potential to rival Ling Yi in innate talent. The gaze of the Empress towards Ling Yi gradually hardened, concealing a latent menace. Moreover, even the likes of Grand Minister Liu and Consort Li regarded Ling Yi with a complex expression, their thoughts shrouded in ambiguity. In nature, a tree that stands out amidst the forest is inevitably subject to the winds. As the crowd's emotions began to stabilize, the evaluation of the beast hunt continued. When it was Gu Yanqing's turn, she had slain 1 beast at the peak of the 9th level of body refinement, 7 ordinary beasts at the 9th level, and over 10 at the 8th level, resulting in a small mountain of carcasses. Given that Gu Yanqing was merely at the 9th level of body refinement in her martial arts realm, she was assessed as a lower-tier celestial level, surpassing even the 4th prince by a minor rank. The 4th prince's countenance turned ashen, yet he could not muster any animosity towards Gu Yanqing, for she was backed by the formidable Danling Pavilion. However, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Ling Yi, wishing to rend his flesh and drink his blood. As the beast hunt concluded, Ling Yi's name resonated in the minds of all, some in shock, some in admiration, but most with a sense of trepidation. The third round of the martial arts competition commenced. This contest was one of genuine blades and genuine skills. Those with a martial arts realm below the 6th level of body refinement, particularly the younger participants, were excluded from this round. Ultimately, only a little over 20 remained to partake in the third round, where they would not only vie for a place among the top 10 to gain admission to the Donghuang Dao Academy, but also compete for the top 6 spots to enter the Hall of War Gods. The Hall of War Gods is a sanctuary dedicated to the revered war god Qi within the Dantian dynasty. The northern wilderness is characterized by a fierce spirit, with most nations venerating the war god Qi. Although the Dantian dynasty is considered a lower-tier dynasty, it upholds the supremacy of martial prowess and holds the war god in the highest esteem. Within the Hall of War Gods, the collective aspirations of warriors from various dynasties converge, suffused with an overwhelming martial spirit. To enter this hallowed hall and comprehend its martial essence would undoubtedly yield significant enhancements to one's martial capabilities. Ling Yi had once entered, and due to the lineage of the war ancestor that coursed through his veins, he reaped immense benefits. The sequence of the martial competition is primarily determined by a lottery system. Ling Yi's first opponent was a formidable warrior, Sun Tian, who had attained the 9th level of the body refinement realm. The Sun family was a prestigious lineage within the imperial capital of the Battle Heaven dynasty, boasting considerable strength. They were particularly renowned for their mastery of swordsmanship, with their ancestral technique, the 7-kill sword art, categorized as a yellow-grade 8th-tier martial skill, exhibiting remarkable power. Although Sun Tian did not lift the 5,000-pound giant cauldron, he effortlessly hurled a 4,500-pound cauldron over 10 meters. Among practitioners of the 9th level of the body refinement realm, he was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, having immersed himself in swordsmanship for many years, his skill in this art was exquisite, making him a powerful adversary in combat. An ordinary body refinement realm warrior would stand little chance against him. In the initial 2 rounds, Ling Yi undoubtedly stole the spotlight, thus becoming the object of envy for many. His formidable strength allowed him to vanquish a first-tier beast of true essence realm, complemented by a powerful martial soul. Such feats are truly legendary, and now, as he engages in earnest combat with others, numerous spectators eagerly await to witness Ling Yi's downfall. Ling Yi and Sun Tian stood at opposite ends of the training ground. Sun Tian slowly drew a profound-grade, first-tier 7-killing blade. This formidable weapon, forged by the Kill Rock, embodied boundless killing intent. It was crafted with great effort by the Sun family specifically for the upcoming end-of-year competition. With a chilling smile, Sun Tian remarked, "Ninth Prince, I have heard whispers that you have become a mere cripple. However, it appears that the rumors are unfounded." Ling Yi shook his head and replied, "I cannot compare to young Master Sun." Sun Tian slightly brandished the 7-kills blade and declared, "However, I must inform you that whether you were once a genius or are now a soul warrior, before my 7-kills blade, you shall forever be an unequivocal failure." Ling Yi Mei furrowed her brows, utterly astonished by Sun Tian's audacity. "Summon your martial soul swiftly. I shall shatter all your supports." Sun Tian bellowed in fury. "No need for that. I have resolved to obliterate you with my fists." Ling Yi revealed her pearly white teeth and smiled radiantly at Sun Tian. "Arrogant." Sun Tian, unable to contain his fury, transformed into a gust of wind and charged directly at Ling Yi. As Sun Tian drew closer, Ling Yi sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The 7-kill blade technique, which channels killing intent into martial arts, is practiced by those who are fervently obsessed with slaughter. Legend has it that the forebear of the Sun family encountered a dying Asura and gleaned the unparalleled 7-kill blade technique from it. The ancestor of the Sun family, having consumed the blood of the Asura, bestowed upon his descendants this frenzied Asura bloodline. Ling Yi's eyes widened with intensity. Though he was reluctant to provoke others, he was far from cowardly. When others sought to humiliate him in such a manner, he was determined to retaliate fiercely, striving to trample them beneath his feet. Thus, Ling Yi channeled the chaotic yin-yang technique, and at this moment, the vital energy cultivated from it was of the purest and most vigorous nature. The chaotic vital energy enveloped Ling Yi's hands, which were clenched into fists, subtly emanating a golden radiance, reminiscent of 2 suns. The suns flickered as he sprinted with all his might, raising his iron fists high, covering several dozen meters in a single bound. A masterstroke of slaughter. Sun Tian's eyes transformed into a fiery red as he unleashed the first form of the 7-kill blade technique. A wave of murderous intent surged forth, akin to a fearsome general ready to lay waste to a city, captivating all hearts with terror. Ling Yi, with unwavering determination, unleashed the full might of his twin fists. A radiant golden light flashing as they collided with the 7 killing blade, producing a resounding roar. Second killing ghost hero, Sun Tian, realizing that one strike was insufficient to subdue Ling Yi, invoked his second technique. In an instant, a chilling wind howled, as if the gates of the underworld had swung open, releasing countless vengeful spirits that had perished beneath the 7 killing blade. Each of Sun Tian's moves targeted the vital points of Ling Yi, and before the blade could reach him, the sinister wind had already begun to assail his body. Remarkable. Tian has genuinely grasped the essence of the 7 killing blade technique at this level. I foresee peril for the 9th prince. An elder from the Sun family beamed with delight, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction. Sun Tian's prowess was indeed terrifying. The surging true energy of his 9th level of body refinement, combined with the exquisite artistry of the 7 killing blade technique, undeniably marked him as a prodigious martial artist. It was unlikely he would encounter any worthy adversaries within the realm of body refinement. The spectators in the training arena held their breath, their hearts filled with admiration. After all, Ling Yi was at a lower level and had foolishly opted not to employ his martial soul weapon this time. He was likely to reap the consequences of his hubris. Ling Yi continued to retreat, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Suddenly, a burst of golden flames erupted from his clenched fists. As the flames blazed, the malevolent spirits surrounding the 7 kill blade were reduced to ashes. Ling Yi's fist struck the 7 kills blade, and within Sun Tian's astonished gaze, an immense force emanated from the blade, sending him staggering back several meters. The power of Crimson Flame. This was indeed the power of Crimson Flame. Master L, seated, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with excitement. This was the Crimson Flame power derived from Ling Yi's ingestion of the Crimson Flame pill. Previously, when he had bested the 7th prince, he had not needed to employ this technique. The Crimson Flame was ineffective against the beast of the 1st level of the true element realm. The Crimson Flame pill had been painstakingly prepared by Master L for L Wei, yet now it shone brilliantly in Ling Yi's hands, inciting L's deep-seated resentment. The Crimson Flame power possesses the ability to incinerate the true chi and physical body of warriors in the body refinement realm, thus inflicting tremendous harm upon them. Sun Tian found himself being relentlessly pushed back by Ling Yi's Crimson Flame power. He unleashed the techniques of the 7 kills blade, 3 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills, and 6 kills, but none proved a match for Ling Yi. 9th prince, you possess remarkable skills. I concede you are formidable. Forcing me to resort to this move, should you fall beneath my blade, do not blame me. The 7 kills defied the heavens. Sun Tian's eyes grew increasingly frenzied, and a surge of madness erupted forth. With the Azura bloodline combined with the 7 kills blade, he swung his blade, seemingly aiming to cleave the heavens asunder. This strike encapsulated years of Sun Tian's understanding of the 7 kills blade, and it was truly terrifying. Ling Yi let out a cold snort. Unleashing the full power of his 8th level of body refinement, filled with a fervent fighting spirit, the chaotic true energy within him surged forth. Even more potent than that of Sun Tian, who had attained the 9th level of body refinement. After all, Ling Yi had acquired the true energy seed upon practicing the chaotic yin-yang technique. Ling Yi's vital energy was far more potent than that of Sun Tian, a practitioner who had only obtained the body refinement seed after reaching the 9th level of body refinement. Despite being one minor realm lower, he was immensely more powerful. The pure, unyielding chaotic vital energy mingled with the force of crimson flames, causing the golden fire to surge violently, as if it sought to incinerate all things in existence. Boom! Ling Yi's punch collided with Sun Tianqi's devastating move, unleashing a resounding roar. A figure was sent hurtling backwards, blood spewing from their mouth. Landing at the edge of the training ground, they convulsed once, their head tilted at an unnatural angle, before losing consciousness. Ling Yi stood tall and upright, resembling a spear firmly planted upon the martial arts arena. The victor, the 9th prince, Ling Yi, the judge exclaimed with fervor. 9th prince, 9th prince. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. The elders of the Sun family slumped in their seats, awestruck by Ling Yi's formidable presence, as if caught in a dream. Barehanded, he had transcended a minor realm to defeat the 7 kills blade, Sun Tian. Such prowess was truly astonishing. On the main platform, Emperor Tian Shao regarded Ling Yi with a mix of admiration and a hint of hesitation. Gu Yanqing was well aware of Ling Yi's martial abilities, so his reaction was not one of surprise. However, the sentiments of others had shifted, although Ling Yi had dazzled in the previous 2 rounds. They were not genuine combat encounters. Yet now, his overwhelming might could not be dismissed. The 4th prince's expression grew grave, filled with apprehension. In such a short time, Ling Yi had remarkably risen from despair to this formidable height. As he had suspected, Ling Yi was a potential threat that could not be underestimated. The martial battles continued as Ling Yi returned to the main platform. Following the conclusion of the first round, he drew lots once more to commence the second round of combat. Ling Yi furrowed his brow slightly, for his opponent was none other than the venomous Lu Yun. After several rounds of competition, the top 6 had emerged, each now possessing the opportunity to enter the Hall of War Gods for the sacred baptism of warriors. The 6 contenders included the 4th Prince Ling Huang, Lu Yun, Gu Yanqing, Li Xiaoyang, the 9th Prince Ling Yi, and the 8th Prince Ling Huang. The next round would determine the top 3, who would then contend for the title of the strongest in this year's year-end grand competition. Among them, the loudest acclaim was directed towards the 4th Prince Ling Huang. His cultivation at the first level of the true essence realm placed him in stark contrast to the others, akin to a grown adult competing in martial prowess against a group of children. Following closely in public favor were Gu Yanqing and Li Xiaoyang, both at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, bolstered by their prestigious family backgrounds and substantial resources. It was now time for Ling Yi to face off against Lu Yun. Ling Yi slowly ascended the martial arena, his thoughts weighed down by a sense of gravity. Has the day finally arrived? You wretched woman. Standing in opposition, Yun covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, saying, Brother Yi, this contest holds immense significance for me. Would you consider allowing me to win? Her voice was exquisitely soft, rendering listeners weak at the knees. However, Ling Yi felt quite differently. Witnessing Yun's theatrics repulsed him to the point of nausea. Allow you to win? Haven't I already given you enough? I even relinquished my ancestral bloodline for you. Ling Yi scoffed coldly. Brother Yi, while you have awakened your martial spirit, I cannot fathom how your cultivation has recovered so rapidly. Yet, your dantian is damaged, and your bloodline lost. You can only return to the first level of true essence realm, and I doubt you shall progress any further. As they say, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Why not graciously concede? I would consider it a favor, once my cultivation reaches a higher level. I could fetch you rare treasures, perhaps even mend the path of your martial journey. Yun spoke eloquently, her eyes glimmering with allure. Ling Yi cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yun, making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. That gaze resembled that directed towards a promiscuous courtesan, though Ling Yi uttered no words. Such a look constituted the utmost affront to any woman. Indeed, with a smile, Ling Yi commanded, Leave. You insolent creature, how dare you disregard my dignity? Today, I shall shatter your self-respect into oblivion. Enraged, Lu Yun unsheathed a gleaming sword and charged at Ling Yi. This blade was a first-grade spiritual weapon of the profound level. And even from a distance, Ling Yi could sense the formidable sword intent it harbored. The moment Lu Yun made her move, she unleashed a ferocious killing strike. Her martial prowess at the pinnacle of the 8th level of the body refinement realm erupting with terrifying force. Clang! Ling Yi remained utterly motionless, summoning the divine Shennong to effortlessly block Yun's strike. The Shennong, impervious and robust, was an artifact of the ancient Flame Emperor, standing resolute against Yun's sword, unyielding and steadfast. In contrast, Yun's extraordinary sword resonated with a vibrating hum from the impact. A fleeting pang of sorrow crossed Yun's heart. Yet her brows furrowed in determination as she exclaimed, Azure Lotus Sword Song. Like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, Yun embodied grace and allure, her garments billowing elegantly as she moved with exquisite finesse. With enigmatic steps, she danced upon the ground, her sword blossoms swirling in a mesmerizing display. Ling Yi wielded the Shennong ruler, his movements as swift as the wind, successfully deflecting the majority of Yun's onslaught. With every 10 steps, a life was claimed. Yun's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from a fallen celestial into a deity of slaughter emerging from the depths of a battlefield, her murderous intent palpable and utterly captivating. What a formidable display of swordsmanship! Ling Yi marveled inwardly. The chaotic true energy, combined with the power of crimson flames, coalesced into a chaotic crimson fire that enveloped him, barely enabling him to withstand Yun's lethal strikes. Unyielding as the mountains, Yun's techniques transformed once more. Her entire being seemed to fuse with the sword in her grasp, the blade becoming an extension of her very essence. The distinction between Yun and her sword vanished. Wherever the sword pointed was a manifestation of her intent. This Qinglian sword song must be a fragmented manuscript. How fortunate Taisha is. This girl has managed to grasp the threshold of sword intent with but a remnant text. Emperor Tian shall observe this scene with steady admiration. Taisha, too. was filled with pride. Having such a daughter must surely be one of life's greatest joys. At this moment, in the eyes of the onlookers, Elyun's attacks were so ferocious that even an ordinary 9th-level body refinement practitioner would struggle to withstand them, let alone Ling Yi, who was merely at the 8th level. The Qinglian sword song is said to have been penned by a scholar named Li Taibai, who, though not a martial artist, devoted his life to poetry and song. Eventually, Li Taibai abandoned literature for martial pursuits, swiftly advancing in the realms of combat, ultimately shattering the void to achieve greatness. The Qinglian sword song was simply a collection of martial techniques he inscribed in a drunken stupor, despite being a product of inebriation. Its profound essence renders it exceptionally suitable for those martial artists who seek enlightenment through the sword, possessing extraordinary power. Taisher had expended considerable effort to locate this Qinglian sword song and entrusted it to Elyun. "Shatter it for me." Ling Yi was driven into a corner by Lu Yun, and with a furious roar, he proclaimed, "Diamond ruler technique." First form. Ling Yi transformed into a formidable figure, akin to an enraged Vajra, wielding a divine punishing staff, ready to deliver retribution upon the injustices of the world. The mighty Vajra, with strength that could topple mountains, radiated an invincible aura. With his unparalleled physical prowess, coupled with the first technique of the Vajra staff, he became an indomitable force. As the staff struck down, it effortlessly neutralized all of Elyun's lethal strikes. Startled, Elyun exclaimed, "When matters conclude, I shall depart quietly, concealing both my form and name." Suddenly, she accelerated, moving like a fleeting shadow, a blinding flash that eluded the naked eye. In midair, Elyun began to spin, her body whirling faster and faster, transforming into a white tornado, charging directly towards Ling Yi with ferocity. Ling Yi's gaze was frigid as he fixated on this earth-shattering blow. Ling Yi Shuang's feet gradually sank into the ground, her garments fraying at the seams, while her muscles swelled slightly. The yin-yang chaos technique surged with fervor, unleashing a formidable aura of utmost brightness and resilience. The Vajra ruler method. A single force overcomes myriad forms. Flowery fists and embroidered legs shatter before me. A flicker of madness ignited in Ling Yi's eyes as the Shinnong ruler surged with a sudden intensity, a wave of white medicinal energy flooding into his body. With a resounding crash, the Shinnong ruler collided with the treasured sword. The sound of shattering echoed, and to Elyun's astonishment, the exquisite sword, classified as a profound grade artifact, splintered into countless fragments. As they separated, Elyun found herself left with merely the hilt of the sword, a drop of crimson blood falling from her. "Ah!" she cried, glaring furiously at Ling Yi before discarding the hilt and wiping her face with bloodied hands. The blade had shattered into innumerable pieces. In the blink of an eye, Elyun managed to evade most of the shards, yet force still struck her, marring her delicate visage and leaving her unrecognizable, a gruesome sight indeed. This was the gravest blow to a woman who cherished her beauty, akin to a death sentence. "Ling Yi, I shall kill you." Elyun's hair fell wildly around her, resembling a madwoman, before she coughed up blood and lost consciousness. All of this transpired in mere moments, and then Taisher appeared on the martial arts stage in a flash, with a gaze filled with venom. He glared at Ling Yi, then leapt gracefully to the main viewing platform. "Guinan, esteemed elder, I implore you, grant me a miracle elixir to erase the scar from my daughter's face." Taisher's voice trembled with sincerity. At that moment, Elyun's once fair complexion and delicate features were marred by a chilling scar. Beauty and ugliness coexisted on her countenance. If the scar could not be removed, it was feared that Elyun would never again face the world. Ling Yu and Ling Yao, observing from the side, could not help but gasp in shock. Despite their youth, they understood that if they were to suffer a fate akin to Elyun's, they would likely choose death over such a life. Ling Yi slowly ascended to the main platform. He had triumphed in the contest yet had also injured Elyun. However, the blame could not rest solely on him. Had Elyun not been so intent on his destruction, she might have avoided the shards of her own sword. Indeed, she had brought this misfortune upon herself. Guinan, perhaps feeling discomfort in his slumber, shifted positions, continuing to sleep soundly, indifferent to Taisher's plight. With a heavy sigh, Taisher cradled his unconscious daughter, attempting to kneel in despair. Yet, as he descended, an unseen force prevented him from completing the act. Those who commit unjust acts will surely meet their end. If your precious daughter had not harbored such murderous intent towards the 9th prince, why would she be unable to evade even the fragments of her own sword? The voice resonated, causing Taisher to shiver. He could only urge his household to hasten in providing Elyun with medical care. Having lived a long life, Gu Yinan was far from naive. He recognized that Yun's prior camaraderie with Ling Yi and her subsequent violent turn must have concealed deeper truths. Thus, Ling Yi successfully advanced into the top 3. Subsequently, the 8th prince, Ling Huang, faced off against Gu Yanqing from the Danling Pavilion, exerting all his efforts, yet ultimately fell short against her. In terms of martial arts realm and comprehension of techniques, he was vastly outmatched. Li Xiaoyang from the Li family did not enjoy much fortune either, as he directly confronted the frontrunner for the championship, the 4th Prince Ling Huang. Li Xiaoyang's performance was exceptionally remarkable, akin to a prodigious genius defying the heavens, yet he ultimately suffered a narrow defeat to the 4th Prince. The top 3 contenders were thus established: Ling Yi, Gu Yanqing, and Ling Huang. Among them, Ling Huang was humorously dubbed the Demon King of the year-end competition, as anyone who encountered him could only taste the bitterness of defeat. The rules for the top 3 competition were somewhat unique. After drawing lots, Gu Yanqing was to battle Ling Huang first, with the victor then facing Ling Yi. Should Ling Yi triumph, he would automatically ascend to first place. If he were to lose, he would compete with the loser of the first round for second place. The clash between Gu Yanqing and Ling Huang was nothing short of spectacular. Gu Yanqing wielded the Ling Xue Divine Dragon Sword in conjunction with the Ling Xue Divine Dragon Sword technique, which was regarded as the most formidable strike beneath the true essence realm. However, the reputation of the Demon King Ling Huang was not to be underestimated, and he ultimately secured victory. Finally, the stage was set for Ling Yi to confront the 4th Prince Ling Huang, ushering in the golden phase of the year-end competitions, to the exhilaration of all present. Although no one believed Ling Yi could rival Ling Huang, he had already bestowed upon the audience numerous surprises throughout his journey. The term miracle seemed to accompany Ling Yi as he advanced. Everyone eagerly anticipated that Ling Yi would deliver yet another astonishing spectacle. Ling Yi and Ling Huang stood upon the martial arts arena. "Ninth brother, last year you claimed the first position. It's a pity, however, that you cannot achieve consecutive victories this year," Ling Huang remarked, his words laced with a hint of loneliness that seemed to echo from a lofty perch. Ling Yi cast a cold glance at Ling Huang, who was feigning innocence, and felt that this person was indeed a perfect match for Lu Yun. He then spoke. "Fourth brother, do not speak so confidently. Oh, do you believe that your recent rise to prominence transforms you from a mere wastrel into my adversary capable of defeating me? How utterly ridiculous. Do not forget, my ascent into the true essence realm owes much to the ancestral bloodline you generously bestowed upon me." Ling Huang chuckled with a hint of derision and continued to mock Ling Yi, saying, "The bloodline of the war ancestor? I have no need for it. Unlike you, who relies on such external artifacts, I embody the strongest bloodline myself." Ling Yi stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. "Ha." Ling Huang seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke, his breath becoming somewhat labored. After a long while, Ling Huang ceased his laughter, and the atmosphere between the two began to grow tense, as if swords were drawn and ready for battle. "Go to hell, you worthless fool," Ling Huang shouted fiercely. Launching an attack towards Ling Yi, Ling Huang moved with astonishing speed, his aura at the first level of the true essence realm stirring up a whirlwind of sand in the training arena. The swirling sands eventually transformed into a frenzied dragon, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Ling Yi cast a cold glance at the scene before him, his heart racing tumultuously. Indeed, the martial artists of the true essence realm were extraordinary. This battle was likely to be the most arduous he had ever faced in his life. Fury of the 8 Desolations. Ling Huang let out a furious roar, his fist swirling like an ancient war deity resurrected, exuding an overwhelming martial prowess that looked down upon the world. Each punch was imbued with the essence of a formidable true essence realm expert. And before his fist even struck Ling Yi, the energy began to ravage Ling Yi's flesh. The diamond ruler technique. First form, Ling Yi roared, wielding the Shinong, transforming into a formidable figure akin to an enraged Vajra, unleashing an indomitable roar towards the ancient war deity. With a resounding crash, the Shinong met the fist of Ling Huang, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the hearts of all present. The sheer volume of qi at the true Yuan realm was staggering. After several clashes, Ling Yi was nearly left spitting blood, despite the enhancement from the Vajra, granting him an impressive strength of 10,000 pounds. Such force was merely sufficient to dominate the realm of body refinement. However, when faced with a practitioner of the true Yuan realm, it paled in comparison, as the capabilities of warriors at this stage underwent a monumental transformation. No longer merely a contest of brute strength against mere mortals, Ling Huang unleashed the secret martial art of the royal family of the Battle Heavenly Dynasty. The the 4 seas and 8 wilderness fist, which emphasizes an indomitable fighting spirit. This technique is extraordinarily fierce and powerful, reaching the formidable 3rd tier of the Xian level. A testament to the immense effort that Li Fei and Grandmaster L invested in enabling Ling Huang to master such a skill. The 8 prince had previously wielded the 8 wilderness spear, which was derived from this very technique. However, its might pales in comparison to the authentic 4 seas and 8 wilderness fist. With the integration of true essence and martial prowess, Ling Yi was overwhelmed within mere exchanges. Yet, each time he was struck, the white medicinal power of the Shinnong ruler could instantly heal his injuries. Thus, despite his dire straits, Ling Yi was able to endure. Was this man akin to a tortoise, impervious to defeat? A flash of fury ignited within Ling Huang as he unleashed a more formidable surge of true energy. Intensifying his assault, Ling Yi continuously executed the diamond ruler technique. Although he repeatedly found himself at a disadvantage, his gaze grew increasingly fierce. As if an indignant Vajra materialized in his mind, unafraid of heaven and earth, steadfastly wielding the ruler to chastise the cosmos. Ling Huang unleashed another furious strike of the 8 desolations fist, the second form of the Vajra ruler technique. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi resembled a primordial beast awakening from slumber, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Under immense pressure, Ling Yi finally comprehended the second technique of the diamond ring method. The first technique amplifies strength by 50%. The second technique doubles it. Ling Yi possessed a unique constitution, and with the enhancement of the second technique, his strength surged to an impressive 16,000 pounds. While this strength may seem insufficient against true essence realm warriors, it holds true only in scenarios where the disparity is minimal. As the saying goes, sheer force can subdue a multitude of skills. With strength reaching Ling Yi's level, a mere 8th layer of body refinement could yield 8,000 pounds of power. Now, under the influence of the diamond ruler technique, he boasts an astounding 16,000 pounds of force. This level of strength is already comparable to the abilities of true essence realm practitioners. Although the diamond ruler technique is indeed formidable, its execution demands a considerable expenditure of true essence. Upon executing the technique, Ling Yi felt an abrupt depletion of his internal energy, a significant drain. A typical practitioner at the 8th level of body refinement could only perform the second form of the Vajra measuring rod once. Ling Yi possesses the chaos yin-yang technique. With an exceptionally dense essence of true energy, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. However, he can only execute it 2 or 3 times before his vital energy is completely depleted. Ling Yi appeared as if possessed by a warrior deity, transformed entirely. Wielding the divine Shinnong, he effortlessly thwarted all of Ling Huang's assaults with unparalleled might. Ling Huang was taken aback. Furious battle across the seas. Another form of the 4 seas and 8 wilderness fist erupted. However, Ling Yi's gaze was filled with unwavering confidence, as the Shinnong ruler continuously healed his body. Facing the 4 seas and 8 wilderness fist with indomitable courage. After several exchanges, Ling Huang surprisingly found himself at a complete disadvantage. Ling Huang grew increasingly alarmed as he engaged in combat. He had never encountered an individual who could contend with him, despite possessing merely the 8th layer of body refinement, and push him to such extremes in battle. What an anomaly! Ling Huang cursed inwardly. The two exchanged blows, clashing fiercely for dozens of rounds. Ling Huang, a martial artist of the true essence realm, possessed a profound and unending flow of vital energy that was simply beyond Ling Yi's capabilities. However, Ling Yi triumphed through his Shinnong physique, boasting a robust physique and a Shinnong, which continuously healed his hidden injuries. The confrontation between the two devolved into a stalemate. Was the 9th prince truly so extraordinary? At the 8th level of body refinement, he astonishingly matched a 1st-level true essence realm practitioner in a deadlock. This was not merely extraordinary, it was utterly monstrous. Unbelievable, unfathomable. The Warheaven dynasty, nay, the entire northern wilderness region had never witnessed such a prodigy. Perhaps only the ancient monstrosities of the primordial era could rival his prowess. Heaven bless our Warheaven dynasty. The spectators in the training arena were abuzz with chatter, seemingly unable to fathom the spectacle before them. All the officials, aristocrats, and even Emperor Tianxiao in the main viewing platform were transfixed by this monumental battle unfolding in the arena. Ling Huang stepped into the realm of true essence. His senses sharpened to an acute degree. He could clearly hear the discussions of those around him. To his dismay, he realized that he had unwittingly become a stepping stone for Ling Yi. Now, all the glory and attention were directed towards Ling Yi. How infuriating. Ling Yi, you are indeed formidable, but let me tell you, I am even stronger. The bloodline of the war ancestor. Awaken. With a thunderous roar. Ling Huang unleashed an aura of terrifying intensity. Ling Huang's eyes gradually turned a deep crimson, his fighting spirit soaring ever higher, suffused with the essence of conquering the world. Merely his imposing presence conjured a tempest, compelling Ling Yi to retreat incessantly under its pressure. Ling Yi's expression was intricate. Such a formidable bloodline in the hands of a true essence realm warrior instilled a sense of helplessness against resistance. Yet, this potent bloodline was rightfully his. Everything had been taken from him. This was the bloodline of the war ancestor. Its richness was not inferior to that of Yi in the past, murmured Emperor Taiyi. Li Fei was filled with ecstatic joy, exclaiming, "Praise the war ancestor. My son has awakened the war ancestor's bloodline. Such strength will surely protect my Zhan Tian in the future." The empress furrowed her brow. Sensing that the fourth prince's burgeoning power might pose a threat to her own son, the first prince. Over the years, she had allied with Li Fei and Lord L to eliminate rivals for their own gain, never anticipating that someone like the fourth prince would rise. A grave miscalculation. Yet, why had Yi not awakened his bloodline to confront this? Emperor Tianxiao spoke slowly, his brow furrowing deeper. Indeed, I too find it perplexing. How could the fourth prince awaken the war ancestor's bloodline at such a young age? The empress suddenly interjected. Li Fei and Lord L trembled, beads of sweat trickling down their backs. Emperor Tianxiao gazed at the training grounds, his expression grave. At this moment, the fourth prince, Ling Huang, had completed his bloodline awakening. His eyes glowed crimson, brimming with battle intent, his hair billowing in the wind, exuding an air of disdain for the world. Such power, excellent, excellent. Ling Huang gazed at his hands, repeating the word excellent thrice. Ling Yi's expression grew grave, confronted with a life-and-death adversary. Once more, he unleashed the second form of the Vajra ruler technique, feeling as though his vital energy was nearly depleted. Die. Ling Huang's eyes sparkled like lightning as his figure vanished from the spot. How swift. Ling Yi had just raised the Vajra scepter of judgment. Yet before he could launch a counterattack, he was struck in the back by a punch from Ling Huang, sending him flying across the expanse. Ling Yi spat blood as the divine Shenong in his hand activated, a surge of medicinal power flooding into him. However, the severity of his injuries was profound. Even the Shenong could not heal him immediately. "Oh, it seems you possess a peculiar ability that prevents me from ending your life. This time, I shall shatter your skull and see how you survive." Ling Huang cackled menacingly, his figure suddenly vanishing once more. Ling Yi sensed Ling Huang charging towards him, unleashing a formidable punch aimed directly at his forehead. This strike, infused with boundless fighting spirit and the immense power of the first level of the true essence realm, resonated with the sound of thunder and wind. Should he be struck by it, Ling Yi would surely face his demise. Impudent! Emperor Tianxiao bellowed in fury, intending to rise and rescue Ling Yi. In Ling Yi's eyes, the fist grew increasingly larger, and suddenly, time seemed to come to a standstill. Within his mind, a towering deity appeared, standing over 10,000 feet tall. This divine being, with the head of a bull and the body of a man, radiated an unparalleled battle intent that dwarfed even the ancestral bloodline's martial spirit, akin to the vastness of the ocean compared to a mere stream. Most terrifying of all was the fact that this deity possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, standing tall and visible from every direction. A demonic halberd whistled through the air, shrouded in a dark crimson hue, surrounded by the wails of countless tormented souls. Subsequently, flames of crimson surged upwards, and demonic light erupted forth. The secondary martial spirit. The war god Qiyu. A message resonated within Ling Yi's consciousness. The war god, the lord of arms, the legendary deity Qiyu. This was an invincible being from the primordial age, one who even the Flame Emperor and Yellow Emperor could not best. Ultimately, they had to rely on the combined might of countless deities to barely defeat Qiyu, who could never be truly slain but was instead torn asunder and imprisoned beneath 5 sacred mountains. How had this mighty being awakened? Suddenly, a flash of black and white radiance illuminated the horizon, revealing the arrival of the Shenong ruler. It descended before Qiyu, transforming into an elderly man with a dragon-like visage and a prominently rounded belly, none other than the Flame Emperor Shenong himself. "Humph. You with your bulging belly dare to appear before me? A defeated foe?" Qiyu scoffed coldly. "You dare speak. Had it not been for your treacherous ambush, how could you have claimed victory over me?" Shenong retorted defiantly. "The art of war is one of deception. Enough of this. We are but remnants of our former selves, protected by the Heavenly Emperor." Qiyu huffed. "Today, as the chosen one selected by the Heavenly Emperor faces a life and death tribulation, it is my turn to lend a hand." Qiyu bellowed, his massive bovine nostrils flaring as he spoke. At least you possess some sense. Shenong chuckled, patting his round belly. Ling Yi felt the scenery before him becoming increasingly ethereal, until he ultimately returned to reality. Ling Huang drew ever closer to him. Although Emperor Tianxiao sensed Ling Huang's murderous intent, he was unable to intervene in time. Given your martial spirit, I bestow upon you a fragment of my bloodline. Yet you dare to rebel against your master. Such audacity is unforgivable. Return at once, or face the consequences of my true blood. An ancient and formidable voice echoed in Ling Yi's ear, unheard by those present in the martial arena. Ling Huang felt as though all his strength had been drained. Akin to encountering his master, he could not control his knees and fell directly to the ground before Ling Yi. The immense bloodline of the battle ancestor within him surged uncontrollably, bursting forth and transforming into a radiant strand of true blood in the air, which then fused into Ling Yi's being. Ling Yi felt the long-lost bloodline of the war ancestor surge back into him, a powerful and domineering force that filled his entire being in an instant. My war ancestor bloodline? How is this possible? Ling Yi, what sorcery have you employed? The fourth prince roared. War ancestor? Apologies, but I am a war god. Though indifferent, the sensation of reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me is rather pleasing. Ling Yi licked his lips and sneered. It turns out that the ancestor of the Ling family had once worshipped the corpse of Qiyu, obtaining a trace of the true blood of the war god. Though it was merely a drop of true blood, when it entered the body of an ordinary warrior, it would evolve into a defiant bloodline. The venerable ancestor of the Ling family advanced through the realms of martial arts with remarkable prowess, ultimately establishing the illustrious Zhantian dynasty. During its zenith, the Zhantian dynasty attracted homage from numerous other dynasties. However, as time elapsed, the Ling family failed to produce individuals of extraordinary talent akin to their esteemed ancestor, leading to a gradual decline and relegation to the status of a lesser dynasty. Now, Ling Yi finds himself on the brink of despair, yet by a stroke of fortune, the war god Qiyu awakens to aid him in reclaiming the bloodline of the war ancestor. Qiyu, not only endowed with formidable combat prowess, is also a master craftsman of weapons, known as the Lord of Arms. He left a fragment of information within Ling Yi's consciousness, indicating that this awakening was merely triggered by a trace of his ancient bloodline. It cannot endure for long and requires an influx of energy to bestow upon him divine abilities once more. Upon the integration of the battle ancestor's bloodline, Ling Yi found himself enveloped by a formidable lineage that reverberated across the heavens. Moreover, his dantian became abundantly filled with true energy, propelling his martial prowess to new heights, ultimately culminating in the attainment of the 9th level of body refinement. Conversely, Ling Huang, having lost the battle ancestor's bloodline, expelled a clot of congealed blood, his spirit waning, and his cultivation gradually regressing, ultimately stagnating at the threshold of the half-step true essence realm. In Ling Yi's eyes, there was a surge of ecstasy. Although he had not regained his original martial arts realm, ascending to a higher tier was indeed splendid. Now that he had regained his ancestral bloodline and possessed a formidable martial soul, he was certain that one day he would shatter the void and become invincible across the world. Ling Huang wore a visage of sheer terror, seemingly still in shock, as he glared venomously at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, return my ancestral bloodline. I demand your demise. With that, his true energy surged forth, and the 4 seas and 8 wilderness fist was unleashed once more. Though this martial technique remained formidable, it lacked the overwhelming power it had possessed moments ago, and it was devoid of the unparalleled aura that once accompanied it. This was the essence of battle intent. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh as the bloodline of the war ancestor awakened within him. His eyes suddenly transformed into a vivid crimson, and an overwhelming aura of battle surged around him, eager to challenge the heavens. The Vajra ruler technique. The second form. Having now reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm, under the enhancement of the second form, his strength soared to an astonishing 18,000 pounds. What was truly terrifying was that the divine battle intent allowed him to unleash not merely his full potential, but rather 11 or 12 parts of it. Qiyu extracted a trace of the war ancestor's bloodline, further igniting all latent capabilities. At this moment, Ling Yi's body resembled a perpetual motion machine. The battle intent of the war ancestor was indomitable and everlasting, fully capable of supporting him in executing the second form of the ruler technique multiple times. This exemplified the formidable nature of the war ancestor's bloodline, which was one of the pillars upon which the war ancestor once dominated the world. Across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, puff, Ling Huang unleashed a powerful punch, only to be effortlessly struck away by Ling Yi with a single sweep of his ruler, rendering the formidable force of his blow as fragile as paper. Following this, Ling Yi let out a maniacal laugh, swiftly closing the distance to Ling Huang's side, and brought down his ruler once more with relentless force. After enduring a strike to his back, Ling Huang felt an immediate turmoil within his internal organs, as blood surged uncontrollably from his mouth. Ling Yi would not let this malicious individual escape. He swiftly pursued and relentlessly struck with the Shinnong ruler. Boom, boom. The relentless blows landed upon Ling Huang's body. Each muffled groan emitted from the flesh echoed in the ears of the onlookers, sending shivers down their spines. Ling Yi felt an increasing sense of exhilaration within, as he raised the divine farmer's measuring ruler high above his head, with chaotic true energy surging wildly into it. The divine farmer's ruler suddenly expanded from its original 2 feet to an astonishing 3 to 4 feet, emanating a golden illusory aura. The true energy was being unleashed. This was a manifestation of true energy. Some esteemed martial masters, possessing profound cultivation, exclaimed in astonishment. The release of true energy is a technique exclusive to the true Yuan realm, is it not? How can the ninth prince, relying solely on the ninth layer of the body refinement realm, wield a power only attainable by those in the true Yuan realm? What overwhelming might! What an extraordinary defiance of fate! A singular thought surged through everyone's minds. If this young man does not perish, he is destined to rule the world. The release of true energy. Truly, it is the technique of the first heavenly emperor, Donghuang Taiyi, having initially cultivated. He possesses the true energy seed typically reserved for those at the ninth layer of the body refinement realm. Now Ling Yi, at the ninth layer of the body refinement realm, wields abilities that can only be executed by those of the true Yuan realm. Ling Yi's gaze was as sharp as lightning, and with a maniacal laugh, he intended to shatter Ling Huang into oblivion with this thunderous strike. I concede. Ling Huang, gazing at Ling Yi, who appeared as a deity, could no longer suppress the terror within his heart and cried out desolately. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi let out a cold laugh and turned to Shinnong. The Shinnong, which was originally directed towards Ling Huang's forehead, suddenly shifted, transforming into a golden light that landed upon Ling Huang's shoulder. As Ling Huang emanated a series of crackling sounds, his shoulder was crushed into a deep indentation. The bones within reduced to splinters. Your Majesty, how ruthless is Ling Yi? My son has already conceded, yet he remains unyielding, cried consortly as she fell to the feet of Emperor Tianshao in despair. The emperor commanded his guards to escort the two to the main viewing platform. At this point, there was no longer any doubt. The ninth prince, Ling Yi, had secured first place in this year-end competition. The martial arena was akin to boiling water, bubbling with excitement. Everyone marveled at the ninth prince's incredible journey, filled with countless legends. He had proven that even when one's dantian is rendered useless, a genius remains a genius. Those who once mocked Ling Yi hung their heads in shame. Young talents, witnessing Ling Yi's valor, clenched their fists, thinking a true man should aspire to be like the ninth prince. And the fair maidens, gazing upon Ling Yi's handsome visage, felt their cheeks flush, their hearts secretly admiring him. Ling Yi ascended the main stand with decisive strides. Although Ling Huang did not immediately collapse, he stood unsteadily, supported only by a few guards. Ling Yi, you treacherous fiend. In a contest between brothers, how could you resort to such venomous tactics? Your Majesty, you must take a stand for us, cried consortly, her lamentations echoing with desperation, inciting a sense of revulsion among onlookers. My son, I ask you, why is it that your fourth brother awakens the bloodline of the war ancestor, yet you do not awaken to resist? Emperor Tianshao suddenly interjected, causing consortly, Minister L, and Elyun to feel an unsettling surge of anxiety. Ling Yi took a deep breath and declared in a resonant voice, this question is quite simple. The bloodline of the war ancestor that belongs to the fourth brother was taken from me. What? Say that again. Emperor Tianshao bellowed, shattering a nearby stone pillar into dust with a single strike. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh, poised to elucidate the matter at hand. When the empress spoke, I have only just become aware of this situation. The fourth prince has cunningly devised a trap to usurp the ninth prince's ancestral bloodline, resulting in a drastic decline in the ninth prince's cultivation, nearly rendering him a waste. Fortunately, the ninth prince has risen anew, reclaiming his position at the pinnacle. Why was I not informed of this sooner? Your Majesty, you have remained in seclusion for an extended period. I wish to inform you, but was I afforded the opportunity? Alas, though I serve as the matriarch of the 6 palaces, the fourth prince and consort Li have grown increasingly powerful. I am but a woman, powerless to act. The empress suddenly broke into tears. "Your Majesty, Father!" Both consortly and the fourth prince exclaimed in unison, eager to defend themselves. Grand Master El stepped forward, subtly gesturing with his hands, releasing an intangible aura of energy that was chillingly malevolent. This sinister energy surged into the bodies of the two, leaving them as if plunged into an icy abyss, rendering them incapable of uttering another word. "Your Majesty, these two have disrupted the court, and I have suffered greatly at their hands. I beseech you to take action." Grand Master El knelt, trembling with trepidation. "My child, do you have anything further to say?" The heavenly roar emperor fixed his gaze upon Ling Huang. Ling Huang trembled uncontrollably, raising his gaze to behold Master El, whose face bore a chilling smile and whose eyes glimmered with an icy demeanor. In the end, Ling Huang closed his eyes, allowing two streams of clear tears to cascade down his cheeks, and choked out, "I, your son, confess my sins." Ling Yi intended to speak, yet he discerned the menacing intent in Master El's gaze, akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on its prey. What if he were to reveal that it was El Yun who conspired with the fourth prince to ensnare him? The outcome would merely render the situation more awkward. Would Emperor Tianshao truly engage in a confrontation with Master El on his behalf? After all, although Emperor Tianshao ostensibly held the throne, it was Master El who wielded the true power behind the scenes in the Tian dynasty. Should Master El choose to fight to the bitter end, with ministers rallying behind him and the noble families of the imperial capital turning against the emperor, chaos would surely ensue throughout the realm. Thus, Ling Yi remained silent. Ling Huang trembled uncontrollably, having already come to terms with his fate. Cast aside by all, he would never contend for the throne again. The fourth prince. The consortly conspired against the prince, an unforgivable crime. Henceforth, he would be imprisoned in the cold palace for 20 long years, deprived of his freedom. Qinger, quickly close the door. We shall shut the estate from this moment forth. After sending off a group of guests, Ling Yi urgently instructed the maid Qinger. Qinger, equally flustered, heeded the ninth prince's words and approached the entrance of the estate. Outside, a throng of people encircled the gates, laden with gifts of all sizes. "Miss Qinger, may we see the ninth prince?" Someone eagerly inquired upon noticing her emergence. With a playful smile, Qinger replied, "The ninth prince is rather fatigued due to the recent competition and wishes to rest. I kindly ask everyone to return." "Please, Miss Qinger, we have already waited an entire day," came the chorus of voices. "Indeed, ninth prince, I am a subordinate general from the scout camp, imploring for a moment of your time." Qinger glanced at these prominent figures of the imperial capital, who now resembled common folk gathered at her prince's doorstep, and stifled a laugh. However, finding them somewhat bothersome, she chose to disregard them and shut the estate doors. "Ninth prince, congratulations." After executing her tasks, Qinger approached Ling Yi and began to massage his back. "Please, do not jest. What is there to celebrate?" Ling Yi replied with a bitter smile. "Our esteemed prince, when you first participated in the grand competition, you were merely at the 7th level of body refinement, yet you ascended to the 9th level. You even defeated the 4th prince Ling Huang, who is at the 1st level of true essence, and hunted a true essence beast. This tale has spread throughout the capital." Qinger laughed, her mirth evident. "Is it truly so exaggerated?" Ling Yi frowned in response. "Indeed, many storytellers have woven your exploits into tales that are now sung on every street corner." As she spoke, her face pressed against Ling Yi's back, and suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. With a choked voice, Qinger lamented, "I only just learned that you endured such a significant ordeal due to the fourth prince. How could one possess such a cruel heart? To extract your very bloodline. How excruciating that must have been." Ling Yi turned around, embracing Qinger, his heart filled with emotion. He gently wiped away her tears and softly said, "Silly girl, do not weep. It is all in the past." He then inquired, "By the way, is there anything of significance happening recently?" Qinger, dabbing her eyes and calming her spirit, replied, "Tomorrow, the ninth prince is to be honored in the Great Hall. His Majesty will bestow the Donghuang order from the Donghuang Academy to the top 10. And the top 6 shall be granted the opportunity to enter the War God Temple for their baptism." Ling Yi nodded. With only a few days remaining until the conclusion of the year-end competition, it was indeed time for rewards to be bestowed. Additionally, the representatives from the Danling Pavilion had just arrived, requesting assistance from the ninth prince, hoping to discuss the matter further after his baptism. What could the Danling Pavilion want my help with? Ling Yi pondered. He held a profound admiration for the Danling Pavilion, and thus felt a sense of obligation to assist them. On the following day, within the Grand Hall of the Dantian Imperial Palace. Civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, while the top 10 contestants from the recent year-end competition occupied the center stage. Besides the 6 strong contenders, those eliminated in the first round also engaged in a fierce contest to secure their places among the top 10. To everyone's surprise, Sun Tian, who had been eliminated by Ling Yi in the first round, managed to claim the 7th position. Following the revelation of the 4th Prince Ling Huang's misdeeds, his 2nd place standing was annulled, allowing subsequent competitors to ascend the ranks. Consequently, Sun Tian rose from his original 7th place to now secure the 6th, earning the qualification for the baptism at the Temple of War. The 6 individuals who would undergo the baptism included the 9th Prince Ling Yi, Gu Yanqing, Li Xiaoyang, El Yun, the 8th Prince Ling Huang, and Sun Tian. El Yun, due to the scar on her face, wore a delicate white veil. The baptism at the Temple of War symbolized the highest honor associated with this year-end competition. Emperor Tianxiao began, as per tradition, by announcing the key awards for those who had performed exceptionally well, followed by the issuance of the Donghuang Ling, the qualification token for the Donghuang Academy. Subsequently, the 6 strong contenders were escorted by a chief guard towards the Temple of War. In previous occasions, the Dongwu Pavilion was open for such events. However, this time, given the significance of the Donghuang Academy, the Temple of War was made accessible. The assistance the Temple of War provides to martial artists far surpasses that of the Dongwu Pavilion. Ling Yi caressed the Donghuang Ling, an ancient token crafted from dark wood, inscribed with the character Tsong and a powerful calligraphy of iron and silver. It emanated an ineffable force, rendering imitation impossible. This token merely signified one's eligibility, yet the ability to gain entry into the esteemed Academy of Bei Wang domain hinged upon one's prowess. The competitors one would face were the apex geniuses representing various empires, and to emerge victorious from such fierce contention would be akin to scaling the heavens. In an instant, the captain of the guards came to a halt. This commander presided over the elite forces of the Dantian Empire, a figure of considerable stature. It was said he was once an exceptionally brilliant talent from the Sun family, known as Sun Tian. By lineage, he was an uncle to Sun Tian, a formidable expert at the 9th level of the true origin realm. As the crowd followed Commander Sun's lead, their eyes fell upon a majestic palace emblazoned with the words Hall of War Gods. Upon entering, they were greeted by a towering statue, approximately several dozen zhang high, depicting a fearsome figure with a bull's head and a human body, possessing 6 arms, an awe-inspiring likeness to the legendary Qiyu. Previously, Ling Yi had been unaware that the war god they were venerating was the renowned Qiyu, the foremost deity of battle in ancient times. He now realized that the most revered divine figure of the Dantian Empire was, in fact, akin to his own secondary martial spirit. The annals of antiquity had obscured the names of many deities over time. With fervent devotion, Commander Sun knelt, proclaiming, "May the war god bless us," bestowing protection upon Dantian and ensuring our martial fortunes flourish. The 6 youths, emulating him, bowed in earnest reverence. After the rites, Commander Sun gestured towards a blood-red pool, declaring, "This is the greatest reliance of the Dantian Empire, known as the War God Pool. It is well known that since the founding ancestor, the people of Dantian have been warriors at heart. Upon reaching the Huahai realm, barring unforeseen calamities, all martial practitioners, after aging and waning strength, come to this pool to merge their flesh and blood into its essence. Thus, over millennia, the energy of the War God Pool has intensified, safeguarded by our ancestors." The assembly grasped the significance of his words. Commander Sun continued, "Soon, you shall enter the War God Pool to receive the blessings of your forebears, and in due time, you must repay the Dantian Empire. Because the pool is formed from the essence of many powerful beings, it is exceedingly potent. The longer you endure within, the greater the benefits you shall reap. However, remember not to overexert yourselves, for harm to your foundation could prove detrimental. The stronger your physique, the greater the advantages garnered." All eyes turned to Ling Yi, for although his martial prowess was not the highest, merely at the initial stage of the 9th level of body refinement, his physique was extraordinarily formidable, almost inhuman. The War God Pool was divided into 3 tiers. The higher the tier, the lesser the pressure encountered. Ling Yi was the first to step into the God of War Pool, the crimson liquid gradually permeating his body. Ling Yi felt an immense force incessantly eroding his physique. This power was not only domineering, but also possessed tremendous destructive capability. Yet, amidst the devastation, a portion of the energy lingered within him, fortifying his robust form. Truly remarkable. The divine farmers in his sea of consciousness quivered slightly, healing the hidden injuries inflicted upon Ling Yi by the corrosive liquid of the war god pool. Ling Yi smiled, immersing himself in the god of war pool. Subsequently, others began to step into the pool as well. The physical conditions of the individuals varied, yet traversing the depths of the god of war pool proved to be exceedingly challenging. Within the pool, those with greater physical prowess could venture deeper. After approximately half an hour, Lu Yun, having sustained herself at the upper levels of the pool for a considerable duration, ultimately exited due to her comparatively weaker constitution. The sight of Lu Yun emerging from the god of war pool was indeed alarming. Her once delicate skin bore no unscathed areas. In some places, the white of her bones was even visible. However, with each step she took, her flesh visibly healed at an astonishing rate. In just a few breaths, Lu Yun returned to her normal appearance, though the wounds on her face from her earlier duel with Ling Yi remained unhealed. An aura of formidable strength emanated from her body, clearly indicating a significant enhancement in her physical capabilities. As time progressed, the 6 youths who had entered the god of war pool one by one emerged from its depths. At this moment, Ling Yi arrived at the mid-level of the war god pool. The energy in this place is rather dense. A voice, steady yet tinged with a hint of mockery, resounded. It is the Eastern Emperor. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, and then, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the spirit soul space he had once visited. Before Ling Yi stood an individual, none other than the first emperor, Donghuang Taiyi. Emperor Donghuang, Ling Yi exclaimed with fervor. Indeed, the place you occupy is saturated with soul force and abundant in energy, which has enabled my awakening. I can sustain a conversation with you for a while longer. Donghuang Taiyi smiled faintly and added, you too may emerge as well. Upon his command, a black and white ruler and a blood-red demonic halberd soared through the distant space. The Shinong ruler, the Qiyu halberd. As the Shinong ruler and the Qiyu halberd engaged in a fierce aerial duel, they sparked brilliantly against one another. Subsequently, they transformed into human forms before Ling Yi. Shinong and Qiyu bowed respectfully to Donghuang Taiyi, proclaiming, we pay our respects to the emperor. Donghuang Taiyi nodded subtly and suddenly remarked, Qiyu, do you not find the place where Ling Yi resides intriguing? It bears resemblance to your own techniques. Qiyu pondered for a moment, then gradually attuned himself to the surroundings. A smile blossomed upon his bovine visage as he responded, indeed, the blood pool method is a divine art I embedded within that fragment of true blood. I never anticipated that this old scion of the Ling family would actually construct a blood pool. Shinong, equally exhilarated, remarked, this blood pool method consolidates the souls and vital essence of numerous warriors. Qiyu, you can assist Ling Yi in absorbing all of it. All of it? Absorb? Ling Yi appeared somewhat dazed. Donghuang Taiyi pondered for a moment, shook his head, and then remarked, Ling Yi's current realm is insufficient to absorb such a vast amount of energy. However, it can greatly assist in the transformation of your Qiyu spear. Qiyu clapped his forehead and bellowed, then it is settled. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback before returning to the present. At this moment, urged by Qiyu, Ling Yi made his way to the lower level of the war god pool. Ah, the ninth prince has descended to the lower level. How astonishing. No one has ever been able to reach this depth below the true essence realm, Commander Sun marveled. At this juncture, everyone except Ling Yi had exited the war god pool, leaving him as the sole occupant still present, even venturing into the lower level. Suddenly, the eyes of the war god statue erupted with brilliant light, and the statue began to tremble, gradually shedding fragments of stone. The radiant beams emitted from the statue's eyes were directed precisely towards the location of Ling Yi within the war god pool. Ling Yi was enveloped in a swirling vortex, with blood-red liquid continuously converging towards him. In that moment, he resembled a ferocious beast from primordial times, capable of devouring even a mountain or an ocean. A portion of energy surged into Ling Yi's body, prompting him to fervently execute the chaotic yin-yang technique to absorb this energy. The vast liquid from the war god pool corroded his flesh, while the divine farmer's measure swiftly healed him, further enhancing his already formidable physique. A crimson light flickered and pulsated within his mind, as the immense energy from the war god pool gradually consolidated in his consciousness. An ominous red demonic spear began to take shape. The Qiyu spear, the first divine weapon crafted by the war master Qiyu, was the premier weapon of the world. The nine-li body refinement technique could fortify the flesh, ultimately cultivating into the most powerful form of a three-headed, six-armed warrior. The War Master's true scripture recorded his lifelong methods of weapon crafting. A torrent of information flooded into Ling Yi's mind. He roared in fury. The war god pool erupted violently. In an instant, The Qiyu spear fully formed in his mind, and Ling Yi transformed into the three-headed, six-armed visage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he reverted to his original appearance. The crimson liquid from the war god pool vanished entirely. Leaving Ling Yi standing alone in the approximately 10-meter deep pool, Ling Yi rose to his feet, having attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Reaching the threshold of the true essence realm, his physical form had reached an extraordinarily terrifying state. As Ling Yi stepped forward, a faint golden light emanated from his body, making him appear less like a mere mortal and more akin to a construct of metal. Ling Yi, what is the meaning of this? The culmination of my efforts over tens of thousands of years within the Tian dynasty has been utterly obliterated by you, Lu Yun exclaimed furiously, her countenance shrouded by a veil that could not conceal her wrath. Despite the fury etched across her features, a twisted sense of delight flickered within her heart. With such a grievous transgression, Ling Yi was bound to face repercussions far harsher than those inflicted upon the fourth prince, Ling Huang. Contemplating this, she could not help but caress her cheek. Could such an affront be easily dismissed? I apologize. It seems I may have exerted excessive force and drained the waters of the war god pool. Ling Yi gazed at the crowd, who were left utterly astonished and filled with expressions of reproach, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he confess that the revered god of war now resided within his sea of consciousness as a secondary martial soul, and that it was he who urged him to act in this manner? If he were to articulate such a notion, it was likely that whispers of his madness would spread like wildfire. Commander Sun, Ling Yi was about to explain to Commander Sun, but to his surprise, Commander Sun gazed intently at him, gesturing with his hand for Ling Yi to remain silent. Taking a deep breath, Commander Sun spoke in a solemn tone. Follow me. Ling Yi and his companions closely followed Commander Sunday. After entering the war god pool, everyone had experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities. The 6 individuals accompanied Commander Sun to the entrance of the Emperor Tianxiao's study, where he instructed them to wait outside before entering the room himself. After a considerable time, Commander Sun emerged and solemnly announced, Prince Ling Yi, please follow me inside. The rest of you may return to your respective residences. Though the remaining 5 were filled with curiosity, they recognized that this was evidently the Emperor Tianxiao's decree and thus had no choice but to take their leave with reluctance. Ling Yi followed Commander Sun into the study, where, at the center, Emperor Tianxiao sat majestically upon the dragon throne, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Ling Yi, the Emperor's expression shifted to one of palpable excitement as he exclaimed, I have heard that you have destroyed the war god pool. Ling Yi's heart quivered, and he hastily lowered his head, speaking in a somber tone. Your son, also erred in my oversight, unaware of the reasons behind it. Emperor Tianxiao pondered for a considerable time before suddenly erupting into a thunderous laughter that resonated powerfully, proclaiming, Ha ha ha, splendid. Since the founding of our Tian dynasty, there has existed a legend. When the waters of the war god pool run dry, a youth shall emerge from its depths, heralded as the son of the war god. This individual will lead our Tian dynasty towards a new era of magnificence. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback. The term son of war god resonated within him. With his martial soul being the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, the supreme deity of the primordial era, and Qiyu, a subordinate of the Eastern Emperor, and his secondary martial soul. Did it not imply that he himself was, in a sense, a half-master of the war god? The title of son of war god felt somewhat belittling to Ling Yi. The Emperor Tianxiao engaged in a few more words with Ling Yi, urging him to persevere in his cultivation, before allowing him to exit the study, devoid of any reprimand. After all, the matter of the son of war god was of great significance, and the Emperor cautioned Ling Yi against publicizing it. Ling Yi stepped out of the study, only to find that 5 individuals remained from the year-end competition. As he pondered their hesitation, he noticed Lu Yun striding forward, reproaching him. Ling Yi, you have damaged the war god pool. What punishment has His Majesty imposed upon you? Ling Yi shook his head and remarked, there is no punishment at all. Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately taken aback in disbelief. Sun Tian, who had previously been defeated by Ling Yi, felt a simmering resentment in his heart. Witnessing Ling Yi's destruction of the painstaking efforts of the Tian dynasty over thousands of years only fueled his ire. Sun Tian declared, there must be severe punishment. It would not be surprising even if the death penalty were imposed. The foundation of my Tian dynasty has been ruined by your hands. The 8th prince, Ling Huang, who maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Ling Yi, furrowed his brow and interjected, Sun Tian, your words are excessively harsh. The war god pool has remained intact for millennia. Yet it is only after my ninth brother descends that the waters dry up? I believe this is unrelated to my brother. There must be an anomaly occurring within the war god pool itself. Gu Yanqing also nodded slightly in agreement. However, Lu Yun shook her head and retorted angrily. As the 8th prince has stated, the war god pool has been fine for ages, and it is only after the 9th prince's intervention that it has met its demise. Is this not the fault of the 9th prince? At this moment, His Majesty must be conferring with Commander's son about the punishment for the 9th prince. He will undoubtedly not let him off lightly. During the year-end competition, Lu Yun had suffered a loss of face due to Ling Yi's actions, and even her supporter. The 4th prince Ling Huang had been vanquished by Ling Yi, leaving her confined to the cold palace without the possibility of stirring up any further turmoil. Now, Lu Yun observed with cold indifference, eagerly awaiting the spectacle that was to unfold with Ling Yi. As the study door swung open, they beheld Commander's son emerging. Momentarily taken aback upon noticing that the 6 formidable figures had not yet departed. The crowd was startled as they caught sight of the imperial edict in Commander's son's grasp. The expressions of Lu Yun and Sun Tian grew increasingly derisive as they anticipated the unfolding drama surrounding Ling Yi. Spotting Ling Yi, Commander's son proclaimed, "Ninth Prince, step forward to receive the edict." Ling Yi stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully proclaimed, "I, your humble servant Ling Yi, heed your command." He continued, "By the decree of His Majesty the Emperor of the War Heaven, due to the remarkable performance of the 9th Prince Ling Yi in the year-end competition, I am honored to announce that he is bestowed the title of King, with the appellation of War King, enjoying the privileges and honors accorded to a prince. Thus it is decreed." Commander's son, having concluded the imperial edict, hastily assisted Ling Yi to his feet, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, 9th Prince. No, His Highness the War King. This is impossible." Lu Yun shrieked, her voice piercing the air. The crowd was equally taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Has Ling Yi been conferred a title? I have never heard of anyone receiving such an honor purely for a remarkable performance in the year-end competition. Even Ling Yi, who previously secured first place in the year-end contest, did not receive such a favor. Only the eldest prince, who successfully entered the Donghuang Academy and gained favor from a powerful figure therein, was awarded the title of Qi Wang due to the accolades bestowed upon the Zhantian dynasty by the Donghuang Academy. The 2nd prince, stationed at the frontier and celebrated for his unparalleled achievements, was likewise granted the title of Rongwang. In the Zhantian dynasty, where the character for war is held in the highest regard, the elevation of Ling Yi to the title of Zhanwang raises the question of whether Emperor Tian Shao intends to support Ling Yi as his successor. The crowd dared not ponder further, recognizing the significance of the matter, and promptly decided to report to their family elders. Yun, as the daughter of the Grand Preceptor, must exercise utmost caution in her words. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am falsely conveying a royal edict? Or do you have objections to His Majesty's decisions? Commander's son, with a calm yet imposing demeanor, spoke in a low voice. I would not dare, Yun thought. Chastised by Commander's son, she lowered her head, silenced and unwilling to utter another word. Commander's son, the leader of the Imperial Guard, was not only exceptionally skilled in martial prowess but also held a prestigious position, making Yun wary of incurring his wrath. However, despite her outward submission, having been reprimanded in front of the crowd, her eyes flickered with malice, harboring a deep-seated desire to see Ling Yi suffer 1,000 deaths. At this moment, no one else dared to utter a word. Ling Yi returned to the residence of the 9th prince, idly toying with the spatial ring bestowed upon him by Emperor Tian Shao. The spatial ring was exceedingly precious. All others, except for Ling Yi, had their spatial rings, which were used for hunting extraordinary beasts, confiscated. Such items, imbued with unique supernatural abilities, are referred to by martial artists as spiritual artifacts, classified according to the cosmic elements of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, ranked from the 1st to the 9th grade. The spatial ring in Ling Yi's possession is a rare yellow-grade 9th-tier spiritual artifact, boasting an internal space of several dozen meters. This favor, coupled with the title of warlord, indeed reflects the Emperor Tianxiao's considerable favor towards Ling Yi. However, none of this constitutes what Ling Yi truly desires. What Ling Yi yearned for the most was the whereabouts of his mother. Yet, at present, he found himself unable to voice this inquiry, fearing it might provoke the wrath of the Emperor Tianxiao. Ling Yi closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the sea of perception, where the Qiyu halberd and the Shinong ruler floated gracefully in the air. The Shinong ruler was a familiar artifact to Ling Yi, Yet he yearned to further comprehend the Qiyu halberd. Qiyu, renowned not only as the god of war, but also as the master of arms, is said to be the progenitor of the art of weapon forging. He bequeathed to Ling Yi a sacred text, the true scripture of the master of arms, which detailed the methods of crafting numerous legendary artifacts from the primordial age. However, Ling Yi currently lacked the necessary materials. As Qiyu's innate weapon, the Qiyu halberd proved invaluable for the forging of spiritual and divine tools. Although the halberd manifested as a weapon of war, it was, in essence, an enigmatic liquid substance. Within it resided the indomitable will and murderous intent cultivated through Qiyu's lifetime of battles, capable of transforming into myriad forms, while simultaneously assisting in the tempering of spiritual tools and the fusion of materials. Qiyu, Shenong, and Donghuang Taiyi had all succumbed to slumber within the soul space of martial spirits. Yet, the immense power emanating from the war god pool allowed the Qiyu halberd to take form within Ling Yi's realm of consciousness. Ling Yi let out a light chuckle. If others were to discover that the revered war god Qiyu of the northern wilderness was, in fact, his secondary martial soul, they would likely treat him as if he were a deity. In a certain sense, the legend spoken of by Emperor Tianshao regarding the son of the war god has underestimated Ling Yi's true potential. Given that he possesses the extraordinary Qiyu spear, it is only fitting that he should delve into the art of forging. Ling Yi contemplated that the practitioners of spirit weapon crafting, known as artifact smiths, are even rarer than alchemists. This rarity stems from the intricate mastery required over materials in the forging process. A mere moment of negligence can significantly heighten the risk of catastrophic failure in comparison to alchemical endeavors. Aside from the Qiyu spear, Qiyu also bequeathed upon himself a formidable skill known as the nine-li body refinement technique. The god of war is renowned for an indomitable spirit, one that thrives eternally. Beyond mere willpower, there exists a physique of unparalleled might. Qiyu was once the esteemed chieftain of the nine-li clan, leading its warriors to conquer all corners of the world, undefeated in battle. He had 81 brothers, each a deity of the nine-li clan, who carved out a dominion in the primordial age that instilled fear in the hearts of ancient gods. The foundation of their prowess lay in the extraordinary nine-li body refinement technique. As Ling Yi closed his eyes, the essence of the nine-li body refinement technique emerged vividly in his mind. This technique involves the continuous tempering of the physical form using genuine energy, meticulously refining every drop of true blood and every bone until they can be manipulated with utmost ease. Upon reaching the first level, one gains the ability to transform genuine energy into form, thereby controlling the body and manifesting an arm. At the second level, another arm can be further evolved. Upon attaining the sixth level, one can manifest 6 arms. From the 7th level onward, the ability to evolve a head is granted. Once the 9th level is perfected, one attains a formidable form akin to Qiyu, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. This 3-headed, 6-armed state allows for perception in all directions and auditory awareness from every angle, resulting in a combat prowess that transcends mere multiplication. It embodies the principle that 1 plus 1 can yield far greater than 2. Ling Yi settled into a meditative posture, initiating the flow of the chaotic yin-yang technique's vital energy. This vital energy gradually seeped into the bloodline of the battle ancestor within him. The battle ancestor bloodline, stimulated, underwent continuous refinement and compression by the vital energy. The pain was excruciating. Ling Yi furrowed his brow. The intensity of this agony was no less than that he experienced when his battle ancestor bloodline was forcibly taken from him. Before long, Ling Yi's entire body began to convulse, trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. Ling Yi gradually retracted his cultivation technique. The nine-li body refinement technique was indeed exceedingly powerful, and with Ling Yi's current physique, he found himself unable to master even the first level of the 9th-li body refinement technique. Nevertheless, despite being a novice in this art, Ling Yi felt that his physical prowess had significantly improved. Ling Yi reached out his hand, and a long spear materialized from thin air, which was none other than the Qiyu spear. This spear, measuring approximately 2 zhang in length, exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, its entire form engulfed in a fiery crimson glow, embodying boundless martial spirit. Ling Yi let out a resounding shout and commenced his practice of the Jiuli body refinement technique, which included the Jiuli spear technique. The Jiuli spear technique bears some resemblance to the battle blade technique of the Battle Heaven dynasty, emphasizing a grand and forceful approach, perfectly suited for chaotic skirmishes. The Jiuli spear technique is an ancient combat skill, and Ling Yi's current cultivation level is insufficient. He has only mastered the first 3 forms of the Qiyu spear. The first form, Invincible in battle. This technique relies on the eruption of true energy through a distinctive maneuver, combined with one's own battle intent, overpowering all adversaries. When facing opponents whose cultivation is not significantly higher, the interplay of battle intent can result in an extraordinarily potent burst of power. The second form, unyielding assault. This technique focuses on condensing true essence into a singular point, which then erupts to pierce through all defenses. This form is particularly devastating against warriors with formidable defensive capabilities. Ling Yi devoted himself to 10 days of rigorous training, mastering the first form of the 9-li spear technique to perfection and achieving a minor accomplishment in the second form. After all, this ancient martial art of the 9-li tribe demands immense energy, even with Ling Yi's ancestral bloodline, which grants him vitality beyond measure. He could only unleash the full power of the second form of the 9-li spear in a single strike. The following day, Ling Yi rose early and made his way to the Qi-Ling Pavilion within the War Heaven dynasty. The Qi-Ling Pavilion, akin to the Dan-Ling Pavilion, stands as a prestigious force throughout the northern wilderness. However, within the War Heaven dynasty, it is merely a branch of the Qi-Ling Pavilion in the broader northern wilderness domain. The primary business of the Qi-Ling Pavilion revolves around the sale of spiritual weapons, comprising both those crafted in-house and others procured at high prices from various locations. Ling Yi stepped outside and observed the plaque of the 9th prince's residence being removed, replaced with the inscription War King Manor. Additionally, Ling Yi now possessed his own carriage, liberating him from the necessity of walking to any destination in the future. Ling Yi boarded the carriage and commanded to the Qi-Ling Pavilion. The coachman, a middle-aged man with a weathered face, appeared exceedingly simple, resembling a farmer. However, once Ling Yi settled into the carriage, a glimmer of malice flashed in the coachman's eyes. Within the palace, in the Fingy Hall, the queen seemed restless, fidgeting in her seat with a sense of unease. "Your Majesty, I have returned." An elderly maid rushed in, speaking in hushed tones. "Quick, close the door," the queen exclaimed with uncontained joy. The maid peeked outside, ensuring no one was around, before securely shutting the door. Leaning closer to the queen, she whispered, "Su Fu has already been arranged to enter the residence of the 9th prince. Good news is likely to arrive soon." The queen's eyes shimmered with excitement as she repeatedly expressed her approval. The maid suddenly posed a question. "Your Majesty, although Su Fu is a renowned assassin, the risk is too great. Is it truly worth exposing yourself for the 9th prince?" A fierce glint flickered in the queen's gaze as she retorted, "What do you? A mere servant, understand. The 9th prince has now been granted the title of War King, indicating he has already won the favor of the emperor. His dantian has been destroyed and his bloodline usurped. Yet, look at how little time has passed. He claimed first place in the year-end competition, while Consort Li and the 4th prince have been cast into the cold palace. As long as this person lives, I cannot find peace." The elderly maid, clearly a confidant of the queen, showed no fear despite the reprimand and responded, "The 9th prince is indeed exceptional, but he is still young. How can he possibly compare to our first prince? It is said that our first prince has already entered the sea transformation realm and has successfully gained admission to the inner sanctum of the Donghuang Academy. His future is limitless." At the mention of the first prince, a glimmer of pride shone in the queen's eyes. However, she soon shook her head and declared sternly, "I absolutely will not allow any unstable factors to obstruct my son's path to the throne. I shall pave the way for his imperial reign." Her expression was fierce, starkly contrasting with her usual benevolent demeanor. On the roads of the imperial capital, after approximately half an hour of travel, Ling Yi arrived at the Qi-Ling Pavilion. "Is that not the 9th brother?" a mocking voice echoed. Ling Yi turned around and frowned, letting out a cold snort. The individual approaching was none other than the detestable 7th prince, Ling Hong. The 7th prince had truly met with misfortune first. He was severely beaten by Ling Yi in the Dan-Ling Pavilion, and after painstakingly recovering, he foolishly attempted to showcase his prowess during the year-end competition, only to sustain a grievous injury to his waist. Subsequently, his mother and brother were cast into the cold palace. With the unwavering support of the Li family, Ling Hong managed to heal his waist injury. Though he was still unable to engage in combat, he could now move about freely. It was astonishing to witness the 7th prince, Ling Hong, trailing behind a few individuals. Within the realm of the Dantian Empire, Ling Hong was notoriously known for his arrogant and reckless demeanor. For him to be relegated to a subordinate position, the person commanding such influence must be truly remarkable. The individual at the forefront donned resplendent white attire, exuding an air of dignity and confidence, walking with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. His handsome visage was meticulously groomed, and a rebellious glint danced in his eyes. Beside him walked a young woman, possessing large, doe-like eyes that evoked a sense of compassion. Her slightly chubby cheeks added to her charm, rendering her even more endearing, while her beauty stood not in comparison to the stunning Gu Yanqing, whose demeanor was as frigid as ice. This girl radiated a warmth that inspired a protective instinct in those who beheld her. "Seventh Prince, what brings you here?" Ling Yi inquired, furrowing his brow. "This prince is burdened with countless responsibilities. My presence here is for a significant purpose. Today, I am tasked with accompanying 2 esteemed guests from foreign lands to the Qiling Pavilion. Ninth brother, why do you not hasten to greet his presence?" Ling Hong stepped forward. Addressing Ling Yi, the strikingly handsome man exuded an aura that was even more formidable than that which Ling Yi felt when confronting Ling Huang, his martial arts realm hovering around the second level of the true element realm. The young woman, despite her delicate appearance, astonishingly reached the first level of the true element realm. This pair, both of similar age to Ling Yi, possessed martial prowess that should not be underestimated. Ling Yi scoffed coldly and remarked, "What sort of person requires me to meet them?" Ling Hong, akin to a dog introducing its master, yelped at Ling Yi as if someone had trodden on its tail. "Open your eyes and see clearly before you. The prodigious youth standing before me is none other than Zhao Wenxuan, the son of the left minister of the Burning Sky dynasty. And this unparalleled beauty beside him is none other than Ming Jiayu, the 3rd princess of the Eastern Yin dynasty. The Burning Sky dynasty is a mid-tier empire, exerting control over several lower-tier dynasties, far surpassing the likes of the Battle Sky dynasty, which is considered inferior by comparison. The Burning Sky dynasty boasts a left minister whose influence permeates the court, holding a status akin to that of the esteemed El Taishir of the Battle Sky dynasty, positioning him just below the emperor yet above all others. As the heir to the left minister, Zhao Wenxuan's rank is considerably superior to that of princes from the lower-tier dynasties. The Eastern Yin dynasty, also classified as a lower-tier empire, falls under the dominion of the mid-tier Burning Sky dynasty. Historically, the Eastern Yin and the Battle Sky dynasties have maintained a cordial relationship, existing in a mutually supportive dependency. Ling Yi was aware that these 2 individuals were quite formidable, yet he remained oblivious to the astonishing origins they possessed. However, as he observed the 7th prince's increasingly arrogant demeanor, Ling Yi felt a growing repulsion and remarked, "As a prince of the illustrious Zhantian dynasty, must I prostrate myself before the heirs and princesses of other empires?" The left chancellor's heir, Zhao Wenxuan, scoffed derisively, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly as he chided. "You are merely a prince. How dare you claim the title of a lord? Even your Emperor Tian Shao must show utmost reverence in the presence of my father. 7th prince, is this the hospitality of your Zhantian dynasty?" The 7th prince, Ling Hong, seethed with indignation as he witnessed Ling Yi's blatant disregard for his dignity. This individual had caused his mother and elder brother to be cast into the cold palace, and now he dared to belittle him. Enraged, Ling Hong rebuked Ling Yi, saying, "Ling Yi, as your elder brother, I find your insolence intolerable. I graciously sought to introduce you to esteemed guests, yet you foolishly proclaim yourself a lord of the Zhantian dynasty. If you are a lord, then I must be the reigning sovereign." Ling Yi harbored an intense disdain for Ling Hong, and now that the latter sought to challenge him, how could he possibly endure it? With a cold sneer and a flash of brilliance from his hand, a decree materialized before him. This was the imperial edict proclaiming Ling Yi as the war king. With the possession of a spatial ring, he naturally carried several significant items with him at all times. Ling Yi tossed the imperial edict into the air, and Ling Hong caught it. Upon seeing the sacred decree arrive, Ling Hong panically received it, fearing that it might fall to the ground, which would be a profound disrespect to Emperor Tian Shao. "Ling Yi, how dare you display such audacity and disrespect towards the imperial edict?" Ling Hong, while cursing and drinking, opened the imperial edict, only to feel increasingly alarmed with each passing moment. Ling Hong's complexion darkened, revealing a countenance that was exceedingly unpleasant. "7th prince, have you grasped the situation clearly? Do I need to instruct you on the distinctions of rank and propriety?" Ling Yi let out a soft chuckle. Ling Hong trembled uncontrollably, yet found himself powerless. He knelt on one knee, raised the imperial edict high, and spoke with a quivering voice, "Your Highness, Prince of War, I, Ling Hong, pay my respects to you." Ling Yi retrieved the imperial decree and placed it back into the spatial ring, a subtle smile gracing his lips, though he did not permit Ling Hong to rise immediately. The hall of the Qiling Pavilion was bustling with activity, and upon witnessing this spectacle, everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. The title of War King? Among the 9 princes of noble stature, Only a few had been conferred the title of king. The eldest prince was honored as Qi king, while the second prince was granted the title of Rome king, both renowned and celebrated figures. Yet, to see the ninth prince, at such a tender age, bestowed with the prestigious honor of kingship, and that of a war king no less, was utterly astonishing. In an instant, whispers filled the air as the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, as if a bomb had gone off among them. Ling Hong felt the whispers of those around him strike his face like a series of resounding slaps, and the gaze he cast upon Ling Yi grew increasingly filled with resentment. Humph, the war king. What an imposing presence. The left chancellor's heir, Zhao Wenxuan, let out a cold snort, his brows furrowing in discontent. Ling Hong's expression was grim, uncertain whether to rise or to remain kneeling on one knee in reverence. Rise, Zhao Wenxuan commanded in a deep voice, akin to a thunderclap, his cultivation at the second level of the true essence realm unmistakably revealed. This startled those around him, causing them to retreat in astonishment, for this seemingly frail youth possessed such formidable prowess. Ling Yi, one must consider the master when dealing with the dog. Though Ling Hong may not amount to much, since he is under my protection, he is not someone that a person like you can easily trample upon. Zhao Wenxuan glared fiercely at Ling Yi, his voice laced with fury. Ling Hong rose to his feet, standing proudly behind Zhao Wenxuan. He thought to himself that now, having allied himself with the formidable Zhao Wenxuan, he no longer had to fear someone like Ling Yi. If a conflict were to arise between Ling Yi and Zhao Wenxuan, it would be but a mere flick of the wrist to obliterate Ling Yi. Ling Yi furrowed her brows deeper, her gaze fixed upon the servile demeanor of the seventh prince, Ling Hong. A tumult of anger and sorrow swelled within her. How could a prince of the mighty Tian dynasty stoop to serve as a mere lackey to the heir of the left chancellor, all the while appearing so at ease? It was a disgrace that utterly tarnished the valiant spirit of the Tian dynasty. Ling Yi's anger surged increasingly, on the verge of voicing his discontent, when he heard Meng Jiayu say, all right, let us not quarrel. Your Highness, please calm your temper. Prince Zhan did not mean any offense. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. Prince Zhan, do not take the words of His Highness to heart. He is quite straightforward and harbors no ill intentions. As Meng Jiayu spoke, her voice was as melodious as the songbirds of spring, enchanting to the ears. Zhao Wenxuan, the left chancellor's son, offered a gentle smile, the earlier tempest of his fury dissipating without a trace. He gazed at Meng Jiayu with an expression filled with tenderness and remarked, since the third princess has spoken, I shall spare Ling Yi. Ling Yi initially intended to engage in a contest of strength with Zhao Wenxuan. However, noticing Meng Jiayu's kind disposition, he refrained from contradicting her wishes and suppressed his frustration. Aware of Ling Yi's simmering anger, Meng Jiayu deftly changed the subject, inquiring, Your Highness, the War King, what brings you to the Spirit Tool Pavilion? I have come to acquire knowledge about the art of crafting weapons, Ling Yi replied. Behind Zhao Wenxuan, Ling Hong wore a disdainful expression. For it was common knowledge throughout the War Heaven Empire that the number of weapon artisans was even scarcer than that of alchemists, and the craft itself was far more arduous. Ling Yi's aspiration to become a blacksmith seems little more than a fanciful dream. However, we happen to have some matters to discuss with the esteemed Master Donghuang of the Spirit Pavilion in the Tian dynasty. Why not accompany us? Should you receive guidance from Master Tuoba, your comprehension of the art of forging will surely deepen. Meng Jiayu suggested kindly. Your Highness, do you find any issue with this? Meng Jiayu turned to Zhao Wenxuan, offering him a gentle smile as she inquired. Not at all, there is certainly no problem. I shall heed the third princess's wishes. Zhao Wenxuan replied, his gaze lingering on Meng Jiayu's innocent and charming demeanor, a flicker of fervent desire igniting in his eyes. Ling Yi pondered for a moment before finally nodding his head. Donghuang, the old master of the Weapon Spirit Pavilion, held a status that rivaled that of Gui Nan within the Tian dynasty. The Weapon Spirit Pavilion could be regarded as one of the most prestigious forces in the entire Tian dynasty. His martial arts prowess was formidable, and he was also well-versed in the art of crafting weapons. To receive his guidance would indeed be a coveted opportunity that many weapon craftsmen could only dream of. Ling Yi followed the four individuals into the Qiling Pavilion. It appeared that the pavilion had been anticipating their arrival, as someone promptly guided them to the location of Donghuang. This was a forge, and upon entering, the four beheld a colossal smelting furnace ablaze with fire. An elderly man, bare-chested and endowed with muscles as hard as fine iron, was diligently hammering away at a sword blank. As Ling Yi's gaze shifted, he perceived that the elder's hammering technique was utterly unique. Each strike landed with precision upon the sword blank, alternating between tempestuous force and delicate finesse. Yet the intensity remained consistently the same, which was quite perplexing. The old man, with skin of a deep hue and hair and beard startlingly white, was undoubtedly the renowned elder Donghuang. His eyes, resembling large copper bells, were somewhat intimidating, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word of anger. If Guinan radiated kindness and gentleness, this elder appeared infused with a volatile spirit. Upon noticing Ling Yi and the other three, the elder placed the sword blank into the furnace. The heir, Zhao Wenxuan, stepped forward respectfully and said, "Elder Tuoba, I am the fifth son of the left chancellor of the Burning Heaven dynasty. I have come to seek your assistance in repairing my Xuanhua bracelet." With that, he produced a crimson bracelet. This elder was none other than the illustrious old master of the Qi-Ling Pavilion of the War Heaven dynasty, Donghuang. Upon examining the bracelet, Donghuang furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is a spirit artifact I forged many years ago. What seems to be the issue? I cannot discern any problems." The Xuanhua bracelet was a third-grade spirit artifact, crafted specifically for Zhao Wenxuan by Donghuang at the behest of the left chancellor. Zhao Wenxuan shook his head and replied, "I do not know why, but since I entered the true origin realm and utilized it a few times, the Xuanhua bracelet seems to have lost its efficacy, failing to exert even a modicum of power." Donghuang probed the bracelet with a hint of true energy, only to discover it lay there unresponsive. He gazed at the bracelet, lost in contemplation. The materials and craftsmanship were of the highest caliber, and there were no signs of damage. Yet, why did it lack function? After a long pause, Donghuang sighed, "I cannot discern any issues." Zhao Wenxuan, filled with urgency, realized that even as the heir of the left chancellor of the Burning Heaven dynasty, he could not afford to squander a third-grade spirit artifact, as it was indeed precious. Moreover, the attributes of the Xuanhua bracelet aligned perfectly with him. Without it, his combat prowess would diminish by at least 30%. His primary objective in coming to the War Heaven dynasty was to enhance his strength in preparation for the upcoming selection at the Donghuang Dao Academy in a few months. To his dismay, even the creator of the bracelet could not provide a solution, and he felt a rising anxiety. "Elder Tuoba, I am soon to venture into the Death Nine Nether Cave. If I am deprived of this Xuanhua bracelet, my chances will diminish significantly." Zhao Wenxuan's brow furrowed, and his once proud countenance was now clouded with despair as he addressed Donghuang. Donghuang, equally at a loss, sighed and shook his head. "Elder Tuoba, may I take a look?" Ling Yi suddenly interjected. Ling Yi is not yet a blacksmith. He does not comprehend the significance of this statement. Blacksmiths are exceedingly rare, and thus, each blacksmith is a paragon among men, inherently possessing their own sense of pride. Ling Yi's words could be perceived as a provocation directed at a master craftsman. If even the venerable Tuoba could not discern any issue, could it be that a mere scion of a lesser dynasty like you is capable of detecting a flaw? Zhao Wenxuan, the scion of the left chancellor, was already in a foul mood. Upon hearing Ling Yi's remarks, he was instantly filled with rage. Does he truly believe that he surpasses the esteemed Tuoba in the art of forging? Ling Yi, do you not fear the repercussions of your audacity? The path of crafting is not one that someone of your ilk can even begin to fathom. At this moment, Ling Hong resembled a dog belonging to Zhao Wenxuan, lashing out with mockery. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, Donghuang felt a surge of anger, with a slight flick of his fingers. The Xuanhua bracelet transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling straight toward Ling Yi's face. Ling Yi was taken aback as he unleashed his chaotic true energy, forming a protective barrier in his hand that slightly diminished the speed of the Xuanhua bracelet. As he silently activated the method of the Vajra measuring rod, he suddenly grasped the Xuanhua bracelet. A tremendous force surged forth, delivering an impact of over 10,000 pounds. Ling Yi firmly grasped the Xuanhua bracelet, offering a faint smile towards Donghuang as he expressed his gratitude. Donghuang had initially intended to embarrass Ling Yi. Although he had merely unleashed a fraction of his power, it was not something an individual who had yet to step into the true essence realm could easily withstand. Even more astonishing was the fact that this half-step true essence youth could actually project his vital energy externally. Such a capability could only be possessed by those within the true essence realm. In that moment, everyone was left in a state of shock, utterly incredulous. Ling Yi, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of others. For the enigmatic fire bracelet before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a primordial artifact recorded in the scripture of the weapon master, albeit of a significantly lower rank. This artifact was known as the enigmatic fire divine bracelet, said to have been forged by the legendary Emperor Swearin. The Qiyu spear within Ling Yi's sea of consciousness quivered slightly, emitting a radiant beam of crimson light that penetrated the ring held in Ling Yi's hand. It circled through the mysterious fire bracelet before ultimately returning to Ling Yi's sea of consciousness. A fragment of information was conveyed into Ling Yi's mind. Ling Yi smiled faintly and remarked, "This Xuanhua bracelet is not inherently flawed. Rather, it suffers from the principle that a solitary yin cannot endure, and a solitary yang must inevitably decline. During its forging, Senior Tuoba sought to attain peak power by incorporating an excessive amount of fire-attributed materials, resulting in this bracelet. Even among the third-grade spiritual artifacts of the Xian level, it possesses considerable potency. However, due to this very reason, the Xuanhua bracelet has gradually lost its intended strength over time, as it has been persistently eroded by the fire materials." Ling Yi, you are increasingly regarding yourself as something of significance. Zhao Wenxuan, the heir of the left chancellor, listened in confusion, entirely unable to comprehend Ling Yi's discourse, and found his eloquence rather irksome. Silence. The aged voice of Tuoba Hong interrupted Zhao Wenxuan's words. Zhao opened his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Even the emperor of the heavenly roared dynasty would not dare to address him in such a manner. Yet, Tuoba Hong could do so. This was the stature of a formidable master craftsman. To offend this esteemed master would be to invoke the ire of the esteemed relationship he held with the head of the spirit artifact pavilion of the Burning Heaven dynasty. A consequence that could prove disastrous for oneself. A solitary yin cannot endure, and a solitary yang must inevitably decline. I understand now. Thank you, young friend. Tuoba Hong's eyes gleamed with insight as he unexpectedly bowed respectfully to Ling Yi. Ling Yi was taken aback, hastily supporting Tuoba Hong. Zhao Wenxuan, Ling Hong, and even Ming Jiayu were equally astonished. How could Tuoba Hong, with his esteemed status, address Ling Yi as a young friend? It felt as if the Emperor of Tianshao were engaging with an ordinary citizen on equal terms, leaving one with the impression of being in a dream. My lord, please return tomorrow to collect the Xuanhua bracelet. Everyone else, please take your leave. Tuoba Hong, visibly agitated, issued the dismissal. Zhao Wenxuan opened his mouth, yet ultimately found himself at a loss for words, and could only take his leave. Ling Hong and Ming Jiayu also took their leave from Tuoba Hong and followed Zhao Wenxuan out of the Qiling Pavilion. Ling Yi was originally about to depart, when he was abruptly halted by Tuoba Hong. Tuoba Hong inquired, "Your Highness, the War King, what brings you to my Qiling Pavilion?" Ling Yi nodded and promptly informed Tuoba Hong that his primary intention was to acquire knowledge about the art of weapon forging. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Hong was taken aback, filled with astonishment and disbelief. He inquired, "From what you just said, it is evident that you possess profound insights into the intricate methods of weapon forging. How is it possible that you do not know how to forge?" Ling Yi nodded slightly, and Tuoba Hong cast a profound gaze upon him. He was acquainted with Ling Yi, having some connection with Gu Yinan. Although the two often engaged in banter, their relationship was rather amicable and private. According to Gu Yinan's descriptions, Ling Yi was believed to possess an exceedingly formidable master, one whose prowess was not only formidable but also adept in the art of alchemy. At a tender age, Ling Yi has already mastered the art of concocting 9th-grade body refining pills, despite having his bloodline stolen and his cultivation obliterated. Within just a month, Ling Yi managed to restore himself to the threshold of the true origin realm. If one were to claim that he does not possess an extraordinarily powerful mentor supporting him, Tuoba Hong would never believe it. Tuoba Hong and Gu Yinan are merely the strongest forces of the Battle Heaven dynasty, having reached the legendary Celestial Gang's realm. While the world perceives the Celestial Gang's realm as the pinnacle of martial arts, experts like the two former pavilion masters are well aware that there exist individuals in this world that mere mortals cannot even begin to fathom. After a moment of contemplation, Tuoba Hong spoke solemnly. "I have heard that your alchemical skills were learned from a mysterious mentor. I wonder if your understanding of weapon refinement just now was also imparted to you by your master?" At this moment, Ling Yi recalled that in order to prevent Gu Yinan from harboring any suspicions, he had fabricated a story about possessing a mysterious master. Hearing Tuoba Hong's words at this juncture, Ling Yi could merely nod in response. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance ignited in Tuoba Hong's eyes as he eagerly inquired, "Could you possibly introduce your master to me?" Ling Yi was left speechless. Master, he must be referring to Qiyu, right? Qiyu now lay in a deep slumber. And how could he possibly be introduced to Tuoba Hong? At this moment, Ling Yi remarked, "My master is exceedingly enigmatic. I too am unaware of his current whereabouts." Disappointment welled up into Tuoba Hong's eyes as he sighed. "In recent years, I have become engrossed in the ancient art of artifact forging from the primordial era. Yet, The passage of time has rendered the information scarce, making it a challenge. The mystic fire bracelet was crafted using the techniques of that ancient era. But due to my lack of skill, it has resulted in this unfortunate state. Ling Yi felt a stirring in her heart and said, "Although my master is no longer present, I often heard him speak of the ancient art of artifact forging. Perhaps I could assist you, esteemed elder." Donghuang's eyes sparkled with delight as he burst into hearty laughter. He then commenced the process of reforging the Xuanhua bracelet, incorporating materials of the ice attribute, while simultaneously engaging in a discussion with Ling Yi about the intricacies of the forging technique. As Ling Yi listened intently to Donghuang's intricate techniques of weapon forging, he engaged in a profound exchange, drawing upon the ancient methods from the supreme weapon mastery. The more Donghuang conversed with Ling Yi, the more astonished he became. The craft of weapon forging is notoriously esoteric and challenging to comprehend, rendering it nearly inaccessible to the average individual. Yet, Ling Yi grasped the concepts effortlessly. When the discussion turned to obscure details, he offered his own insights, posing questions that left Donghuang deep in contemplation. In truth, Ling Yi's rapid proficiency in both alchemy and weapon forging stemmed from the awakening of his martial soul, Qiyu, the master of arms. Within the depths of his consciousness lay an innumerable array of primordial deities, subtly expanding his mental realm manyfold. Over time, Ling Yi's mental fortitude grew exponentially stronger, and his wisdom reached remarkable heights. Simultaneously, he possessed the divine farmer-esque compendium of herbs and the supreme weapon mastery, inheriting the authentic path of the ancient deities. The two conversed with great delight, at times lost in their own thoughts, at times erupting in hearty laughter, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Until the night enveloped them in its profound embrace. Ling Yi emerged from the Qi Ling Pavilion, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The day's discourse with Master Donghuang had proven immensely fruitful, deepening his comprehension of the art of weapon forging. What lay ahead was the necessity for practical application, to craft some spiritual tools. However, as night had already fallen, he resolved to postpone this endeavor until the morrow. Outside the Qi Ling Pavilion, Su Fu remained perched atop the carriage, awaiting Ling Yi's return. "Your Highness, shall we return to the manor now?" Su Fu inquired, his countenance exuding an innocent charm, a smile gracing his honest face. "Yes, I appreciate your patience in waiting for me today. Let us head back," Ling Yi replied, reclining languidly against the carriage seat. Su Fu nodded, raising the whip with a commanding shout. "Giddy up." The spirited steed lifted its hooves, propelling the carriage forward at a swift pace. A narrow alleyway connected the War King's residence and the Qi Ling Pavilion, typically devoid of pedestrians, but under the shroud of night, it appeared even more desolate. Ling Yi initially felt a twinge of fatigue, a slight drowsiness enveloping him. Yet, at that moment, the Qiyu halberd within his consciousness suddenly trembled, rousing him from his stupor. There was a palpable aura of menace. Ling Yi sensed the message conveyed by the halberd and abruptly opened his eyes. Su Fu, who was driving, suddenly leaped up, brandishing a pitch-black dagger that emanated a fierce killing intent. Su Fu transformed from his usual unassuming demeanor into a figure resembling a reaper risen from the depths of hell, his martial prowess surging forth, revealing him to be a formidable warrior of the first level of true essence. Whoosh! The ebony dagger, akin to a venomous serpent, lunged forward with its fangs bared, aiming directly at Ling Yi. The Qiyu halberd had already detected the murderous intent, yet Su Fu, the assassin, was truly terrifying. As an assassin, Su Fu's greatest asset was his speed. The flash of black light within the confines of the carriage left Ling Yi unable to respond in time. As Ling Yi was about to crash into the carriage, his pupils dilated, revealing a dagger that seemed to obscure the very fabric of the heavens. Crack! A 2-zhang-long Qiyu halberd swiftly sealed off all attack routes of the black dagger. What? Su Fu was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that Ling Yi could thwart his lethal strike. The Qiyu halberd, imbued with an indomitable battle spirit, tore the entire carriage into countless fragments, significantly expanding Ling Yi's maneuvering space. "Is this your martial soul, my esteemed Prince of War? Alas, it cannot save you." Su Fu bellowed fiercely, channeling his true energy. As the dagger in his hand transformed into streaks of black light, gradually weaving into a lethal black net, Ling Yi let out a cold laugh as the Shinong ruler materialized once more. The Shinong ruler danced through the air, unleashing chaotic true energy that formed a protective barrier, thwarting the onslaught of the black net. Vajra ruler technique, first form. Ling Yi snorted disdainfully, unleashing a torrent of force nearing 15,000 pounds. A tremendous power that surged directly towards Su Fu. Su Fu, taken aback momentarily, soon revealed a chilling smirk. His figure flickered like a phantom, his footsteps creating illusory shadows. And in an instant, multiple silhouettes of Su Fu emerged. It is well known that His Highness, the War King, is unparalleled in bravery and possesses divine strength, yet alas, you have encountered me. No matter how formidable your attack, if it cannot strike me, it is utterly futile. The several Su Fus proclaimed in unison. Damn it! Ling Yi, wielding the Shinong ruler, retreated, the bloodline of the war ancestor igniting a fierce glow that illuminated the heavens. Su Fu was not wrong. No matter how potent his offensive might be, if he could not land a blow on Su Fu, it was indeed useless. The multiple Su Fus surged from all directions, converging upon Ling Yi. In that moment, the air was thick with murderous intent, as if it had solidified entirely. Die! Su Fu bellowed, unleashing a torrent of black true energy that sealed off all avenues of escape for Ling Yi. This was not Ling Yi's first encounter with a master of the true element realm, but it was undoubtedly the most perilous one. The oppressive aura of death loomed so close that it enveloped him entirely. Su Fu drew ever nearer, and upon witnessing Ling Yi's expression of terror, he felt an exhilarating thrill, as if he were on the cusp of completing his mission. Invincible in battle! With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi's voice reverberated through the entire alley like a clap of thunder. A battle spear, 2 zhong in length, materialized from thin air, and a terrifying aura of combat surged skyward, momentarily halting Su Fu's actions. Ling Yi's eyes sparkled like lightning, and the bloodline of the war ancestor surged within him. An unquenchable force of vitality emanating from his being. Chaotic true energy burst forth, sweeping outwards in a crimson arc, a crescent of blood-red energy cleaving through the air. Su Fu's several ethereal figures shattered into nothingness. Su Fu, taken aback, took a swift step, resembling a shooting star as he darted to Ling Yi's side. Boom! Ling Yi seized the opportunity, wielding the Qiyu halberd in his right hand and the Shinong ruler in his left. With a swift motion, he unleashed the second form of the Vajra ruler technique, propelling the Shinong ruler forward. Su Fu was utterly unprepared, seemingly taken aback by Ling Yi's formidable combat awareness. The black dagger collided with the Shinong ruler, and in an instant, it shattered into countless fragments. The assassin, bereft of his weapon, resembled a tiger stripped of its teeth. Ling Yi swung a ruler once more, delivering a resounding strike upon Su Fu. Although Su Fu was a martial arts master at the first level of true essence, his years of practice in the art of killing rendered his physique incomparable to that of Ling Yi. As the ruler came crashing down, a series of cracking sounds echoed through the air. Su Fu's back was indented as he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, rendered motionless. Ling Yi was equally astonished. Although Su Fu was not particularly formidable in direct combat, as an assassin, his skills in stealth were undeniably impressive. Fortunately, the Qiyu halberd could sense the murderous intent of his opponent and retaliate autonomously. Otherwise, he would surely have perished here today. Are these 2 weapons manifestations of your martial soul? Su Fu gasped, blood spilling from his lips, unable to contain his terror. Ling Yi stepped upon Su Fu's back. The Qiyu spear gently pressed against Su Fu's forehead. With a slight smile, he declared, absolutely genuine. A martial soul of such rarity is already a rarity among soul warriors. Little did he expect that the Prince of War possessed dual martial souls. Su Fu lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes filled with sorrow and despair as he uttered, the mission has failed. As an assassin, I was destined to perish. I never imagined I would meet my end at the hands of a prodigious talent with dual martial souls. In my lifetime, I have found value. Ling Yi gazed down at Su Fu, a cold smile creeping across his face. If Su Fu were to learn that he was not merely a wielder of dual martial souls, but rather the embodiment of countless primordial deities as his true essence, one could only imagine the turmoil within him. Who sent you to assassinate me? Ling Yi inquired. Su Fu closed his eyes, uttering not a single word. A resolute expression of acceptance of death etched upon his visage. He was indeed a competent assassin, Ling Yi mused with a sigh. Suddenly, he raised the Qiyu spear, poised to strike. Yet, in an instant, Ling Yi's expression shifted dramatically as a formidable surge of true energy enveloped Su Fu. To his astonishment, a single blow from him could not pierce through. A celestial realm expert. It was inconceivable for an ordinary martial artist to wield the heavenly spiritual energy with such mastery. Ling Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart. He was undoubtedly facing a perilous situation against a formidable heavenly gang realm expert. He raised his head, surveying his surroundings before speaking in a deep voice. Who is it? Since you have made your move, why not reveal yourself? A voice, aged and resonant, drifted through the air. Ling Yi turned towards the sound, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, Elder Gu Yinan, the former head of the pavilion. What brings you here? Approaching him was an elderly man clad in a white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, who was none other than Gu Yinan, the esteemed leader of the Danling Pavilion, whose very presence could shake the foundations of the entire Zhantian dynasty. Ling Yi furrowed her brows slightly, casting a suspicious glance at Gu Yinan. Gu Yinan chuckled heartily and remarked, Do not misunderstand. This assassin is not one of my emissaries. Ling Yi, intrigued, inquired, What does the old pavilion master imply by this? Gu Yinan, stroking his long beard with a smile, replied, This assassin possesses a certain integrity. If you place your trust in me, I can take charge and uncover the mastermind behind this. Ling Yi nodded, placing his trust in Gu Yinan. With Gu Yinan's capabilities, if he desired Ling Yi's life, there would be no need for assassins. A mere flick of his hand could extinguish it. Gu Yinan approached Ling Yi, extending his fingers to drop a pill into Su Fu's mouth. Upon swallowing the pill, Su Fu's expression changed drastically, and his entire body trembled. After consuming the pill, he became obedient. Your Highness, the War King, you are indeed a busy man. Finding you is quite the challenge. Gu Yinan remarked with a cheerful smile. Ling Yi clasped his hands together and inquired with perplexity, What matter does the former pavilion master wish to discuss with me? Naturally, there is a matter at hand, Gu Yinan replied, a hint of teasing lacing his words. When the year-end competition concluded, I sent someone to seek you out. But you were preoccupied at that time. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that Qing had indeed mentioned that someone from Danling Pavilion had come to seek his assistance. Ling Yi reflected on how Gu Yinan had assisted him on numerous occasions, yet he had inadvertently overlooked Gu Yinan's own matters. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. Ha ha ha, no worries at all. His Highness the War King has risen to prominence at a young age, so naturally, he must be quite occupied. To be frank with you, are you aware that the heir of the left prime minister from the Burning Sky dynasty has recently arrived in the imperial capital? Gu Yinan seamlessly shifted the topic, inquiring, Of course, I am aware. Just today, I paid a visit to the old pavilion master Bahong alongside them. Ling Yi replied, Haha, that old codger. I had just departed from there and learned that you had already left, so I hurried over. That old fellow has been singing your praises incessantly, Gu Yinan remarked, stroking his beard. As for that heir, he is determined to achieve an excellent rank in the admission assessment for the Donghuang Dao Academy. Thus, he intends to venture into the Nine Nether Cave outside our imperial capital. There, one can find a type of fire flame grass, and the elixirs concocted from this spiritual herb will significantly aid in his cultivation. Ling Yi attentively listened to Gu Yinan's narration. The Death Nine Nether Cave, once opened, presents not only an array of perilous challenges but also numerous extraordinary opportunities. Within the imperial capital, you currently stand as a paragon among your peers. Our Emperor Tianxia will undoubtedly summon you to descend into the Death Nine Nether Cave in pursuit of a glimmer of fortune. What I require of you is to retrieve a spiritual herb known as iceling grass from the depths of the Death Nine Nether Cave. Gu Yinan spoke slowly, finally revealing Ling Yi's mission. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback and inquired, What is the purpose of this ice spirit grass? It is all for the sake of my precious granddaughter. She is currently in seclusion, preparing for the entrance examination of the Donghuang Dao Institute. If she can obtain this ice spirit grass, it will greatly benefit her martial arts journey. The Death Nine Nether Cave harbors slumbering extraterrestrial demons. Any martial artist above the third level of the true origin realm who descends into it will awaken these formidable beings, leading to dire consequences. The ice spirit grass grows in a particularly eerie swamp, fraught with deadly toxins. Qing once ventured there, but inadvertently fell victim to its poison, which is why I sought your assistance. After Gu Yinan recounted the entire story, Ling Yi suddenly understood. Of course, the dangers within the Death Nine Nether Cave are severe. I wonder if the Prince of War would be willing to assist me in this matter? Gu Yinan asked. Certainly, I accept. Ling Yi interjected before Gu Yinan could finish, readily agreeing. Gu Yinan seemed taken aback by Ling Yi's swift response, and a hearty laugh of unexpected joy escaped him. In truth, Ling Yi was merciless toward his foes. However, he believed in repaying kindness with gratitude, especially towards someone like Gu Yinan, who had once aided him. Gu Yinan gazed at Ling Yi with a look of profound approval. Without further ado, he lifted Su Fu and gracefully departed. Ling Yi, having lost his carriage driver, was compelled to steer his horse back to the War King's residence. The following day, A messenger arrived from the palace, summoning Ling Yi to the court at the behest of Emperor Tianxiao, as anticipated by Guinan. The left chancellor's heir intended to delve into the treacherous 9 hells of death, and Emperor Tianxiao wished for Ling Yi to accompany him in pursuit of fortune and providence. Though fraught with peril, the 9 hells of death promised both opportunity and danger in equal measure, for beneath its depths lay numerous treasures. The party comprised 4 individuals: Zhao Wenxuan, the left chancellor's heir of the Finshan Empire; Ming Jiayu from the Donghuang Empire; the 7th Prince Ling Hong; and lastly, the War King Ling Yi himself. Initially, Ling Hong lacked the qualification to descend into the 9 hells of death, as each venture required immense resources to initiate. This particular expense was wholly borne by the left chancellor's heir. However, Ling Hong's adept flattery elevated Zhao Wenxuan's spirits, granting him the chance to join the descent into the 9 hells alongside him. The 4 embarked on a warship, gradually descending along the treacherous path of the 9 hells of death. The warship, a unique spiritual artifact crafted by a master artificer, was primarily utilized in warfare. It could transport supplies and warriors, soaring through the skies. The principal fuel for the warship was crystalline stones, and each flight consumed a substantial quantity of these precious resources. Ling Yi was taken aback, struggling to fathom the immense wealth possessed by the left chancellor's heir of the Finshan Empire. Previously, Ling Yi had amassed over 10,000 crystals, which could only sustain the flight of this warship for a mere month. However, the heir Zhao Wenxuan, the left prime minister's son, possessed a warship and seemed utterly unconcerned about the expenditure of crystals. Boom! The warship landed, and the 4 emerged from its confines. Ling Yi surveyed his surroundings. It was his inaugural visit to the Death's Abyss cave, a place reputed to be the inception of death and the terminus of life, where countless souls had perished. The Death's Abyss cave was devoid of any vegetation, the ground stained a sinister crimson, interspersed with jagged stones that exuded an aura of desolation and foreboding. Zhao Wenxuan led the way, producing a stone-shaped spiritual artifact. He paused intermittently, gesturing with the artifact towards each cardinal direction. This stone artifact appeared to be a device for detecting locations, its northern orientation emitting a faint milky luminescence. Zhao Wenxuan guided the group onward until they arrived before a pitch-black chasm, halting their advance. Throughout the journey, Ling Yi had encountered numerous similar voids. Ming Jiayu whispered gently beside him, "Be cautious. These chasms are likely entrances to the demonic realm. Each entrance signifies a small-scale demonic domain. Some of these abyssal portals are places even your Emperor Tianxiao would not dare to tread lightly." Ling Yi nodded. As a prince of the Battle Heavenly Dynasty, he had heard tales since childhood of the terrifying depths of the 9 Nether Death Cave. Without a guide like Zhao Wenxuan, he would never have dared to venture here. Zhao Wenxuan gradually stepped into a dark abyss, its entrance cloaked in a liquid that resembled water. As he slowly entered, ripples spread outwards in concentric circles before ultimately fading from sight. Ling Yi and others followed closely behind. Upon traversing the abyss of the demonic realm, the world outside revealed no significant differences. Vast expanses of crimson earth stretched before them, interspersed with stones that bore the marks of corrosion. Yet, this place was more expansive and suffused with an air of ominous foreboding. At this moment, even Zhao Wenxuan wore a countenance tinged with gravity. After all, in this realm, no one dared to boast of absolute safety. The 4 continued their journey, scaling a hill only to be greeted by a forest. This woodland exuded an eerie atmosphere, as every tree stood bare, devoid of leaves, resembling desiccated elders on the brink of demise. Zhao Wenxuan extended his stone spirit tool for a probe, his expression darkening. The absence of a path before him indicated that what he sought lay within this uncanny forest. The group proceeded with cautious steps, gradually venturing deeper into the woods. After several hours of travel, an unexpected, strange cry pierced the air, startling them all. Zhao Wenxuan's Xuanhua bracelet shimmered momentarily as a surge of true energy began to gather. Ling Yi manifested the divine Shen Nong, while Ming Jiayu wielded a long sword in her grasp. Ling Yi glanced over and was astonished to discover a second-grade profound spiritual weapon. It appeared that the 3rd princess of the Eastern Yin dynasty was indeed quite favored. In stark contrast, the 7th prince, Ling Hong, was a pitiful sight. Having been so frightened that he crouched on the ground, hands clutched around his head, trembling uncontrollably. The peculiar cacophony continued to echo, prompting everyone to look up and witness a flock of crows suddenly take flight, scattering in all directions. Zhao Wenxuan breathed a sigh of relief, only to turn around and find Ling Hong in a comical position, huddled on the ground with his head in his hands. Ming Jiayu could hardly contain her laughter. her cherubic face radiant with a brilliant smile. Ling Yi furrowed his brow, an indescribable sorrow reflected in his gaze. The prince of the illustrious War Heaven dynasty. Yet he possessed a timidity surpassing that of a mere mouse. Truth be told, it was utterly disgraceful. Ling Hong gradually realized that the strange cries he had heard earlier were emitted by a crow. As he felt the mocking laughter of the crowd and caught a glimpse of Ling Yi's disdainful gaze, his previously pale face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Ling Hong, feeling unwilling to offend Zhao Wenxuan and Meng Jiayu, could only furiously retort to Ling Yi, "What are you staring at?" Ling Yisu has always been indifferent towards Ling Hong, who, lacking in strength, is excessively fond of maintaining appearances, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. At this moment, she let out a cold snort. I wonder who possesses such a feeble heart, even inferior to a child. Am I timid? Indeed, I am timid. My mother hails from the illustriously family of the War Heaven dynasty, and my brother is the renowned fourth prince. Ling Hong, filled with indignation, stood up as if to assert his courage. Just then, he spotted a peculiar mouse and, drawing forth a long, enchanted blade, unleashed the full might of his 8th-level body refinement cultivation, striking with a single, decisive blow. The small rodent had barely time to react before it let out a piercing shriek, collapsing into a pool of blood. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically, and Zhao Wenxuan muttered a harsh reprimand. What a fool! Meng Jiayu's countenance also darkened as she cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant." Ling Yi, wielding the divine shinong, stood alert by his side, vigilantly observing all that transpired around him. Ling Hong was taken aback by the crowd's reaction, rendered speechless and frozen in place. For a long time, the distant echoes of the little mouse's cries lingered in the air. Humph, just look at you. You are the ones who are as timid as a mouse. Ling Hong, noticing no unusual occurrences, found a stone to sit upon and spoke derisively. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back. Ouch! Ling Hong rolled forward, glancing at the stone he had intended to sit on. To his astonishment, the stone began to writhe, its formerly smooth surface gradually unfurling into strands of gray hair, from which a small head emerged. A rodent, the size of a human face. This mouse appeared exceedingly menacing, baring its fangs, with blood-red eyes the size of pearls. It was a stone-biting demon mouse, cursed be it. That was merely the offspring of the stone-biting demon mouse. Meng Jiayu, momentarily struck with fear, turned pale and exclaimed, "What is there to fear from merely the 7th level of body refinement?" Ling Hong endured the sharp sensation emanating from his lower back, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Fool!" Zhao Wenxuan's gaze was fixated intently on the voracious stone-eating mouse before him, completely disregarding Ling Hong's presence. Ling Hong, chastised by Zhao Wenxuan, dared not utter a single word in reply. Suddenly, stones scattered around began to slowly morph, ultimately transforming into a multitude of stone-eating demonic mice. An increasing number of these creatures converged upon the 4 individuals, and the once blood-red earth swiftly transformed into a desolate gray expanse. How many were there? Hundreds? Thousands? Perhaps even more. Ling Yi felt his heart racing uncontrollably, utterly unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. A creature, roughly the size of a young calf, a stone-eating demon mouse, emitted a piercing shriek. Countless gray stone-eating demon mice launched a frenzied assault on the 4 individuals. The young master, Zhao Wenxuan, was taken aback, and the bracelet on his wrist suddenly radiated a blinding red light. Zhao Wenxuan's true energy erupted, and 2 flame patterns, formed by the condensation of his true qi, appeared in his hands, shimmering brilliantly. Ling Yi's pupils slightly constricted. The oppressive aura emanating from Zhao Wenxuan was incomparably greater than that of the 4th prince, Ling Huang. A martial artist at the 2nd level of the true essence realm was indeed formidable. Swarms of stone-eating demon mice charged forward frantically, yet Zhao Wenxuan remained utterly still, a fiery red emblem flickering in his grasp. Swish! The crimson emblem struck one of the 7th level body-refining stone-eating demon mice directly. The creature emitted no sound, ultimately severed in 2, with charred edges marking the incision. Zhao Wenxuan's true energy radiated outward, surrounding him with a dazzling red glow. His arms moved with the swiftness of the wind, as the corpses of the stone-eating demon mice gradually accumulated at his feet. Meng Jiayu softly called out, summoning a longsword spirit artifact into her hands. With a delicate flick of her wrist, her true energy surged forth, manifesting a brilliant azure light. With droplets of water subtly materializing, she swung her sword, unleashing her true energy, which transformed into a single droplet that struck a stone-eating demon mouse directly. The creature was pierced through, blood splattering across the ground. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ling Yi's eyes as the Shinong ruler in his hand surged with black and white radiance, unleashing the first form of the Vajra ruler technique. The ancient and weighty Shinong ruler crushed every stone-eating demon mouse in its path into a bloody pulp. Only the seventh prince, Ling Hong, wielding a spiritual long knife, employed the Battle Heaven blade technique of the Battle Heaven dynasty to shield himself. However, these stone-eating demon mice, formidable as they were, had reached the seventh level of body refinement, possessing a natural toughness akin to that of fierce beasts. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, it posed a significant challenge for Ling Hong to subdue a single stone-eating demon mouse. The situation was exacerbated by the relentless swarm of these creatures. Gradually, the seventh prince, already wounded, found himself under increasing pressure from the multitude of stone-eating demon mice. With a resounding bite, one of the stone-eating demon mice sank its teeth into the seventh prince's long knife, creating a gaping hole. In a fit of rage, Ling Hong kicked out, only to be met by another stone-eating demon mouse that tore away a chunk of flesh from him. Blood flowed profusely, and in his desperation, he cried out, "Your Highness, save me." Zhao Wenxuan cast a disdainful glance at him before observing Ling Yi's imposing demeanor, pondering the stark contrast between the sons of the same emperor. With a swift flick of his wrist, Zhao Wenxuan pulled the seventh prince behind him and unleashed his cultivation at the second level of the true essence realm. The surging true energy transformed into a dense flame, incinerating the advancing stone-eating demon mice. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the seventh prince expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhao Wenxuan paid him no mind, as the fiery patterns on his fists danced rapidly, fending off wave after wave of the stone-eating demon mice. The seventh prince, observing Zhao Wenxuan's steadfast back, mused to himself, "Previously, my brother shielded me, but now that he has fallen from grace, aligning myself with the young lord may prove advantageous. Though others may label me as the young lord's dog, one day I shall declare, what is wrong with being a dog?" Ling Yi wielded the divine farmers with a swift motion, reducing the surrounding circle of stone-biting demonic mice to mere fragments. Ling Yi gazed into the distance, his expression grave as he declared, "It is increasing. We must retreat." Zhao Wenxuan, intending to mock Ling Yi, was instead struck by the sight of the stone-eating demon mice being drawn towards them by the chaos of battle, surging forth in a frenzied wave. "Retreat," Zhao Wenxuan uttered, casting aside all notions of pride as he spoke those two urgent words. The sheer density of the stone-eating demon mice was alarming, remaining there. Even a warrior of the second realm of true essence like himself would surely meet a grim fate, let alone those of the third or fourth realms. The four of them fought while retreating with remarkable speed, particularly the seventh prince, Ling Hong, who showed no inclination to resist and instead took off in a full sprint. Given that the seventh prince possessed the weakest cultivation, no one bore any ill will towards him for this. Although their retreat was swift, the stone-eating demon mice pursued with equal fervor. Ling Yi and the crown prince remained behind to protect Meng Jiayu and Ling Hong as they fled in haste. "Over there," Ling Hong shouted upon spotting a marshland. The four of them, in a state of panic, made their way towards the eerie marsh, which was devoid of any trees. At that moment, no other route presented itself for their escape. As they approached the marsh, the relentless pursuit of the stone-eating demon mice began to falter. Gradually, the front line of the creatures came to a halt, their blood-red eyes filled with trepidation. Soon, the four halted before the marsh. While the stone-eating demon mice no longer advanced, they appeared to be frightened. Meng Jiayu remarked. This sentiment was evident to all. The atmosphere was laden with an unsettling aura, and the creatures were strikingly different from those outside the Nine-Nether Cave. In any case, they had, for the time being, evaded the crisis. The swarm of stone-eating demon mice grew restless, emitting anxious cries. Ling Yi felt a profound gratitude as the very earth beneath began to tremble gently at first, the quaking gradually intensifying to a degree that rendered standing nearly impossible. The stone-eating demon mice grew increasingly agitated, their terror palpable as they scattered in all directions. Some of the mice were overturned, their fright transforming them into lifeless gray stones. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a monstrous figure surged forth from the swamp, towering several tens of feet high. This creature, enshrouded in the murky, dripping filth of the marsh, appeared grotesque, resembling a humanoid being with four limbs. Ling Hong, already fearful of the stone-eating demon mouse, found himself closest to the swamp, thus furthest from the creature. A colossal humanoid swamp monster thrashed its hands against its chest, releasing a thunderous roar. The sound waves swept across the land, conjuring a tempest that sent the hair and garments of the four companions swirling chaotically. What manner of beast is this? Ling Yi and his companions gazed upward at the monstrous entity that obscured the sky, involuntarily swallowing hard. The malevolent and terrifying aura was so intense that even Ling Hong, with his body refinement prowess, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The swamp creature extended its muddy hand, aiming to grasp Ling Hong. "Be careful," Zhao Wenxuan exclaimed in alarm, as the mystical fire bracelet in his hand flared with brilliance, revealing a crimson pattern that struck the swamp monster's hand directly. The massive hand was inflicted with a gash several feet long, yet it swiftly healed, showing no sign of injury whatsoever. Ling Hong regained his senses, his eyes betraying an overwhelming fear that gradually consumed his very soul. A piercing scream echoed through the air. It was none other than Meng Jiayu, who had let out a cry of terror. Ling Yi observed clearly and roared, "Ling Hong, you wretched beast." In a moment of sheer terror, Ling Hong unexpectedly thrust Meng Jiayu aside. Little did Meng Jiayu imagine that her companion would betray her in such a manner. The monstrous hand from the swamp drew ever closer, its foul stench of decaying earth permeating the air. Nearby, the young master observed everything with mounting anxiety. Despite being at the second level of the true essence realm, he possessed the ability to save Meng Jiayu. Yet, as he made the slightest movement, he hesitated and ultimately remained still. As Meng Jiayu was pushed away, she caught sight of Zhao Wenxuan's indecisive demeanor, disbelief flooding her eyes. She could hardly fathom that the young master, who usually treated her with utmost courtesy, would refrain from rescuing her in this dire moment. It felt as if she were trapped in a nightmare. Zhao Wenxuan's expression was grave. His reluctance stemmed from fear. The overwhelming presence emanating from the swamp was beyond his comprehension, far surpassing his own realm. If he attempted to save Meng Jiayu and the monstrous hand turned towards him, he could scarcely guarantee his survival against such a blow. Suddenly, Meng Jiayu felt herself being pulled back by an immense force. Upon focusing, she realized it was Ling Yi who had grasped her hand and brought her back to the shore. The colossal hand from the swamp loomed ominously, mere moments away from grasping Meng Jiayu. A chill flickered in Ling Yi's eyes, revealing a glimmer of ruthlessness, as he effortlessly lifted Meng Jiayu and turned away. The colossal hand of the swamp monster seized Ling Yi's body, an overwhelming force surging through him, causing him to feel as though his very bones were on the verge of shattering. A series of cracking sounds echoed, reminiscent of bones fracturing. Yet, Ling Yi, having been fortified by the war god pool, was considerably stronger than an ordinary first-level true essence realm warrior. Had it been someone like Meng Jiayu, a first-level true essence realm cultivator, they would have been crushed to oblivion without a trace of resistance. "Ling Yi," Meng Jiayu cried out, utterly astonished that it was Ling Yi who had risked himself to save her. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks. "Run." Ling Yi felt an oddly sinister force emanating from the monstrous hand of the swamp creature, incessantly corroding his very being. The swamp creature bent its arm, and on its featureless visage, a large cavity emerged, resembling a gaping mouth. A foul stench assailed Ling Yi's senses, and darkness enveloped him as he plunged into the abyss. Ling Yi, Meng Jiayu, unable to contain her tears, was about to rush towards the swamp monster. Zhao Wenxuan seized her arm firmly, his voice grave. "We must leave." "No." "Ling Yi sacrificed himself to save me from that monster," Meng Jiayu cried out, struggling fiercely. With a decisive strike, Zhao Wenxuan delivered a swift blow to the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious. He turned, his figure a blur, and fled with reckless abandon, closely followed by the seventh prince, Ling Hong. The swamp monster, having devoured Ling Yi, turned back to see the trio escaping the mire, and in a fit of rage, it pounded its chest furiously. Yet, it seemed unable to leave the marshy ground, and gradually, its form began to liquefy, sinking slowly into the mire. Ling Yi felt himself sliding through a murky and filthy swamp, as a corrosive energy began to eat away at his very being. Before long, he feared that not even his bones would remain. Just as anxiety gripped him, the Shinong ruler within his consciousness trembled slightly, its black form emanating a powerful energy. It absorbed this formidable corrosive force directly into itself. Could this be considered a form of poison? Ling Yi was taken aback. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, his life had been preserved. The Shinong ruler continued to draw upon this energy, fortifying itself in the process. Ling Yi was slightly taken aback. For since his last fierce battle with the fourth prince, Ling Huang, the divine farmers had restored his body innumerable times. He could distinctly sense that the power of the divine farmers was gradually waning. Yet at this moment, as it absorbed this unknown toxin, it grew increasingly potent. replenishing all the energy it had previously expended. Truly, this primordial supreme artifact, wielded by the Emperor of Flames and the Divine Farmer, was extraordinary. On one hand, it absorbed toxins and released them, while on the other, it emanated medicinal properties. The remarkable aspect was that the toxicity could be transformed into healing essence, replenishing energy. Hence, he would never fear depletion. One could even assert that, for him, poison was akin to a remedy. Ling Yi descended into the depths of the swamp monster's body, where darkness reigned supreme. The swamp monster roared incessantly, seemingly grasping the nature of the creature it had consumed, possessing an intellect akin to that of a human child. It was perplexed as to why so many humans had previously transformed into its sustenance. Yet this time, it found itself confronted by a seemingly feeble human who began to absorb the corrosive toxins it had meticulously cultivated over many years. Despite the swamp monster's formidable strength, it was unfortunate that it encountered the supreme artifact of primordial might, the Shinong ruler. To the Shinong ruler, the swamp monster's power was but a triviality. The Shinong ruler voraciously absorbed the monster's toxins, gradually forming a swirling vortex. Ling Yi felt a surge of pride and let out a cold laugh. This swamp creature, having undoubtedly claimed countless lives, was destined to meet its fate today with the appearance of the Shinong. After an indeterminate period, the roars of the swamp monster gradually diminished. Ling Yi felt as though his feet had plunged into the very air itself. Puff! Ling Yi plummeted to the ground, having fallen from a height of several dozen zhang. The impact left him disoriented, his vision blurred with stars. It took a considerable amount of time for Ling Yi to regain his composure. Ling Yi rose, a slight frown creasing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him sat a bald monk, eyes closed, his entire being radiating a metallic sheen. Resplendent as if crafted from pure gold. Ling Yi cautiously extended a hand to probe the metallic monk's nostrils, discovering not a trace of breath. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. For this monk was indeed deceased, devoid of any sign of life. Yet, his physical form was so formidable that even in death, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Akin to standing before a living and powerful warrior, Ling Yi was secretly astonished. It is said that within the Buddhist realm, there exists a type of practitioner who dedicates themselves solely to the cultivation of the physical body. Upon reaching the realm of Vajra, they transform into a Buddha, shattering the void. The elderly monk before him may not have achieved the legendary status of Vajra, yet he was undoubtedly on par with those of the oceanic realm, if not superior. Indeed, his physical form might even rival that of the celestial realm. Such an extraordinary physique could only result from the most rigorous cultivation of the body, allowing one to become a metallic corpse after death. Ling Yi circled around the corpse of the old monk and discovered two exceedingly peculiar spiritual herbs behind the body. One herb exhibited an exquisite crimson hue, exuding a powerful and searing aura. The other presented a pale azure shade, emanating a chilling essence. These two herbs, starkly contrasting yet harmoniously coexisting in this place, embodied an extraordinary unity. Surely, these must be the fire flame grass and the ice crystal grass. Both of these spiritual herbs have roots in ancient times, as recorded in the Shinong's classic of herbal medicine, and Ling Yi had previously encountered their illustrations. Ling Yi stepped forward, extending his hand to pluck the two types of spiritual herbs simultaneously. One exuded an energy that was chilling to the bone, while the other radiated a searing, intense heat. The two energies intertwined in a mesmerizing dance. Fortunately, Ling Yi's robust physique allowed him to withstand the opposing forces with remarkable resilience. Ling Yi gazed at the various spiritual herbs in his hand, pondering how many stalks of ice ling grass Gu Yanqing might require. If her demand were modest, he could even reserve some for the concoction of flame ling pills. The flame ling pill, recorded in the Shinong's classic of herbal medicine, is a profound grade third-tier elixir that enables the consumer to enhance their physical constitution and cultivation, while simultaneously providing formidable resistance against the true energy of both ice and fire attributes. Ling Yi carefully placed the fire flame herb and the ice crystal herb into his spatial ring, casting a profound glance at the golden-skinned monk. Ling Yi pondered for a moment before kneeling on one knee before the golden statue of the monk, observing a profound silence for a minute. He acknowledged that it was indeed thanks to the blessings of the golden statue that he was able to discover both the fire flame herb and the ice crystal herb. Just then, Ling Yi's expression shifted dramatically as a peculiar energy began to emanate from him. Ling Yi's keen eyes caught sight of a ring that had suddenly materialized on the finger of the golden-bodied monk. Could it be the embodiment of flesh housing a vessel? Ling Yi furrowed her brow, recalling the methods of the Jioli tribe. The warriors of the Jioli tribe primarily focus on the honing of their physical forms amidst the primordial chaos. Upon reaching a certain level, they can contain objects within themselves. And beings of divine stature like Qi, you can even embody an entire universe within their flesh. Although this golden-skinned monk may not rival a deity like Qi, the ability to harbor objects within his physical form signifies that his mastery over bodily refinement has reached a considerable level. I bestow this upon you, a divine thought resonated, eventually dissipating into the vastness of the cosmos. Ling Yi understood that by now, the lingering essence of the golden body monk had entirely dissipated. Although the golden body monk had passed away, he had left behind a trace of his residual spirit, bestowing blessings upon those who were destined to receive them. Ling Yi paid 3 respects to the golden body monk, then rose and removed the ring from the monk's finger. Ling Yi donned the ring of the golden body monk, which subsequently erupted in a brilliant radiance. Gradually, it lost its luster, transforming into an utterly ordinary ring. Ling Yi sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. The ring before him harbored a remnant of the golden-bodied monk, a fragment devoid of consciousness yet imbued with vast and intricate information. The Great Sun Diamond Sutra, a sacred text of the Buddhist realm. To Ling Yi's astonishment, what the golden-bodied monk had bequeathed him was, in fact, the residual essence of the diamond ring method, formerly known as the Great Sun Diamond Sutra. This scripture primarily focuses on 2 martial arts, the diamond ring method and the diamond body. The diamond ring method serves as an offensive technique, comprising 9 forms in total, of which Ling Yi previously possessed only a fragment. The first form augments strength by 50%, the second form doubles it, the third form increases it by 1.5 times, and by the 9th form, it can enhance strength by an astounding 4.5 times, rendering one virtually invincible among peers. The diamond body, on the other hand, emphasizes physical training, rendering the practitioner's corporeal form invulnerable. In its advanced stages, one can transform into a diamond-like body, impervious to blades and swords. Ling Yi was slightly taken aback, for he discovered that the diamond body bore an astonishing resemblance to the 9 Li body refinement technique. However, its power paled in comparison to the formidable 3-headed, 6-armed divine ability of the 9 Li. The pinnacle of the diamond body, at its 9th level of perfection, corresponded to merely the 3rd stage of the 9 Li body refinement technique, which is the 3-armed phase, a mere trifecta. The relationship between the diamond body and the 9 Li body refinement technique is akin to that of literacy and composition. One possesses the knowledge of characters, while the other engages in the art of writing. Initially, Ling Yi found the divine abilities of the 9 Li tribe to be exceedingly obscure and challenging to comprehend, resulting in his inability to grasp the essence after 10 days of arduous practice. Conversely, his progress with the 9 Li battle halberd was quite notable. Now, having obtained the diamond body, he could seamlessly complement and reinforce his understanding, providing mutual validation. Ling Yi furrowed her brows, as if a Vajra monk and a 3-headed, 6-armed deity of Juli were evolving within her sea of consciousness, each demonstrating their unique martial arts. The Great Sun Vajra Sutra can generally be regarded as a martial arts technique of the profound 9th level. Even within the Donghuang Dao Academy, it is considered a superior practice. Ling Yi continuously validated the techniques of the diamond body and the 9 Li body refinement art. Gradually, his furrowed brow relaxed, and his physical form subtly emanated a faint golden radiance, having undergone the profound transformation of the divine farmer's essence, coupled with the ancestral bloodline of the war ancestor and the enhancement from the war god pool. His corporeal body now equaled that of an ordinary warrior at the 1st level of the true essence realm. Consequently, he directly advanced the diamond body to the 2nd level. This experience also granted him new insights into the 9 Li body refinement art. At this juncture, Ling Yi's physical prowess ascended to a new echelon, and he sensed that even in a confrontation with Zhao Wenxuan, he would not be inferior in terms of physical strength alone. However, his martial arts realm still lagged considerably, and thus he surmised that he was not yet Zhao Wenxuan's match. Beyond the true essence realm, the competition transcended mere physicality and strength. It delved deeper into the richness of one's true energy and comprehension of martial arts. Ling Yi felt he had attained a certain understanding of the 1st level of the 9 Li body refinement art, believing he was merely a breath away from mastering it. Achieving the 1st level would allow him to transform his true energy into movement, enabling his body to morph and sprout an additional hand from thin air. At that moment, wielding the Qiyu halberd with both hands and executing the 9 Li halberd technique would surely elevate his power to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, with his other hand, he could perform the diamond ruler technique, dramatically escalating his combat strength. As his physical form grew stronger, Ling Yi began to comprehend the 3rd stance of the diamond ruler technique. After a considerable period, he opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had successfully mastered the third stance of the diamond ruler technique. Ling Yi rose to his feet, although he had yet to step into the realm of true essence. He was acutely aware that his combat prowess had increased exponentially compared to before. Ling Yi furrowed his brow, uncertain of how many days had passed in his arduous training. However, he sensed that it had been quite some time. Should Zhao Wenxuan and the others depart, he would find himself without the luxury of a warship. He feared he would be trapped in the depths of the deathly Nine Nether Cave for an indeterminate period. Gurgle, gurgle. A sound emanated from Ling Yi's stomach. Ling Yi smiled gently, retrieving some provisions from her spatial ring to commence the offering to her inner sanctum. Ling Yi consumed a substantial amount of provisions in one go, clearly indicating that he had been practicing diligently for some time. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ling Yi rose to his feet. The cave twisted and turned, its destination unknown. However, with no apparent exit, he had no choice but to venture forth and explore. Ling Yi advanced through the cavern, eventually catching sight of a glimmering light. His heart raced with excitement as he began to jog forward. In an instant, he felt a beam of moonlight caress his face, and he emerged into the open. At present, he needed to locate Zhao Wenxuan. Without a warship, he could not escape the Nine Nether Cave. The dark domain that Zhao Wenxuan had entered was not particularly expansive. Even at a leisurely pace, one could likely traverse its entirety in just a few days. At this moment, Ling Yi experienced a remarkable enhancement in his physical form, his speed increasing significantly. Within just a few hours, he noticed flickering flames in the distance. A surge of joy filled his heart as he approached for a closer look. There, he beheld a rather lecherous-looking youth, brandishing a torch, furtively glancing towards a deep cavern. Upon entering, Ling Yi discovered it was none other than the seventh prince, Ling Hong. At that moment, Ling Hong was perched with a pronounced posterior, his countenance lewd, adorned with a lascivious grin, as if he were indulging in a furtive gaze. Ling Yi patted Ling Hong's shoulder and inquired, "Seventh prince, what are you engaged in?" Ling Hong was evidently startled by Ling Yi's sudden appearance. He turned around, illuminating Ling Yi's face with a torch, and in a state of terror. He pointed at Ling Yi, trembling all over, unable to utter a single word. Ling Yi suddenly realized that this fellow must be regarding him as a ghost. Ling Yi smiled gently and said, "Seventh prince, I regret to disappoint you. I am still alive." Ling Hong glanced around, gradually confirming that Ling Yi was indeed alive, and he let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Ling Yi faintly heard the sound of a woman calling for help emanating from within the cave. Ling Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he was about to step forward. However, the seventh prince abruptly blocked his path, admonishing, "Ling Yi, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." What does it mean to meddle in matters that do not concern one? As a prince, do you truly lack even a modicum of a sense of justice? At this moment, Ling Yi had utterly diminished his regard for Ling Hong, finding him exceedingly repugnant. Ling Hong spat disdainfully and, with a fierce expression, proclaimed, "Should you jeopardize the young master's endeavors, beware. Your life may very well be at stake. I do this for your own good. A true man stands resolute amidst the heavens and the earth, unyielding in his might. Step aside, you spineless wretch." Ling Yi listened intently as the cries for help from within the cave grew increasingly urgent, stirring a deep sense of anxiety within him. At that moment, he exerted his strength, propelling Ling Hong several meters away with a swift motion. Ling Yixiao has attained an indomitable physique, his corporeal strength reaching unprecedented heights, with a cultivation level surpassing that of Ling Hong by several minor realms. In an instant, Ling Hong found himself disoriented, his head spinning, as his face collided with the blood-red earth, leaving him to taste the gritty soil. Ling Yi, indifferent to Ling Hong's presence, strode purposefully towards the depths of the cave. Ling Hong consumed a morsel of excrement, and with each passing moment, his fury intensified as he gazed upon Ling Yi's retreating figure. A malevolent impulse surged within him, and he swiftly drew forth a gleaming dagger, its ethereal light shimmering with an exquisite allure. Channeling all his martial prowess, he lunged fiercely towards the nape of Ling Yi's neck. The dagger's brilliance bespoke its exceptional quality. Had Ling Yi fallen victim to this ambush, he would likely face grave consequences, if not death itself. Suddenly, Ling Yi felt a sharp pang within his consciousness, and the Qiyu halberd erupted with a resplendent radiance, materializing directly behind him. An overwhelming battle intent surged forth as the Qiyu halberd effortlessly intercepted the incoming dagger. In the aftermath, the section of the halberd that had met the dagger began to liquefy, bending slightly under the pressure, before unleashing a tremendous force that sent the dagger hurtling back. Ling Hong widened his eyes, momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming and cataclysmic aura of battle that enveloped him, rooted to the spot. Puff. A dagger pierced through Ling Hong's forehead. Blood oozing forth. Is this truly a martial soul? A twin martial soul? Ling Hong gazed at Ling Yi in terror, a profound fear welling up within him. Giving rise to a thought, as the breath of life gradually faded away, Ling Yi beheld Ling Hong's lifeless form, momentarily taken aback, before letting out a cold laugh. Those who commit wrongful acts inevitably meet their demise. Serves him right. However, the combat instinct of the Qiyu spear is remarkably potent. Any hint of murderous intent is impossible to evade its detection, just as with the assassination of Su Fu in the alley last time. This ambush by Ling Hong is equally telling of the spear's prowess. Truly, it is the divine weapon of Qiyu, the foremost war deity of the primordial era. Ling Yi dared not linger any longer and hurriedly stepped into the cave. The cavern was spacious, illuminated by a flickering fire, where the crown prince of the Burning Heaven Empire, Zhao Wenxuan, and the third princess of the Eastern Yin Empire, Meng Jiayu, were situated. At that moment, Zhao Wenxuan was pressing himself upon Meng Jiayu, his hands roaming inappropriately, his face twisted with lasciviousness. Meng Jiayu, unaware of the poison coursing through her veins, felt utterly powerless yet remained conscious, unable to muster even a shred of resistance, her beautiful visage marred by terror. Meng Jiayu scolded, Zhao Wenxuan, you brute. How dare you do such a thing? The Eastern Yin Empire will never let you off. Zhao Wenxuan, with a malicious glint in his eyes, inhaled the scent emanating from Meng Jiayu with satisfaction and sneered, you are but a mere princess of a lowly empire. What pretense do you have? Even if your father, Meng Donglin, were to come himself, I would still take my pleasure with you right here. Meng Jiayu struggled fiercely, vowing not to yield, yet her internal energy was unresponsive, leaving her as a frail woman unable to defend herself. In desperation, she bit down hard on Zhao Wenxuan's wrist. The ferocity of her bite was such that even a warrior of Zhao Wenxuan's caliber, at the second level of true origin, felt a sharp pain. A lesser person might have lost a chunk of flesh from such a bite. Furious, Zhao Wenxuan withdrew his hand and slapped Meng Jiayu across the face. A crimson handprint bloomed on her fair cheek. The blow left her slightly dazed, but as she regained her senses and prepared to rebuke Zhao Wenxuan, her expression shifted to one of surprise and delight as she exclaimed, Ling Yi. Zhao Wenxuan stood momentarily stunned, muttering, has this slap rendered her foolish? No matter. I shall enjoy myself first. A mere princess of a lowly empire, foolishness or not. Suddenly, Zhao Wenxuan sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Although he was a scoundrel, he possessed considerable skill. In a moment of crisis, he swiftly turned and struck out with his palm. The two palms collided. Caught off guard, Zhao Wenxuan could only muster a fraction of his full power, yet the force was terrifying. Consequently, he was propelled violently against the cave's stone wall. Debris flew as a large crater was formed upon impact. Regaining his composure and adjusting his internal energy, Zhao Wenxuan rose to his feet, only to catch sight of Ling Yi's silhouette, his voice trembling in fear as he questioned, Ling Yi, are you human or ghost? Ling Yi let out a cold laugh. Naturally, it is a ghost, you despicable creature. King Yin sent me back to escort you to the underworld. As he spoke, Ling Yi crouched down and lifted Meng Jiayu's upper body, a divine tool known as the Shinnong ruler materializing in his hand. Meng Jiayu, her face alight with astonishment, grasped Ling Yi's arm, feeling the firmness of his muscles and the warmth emanating from him, confirming that she was not dreaming. Ling Yi, flee swiftly. You are no match for him. Meng Jiayu seemed to recall something and urgently implored Ling Yi. Ling Yi seemed oblivious, with only the Shinnong emitting a faint glow. Zhao Wenxuan gazed at the shadow cast by Ling Yi under the flickering flames, and only then did he regain his composure, letting out a cold laugh. Ling Yi, it is a shame that you are bestowed the title of War King, yet you resort to such treachery against me. How despicable you are. Ling Yi smiled faintly, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. He then set Meng Jiayu down and addressed Zhao Wenxuan, saying, when facing a worthy opponent, one must exert every effort, for that is the essence of respect. However, when confronted with creatures that are lesser than beasts, what is there to discuss in terms of strategy? Whether it be a sneak attack or a concerted assault, such actions are entirely justified. Would you expect the Burning Heaven dynasty to engage in a fair confrontation while slaughtering dogs and pigs? Ling Yi had endured incessant ridicule since his youth. Honing his verbal skills to an extraordinary degree, the mere brush of his upper lip against his lower lip could infuriate others to the brink of madness. Zhao Wenxuan, as the heir of a prominent dynasty, had never before faced such an indignity. At that moment, a tempest of rage surged within him, and two fiery emblems of true energy manifested in his hands. He charged towards Ling Yi, bellowing, "Impudent! You insidious wretch who dares to defy authority, perish at once." Ling Yi felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart as he witnessed Zhao Wenxuan charging forward. Although Zhao Wenxuan's character was despicable, his martial prowess truly warranted the title of genius. Ling Yi is considerably weaker than Zhao Wenxuan, hence he does not dare to be overly presumptuous. A flash of brilliance emanated from Ling Yi's hand, and the Qiyu halberd materialized before him. In his left hand, he wielded the Shenong ruler, an artifact of ancient and substantial weight, its black and white hue shimmering with an ethereal glow. The compact Shenong ruler was poised for close combat. In his right hand, the Qiyu halberd surged with an overwhelming battle intent, its blood-red radiance intense and vivid. The Tuzhanglong halberd was renowned for its prowess in ranged attacks. Zhao Wenxuan felt a slight chill in his heart. What manner of monstrous weapon was this? Ling Yi stepped forward and collided with Zhao Wenxuan. Ling Yi's corporeal form faintly emanated a glimmer of golden light, as chaotic true energy surged forth with a roar. Zhao Wenxuan, with his palms in motion, illuminated the vast cavern with a fiery pattern, his cultivation at the second level of true essence realm overwhelming all. Boom! Flames erupted in all directions as Zhao Wenxuan let out a cold chuckle. With a swift convergence of his hands, the fiery design transformed into a fire dragon, hurtling directly towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi wielded the Shenong at his side, invoking the golden Vajra staff technique. The second form, he struck down upon the fire dragon, shattering its form. The searing heat enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Ling Yi's brow. Fortunately, having previously ingested the scarlet flame pill, his vital energy contained a trace of the crimson flame's potency, allowing him to withstand the intense heat. However, the power of the crimson flame could only assert its dominance within the realm of body refinement when confronted with a martial artist like Zhao Wenxuan, who was at the second level of the true essence realm. It proved insufficient. Ling Yi felt a surge of pressure after receiving a blow from Zhao Wenxuan. The bloodline of the battle ancestor coursed through him, igniting an indomitable fighting spirit against Zhao Wenxuan. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, with Ling Yi gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Zhao Wenxuan, seizing the upper hand, resembled a transcendent fire deity, unleashing a palm strike that ignited the very essence of all things in flames. Meng Jiayu, observing the spectacle before her, was momentarily taken aback by Ling Yi's formidable prowess. Despite being merely at the half-step true essence realm, he could withstand Zhao Wenxuan, who was at the second level of the true essence realm. It was no exaggeration to say that even within the ranks of the Zhantian dynasty or the Dongyan dynasty, one would be hard-pressed to find such a prodigious talent comparable to him. As Ling Yi stood illuminated by the flames, his resolute demeanor was undeniably captivating, leaving Meng Jiayu momentarily entranced. Although Zhao Wenxuan held the advantage, his inability to secure a decisive victory filled him with astonishment and growing trepidation. As a warrior who had obtained the Donghuang order from the Burning Heaven dynasty, he was acutely aware that this dynasty was not to be underestimated. Boasting a population several times that of the Zhantian dynasty, Zhao Wenxuan was considered a genius among geniuses in his realm. Even an ordinary third-level true essence warrior would falter before him, yet here was Ling Yi, capable of matching him blow for blow, a revelation that astonished Zhao Wenxuan. The sheer ferocity of Ling Yi's combat prowess was alarming. Should he elevate his martial arts to a comparable level, eliminating him would become an even more formidable challenge. Today, there could be no survivors. Otherwise, Zhao Wenxuan's reputation as the heir of the left prime minister of the Burning Heaven dynasty would be irrevocably tarnished. With this thought in mind, Zhao Wenxuan bellowed, channeling a torrent of potent true qi that surged towards his hands like a cascading river. The Xianhua bracelet pulsated with a searing and formidable energy, coalescing with Zhao Wenxuan's true qi. Ultimately, he fashioned a fireball between his hands. Though modest in size, the power it contained was sufficient to incinerate everything within a radius of several meters. With an explosive release, Zhao Wenxuan thrust the fireball forward with unrestrained force. Ling Yi's expression changed drastically. This power was truly terrifying, far surpassing the strength of the fourth prince during the activation of the battle ancestor's bloodline by countless folds. Ling Yi took a deep breath, and with a flash of the Shenong in his hand, it had grown considerably with the increase of his cultivation. The Diamond Ring Cane Technique. Third form. Ling Yi let out a resounding roar, acquiring the Great Sun Diamond Sutra from the Golden Body Monk. His comprehension of the Vajra ruler technique ascended to a new pinnacle. In that moment, he unleashed the third form he had just grasped. augmenting his strength by a remarkable 1.5 times. Ling Yi, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refining, possesses a formidable strength exceeding 10,000 pounds, a remarkable feat that surpasses the capabilities of ordinary warriors by more than double. Upon unleashing the third move, his might escalated to approximately 25,000 pounds. The increase in power, as one ascends, does not merely follow a linear progression. Rather, it expands exponentially. The divine agricultural ruler's chi surged forth, expanding dramatically, as he struck the fiery orb with a single sweep. The fireball spun violently, and Ling Yi felt an intense heat emanating from it, instilling a sense of dread. "Break for me!" he bellowed, the veins on his forehead bulging with exertion. Zhao Wenxuan furrowed his brow, channeling energy through his palms as he began to contest Ling Yi's strength. With a resounding crash, Ling Yi sent the fireball hurtling back towards Zhao Wenxuan. To his astonishment, the fireball returned with a velocity that far exceeded its initial speed. It detonated explosively before Zhao Wenxuan, forcing him to stagger backward under the impact. Fortunately, Zhao Wenxuan practiced the fire attribute true qi of the Burning Heaven dynasty. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries, if not death, from such a formidable blow. His meticulously styled hair fell disheveled, and the once magnificent robe he wore was now riddled with charred holes. "You shall pay for this." Zhao Wenxuan seethed, his fury igniting within him, more intense than the flames of his own true qi, as he directed a piercing glare at Ling Yi, feeling an overwhelming surge of indignation. Ling Yi panted softly, having expended a significant portion of his vital energy with that last strike. Although the bloodline of the battle ancestor was enduring, it would be exceedingly difficult to unleash another move. He feared he may not stand a chance against Zhao Wenxuan. Zhao Wenxuan was somewhat taken aback. This young man in the body refinement realm possessed such formidable strength that he could directly counter his attack, which was indeed astonishing. "Come again," Zhao Wenxuan roared, as fiery patterns manifested on his hands, resembling a fierce tiger charging forward. Ling Yi wielded a 2-meter-long Qiyu spear, fiercely resisting Zhao Wenxuan's lethal strike. However, as the battle progressed, he found himself increasingly strained. The previous blow had drained his vital energy significantly, and it was likely that defeat loomed imminent. Zhao Wenxuan's momentum surged, and a sinister grin began to manifest on his fierce countenance. With a swift motion, a sword thrust forward, transforming into a brilliant flash of white light. Zhao Wenxuan was taken aback as a deep gash appeared on his arm, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yi struck back with the Qiyu spear, unleashing a powerful blow. The War King faltered. A glimmer of cold light ignited in Ling Yi's eyes as he swept the Qiyu spear across. Zhao Wenxuan formed a fiery emblem with both hands to counter Ling Yi's attack, yet he subsequently coughed up blood and crashed against the wall. "Jiayu, how are you unharmed? You even dared to ambush me!" Zhao Wenxuan exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Meng Jiayu, who stood resolutely with her sword. Meng Jiayu scoffed disdainfully, choosing to ignore the vile creature before her. "Impossible. The poison I administered has never failed with numerous warriors." Zhao Wenxuan muttered incessantly, and then he beheld Ling Yi's imposing long spear and the ancient, weighty black and white ruler, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ling Yi, are these two your martial souls?" The fact that Ling Yi possesses a formidable martial soul is no longer a secret. The 7th prince, Ling Hong, had already divulged this information to Zhao Wenxuan. Initially, Zhao Wenxuan had scoffed, questioning how a mere soul warrior could possibly rival the profound lineage of the left minister's heir. However, at this moment, with Ling Yi wielding 2 distinct martial souls, the implications are entirely different. Soul warriors are indeed rare, with varying degrees of strength among them. Yet, those who possess dual martial souls are never weak. Many are exceptionally powerful, even unparalleled in might. This clearly indicates that Ling Yi's potential is extraordinarily vast, necessitating swift action to eliminate him. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh. "What do you think, my beastly heir?" Zhao Wenxuan, now injured, exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. The formidable force of Ling Yi's third stance of the Vajra ruler had left him with lingering trepidation. Should it be unleashed once more, he feared that he would be unable to withstand the onslaught. However, unbeknownst to him, Ling Yi was already at the end of his tether and could not possibly execute the third stance again in the near future. Moreover, with Meng Jiayu, a first-level true essence realm cultivator, by his side, it was impossible to eliminate the two of them today. Very well, very well. Zhao Wenxuan narrowed his eyes and nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, he moved, unleashing a torrent of true qi that transformed into an endless blaze. Meng Jiayu and Ling Yi exchanged heavy glances, bracing themselves to counter this attack. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Zhao Wenxuan darted towards the entrance of the cave. Meng Jiayu was taken aback, poised to pursue, but Ling Yi grasped her arm firmly. Ling Yi's throat convulsed, and a mouthful of fresh blood spilled forth. Meng Jiayu was taken aback, swiftly assisting Ling Yi to sit down on the spot. Ling Yi settled into a kneeling position. The ethereal white essence of the Shinnong subtly surging forth as it commenced the healing of his wounds. Before long, Ling Yi opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. The Shinnong mended his injuries, and the bloodline of the war ancestor coursed through him, initiating the restoration of his internal energy. Are you all right? Meng Jiayu grasped Ling Yi's hand, her eyes shimmering with concern for him. I'm fine, don't worry. Ling Yi reassured her, shaking his head in response. But what about you? I'm okay, and I'm grateful you arrived in time. By the way, your martial spirit is quite remarkable. Did it absorb the poison from me? Meng Jiayu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Ling Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. After a brief respite, the two emerged from the cave. Ling Yi beheld the lifeless form of the seventh prince, still sprawled outside the cavern. Ling Yi sighed. After all, he was his royal brother. It was truly lamentable for a corpse to meet its end far from home. A flash of light flickered as the body of the seventh prince was enveloped into Ling Yi's spatial ring. As Meng Jiayu hurried along, she remarked, I wonder where Zhao Wenxuan has fled to. That scoundrel, claiming to search for the fire flame grass, yet harboring such malevolent intentions. Have you found the fire flame grass? Ling Yi suddenly inquired. No, we have scoured this little devil's cave thoroughly, yet it remains elusive. It seems that the fire flame grass can only be found with the golden body mug. No wonder Zhao Wenxuan couldn't locate it. The two continued their journey to the entrance of the Death's 9 nether caves, yet still, there was no sign of Zhao Wenxuan. Ling Yi smacked his forehead and exclaimed, We have no warships. What shall we do? We can't ascend. Indeed, I hadn't considered that until you mentioned it. Meng Jiayu responded, her eyes widening in realization as she covered her mouth. The Deathly 9 nether cave towered over 10,000 feet, its surfaces impossibly smooth. Could it be that he would remain trapped here for eternity? Even if the War Emperor dynasty dispatched someone to search for him, what if it took several days? Wouldn't that render the assessment of the Donghuang Dao Academy obsolete? Meng Jiayu stifled a giggle, her laughter ringing out delicately. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback. Displaying a hint of confusion, he observed as Meng Jiayu retrieved a small warship from her spatial ring. This vessel was merely the size of a cart, accommodating only a few passengers. You possess a warship? Ling Yi inquired, astonished. Of course, Meng Jiayu replied with a sidelong glance at him. The two then boarded the warship. Ling Yi caressed the opulent decorations of the warship, adorned with an abundance of pink hues that exuded a youthful charm, even featuring an array of plush dolls. It appeared that the third princess was held in high regard by the Emperor of Donghuang. Otherwise, how could such a magnificent warship be specifically crafted for Meng Jiayu's use? One must understand that warships are of utmost strategic significance. Even someone like Ling Yi, who had never achieved the first place in the year-end competition, had not been bestowed such a lavish gift. After a considerable time, the duo finally arrived at the entrance of the Deathly 9 nether cave, where Meng Jiayu retracted the warship. Ling Yi, accompanied by Meng Jiayu, hastened towards his War King manor. Now, once again standing before the treacherous Death 9 abyss, it felt as though he had traversed through time itself. The last time he found himself ensnared by Yun and Ling Huang, he was cast into the depths of the Death 9 abyss. Unexpectedly, what seemed a misfortune had turned into a blessing, awakening the primordial and supreme deity, Donghuang Taiyi's martial soul within him. This time, he had inherited the legacy of the golden body monk. His rise to prominence was solely due to the support of Donghuang Taiyi. Reflecting on this, Ling Yi could not help but recall the mysterious disappearance of the black bead he had worn since childhood. Could it possibly be linked to the awakening of Donghuang Taiyi? That black bead had been his constant companion since his earliest memories. Perhaps, just perhaps, it held a connection to his mother. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the War King manor. Ling Yi knocked on the door, and as it swung open, it was none other than Qing Er who stood before him. Ling Yi smiled gently. The feeling of returning home was truly delightful. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Qing Er first expressed overwhelming joy, but her expression quickly changed as she exclaimed, Your Highness, the War King, you must leave at once. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, just as he was about to inquire further. Rebel Ling Yi, do not resist arrest. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Ling Yi's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly exited the War King's residence, only to behold a formidable general charging towards him. Accompanied by a battalion of soldiers, Ling Yi discerned clearly that the visitor was Commander Li Ming of the Imperial City Guard. Commander Li, a former prodigy of the Li family, had once become an outer disciple at the Donghuang Dao Institute. However, after offending an inner disciple, he narrowly escaped death. Upon returning to the Zhantian dynasty, he ascended to the position of commander of the Imperial City Guard. This role is considered quite significant within the capital, with the only higher rank being that of commander son of the Imperial Guard. Yet, the commander of the Imperial Guard is tasked with ensuring the safety of the entire royal palace. Thus, only those who are absolute confidants of Emperor Tianshao can aspire to such a position. Commander Li, being part of the Li family, also maintains a close rapport with Minister L. Consequently, as long as Emperor Tianshao remains in power, Commander Li stands no chance of supplanting Commander Sunday. With a sweeping gesture, Commander Li summoned a long spear, roaring fiercely as a torrent of formidable true energy surged forth, transforming into a white raging dragon that surged toward Ling Yi. Ling Yi's countenance darkened, for the force of this strike was truly terrifying. An ordinary practitioner at the first level of the true essence realm would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. This was not an attempt to capture him. It was a lethal assault. The white raging dragon swept across the heavens and earth, baring its fangs and claws as it charged towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi, unwilling to implicate Qing or Ming Jiayu, bravely confronted the white raging dragon, with a flash of the Shenong ruler in his grasp. Chaotic true energy surged forth in a torrent. This formidable chaotic energy, embodying the utmost strength and brilliance, was entirely channeled into the Shenong ruler. The third stance of the diamond ring technique, 25,000 pounds. The Shenong ruler struck directly against the white true energy dragon. An intensely sharp wave of true energy collided with the Shenong ruler, causing Ling Yi to feel a surge of blood and force him to stagger backward. The Shenong ruler, seemingly provoked, erupted with a dazzling radiance as a rich medicinal power flowed into Ling Yi's body. Ling Yi stood motionless, his feet slowly sinking into the tiles, propelling him horizontally for several dozen meters. Ling Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a furious roar. The ancestral bloodline surged through his entire back, filling him with a powerful energy. The sleeves of Ling Yi's garment were utterly shattered into countless fragments by the onslaught of the white raging dragon. Ling Yi gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength with the Shenong ruler, shattering the white dragon with a powerful strike. Ling Yi stumbled slightly, steadying himself with the Shenong ruler. Commander Li, a formidable martial artist of the 8th level of True Essence realm, had just unleashed a strike that, although not at full strength, would be exceedingly difficult for even a second-level practitioner to withstand. Yet, Ling Yi managed to endure it. Truly a prodigy. If this youth remains unchecked, it is feared that Master L will never have the opportunity to ascend to the throne. Commander Li was secretly astonished, and in that moment, he had already closed the distance to Ling Yi. With a sweeping motion of his spear, true energy surged forth, akin to a war god manifesting, his aura soaring to the heavens, causing even the void to tremble ever so slightly. Ling Yi yearned to raise the divine farmer's measure. Yet under the overwhelming and cataclysmic aura, he found himself utterly devoid of any strength to resist. Die. Commander Li's eyes ignited with a cruel glimmer, as visions of Ling Yi being shattered by his spear filled his mind. Presumptuous. Suddenly, a 7-killing blade, imbued with a thick aura of sanguinary wrath, interposed itself before Ling Yi. Commander Li's strike, forged from the 8th level of True Element, was forcefully repelled by this very blade. Li Ming, how dare you? His Majesty summoned you to inquire about the Crown Prince, not to present the Crown Prince's head before the throne. A voice of authority and justice resounded. Ling Yi raised his head, only to behold a figure clad in magnificent armor, an imposing and exceptionally tall warrior of unparalleled might. It was none other than the commander of the Imperial Guards, Sun Jutian. Commander Sun. A surge of relief washed over him. Even someone like Ling Yi, who had long battled on the precipice of life and death, felt an extraordinary wave of joy. If even ants cherish their lives, how much more so for humans? Commander Sun nodded at Ling Yi, a broad smile splitting his face as he exclaimed, Prince of War, it has been quite some time. What is your intention, Commander Sun? Commander Li inquired, his brow slightly furrowed as he addressed Sunday. Upon turning to face Li Ming, Sun's expression shifted, and the warmth he had shown to Ling Yi dissipated. With a cold snort, Sun admonished, Li Ming, whose rank is superior, yours or mine? Li raised an eyebrow and replied, naturally, it is your rank that surpasses mine. Then why do you fail to extend even the courtesy due to a subordinate upon seeing me? Do you still regard the imperial laws? With another disdainful snort, Commander Sun unleashed the aura of a ninth-tier true element realm, causing Li Ming and his entourage to kneel in reverence. Such formidable authority. Ling Yi retreated a couple of steps, a chill enveloping his heart. Commander Li's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, ultimately leading him to kneel slowly on one knee, solemnly stating, "I, Li Ming, pay my respects to Commander Sun." Commander Sun let out a cold snort and remarked, "Your Majesty only instructed you to summon Prince Zhan back for questioning. There was never any command to execute him directly. Why have you resorted to such cruelty?" Commander Li hastily replied, "Commander Sun, you are unaware of the full circumstances. I earnestly sought to bring Prince Zhan back. However, he vehemently resisted, which left me no choice but to resort to force. You, this person." Ling Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly shocked by Li Ming's shamelessness. Truly, it was as if the most brazen of mothers had opened the door to shamelessness itself. In broad daylight, under the clear sky. How could one audaciously distort the truth with such barefaced lies? The audacity, with so many witnesses gathered outside the War King's residence. Could it be that your words alone hold sway? I had long perceived your wolfish ambition, which is precisely why I had laid my ambush in advance. We are both martial artists. Can we not discern that His Highness the War King is merely a practitioner of the body refinement realm, while you stand as an 8th-level practitioner of true essence? Even if the War King were to resist, could he possibly create any storm in your wake?" Commander Sun let out a cold chuckle, offering not an ounce of leniency to Commander Li. Commander Li opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he too chuckled coldly but chose to remain silent. The War King bore no personal enmity towards him. Even if there had been past grievances, would he dare to instigate the War King's demise? Could a mere commander declare the death of a prince at will? Surely, one would need the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard to attempt such a thing. The impetus behind such actions lay in the formidable presence of Master L, whose every stamp could send tremors throughout the entire War Heaven dynasty. The War King had marred L Yun's beauty, branding himself as a target for Master L's vengeance. Moreover, the War King's brilliance was so resplendent that if not eradicated swiftly, it might lead to dire repercussions in the future. Ling Yi furrowed her brows slightly, gazing at everything before her in utter confusion, unable to grasp the situation. "Commander Sun, what is going on?" Ling Yi inquired. "Your Highness, it would be best if you accompanied me to the palace. Meeting His Majesty will clarify everything." Commander Sun replied with a heavy sigh. Upon hearing this, Qing'e felt a wave of unease wash over her and grasped Ling Yi's hand tightly. Ling Yi smiled gently and addressed Qing'e, "Rest assured, Qing'e, I am upright and fear not the shadows, simply await my return at home." Qing'e's eyes were filled with hesitation, yet she ultimately released her grip, understanding that Ling Yi must embark on this journey. "The third princess shall accompany us as well. His Majesty may wish to inquire about you," Commander Sun remarked to Ming Jiayu. Ming Jiayu nodded, though she remained uncertain of the particulars. She surmised it was undoubtedly related to the heir and possibly involved in the factional struggles within the dynasty. This issue is prevalent in every dynasty, and as a princess, she naturally comprehended far more than a mere servant like Qing'e. "And you, come with me to the imperial audience. I shall convey everything that transpired today to His Majesty in detail." Commander Sun snorted coldly, addressing Commander Li. Commander Li smiled faintly, unperturbed. The group entered the imperial palace, where the morning court was in session. Following the summons from the Emperor Tianxiao, several individuals ascended to the grand hall of the Zhan dynasty. Civil and military officials stood on either side, and upon seeing the Emperor Tianxiao and the Empress seated at the dais, Ling Yi knelt on one knee and respectfully proclaimed, "I, your son Ling Yi, pay my respects to Father and the Empress. I, Minister Sun Jutian, Li Ming, pay my respects to your Majesty and the Empress." Ming Jiayu of the Eastern Yin dynasty pays her respects to the Zhan Emperor and the Empress. The crowd bowed in unison. With a grave expression, Emperor Tianxiao commanded, "Rise." After expressing their gratitude, everyone stood. "Your Majesty, I have been entrusted with your command to summon the War King to the audience. However, the War King resisted with force. In my desperation to apprehend him, I was unexpectedly attacked by Commander Sun. I implore your Majesty to arbitrate on my behalf." Commander Li suddenly broke into loud sobs, prostrating himself on the ground. "This fellow, is he preemptively striking?" Ling Yi found himself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and tears at Li Ming's actions. "Your Majesty, this is intolerable." His Highness the War King has not only slain the seventh prince, but also defied your imperial edict. If this continues, your majesty may find yourself powerless to restrain him. Your majesty, he must be punished severely. Elder Minister Lu suddenly interjected. Indeed, your majesty. And what a commander's son, who brazenly aids his Highness the War King. The imperial guards have always been loyal to your majesty, and this is truly chilling upon reflection. Another minister stepped forward, his voice trembling with fear. Commander's son sneered at the spectacle before him, pondering how these ministers would excel in theatrical performances. As Elder Minister Lu spoke, more and more officials began to echo his sentiments. Sunju Etienne, what is the meaning of this? Emperor Tianxiao, feigning ignorance of the minister's antics, directly addressed Commander Sunday. Your Majesty, I have been ordered to covertly protect His Highness the War King, but unbeknownst to us, nefarious individuals conspired against him, intending to do him harm. It was none other than our city guard's leader, Commander Li. The moment His Highness arrived at the War King's residence, before a word was spoken, he attacked, with lethal intent. Such malevolence is beyond comprehension. Commander's son stated coldly. Your Majesty, Commander Li's countenance changed dramatically. Realizing that Commander's son had acted under the Emperor's orders to appear at the War King's residence. Do you think I would believe you? Emperor Tianxiao interrupted, his tone icy. Commander Li's expression shifted as he glanced at Elder Minister Lu, who subtly shook his head. Slowly, Commander Li lowered his gaze. At this point, Ling Yi began to understand. It was all about the seventh prince. Emperor Tianxiao's eyes flashed like lightning as he addressed Ling Yi. Here, tell me, did you kill your seventh brother? I did not. It was as follows. Ling Yi straightened his back and recounted their experiences in the Nine Nether Cave, detailing their encounter with the demon. He even unreservedly spoke of young Master Zhao Wenxuan's improper intentions towards Meng Jiayu. When Emperor Tianxiao inquired about Meng Jiayu, she nodded in affirmation, corroborating Ling Yi's account. The emperor slowly nodded and declared, "Summon the heir of the Burning Heaven dynasty." A figure strode confidently into the hall without a bow, simply stating, "Zhao Wenxuan pays his respects to the War Emperor and the Empress." The crowd frowned collectively at the heir's blatant arrogance. Yet, there was little they could do, after all. He hailed from a mid-tier dynasty, and his father was a powerful chancellor. Emperor Tianxiao suppressed his displeasure and forced himself to remain calm, instructing Zhao Wenxuan to recount the events as they transpired. I and the seventh prince inadvertently stumbled upon the third princess and His Highness the War King engaged in a most disgraceful act. This incident left us seething with resentment. Taking advantage of our slumber, they struck, resulting in the death of the seventh prince. Fortunately, my martial prowess allowed me to sustain only minor injuries, and I narrowly escaped the clutches of those wretched individuals. Zhao Wenxuan lied with an impassive face and steady heartbeat. You beast, Zhao Wenxuan. How dare you turn the tables and tarnish the reputation of both myself and His Highness the War King? The exquisite face of Meng Jiayu was etched with fury. For a woman, nothing is more paramount than her virtue. Zhao Wenxuan's assertions were utterly egregious, more painful than death itself. Humph. How could I possibly be the one to turn the tables? If anyone doubts my words, I implore you to search the spatial ring of His Highness the War King. It was evident that His Highness coveted the treasures of the seventh prince, and I distinctly witnessed him placing the corpse of the seventh prince into the spatial ring. Zhao Wenxuan declared with righteous indignation. Meng Jiayu's complexion shifted dramatically. Ling Yi furrowed his brow, pondering how he could possibly know that Ling Hong was concealed within his spatial ring. Suddenly, it dawned upon Ling Yi that when they had entered the cave, Zhao Wenxuan must have been lying in wait nearby. The Emperor Tianxiao spoke in a solemn tone. I ask you, is Honger's corpse within your spatial ring? Ling Yi nodded, a flash of light illuminating his hand, revealing a lifeless body. How audacious of you, Ling Yi. Such cruelty is something I have never witnessed. Who would dare to murder their own brother? The Empress exclaimed, striking her chair in indignation. Tell me, why is the corpse of Honger in your spatial ring? The Emperor Tianxiao furrowed his brow slightly. In response to your majesty, the seventh prince, Ling Hong, attempted to assassinate me but met his demise as my martial spirit rebounded his concealed weapon. Though his actions were ruthless, he is still a member of the Ling family. I could not bear to leave his body in the desolate mountains, hence I placed it within this spatial ring. Ling Yi spoke with neither arrogance nor servility. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions. Ling Yi furrowed his brow and continued, if His Majesty doubts this, he may observe the concealed weapon embedded in the seventh prince's forehead. It is specifically designed for him, marked with the character Hong. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, The crowd turned their gaze towards the flying dagger, indeed finding the character inscribed upon it. Humph. It could very well be a ruse devised by His Highness the War King, deliberately employing the seventh prince's weapon to inflict harm upon him. Commander Li scoffed. You seek to lay blame without justification. Ling Yi retorted with a cold snort. Your Majesty, I implore you to hold His Highness the War King accountable. Master L proclaimed as he knelt upon the ground with a resounding voice. All the ministers followed suit, kneeling in unison, clamoring for justice against Ling Yi. You are being outrageous. Ling Yi let out a furious roar, his voice reverberating throughout the grand hall, causing tiles to fall from the ceiling. Everyone stood momentarily stunned. Whether I am guilty or innocent shall be determined by my father, the Emperor. What is the meaning of your intimidation? Are you attempting a coup? With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi's fury ignited like a blazing fire. Upon uttering these words, some individuals trembled, their faces flushed with embarrassment. A flicker of approval flashed in the eyes of Emperor Tianxiao. After all, Grand Minister L had been commanding the officials for quite some time, and no one dared to openly refute him. Yet here stood Ling Yi, a prince filled with righteous indignation, truly a first of his kind. Humph. By the implication of His Highness the War King, it seems he acknowledges the slaying of the seventh prince, does he not? Grand Minister L was no ordinary man and would not be swayed by Ling Yi's bravado. I shall reiterate. It was not I. Ling Yi bellowed. With both witnesses and evidence at hand, does His Highness the War King intend to engage in sophistry? Grand Minister L glared at Ling Yi and stepped forward. Sophistry? I believe that is unnecessary. An elderly voice rang out. Who dares? Grand Minister L furrowed his brow. It is I. Suddenly, a remarkable elder appeared before them. Exuding an air of distinction, Gu Yinan, the head of the Danling Pavilion of the Zhang dynasty. Grand Minister L's expression shifted slightly. Not this revered figure again. He always seemed to disrupt his schemes. The crowd heard Gu Yinan say, Elder Pavilion Master, what do you mean by this? Gu Yinan smiled faintly, preparing to respond when another voice boomed forth. You old codger, you run so fast. You don't wait for me. This voice was resonant and commanding. Another figure emerged in the assembly hall, clad in fiery red garments, with white hair and beard, his eyes shining like copper bells, emanating an aura of authority. Donghuang, the elder pavilion master of the Ling Pavilion of the Zhang dynasty. The entire court was shaken. The two most powerful figures of the Zhang dynasty had convened. What was about to unfold? You old fool, blaming me for your age. Gu Yinan snorted. Oh, you think I owe you respect? Donghuang glared, ready to unleash a tirade. Enough. We are here for a different matter. Let us cease this bickering. Gu Yinan dismissed Donghuang with indifference. Emperor Tianxiao rose and descended from his throne. The empress, unable to remain seated, followed closely behind him. Emperor Tianxiao slightly bowed, respectfully addressing, greetings to the two esteemed pavilion masters. Gu Yinan and Donghuang reciprocated the gesture, honoring the emperor. Might I inquire what brings the two esteemed pavilion masters here? I am here to rescue my benefactor. Gu Yinan declared. I am here to save my master. Donghuang asserted. A benefactor? A master? Among the multitude present, who could possibly be Gu Yinan's benefactor or Donghuang's master? These venerable figures were the most powerful individuals in the entire Zhang dynasty. As the crowd pondered in curiosity, they witnessed Gu Yinan and Donghuang simultaneously direct their gazes toward Ling Yi. It is he. Both elder pavilion masters exclaimed in unison. What? The entire court was left in a state of shock. Ling Yi is the savior of Gu Yinan, or is he the master of Donghuang? How could this be possible? What kind of figures are these two old sect masters? How could Ling Yi possibly be associated with such divine beings? I wonder if His Majesty could show some leniency towards us old fellows. Regarding the matter of the seventh prince, both parties hold differing views. So let us not pursue it any further. If by chance we wrongfully accuse His Highness the War King, would His Majesty be willing to lose yet another exceptional son? Gu Yinan said with a playful smile. Since the two esteemed sect masters have spoken, let this matter rest. Emperor Tianxiao nodded. The Empress and Minister L's expressions darkened. Their meticulously crafted scheme was so easily unraveled by these two old masters. It was all due to the disparity in sheer power, no matter how many traps they set. It would be of no avail. Damn it. The Empress's eyes were filled with murderous intent, lowering her head to conceal it from Gu Yinan and Donghuang. Yet, she was utterly unwilling to accept this outcome. Since this matter has passed, shall we discuss the premeditated murder of the prince? Gu Yinan smiled at Emperor Tianxiao. The Emperor's expression darkened as he turned to Commander Li. Commander Li's countenance changed abruptly, and he lowered his head. We were not referring to this young man. for he is unworthy, but rather someone has set a deadly trap to assassinate His Highness the War King. Emperor Tianxiao, do you understand? Donghuang exclaimed as he flicked his fiery red sleeves. What? Everyone was taken aback. What do you mean? I do not quite grasp it. Emperor Tianxiao spoke in a deep voice. Bring him in. Donghuang bellowed. Outside the council hall, two members of the Qiling Pavilion carried in a middle-aged man with dark skin and a simple demeanor. The empress furrowed her brow, uncertain of the intentions of these two old fellows. Your Majesty, do you recognize this person? Guinan asked with a smile. The empress's heart skipped a beat. Responding in confusion, what does the old sect master mean? I do not quite understand. Su Fu, you may speak. Guinan chuckled. Su Fu. Su Fu. The empress's face changed dramatically as if recalling this name. Su Fu, kneeling on the ground, nodded and began to speak. I am an assassin. Sent by the maid Rong beside the empress to kill His Highness the War King. I infiltrated the War King's residence and became a coachman. That day, Su Fu slowly recounted the entire affair. With each word, the empress's heart sank deeper. However, as the mistress of the 6 palaces, she maintained her composure. When Su Fu mentioned that Ling Yi possessed dual martial souls, a collective gasp echoed through the court. Soul warriors are already rare, and the probability of dual martial souls is even more minuscule. Those with dual martial souls are never weak. They are unparalleled geniuses capable of fighting across ranks. Emperor Tianxiao was also taken aback, gazing at Ling Yi with questioning eyes. Is what he said true? Ling Yi nodded. The queen and Minister L were taken aback. For Ling Yi was indeed the possessor of a dual martial soul. A palpable aura of menace flickered in their eyes. Once Su Fu concluded his words, the queen hastily retorted, You slander me. How could I ever commit such an act? As the sovereign of the 6 palaces, how could I resort to murdering the heir? Donghuang let out a cold chuckle and commanded, Bring her in again. Several individuals from the Qiling Pavilion ushered in an elderly woman. Her face deeply wrinkled yet clad in elegant attire of fine quality, indicating she was from the imperial palace of the Zhang dynasty. Upon seeing the newcomer, the queen's expression shifted dramatically, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's transformative prowess. Truly remarkable. It was none other than the queen's confidant, Granny Rong. Granny Rong knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, clearly gripped by fear. Speak. Guinan uttered softly. Your Majesty, I am Granny Rong, the queen's attendant. The queen's lady-in-waiting began recounting the events in detail. Silence. The queen shrieked, lunging forward to deliver a resounding slap to Granny Rong. With an eruption of true energy, her eyes glinted with lethal intent as she prepared to eliminate Granny Rong. Donghuang snorted coldly, and in an instant, the overwhelming pressure of heaven and earth confined the queen. She was left horrified, her complexion ashen. Realizing that in the presence of these martial legends of the Zhang dynasty, she could not silence anyone. Granny Rong was left speechless, dazed and unable to utter a word. Please assist the queen in taking her seat, Donghuang commanded sharply to his subordinates. The Qiling Pavilion members approached the queen from behind and grasped her hands. Release me, you wretched servants. The queen struggled vehemently, her true energy surging. Clearly a formidable practitioner at the true origin realm. However, the Qiling Pavilion members possessed an even higher martial prowess. Their grip is steadfast as a mountain, rendering her attempts futile. Ultimately, the queen was forcibly seated. Lord Duoba, you have gone too far. The Tianxiao Emperor scoffed, feeling somewhat displeased. To openly disrespect the queen within the council chamber was a blatant disregard for the Tianxiao Emperor's authority. Your Majesty, do not be anxious. Let us first hear what this old woman has to say. Gu Yinan responded with a grin. The Tianxiao Emperor furrowed his brow, but chose not to voice any further objections. Under Donghuang's indication, Granny Rong resumed her narrative. After the year-end competition, the queen, fearing that Ling Yi would become an obstacle in the path to the crown for the eldest prince, dispatched assassins to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, the queen turned pale, rendered speechless. Your Highness, what should be the queen's fate? Donghuang gazed directly at Ling Yi, leaving everyone astonished. Although the two old pavilion masters held great power and influence, the fact that they chose to inquire not of the Emperor Tianxiao, but rather of His Highness the War King, conveyed a significant message to all present. The Danling Pavilion and the Qiling Pavilion had unequivocally demonstrated their support for the War King, even if he sought to claim the throne for himself. Ling Yi is not a fool. He is well aware of the intentions of the two elder lords. However, there exists a distinction between honor and humility. He then addressed Emperor Tianxiao, saying, Please, father, make the decision. Emperor Tianshao gazed deeply at Ling Yi and replied slowly, "Let us discuss this matter at a later time." Ling Yi's expression changed abruptly, for he had not anticipated that Emperor Tianshao had no intention of dealing with the Empress. On that day, the fourth prince had usurped the bloodline of the war ancestor, resulting in both the fourth prince and concubine Li being imprisoned in the cold palace. Yet today, when it came to the Empress, no punishment was meted out. "Father, enough!" Emperor Tianshao interrupted decisively. "Father, you are being unjust," Ling Yi exclaimed vehemently. The emperor, who had initially been advancing towards his throne, halted his steps, turned around, and spoke with a somber expression. "What did you say?" "I said you're unjust. As the sovereign of a nation, you should comprehend the essence of governance. It is not the scarcity of resources that is concerning, but the inequity in their distribution. You must also recognize that when the Son of Heaven transgresses the law, he is no different from the commoners. The Empress cannot exist beyond the reach of imperial law." Ling Yi faced the gaze of the heavenly roar emperor with unwavering resolve, articulating each word with precision. "You are audacious. Prince of War, do you still regard His Majesty?" Taisher, seizing the opportunity, bellowed. "Is this a place for you to speak? His Majesty, your actions are quite unscrupulous." Donghuang, with his forthright temperament, responded candidly to Taisher without a hint of courtesy. Taisher's expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, yet he dared not retort. While he might offend the heavenly roar emperor, he would not risk incurring the wrath of the formidable Donghuang. Guinan maintained his serene smile, standing resolutely behind Ling Yi, steadfast in his allegiance. The heavenly roar emperor's countenance darkened. Who would find joy in such circumstances, especially in the court? However, with the two venerable elders from the Danling Pavilion and Qiling Pavilion clearly poised to support Ling Yi, what recourse did he have? "Here, come with me. Attendants, grant seats to the two elders. The rest shall wait here," the heavenly roar emperor concluded, turning to stride towards the inner hall. Ling Yi followed Emperor Tianshao into the inner hall. "Here, you have been rather excessive today." Emperor Tianshao spoke in a deep voice. "I apologize, father, but I stand by my words." Ling Yi stood tall, unafraid. "Ah, you are not entirely wrong." Emperor Tianshao exhaled deeply. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, as it appeared that Emperor Tianshao had no intention of dealing with him. However, one must comprehend an essential truth: strength surpasses all. Had it not been for the unwavering support of the two venerable pavilion masters today, would you have so easily navigated this ordeal? Emperor Tianshao inquired. Ling Yi shook his head. The matter concerning the Empress is of great significance. Most importantly, her eldest son, Ling Tian, has already become an inner disciple and is highly regarded by a powerful being from the Donghuang Dao Institute. In this world, strength surpasses all else. Here at present, you cannot compare to him, and thus I am unable to deal with the Empress. Do you understand? The Emperor Tianshao spoke slowly. Ling Yi understood that the Crown Prince, with his exceptional talents, was thriving effortlessly within the Donghuang Dao Institute. Should a conflict arise with the Crown Prince, it would not be surprising if the entire Tianhuang dynasty faced a monumental upheaval. Ling Yi nodded, then suddenly raised his head, gazing at Emperor Tianshao with a serious expression. "I can agree not to deal with the Empress, but you must tell me who my mother is." "Where is she?" Emperor Tianshao was taken aback, instinctively wanting to express his anger. However, upon noticing that Ling Yi had grown taller than him, he realized that Ling Yi was no longer the little ninth prince he once knew, but rather a formidable warlord backed by two powerful factions. Emperor Tianxiao's expression grew complex, and with a sigh, he began, "Since you are so determined to know, I shall reveal it to you. I had hoped for you to live a peaceful and ordinary life under my protection. However, your extraordinary talents have propelled you to great heights. It would not be wise for me to continue hiding the truth. You will inevitably come into contact with them." Turning his gaze to a distant place filled with nostalgia, he continued, "In my youth, I traversed the entire northern wilderness, experiencing the diverse customs and cultures of various regions. It was then that I encountered her, the woman I have loved most dearly in my life. Though I have had many consorts, most were political alliances, but she was different. Her name was Huayu." Ling Yi was taken aback. "Huayu? Is that the name of my mother? We shared moments of joy and happiness together. Soon enough, you were brought into this world. I had once believed that we would traverse our lives in blissful harmony. Little did I know, she hailed from a mysterious and formidable realm. One fateful day, two individuals arrived to take your mother away. I fought valiantly against them. By that time, I had already stepped into the realm of semi-advanced celestial mastery. To my astonishment, The expression on Emperor Tianxiao's face grew increasingly fearful, as if he had witnessed something profoundly shocking. Ling Yi's heart raced with trepidation. As the emperor of the Zhantian dynasty, what could possibly instill such fear in him? To his astonishment, he had not even brushed against the hems of those two individuals, yet Huaiyu was so effortlessly taken away. Before departing, Huaiyu left a black bead hanging around his neck. From their conversation, he vaguely discerned mentions of the central state's sacred domain and the Nye family. This is all that I know about your mother. Yeah. We are far too powerless. The Emperor of Tianxiao, in profound agony, covered his face, tears streaming down his resolute features. The central state's sacred domain and the Nye family? Ling Yi felt a heaviness in his heart. Is this the clue regarding my mother? Where is this place? And how shall I seek her? A barrage of questions relentlessly struck Ling Yi's mind, his eyes brimming with tears, reflecting an indescribable certainty and unwavering determination. Ling Yi declared, "No matter where the ends of the earth may lead, I shall find my mother." The Emperor of Tianxiao sighed and replied, "I do not know, my son. I truly do not know. The disparity is simply too vast. It is only now that I have come to realize the existence of such formidable warriors in this world. Even though I have now entered the celestial gang realm, in retrospect, I still fall far short of those two. I sense that they are at least beyond the celestial gang realm." Ling Yi was taken aback. Above the celestial gang realm, the most formidable beings of the Zhantian dynasty are confined to the celestial gang realm, and even within that realm, their mastery is not overly profound. The so-called celestial gang realm has already become a legendary myth in martial arts. What does it mean to exist beyond the celestial gang realm? It remains uncertain whether the Burning Heaven dynasty possesses individuals of such caliber. Even regarding the Donghuang Dao Academy, the existence of such masters remains a matter of speculation. Ling Yi suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with newfound resolve. For the first time, life presented him with a remarkably ambitious yet challenging goal: the Heavenly Roar Emperor. Observing Ling Yi's expression, discerned his thoughts and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Now you should understand why I have always paid you so little attention throughout your life. It was never my intention for you to confront such formidable adversaries. I once believed that one day, I would reclaim my precious gem with my own hands. However, as the years have passed, the higher one ascends, the more arduous it becomes to elevate oneself further. Alas." Ling Yi gazed into the eyes of the Emperor of Tianxiao, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. It became clear to him that his father refrained from divulging the truth in order to spare him the burden of such anguish and pressure. In the council chamber, everyone awaited patiently, and upon witnessing the emperor and Ling Yi emerge from the rear hall, they hurriedly composed themselves. The emperor took his seat upon the dragon throne and spoke solemnly. "From this day forth, the empress shall reflect upon her actions in Fengyi Palace, and any departure requires my notification." Such a seemingly innocuous statement served as a punishment for the empress. Her complexion darkened, and she glared at Ling Yi with gritted teeth, her murderous intent intensifying. "Li Ming, do you acknowledge your crimes?" The emperor intoned slowly. Li Ming's heart sank. Was he to be held accountable now? "Humph, old emperor. I fear you not. I have the support of Master L," Li Ming declared boldly. In that moment, Master L stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. And in the blink of an eye, he was at Li Ming's side. Startled, Li Ming was uncertain of Master L's intentions. To his astonishment, Master L made no move. Yet the very essence of heaven and earth coalesced into a colossal hand of immense power, striking Li Ming with a single blow. "Heavenly Gang Realm," Ling Yi gasped internally. Recognizing such a manifestation of celestial might as the technique of the Heavenly Gang Realm, he had not anticipated that Master L was also a formidable practitioner of this level. Ling Yi soon understood that Master L, having clashed with his father for many years, possessed not only cunning but also formidable strength. Li Ming, a commander at the 8th level of true essence, was reduced to a mist of blood beneath Master L's strike, leaving only a pool of crimson upon the ground. In his final moments, Li Ming's thoughts crystallized with clarity. He realized he had been sacrificed by Master L, treated as a mere pawn. "Your Majesty, this man was exceedingly arrogant. I could not contain myself and took his life on your behalf. I implore you to mete out punishment." Master L feigned sincerity as he spoke. The Emperor of Tianxiao responded with a slight smile, saying, "Not at all. Master L acts out of loyalty. And I am fortunate to have such a devoted minister." The weight of the term loyal minister seemed laden with sarcasm. Unfazed, Master L replied respectfully, "This old servant is devoted to the cause of War Heaven. My loyalty is unwavering, as the heavens can attest." The Emperor then addressed Commander Sun, saying, "Commander Sun, please make arrangements for a suitable replacement. The position of the city guard commander is vital and cannot be left vacant for even a day. Master L's expression darkened. Yet he felt resigned. Having failed to eliminate Ling Yi, he had instead lost a crucial piece in the political game. Yet, such is the nature of politics. When one strike fails, one must concede. Today, with Gu Yinan and Donghuang exerting their influence, there was no choice. If he did not relinquish Li Ming, it would surely ignite further conflict, resulting in greater losses. However, a day will come when I shall see another take the throne. Master L's eyes darted with intensity as he contemplated deeply. At this juncture, it seemed that the matter had reached a conclusion. Ling Yi, Gu Yinan, and Donghuang exited the imperial palace, presenting a sprig of iceling grass to Gu Yinan. Overjoyed, Gu Yinan expressed his delight, repeatedly praising Ling Yi and affirming that he had indeed made the right choice. Donghuang extended an invitation, suggesting that if Ling Yi had the time, he could visit the Qiling Pavilion to further discuss the art of crafting. Meanwhile, the heir Zhao Wenxuan bore witness to a political strife within the Dantian dynasty, where Minister LV and the Empress faced utter defeat. He silently cursed, recognizing the ineptitude of the Dantian court. Observing Ling Yi's departing silhouette, resentment gnawed at his heart. Ling Yi, upon reaching the Donghuang Dao Academy, I shall ensure that you are left with no means of retreat. Ling Yi walked ahead. Yet he could sense the murderous gaze of Zhao Wenxuan. Turning back, he offered Zhao a faint smile. Suddenly, a brilliant light shimmered in his hand, revealing a vibrant red spiritual herb. Zhao Wenxuan was taken aback, for it was indeed the coveted flame herb he had yearned for. Damn it! How could it possibly be in his possession? Zhao Wenxuan cursed inwardly. Ling Yi smiled faintly, placing the fire flame grass into her spatial ring, then casting a cold smile at Zhao Wenxuan. Zhao Wenxuan understood the meaning in Ling Yi's gaze. It was clear that the fire flame grass would never be his. A flicker of regret crossed Zhao Wenxuan's mind. With the examination at the Donghuang Dao Academy approaching, he had ventured to this insignificant place, the Dantian dynasty, solely for the fire flame grass. Little did he expect to shoot himself in the foot, as the precious grass had fallen into Ling Yi's possession. Having plotted to ensnare her, he now found himself at a loss, having lost both his scheme and his resources. His gaze towards Ling Yi was imbued with an indescribable complexity. Meng Jiayu followed Ling Yi to the Zhanwang mansion. After the incident at the Nine Nether Cave, she had developed unwavering trust in Ling Yi and decided to settle down at the Zhanwang mansion. Ling Yi returned to the War King's manor and exchanged a few words with Qing'er. After arranging the room for the third princess, Meng Jiayu, he hurried to the Danling Pavilion. Ling Yi's journey to the Danling Pavilion was driven by the urgency to concoct the Yinling pill, as chronicled in the Shenong Herbal. With merely a few days remaining before the commencement of the examination at the Donghuang Dao Academy, he was resolute in his determination to elevate his martial realm at any cost. Within the confines of the Danling Pavilion, Ling Yi reserved an alchemical chamber. Employing the Shenong scale to meticulously measure each herb's weight, he infused the essence into the alchemical furnace, mastering the flames. After 2 hours, Ling Yi successfully bottled the Yinling pill in a jade vial. By combining several fire flame herbs and ice spirit herbs, alongside various auxiliary elixirs, he ultimately refined 10 Yinling pills. With the assistance of the Shenong scale, the medicinal properties of the Yinling pill reached the remarkable level of Xian grade 3. Ling Yi ingested a Yinling pill and settled into a meditative posture. In an instant, the pill transformed into 2 streams of energy, surging through Ling Yi's body. One energy was searing hot, while the other was frigidly cold, continuously intertwining and colliding. These 2 utterly opposing forces counteracted and battled against each other, inflicting a certain degree of harm and pressure upon the warrior's physique. Yet, the potent medicinal properties persistently nourished his flesh, mending hidden injuries. Soon, the energies began to impact Ling Yi's dantian, ultimately converging within it. Ling Yi channeled the chaotic yin-yang technique, as the purest and most formidable true energy began its metamorphosis into the most delicate and gentle essence. This transformation was excruciating, for the interplay of yin and yang is the most profound energy within all martial arts, and the process of conversion posed a significant threat to the practitioner. However, it also bestowed upon Ling Yi a profound understanding of the path of yin and yang. After approximately an hour, Ling Yi opened his eyes. The once unwavering and robust true energy had completely transformed into the soft and yielding essence, signifying that Ling Yi had officially entered the realm of true essence. Becoming a true essence realm martial artist of the first level, Ling Yi emerged from the alchemy chamber, presenting a flame Ling pill to manager Li, instructing him to deliver it to Gu Yanqing. Upon inspection, Manager Li discerned that it was a third-grade profound-level elixir, possessing an exceptionally potent medicinal force. He hastily accepted it with utmost care, fearful of any mishap, and repeatedly expressed his compliance. Upon returning to the War King's residence, Ling Yi presented a Yinling Dandaming Jiayu. Upon discovering that it was a third-grade profound-level elixir, Ming Jiayu promptly declined, insisting that it was far too precious. Under the relentless persuasion of Ling Yi, Ming Jiayu finally accepted the precious elixir, her heart swelling with sweetness. She mused on the significance of such an expensive pill. Recognizing the sincerity of Ling Yi's friendship, especially since he refrained from using it himself. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Yi had already consumed the Yinling pill. Although the potency of the Yinling pill was formidable, capable of enhancing a warrior's prowess, it was exceedingly rare. Its effects were only realized upon first consumption. Subsequent intakes yielded no benefits. Thus, it was classified as a third-tier pill of the mysterious grade. Otherwise, with such overwhelming efficacy, the Yinling pill could rival even the ordinary fifth-tier pills of the mysterious grade. The following day, a contingent of soldiers arrived at the War King's residence. Comprising approximately several dozen individuals, each donned in striking crimson armor, they emanated an imposing aura, brimming with a palpable sense of lethality. Even ordinary citizens who passed by the War King's abode felt a chill run down their spines, drenched in perspiration. At the forefront stood a figure clad in military attire. A general of remarkable stature, mounted upon a magnificent red dragon steed that soared over 3 meters in height, a testament to his towering presence, nearly 2 meters tall himself. The red dragon steed was a ferocious beast, notoriously difficult to tame, indicating that this general possessed extraordinary strength. His skin bore a sun-kissed hue, and while not conventionally handsome, his demeanor exuded valor. Most strikingly, a lengthy scar adorned his left cheek, extending the length of a finger. His stern visage was steeped in a murderous intent, evoking the sensation of standing before an army of thousands. Ling Yi heard from his servant that a troop had gathered at the entrance. Feeling a sudden astonishment in his heart, uncertain of their identity, he then swiftly made his way to the door to take a look. Upon witnessing the imposing formation of the formidable troops, Ling Yi's gaze fell upon the leader, and he could not contain his delight, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Second brother!" The scarred general at the forefront, upon spotting Ling Yi, allowed a trace of a smile to grace his otherwise stern countenance, evoking an unsettling sensation akin to a deity of death breaking into a grin. This fearsome figure was none other than the second prince of the Zhantian dynasty, Prince Rong, Ling Di. Ling Di executed a swift dismount, his aura soaring to the heavens, revealing himself to be a formidable warrior of the 9th realm of true essence. As he moved, the troops of 180 behind him unveiled their allegiance as the Red Flood Army, commanded by King Rong. These soldiers of the Red Flood, following Ling Di's lead, dismounted in unison, each releasing their formidable presence, with every individual being a master of at least the 7th realm of body refinement. Ling Di knelt on one knee with a resounding thud, his knee striking the ground, creating a depression accompanied by myriad cracks. The soldiers of the Red Serpent Army behind him followed suit, each hitting the ground with a series of thumps, leaving behind a trail of indentations. Ling Yi was taken aback, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the significance of the scenario orchestrated by His Royal Highness. The entire Red Dragon Army expressed their profound gratitude to His Highness, King Zhan, for the immense favor of saving the entire army. For generations to come, they shall remain eternally grateful. Ling Di and all the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices soaring into the heavens. The fierce and menacing shouts left everyone on the streets pale with fear. Some of the more timid individuals collapsed to the ground, while children burst into tears. The sound echoed for several miles, reaching even the residence of Master L and the Imperial Palace, creating a stir. Although Prince Rong was renowned for his military achievements and was his own second brother, Ling Yi was taken aback by such a grand display of respect and hurried forward, eager to assist Prince Rong. Ling Di. Ling's expression was grave, and despite Ling Yi's efforts to assist, he could not lift him. Ling Yi exclaimed in a state of panic, "Second brother, what on earth are you doing? Please get up. Are you not aware that this is shortening my lifespan?" Ling stood motionless. After a full incense stick's time, he rose, and the Red Serpent Army collectively stood as well. "Ha, 9th brother, you truly are magnificent. Throughout my journey, I have heard nothing but tales of your exploits, in every street and alley, even recounted by storytellers. I am genuinely delighted, second brother." Ling Di laughed heartily, repeatedly slapping Ling Yi on the shoulder. Ling Yi was both amused and exasperated, offering a wry smile as he said, "Second brother, What on earth are you trying to accomplish with this? It's rather frightening. It was because of you that Danling Pavilion provided the funds for my Red Flood Army's military salaries. Otherwise, I fear that the esteemed troops of the Battle Heaven dynasty would have been reduced to the private army of that Master. This truly drives me to the brink of despair. Ling Yi grew increasingly anxious as he spoke, his large eyes widening in intensity, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Passers-by couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spines, prompting them to distance themselves from the War King's residence. Ling Yi was acutely aware of his second brother's formidable martial talent and unparalleled combat prowess, yet he also recognized his somewhat irascible temperament. Given the throngs of people congesting the entrance, it was indeed a matter of some significance. Consequently, he swung open the gates of the War King's residence, ushering in the soldiers of the Red Flood Army. In no time, the entire estate bustled with activity, alive with a vibrant atmosphere. Prince Ling Yi, indulging in wine and succulent meats, engaged in lively conversation with Ling Yi, passionately recounting tales of the smoky battleground and the brutalities of warfare. As he reached the most captivating parts of his narrative, Prince Rong's enthusiasm was palpable, his expressions animated and gestures grandiose. Nearby, Qing Er, who was pouring wine, could hardly contain her delight, her small hands frequently covering her mouth as she erupted into fits of giggles. Ling Yi sat quietly, savoring his meal while listening to Prince Rong recount tales from the battlefield of Ling Yi, his eyes ablaze with fervor and longing. A true man, a stalwart gentleman, ought to embody the spirit of his second brother, Ling Yi, commanding troops on the battlefield and achieving great feats. Come, ninth brother, allow me to toast to you. Little do you know, without your presence, the unwavering loyalty of my Red Flood Army would have been doomed to perish at the hands of treacherous ministers. Cheers. With a vigorous fling of his sleeves, he revealed his robust wrists and lifted the wine cup with both hands, offering a toast directly to Ling Yi. No. I merely raised my voice a few times. After all, it was the Danling Pavilion that provided the funds. This is of little consequence. The actions I undertake are those that every citizen of the War Heaven dynasty ought to perform, especially considering I am a prince. Ling Yi humbly remarked, Among so many princes, why is it that only the ninth brother steps forward? He paused and continued, but let us not dwell on that. You, Ling Yi, are my dear brother? Ninth brother, I have heard that you are about to embark on your journey to the Donghuang Dao Academy. Suddenly, Ling Yi shifted the topic and inquired, Indeed, having obtained the Donghuang order, I shall naturally proceed to the Donghuang Dao Academy. What is it? Ling Yi asked. Perplexed, Ling held the wine glass, squinting as if lost in contemplation. Ling Yi possesses a profound understanding of his second brother. Although he appears carefree and casual, he is, in truth, meticulous beneath his seemingly nonchalant exterior. As anticipated, Ling Yi gradually articulated, Are you aware that the first prince, Ling Tian, has already entered the inner sanctum and has become the disciple of the esteemed elder Wenjie, the foremost figure within the inner circle? Ling Tian had already attained the status of a high realm cultivator 2 years ago. His tone seemed to carry an air of caution. Ling Yi was taken aback. Although he was aware that Ling Tian had become an inner disciple and had garnered the attention of a formidable figure from the Donghuang Dao Academy, he was unaware that it was the esteemed first elder, Wenjie, who held such regard for him. This elder, reputed to possess unparalleled influence, was a living legend in martial arts, a master of the Tian gang realm with a long-standing reputation, and it was uncertain whether he had ascended beyond the legendary heights of Tian gang. Remarkably, Ling Tian had already reached the transformative realm of Huahai. The Huahai realm epitomized the pinnacle of combat prowess among the younger generation of the Zhan Tian dynasty. One could only imagine that, given Ling Tian's innate talent, in just a few years, there would scarcely be anyone within the entire Zhan Tian capable of rivaling the crown prince. Relying on the Yinling Dan, Ling Yi has merely taken his first steps into the true Yuan realm, confronted by the likes of the Grand Prince, whose martial prowess is formidable. Even someone as unflinching as Ling Yi feels an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ling Yi observed the grave expression on Ling Yi's face, took a sip of wine, and continued. I have also heard about the Empress's stance on your matters. In essence, you have dealt her a resounding slap. I fear that the Crown Prince will not let you off easily. Ling Yi also lifted his glass and drank it in one gulp. Ling Yi understood that Ling Yi's words were not without merit. The eldest prince, having reached the Sea Transformation realm, was now within the Donghuang Dao Academy. It was evident that Ling Yi's journey to the Donghuang Dao Academy would be fraught with challenges. The two brothers exchanged pleasantries, reminiscing about family matters. In the study of the Lu Taisha residence, a teacup shattered upon the floor, fragments scattering. A steward, resembling a butler, stood behind Lu Taisha. What a grand display! The second prince, Ling Yi, has repelled the northern wilderness forces and achieved great merit. Upon entering the imperial capital, he immediately sought an audience with the war king. What an impressive show of authority! What a remarkable Ling Yi! Lu Taisha uttered through clenched teeth. The man behind him was none other than the chief steward of the Lu residence, a trusted confidant of Lu Taisha. Sharing the Lu surname was a token of the steward's years of unwavering loyalty. The steward nodded and remarked, Ling Yi has the backing of the Dan Ling Pavilion and Qi Ling Pavilion, two formidable powers. Now, with the second prince's illustrious achievements, their bond has only strengthened. Especially regarding the military funds of the Qijiao army. The war king is indeed gaining prominence. Lu Taisha acknowledged this, appearing to support the fourth prince publicly, while secretly maintaining ties with the empress and covertly backing the eldest prince. The fourth prince's resurgence seemed impossible now, while the eldest prince was in his prime. The ninth prince, Ling Yi, had already created a rift with Lu Taisha and had marred the beauty of Lu Taisha's beloved daughter, leading to an even deeper animosity. Lu Taisha nodded, a glint of cold determination in his eyes, and said, arrange a meeting for me with Zhao Wenxuan, the heir of the Finshan dynasty. I wish to see him. The steward, taken aback for a moment, soon grasped the underlying intent. He slapped his forehead in realization, raised a thumb in admiration, and muttered, what a brilliant stratagem, Taisha. This plan to use another's blade for one's own purposes is truly exquisite. Lu Taisha smirked, his gaze gleaming like that of a viper. Within the cold palace of the imperial palace, news of the return of the Donghuang had spread. The Qijiao army's might had shaken the heavens, achieving a resounding victory over the northern barbarian dynasty, and the emperor himself had personally received them. Consort Li gazed at the fourth prince, Ling Huang, and suddenly spoke up. The fourth prince appeared disheveled, his hair unkempt, and his face bore the stubble of neglect. Hearing Consort Li's words, he paused momentarily, then let out a bitter laugh as he poured himself another drink, dismissing her comments entirely. Consort Li's frustration grew as she stepped forward, shattering the exquisite wine before Ling Huang, creating a scene of chaos. Grabbing Ling Huang by the collar, she shouted, how did I give birth to such a worthless son? Can't you muster some resolve? Ling Yi is about to ascend to the Donghuang Dao Academy and soar to greatness. Ling Huang chuckled foolishly, her voice tinged with desolation as she lamented. What am I to do? Here I am, ensnared within the depths of this grand palace, shunned and overlooked. What can I possibly do, mother? Please, enlighten me. Do tell. Ling Huang's voice grew increasingly louder, his eyes finally filled with bloodshot intensity as he screamed in a fit of hysteria. Li Fei gazed intently into Ling Huang's eyes and slowly proclaimed, my son, how can you be ensnared by such trivial hardships? I ask you, do you wish to rise again and avenge your grievances? I do, he replied, but Ling Huang spoke. All right, listen closely. Have you ever heard of the demon warrior? Li Fei enunciated with deliberation. Demon warrior? A tremor ran through Ling Huang's heart. How could he not have heard of it? According to legend, the otherworldly demons infiltrate every corner, and within the vast expanse of the northern wilderness, there exists an incalculable number of demon lairs. Even more terrifying is the demon's proficiency in beguiling the hearts of men. With their formidable power, they tempt warriors to stray into malevolent paths, leading to the suffering of countless beings. Each emergence of a demon warrior heralds a calamity. Ling Huang was taken aback, instinctively nodding in response. Li Fei gradually leaned closer to Ling Huang's ear and softly whispered, your father is a formidable sorcerer warrior. My father? The heavenly roaring emperor is a sorcerer warrior? But all these years, I have never heard such a thing. Is my father truly a sorcerer warrior? Mother, you cannot be jesting about this. Ling Huang grasped Li Fei's hand, exclaiming in surprise, I did not refer to the useless waste that is Ling Tianxiao. I spoke of Ling Tianyuan, Li Fei spoke slowly. It turned out that in the past, the Zhantian dynasty boasted two illustrious princes, the eldest, Ling Tianxiao, who was benevolent and beloved by the people, and the second, Ling Tianyuan, whose extraordinary talents were rare throughout history. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, the second prince vanished, and the emperor of the Zhantian dynasty suddenly passed away, allowing Ling Tianxiao to ascend as Emperor Tianxiao. This matter was not considered a secret. Ling Huang had heard whispers of a remarkably gifted uncle who had similarly disappeared. It was only when Li Fei recounted the tale that Ling Huang learned the truth. Ling Tianyuan and Li Fei had originally been a couple. However, The late Emperor Ling Yi favored the eldest prince, Ling Tianxiao, and sought the support of the Li family for him, thus arranging for Li Fei to marry Ling Tianxiao. At that time, however, Li Fei was already with child, and that child was none other than the current fourth prince, Ling Huang. Ling Tianyuan stormed into the imperial palace, creating quite a commotion. However, due to his tender age, he ultimately could not prevail against the seasoned Emperor Ling Yi. Ling Tianyuan, with an unsettled heart of a martial artist, succumbed to the temptations of his inner demons and ultimately ventured into the path of darkness, launching a surprise attack on Ling Yi. Ling Tianyuan escaped from the imperial palace and first met with concubine Li, informing her of his transformation into a martial practitioner and presenting her with a jade pendant. The old prince, Ling Yi, severely wounded and driven to despair by his son's descent into darkness, ultimately passed away in a fit of rage. This revelation was profoundly shocking, leaving Ling Huang utterly speechless. Mother, are you saying that I am not the biological son of Ling Tianxiao, but rather of Ling Tianyuan? Is this something Ling Tianxiao is aware of? Ling Huang exclaimed in astonishment. He should be unaware. Ling Tianyuan had no knowledge of my pregnancy with you, replied Li Fei. I beg to differ. I believe he is well aware. Otherwise, why would he treat me in such a manner? It seems I am not his flesh and blood, HMPF, which is why he regards me differently. One day, I shall demand he relinquish the throne, for it rightfully belongs to my biological father. Ling Huang spoke with a fierce demeanor. Li Fei produced a jade pendant and gently remarked, this pendant was bestowed upon me by your biological father. He informed me that whenever I am in need, regardless of how far apart we may be, if I were to shatter this pendant, he would hasten to my side without delay. Huanger, have you made your decision? Will you choose to follow the path of a demon warrior's father? Is he powerful? Ling Huang asked, his voice trembling. Indeed, were it not for my interference, Ling Tianyuan would have ascended as the emperor of the Battle Heaven dynasty and entered the Donghuang Dao Academy, potentially becoming a true disciple. Li Fei replied slowly. Very well, I shall become a demon warrior, Ling Huang declared, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. With a decisive snap, Li Fei crushed the jade pendant, and both gazed at the shattered pieces with hearts brimming with anticipation. Far away, in a dark cavern, a shadowy figure sat atop a mound of white bones, surrounded by countless demons and monsters, all bowing in reverence. The shadow suddenly rose, enveloped in swirling black mist, obscuring its features, but its eyes radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, the figure vanished without a trace. Great King, the multitude of demons called out in unison. On this day, the assessment of the Donghuang Dao Academy was about to commence, as the young talents of the Battle Heaven dynasty, having received the Donghuang decree, awaited outside the imperial capital. Suddenly, a colossal warship descended from the heavens. As the ship's doors opened, Commander Sun issued a command, and these prodigies of the Battle Heaven dynasty began to board. Under Commander Sun's guidance, the warship ascended gracefully into the sky, swiftly departing. The citizens of the imperial capital looked up, proud of these champions of Battle Heaven, hoping they would carve out their own destinies at the Donghuang Dao Academy. Ling Yi spotted Gu Yanqing aboard the warship and greeted her with a smile and a nod. Gu Yanqing approached and spoke, "Thank you for the elixir. I have taken it." Ling Yi nodded and hurriedly replied that it was nothing significant. At this moment, Gu Yanqing exuded a latent yet powerful aura, clearly having entered the true essence realm. Upon hearing the term elixir, Ming Jiayu was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Your Highness, the War King, who is this?" Ling Yi clapped his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I forget? Allow me to introduce, this is Princess Ming Jiayu, the third princess of the Eastern Yin dynasty." Jiayu. This is Gu Yanqing, the esteemed deputy master of the Danling Pavilion of the Zhantian dynasty. Ling Yi introduced the two. Ming Jiayu offered a gentle smile, revealing two charming dimples, utterly adorable, as she extended her hand. Gu Yin, as cold as frost, exuded an air of elegance, nodding slightly before clasping Ming Jiayu's hand. Yet, an unspoken tension lingered in the air, hinting at an underlying conflict. Ling Yi is not a fool. He can certainly sense the tension in the air. However, he remains perplexed as to why these two unfamiliar young women are at such odds with each other. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game. The eighth prince, Ling Huang, witnesses this scene and can't help but smile. It is rather amusing that such two stunning beauties would harbor animosity towards one another over Ling Yi. "May I inquire your esteemed names?" A voice interjects, intentionally lowering its tone, attempting to sound magnetic. This, however, effectively disrupts the awkward atmosphere. Ling Yi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the newcomer, but upon raising her gaze, she could not conceal her displeasure. To her astonishment, the visitor was none other than the beastly young master Zhao Wenxuan. What was even more surprising was that a veiled woman stood beside him, and it was none other than Yun. Ling Yi was profoundly intrigued by the sight of Yun accompanying the noble Zhao Wenxuan. The eyes of Yun, partially concealed by her veil, gazed at Ling Yi with a malice that seemed unparalleled in the world. Naturally, Zhao Wenxuan was acquainted with Meng Jieyu, and his words were directed towards Gu Yanqing. Meng Jieyu exuded a charming warmth, akin to a vibrant flame, while Gu Yanqing embodied purity and grace, reminiscent of an ancient glacier. Despite Zhao Wenxuan's extensive encounters with countless beauties, he had never before beheld such a strikingly resplendent ice queen. As Gu Yanqing observed Zhao Wenxuan inquiring about something, she intended to respond, yet her attention was drawn to Yun standing beside him. Gu Yanqing was acutely aware of the misdeeds Yun and Ling Huang had perpetrated against Ling Yi, and her demeanor towards Zhao Wenxuan grew even colder. She let out a disdainful huff and chose to disregard him. Ling Yi, Zhao Wenxuan, and Lu Yun have always been at odds, each waiting for the opportunity to bring about the other's downfall. As Lu Yun observed the enchanting Meng Jieyu and Gu Yanqing surrounding Ling Yi, her heart seethed with resentment. Though both women possessed beauty that could topple kingdoms, Lu Yun's own visage had been marred, intensifying her jealousy to a fever pitch. Disregarding Zhao Wenxuan entirely, Gu Yanqing turned away and remarked, "Your Highness, the War King, let us take our leave to that side. This place is swarming with repugnant flies." With a soft chuckle, Meng Jieyu joined Ling Yi as they moved to a different area. Ling Yi found the situation rather amusing. Gu Yanqing, who usually exuded an icy demeanor, had effortlessly uttered a light-hearted remark that left Zhao Wenxuan in a profoundly awkward position. Zhao Wenxuan's expression was exceedingly grim, with veins visibly throbbing on his handsome face. Yet he was at a loss for a suitable retort. A surge of anger simmered within his chest, stifled and unable to manifest. The onlookers were both exasperated and entertained. Had Zhao Wenxuan not been the heir of the Burning Sky dynasty, they might have burst into laughter. Yun concealed her resentment deep within her heart, coquettishly addressing the young master. "My lord, do not be upset. Once we arrive at the Qingdao Academy, we shall have ample opportunity to deal with them. Indeed, it is only natural that those who offend the Burning Sky dynasty shall pay the price." Zhao Wenxuan scoffed, pulling Yun close. Despite her disfigurement, Yun's figure remained alluring, and with half her face obscured, she possessed a unique charm. The warship traveled at a remarkable speed. Yet the Qingdao Academy was located at the very heart of the northern desolation, a considerable distance from the remote Burning Heaven dynasty. Ling Yi gazed out of the window as the imperial chariots whizzed past beneath him. After a full circumnavigation of approximately one round, they finally arrived at the Donghuang Academy. The warship descended gracefully, and Ling Yi beheld the entire expanse of the academy from above, his heart swelling with awe. The Donghuang Academy seemed boundless, sprawling over an area as vast as dozens of imperial capitals of the War Heaven dynasty. For an institution of learning, it was truly monumental. With a resounding thud, the warship landed. Commander Sun opened the ship's door, leading the entourage of the War Heaven dynasty down the gangway. The entrance to the Donghuang Academy was extraordinarily grand, towering several hundred zhang, resembling a mountain that pierced the clouds. A multitude of individuals had already gathered outside, clad in a myriad of garments, a bustling throng evidently comprised of holders of the Donghuang decree from various dynasties. As the gates of the academy slowly swung open, two middle-aged men emerged. Dressed in flowing white robes, they exuded an ethereal presence. The man on the left was tall and portly, his face round and jovial, with eyes that crinkled into crescent moons when he smiled, radiating warmth and charm. In stark contrast, the man on the right was tall and gaunt, sporting a goat-like beard at the corners of his mouth, his demeanor ominously foreboding. Ling Yi gazed at the two individuals before him, a heaviness settling in his heart. Their formidable presence was unmistakably far beyond that of a mere true origin realm cultivator. In the Zhantian dynasty, warriors of the Transformation Sea realm were exceedingly rare, yet, here at the Donghuang Institute, two such powerful figures emerged upon its very entrance, casting a stark contrast to the lamentable weakness of the Zhantian dynasty. To the left stood a stout middle-aged man with crescent-shaped eyes, who began to elucidate the workings of the Donghuang Institute. The institute is primarily divided into three ranks: outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Above these ranks lies the esteemed position of the chief disciple, of which there is but one per intersect peak. Each rank demands that disciples diligently strive to ascend, as all members of the Donghuang Dao Institute are fiercely determined to climb the ranks. For instance, an outer disciple must secure a position within the top 10 of the outer sect rankings to be eligible for the title of inner disciple. Similarly, an inner disciple must reach the third level of the transformation C realm to attain the status of true disciple. The third level refers to the 7th, 8th, and 9th stages of martial arts cultivation. Each martial arts realm is divided into 9 stages. The first 3 constitute the lower 3 stages, while the 4th to 6th comprise the middle 3. The world of martial artists is thus unforgiving. The population of a lower dynasty hovers around 100 million, while a middle dynasty has approximately 500 million. Take the Dantian dynasty, with such a vast populace, over the course of decades, merely a few hundred have succeeded in entering the Donghuang Dao Institute. Most of these individuals are merely ordinary outer disciples, and the number who ascend to the inner sect is exceedingly rare. The Donghuang Dao Institute accommodates hundreds of middle and lower dynasties from the northern wasteland, with the outer disciples numbering over 1 million. Yet, only the top 10 from the outer sect rankings eventually become inner disciples. Should years pass without a successful advancement? Aging becomes an indicator of inadequate talent. If an inner disciple grows older and proves to be lacking in aptitude, they may return to their original dynasty or remain at the Donghuang Dao Institute in a managerial capacity. Generally speaking, the position of an outer steward can rival that of an inner disciple, yet powerful inner disciples look down upon such stewards, for their potential is deemed far greater. The attire at the Donghuang Dao Institute varies according to rank, categorized into 5 colors: gold, silver, red, white, and black, each representing a corresponding status. Outer disciples don black robes, the lowest tier, followed by white-robed outer stewards or inner disciples. The 2 individuals who approached from the Donghuang Dao Institute were white-robed outer stewards. The stout man with crescent eyes was named Zhao Mingde, while the thin man with a goatee was called Huang Yong. After Zhao Mingde concluded his introduction, he paused momentarily, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the members of the Dantian dynasty, querying, "Why has only such a meager contingent from the Dantian dynasty arrived? I heard that the crown prince possesses extraordinary talent and has entered the inner sect. Have they not received additional Donghuang tokens this year?" Huang Yong snorted derisively, his goatee quivering slightly, as he retorted, "It is merely a stroke of luck that has yielded one prodigy." Overall, the Dantian dynasty appears rather feeble. It seems that this year there are no promising candidates. The best among them have merely entered the true origin realm. Huang, the steward, paused momentarily, and the disdain in his eyes grew more pronounced. He then glanced towards the direction of the Finshan dynasty, feeling somewhat smug as he remarked, "Look at our Finshan dynasty. We are exponentially more powerful than the Dantian dynasty. It won't be long before the rankings on the outer gate stormy ranking are revised." Zhao, the steward, frowned slightly. The martial world is merciless, where the strong reign supreme. Zhao, having emerged from a lower-tier dynasty, was acutely aware of the struggles involved. In contrast, Huang hailed from the mid-tier Finshan dynasty, naturally exhibiting bias towards his own clan. As the 2 stewards exchanged their views, the disciples below began to whisper amongst themselves. The individuals from the Finshan dynasty were predominantly imposing and arrogant. What astonished Ling Yi the most was a youth at the forefront, clad in 9 azure dragons, who had surprisingly attained the 3rd level of the true origin realm. This young man appeared slightly older than Zhao Wenxuan, bearing a striking resemblance to him, yet exuding a remarkably delicate aura. If one did not observe closely, they might mistake him for a stunning beauty. As Zhao Wenxuan approached the effeminate youth, he slightly bowed his head and respectfully addressed him, "Fourth brother?" The crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions, all triggered by Zhao Wenxuan's address of fourth brother. This was none other than the 4th son of the left prime minister, Zhao Wenju. It was said that he was exceptionally gifted, being merely a month older than the 5th son, Zhao Wenxuan, yet he had already reached the 3rd level of the true origin realm. Even more intriguingly, while the Finshan dynasty predominantly practiced fire-based techniques, Zhao Wenju had manifested a remarkably powerful martial soul, which was a peculiar ice lotus blue flame. An extraordinarily cold and sinister divine flame. Truly extraordinary. The Finshan dynasty is immensely wealthy, particularly the left prime minister's lineage. Each individual possesses a powerful spiritual artifact crafted by master artisans. The 4th son, Zhao Wenju, donned a garment made from a fourth-grade spiritual artifact known as the Azure Dragon Flame Robe, which, in conjunction with his Ice Lotus Blue Flame martial soul, wielded formidable power. The murmurs of the crowd gradually reached Ling Yi's ears. Ling Yi felt a chill within as he gazed upon the formidable fourth son of the left minister from the Burning Sky dynasty, whose presence was both compelling and extraordinary. Is this all the personnel you can muster from the War Sky dynasty this year? A voice laced with derision echoed through the air. The members of the War Sky dynasty turned to see that the speaker was a youthful figure, diminutive in stature, standing at approximately 1.60 meters. However, his demeanor exuded an air of arrogance, and his attire suggested an affiliation with the Burning Sky dynasty. Who are you? Before Ling Yi could utter a word, the 8th Prince Ling Huang spoke up, declaring, "Listen well, you rustic bumpkins. I am the eldest son of the Luo family from the Burning Sky dynasty, and my name is Luo Cheng." A diminutive youth stepped forward, his presence commanding, revealing himself to be a martial artist at the first level of the True Essence realm. Ling Huang was momentarily rendered speechless by the imposing aura of Luo Cheng. The Burning Heaven dynasty, the Luo family, was renowned far and wide, known even to the Warring Heaven dynasty, overshadowing it by countless degrees. The members of the Luo family were adept in the art of firearms, their ancestral techniques reaching an extraordinary level, with numerous masters among them. Observing Ling Huang's discomposure, Luo Cheng's face twisted into a mocking grin as he taunted. "What are you even supposed to be from the Warring Heaven dynasty? A prince? Humph. A worthless being not even at the True Essence realm dares to approach the Donghuang Academy? Run back to your mother, you sickly child of the Warring Heaven." Such provocations were intolerable. Not only Ling Huang, but even Ling Yi's eyes glimmered with a murderous intent. The Burning Heaven dynasty was indeed excessively overbearing. Historically, the Burning Heaven dynasty and the Warring Heaven dynasty harbored grievances. Years prior, the Burning Heaven dynasty launched a massive invasion against the Warring Heaven dynasty, leading to a series of humiliating defeats, territorial losses, and the imposition of an unequal treaty. Each year, the Warring Heaven dynasty was compelled to offer abundant martial resources to the Burning Heaven dynasty, leaving its people in a state of financial strain over the years. Moreover, during the conflicts of that era, the Burning Heaven warriors employed ruthless tactics, slaughtering countless citizens of the Warring Heaven and abducting women, committing heinous acts without remorse. Now, at the gates of the Donghuang Academy, a young scion of the Burning Heaven dynasty dared to berate a prince of the Warring Heaven. Such audacity was truly intolerable. With a thunderous roar, Ling Huang brandished his spear, the 8 Desolation spear pulsating with an ethereal energy that surged forth with unmatched vigor. That resplendent brilliance was aimed directly at Luo Cheng. Over the past month, it appeared that not only Ling Yi had made progress, but Ling Huang had also ascended to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, coalescing a seed of true energy. Despite his diminutive stature, Luo Cheng remained unperturbed in the face of Ling Huang's advancing 8 Desolation spear, exuding a calmness as steadfast as a mountain. As the chilling radiance approached, Luo Cheng's hand shimmered, revealing a silver spear. This silver spear bore a resemblance to Ling Huang's weapon but was of considerably superior quality and nearly 3 feet longer. The entire silver spear was almost twice Luo Cheng's height, resembling a child wielding an adult's weapon, an absurd sight indeed. Yet, as Luo Cheng released his true energy, his aura surged mightily, silencing any laughter. With a firm step, he swept the spear horizontally, the true energy coalescing into a crescent-shaped spear aura that shot forth. In that moment, all present perceived Luo Cheng not as a short individual, but as an invincible general on the battlefield. The crescent-shaped spear aura collided with Ling Huang's weapon, and he instantly felt a tremendous force surging toward him. The impact not only nullified his attack but also sent him hurtling backward, landing at Ling Yi's feet. The disparity between the first level of True Element realm and the 9th level of Body Refinement realm was insurmountable, especially considering Luo Cheng's spear technique surpassed Ling Huang's by a considerable margin. Ling Yi promptly assisted Ling Huang to his feet, placing a 9th-grade yellow-level body refinement pill into his mouth. Although Ling Huang had suffered a devastating defeat, none within the War Heaven dynasty would dare to mock him. For this represented a national grievance and personal vendetta. Ling Huang's bravery was indeed commendable. However, the sentiments of those from other dynasties differed greatly, and they openly expressed their derision. Particularly, several from the Burning Sky dynasty voiced their disdainful remarks, their words utterly unbearable. "You? Still wielding a gun? Such an affront to firearms." Luo Cheng's long spear struck the ground, creating a sizable crater as he scoffed. Beside them, Steward Zhao frowned slightly. It was rather inappropriate to injure someone directly at the entrance of the Donghuang Dao Academy. He was prepared to intervene when he was halted by Steward Huang. With a slight smile, Steward Huang remarked, "It is a good thing for the youth to possess such vigor. Let us observe for now." Steward Zhao's brow furrowed. It was evident that Steward Huang intended to relish the misfortune of the War Heaven dynasty. Although displeased, Zhao understood that Steward Huang, hailing from the Burning Sky dynasty, was naturally inclined to support his own. Moreover, Steward Huang's martial prowess slightly surpassed his own, prompting Zhao to huff in silence, choosing not to voice further objections. While he found the situation distasteful, he deemed it unnecessary to offend such a formidable adversary over the matters concerning the War Heaven dynasty. Ling Yi witnessed Ling Huang being struck until he coughed up blood, his expression darkening. Unexpectedly, Luo Cheng, unyielding in his arrogance, not only taunted him but, still unsatisfied, brandished his spear and lunged directly at the fallen Ling Huang. It was a blatant attempt on Ling Huang's life, audaciously brazen under the bright sunlight. Ling Yi could still endure this. With a hand that struck like lightning, he deftly seized the silver spear with unparalleled precision. Luo Cheng was taken aback. Just as he was about to channel his vital energy, Ling Yi let out a cold snort, his arms suddenly expanding as he executed the technique of the diamond ruler. With a powerful flick, he unleashed a force. Luo Cheng, unable to channel his own true energy in time, felt an overwhelming strength rush toward him, far swifter than his own energy could muster. Thud, thud, thud. Luo Cheng staggered back a few steps, astonished. Just moments ago, Ling Yi had struck without any discernible fluctuation of true energy, yet the impact was far more terrifying than any force he could summon. This divine power was indeed fearsome. "Who are you, young man? Is it your leisure to meddle in my affairs?" Luo Cheng, being notably shorter, had no choice but to look up at Ling Yi as he stood tall. "I am Ling Yi, the 9th prince of the War Heaven dynasty. You may refer to me as His Highness the War King." Ling Yi looked down at Luo Cheng with palpable disdain in his eyes. Beside him, Zhao Wenxuan felt a surge of joy. He was well aware of Ling Yi's prowess. Though formidable, it was merely sufficient to contend with an ordinary first-layer, true Yuan realm warrior. The Luo family's spear, renowned in the Burning Heaven Empire, was feared, and Zhao worried that Ling Yi might face a challenging ordeal. Unbeknownst to him, with the aid of the coveted fire flame grass, Ling Yi had already ascended to the true Yuan realm, no longer the same Ling Yi from the Nine Nether Cave. Ling Yi's chaotic yin-yang technique is exceptionally unique. Upon entering the true essence realm, ordinary martial artists find it impossible to discern his level without the demonstration of martial prowess. Thus, in Luo Cheng's eyes, this seemingly unremarkable Ling Yi does not appear to be a master of martial arts at all. "Prince of the War King? Are you not afraid that the wind might catch your tongue?" Luo Cheng stepped forward, speaking with a fierce intensity. "I do not harbor such intentions. I merely wish to address the fact that you have injured a member of my Zhantian dynasty, and I would like you to cover the medical expenses." Ling Yi said calmly, "What do you think would be an appropriate amount for the medical expenses?" Luo Cheng, squinting his eyes in jest, replied, "I reckon, since this person has been beaten to the point of spitting blood, compensation of at least 30,000 low-grade crystal stones would be in order. Wouldn't you agree?" Ling Yi smiled faintly and spoke, 30,000 low-grade crystal stones? As soon as these words were uttered, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. Luo Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. As long as you can defeat me, I shall not only present you with 30,000 crystal stones, but even 100,000 if you so desire." Ling Yi's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Excellent. Let the two stewards bear witness. Do ensure that no tricks are played later." Steward Zhao furrowed his brows slightly, pondering whether the 9th prince of the Zhantian dynasty possessed any semblance of sanity. He was well aware of the profound heritage of the Zhantian dynasty. To vanquish the Luo family of the Fantian dynasty would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. Even if both were at the first level of the true element realm, confronting the deeply rooted Zhantian dynasty would still be exceedingly arduous. In contrast, Steward Huang erupted into hearty laughter, his goat-like beard bobbing animatedly as he declared, "Splendid. I shall serve as your witness." His beady eyes narrowed with delight, secretly reveling in the prospect of Luo Cheng establishing the illustrious reputation of the Fantian dynasty. Upon hearing Steward Huang's consent, Luo Cheng flicked his spear with a flourish. Taunting, "You little rascal, 100,000 low-grade crystal stones. Aren't you afraid of bursting from excess?" With that, his petite figure transformed into a shadow. emanating a chilling aura as he charged towards Ling Yi. The Luo family, renowned for their martial prowess within the Fantian dynasty, had fought valiantly for generations, earning the moniker of a family born upon horseback. Luo Qing, a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Luo family, embodied their legacy. The techniques of the Luo family, honed through countless battles, were imbued with an indomitable spirit of warfare. As Luo Qing unleashed his full prowess at the first level of the true element realm, it felt as though an army of thousands was surging forth. Suddenly, the once tranquil exterior of the Donghuang Dao Academy was beset by a tempest. Onlookers could vaguely discern a great general rallying troops on the battlefield. The sound of horns echoing through the camp. The members of the Zhantian dynasty were struck with palpable dread. Was this truly the might of the Fantian dynasty? It was utterly terrifying. Ling Yi gazed intently as Luo Qing's spear approached, drawing ever closer with each heartbeat. Sun Tian furrowed his brow, pondering, has Ling Yi lost his senses? How foolish, to boast without the means to back it up. This is utterly disgraceful for our battle heavenly dynasty. Although Sun Tian held a grudge against Ling Yi, the current situation was a matter of honor between the battle heavenly dynasty and the burning heavenly dynasty. The Sun family had served in the military for generations, and when it came to matters of national integrity, Sun Tian would never waver. Others present, though silent, displayed unmistakable concern in their eyes. Just as Luo Qing's spear was about to pierce Ling Yi, a sinister smile spread across Luo Qing's face, as if he could already envision the moment when Ling Yi would spill blood. Kill! Ling Yi bellowed, suddenly extending his hand to grasp the shaft of Luo Qing's spear. Just inches from its tip, Luo Qing's vital energy surged forth, yet to his astonishment, Ling Yi remained utterly unmoved. Typically, a martial artist at the body refining stage would gain an increase of 500 pounds of strength with each level they ascended. Ling Yixio's yin-yang chaotic technique allows one to increase their physical strength by 1,000 pounds with each advancement in the body refinement realm. Ling Yi stepped into the realm of true origin, his strength soaring to an impressive 12,000 G. Although the increase in power within the true origin realm may seem modest, it primarily enhances the density and potency of true energy, allowing for the external projection of this energy. While an ordinary martial artist in the body refinement realm might gain 500 G of strength, the true origin realm can augment one's might by an astounding 1,000 G. For Ling Yi, however, this represented a remarkable increase of 2,000 G compared to the half-step true origin realm, with his inherent strength already double that of an ordinary martial artist. Coupled with the clandestine application of the third technique of the diamond stick method, Ling Yi's power surged exponentially. This third technique alone could amplify his strength by 1.5 times. Unleashing his full potential, his strength reached an astonishing 30,000 G. Even as Luo Qing attempted to unleash true energy and execute the techniques of the Luo family spear, he found himself utterly immobilized beneath the weight of Ling Yi's formidable might. Ling Yi's eyes widened suddenly as the bloodline of the war ancestor awakened, unleashing an overwhelming surge of combat spirit. In terms of martial fervor, the war ancestor had inherited a fragment of the divine bloodline from the war god Qiyu. How could the likes of the Luo family even begin to compare? Luo Qing, who was accustomed to intimidating others with his own battle intent, now stared in astonishment, as if witnessing an ancient war deity emerging from the mist of time. Gods would be slain by gods, and demons by demons. A flash flickered in Ling Yi's hand as the Qiyu halberd materialized. The bloodline of the war ancestor combined with the Qiyu halberd unleashed a surge of crimson light, dazzling in its brilliance. In the midst of Luo Qing's astonished and horrified gaze, the Qiyu halberd struck directly against Luo Qing's spear. Luo Qing felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, causing him to stagger backward relentlessly. Ling Yi, wielding the Qiyu halberd, advanced forward and planted a foot squarely upon Luo Qing's chest. The sound of shattering echoed as Luo Qing cried out in agony. This strike was delivered with a heart full of resentment. Ling Yi harbored a profound disdain for Luo Qing, who had shown contempt for the Tianhuang dynasty. With this blow, he unleashed all his might. Blood spurted from Luo Qing's mouth, and terror flickered in his eyes. In but a single move, the esteemed leader of the Luo family had been vanquished. As he collapsed to the ground, a hollow formed in his chest, and he groaned in excruciating pain. Ling Huang, panting heavily, suddenly felt a weight lift from his chest, as if the oppressive air had vanished in an instant. He burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Ninth brother! You are truly formidable!" Ling Yi smiled faintly, gazing at Luo Qing, and inquired, "Young Master Luo, might I ask if we could settle the medical expenses?" It is but a modest sum of 100,000 low-grade crystal stones, a mere trifle for someone of your stature. Luo Cheng, having been severely injured by Ling Yi, now faced the burden of exorbitant compensation due to his own reckless words. Although he was a leading figure among the younger generation of the Luo family from the Burning Sky dynasty, producing 100,000 crystal stones was no trivial matter for him. Ling Yi pressed forward relentlessly, articulating, "Both stewards have witnessed this and can attest to my claims. Young Master Luo, you cannot resort to deceit." I coughed. "I do not possess such an abundance of crystals." Luo Cheng gasped, his voice strained. "Oh, but at that moment, did you not express otherwise? As a prominent member of the Luo family within the Burning Sky dynasty, I trust you would not forsake your word over such a trivial sum of crystals." Ling Yi jested. "Ninth brother, I find that firearm of his quite impressive," remarked the eighth prince, Ling Huang, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Ling Yi smacked his forehead and cast a mischievous glance at Luo Cheng's gun. Just as Ling Yi was about to approach Luo Cheng, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Ling Yi furrowed his brows slightly upon seeing this individual. Although he exuded an aura of delicate elegance, there was an unmistakably perilous essence that emanated from him. This person was none other than Zhao Wenjue, the fourth son and heir of the Burning Sky dynasty. Ling Yi's expression gradually grew solemn as he gazed at Zhao Wenjue. Zhao Wenjue offered a slight smile. His enchanting phoenix eyes fixed on Ling Yi and remarked, "Your Highness, the War King. What if I were to cover the cost of these 100,000 inferior crystal stones on behalf of Luo Cheng? Would that be agreeable?" Ling Yi let out a cold laugh and said, "Since the fourth young master is willing to be generous, I shall naturally grant him this courtesy." Luo Cheng looked gratefully at Zhao Wenjue. It was thanks to Zhao Wenjue that he was spared from a humiliating ordeal this time. Ling Yi accepted the large bag of crystals handed to him by Zhao Wenjue, yet uttered not a single word. Zhao Wenjue and Lu Yun approached Zhao Wenjue, engaging in conversation for a while, after which Zhao Wenjue's gaze turned toward Ling Yi, imbued with a hint of amusement. "Was your face marred by the War King?" Zhao Wenjue inquired of Lu Yun. A shiver ran through Lu Yun, as if she were recalling a scene from the martial arts arena. Her eyes upon Ling Yi ablaze with fury. Lu Yun nodded in affirmation. Zhao Wenjue's gaze upon Lu Yun was exceedingly peculiar, tinged with a trace of avaricious desire. Yet this yearning was not of a romantic nature. With a mere gesture, Zhao Wenjue summoned forth an otherworldly aura from his fingertips. This peculiar essence was so striking that Ling Yi, from a distance, felt a subtle tremor in the sea of consciousness. As the Shinnong ruler and Qiyu spear stirred ever so slightly, Ling Yi curiously turned her gaze towards Zhao Wenjue. On Zhao Wenjue's fingertip appeared a delicate azure lotus, formed of flames, captivating the onlookers with its mesmerizing beauty. Suddenly, the lotus emitted a radiant beam of light, gradually merging with Lu Yun's visage. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, and then felt a surge of emerald light enveloping her face, accompanied by a slight tingling sensation. She gently touched her cheek, discovering her skin to be as smooth as jade, akin to a freshly shelled egg. Lu Yun unveiled her veil, incredulously caressing her own face, and after a brief pause, she exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief, "I am restored. My face is restored." The crowd beheld Lu Yun, her complexion fair and delicate, her beauty strikingly radiant, a veritable enchantress. Filled with gratitude, Lu Yun gazed at Zhao Wenjue, her words tumbling forth in a flurry. "From now on, my fourth master, I shall do whatever you command. You are my benefactor." Zhao Wenjue halted Lu Yun's fervent expressions, nodding slightly as he replied, "You shall do as I say. Remember your promise." Lu Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, and she nodded, her bashful demeanor reminiscent of a maiden before her beloved suitor. Ling Yi's expression was grave as the reactions of the Shinnong and Qiyu revealed to him that Zhao Wenjue was manifesting his martial soul, which was exceptionally unique. Witnessing Ling Yi thoroughly thrash Luo Cheng, Zhao Ji's heart brimmed with delight, only to be met with the sight of Huang Ji's face, ashen and lifeless, which made him chuckle inwardly. Huang Ji shot a glare at Zhao Ji before turning his ire upon Ling Yi, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "I hereby announce the commencement of the external selection for the Donghuang Dao Academy." At this proclamation, the crowd turned to regard the two officials. Clearing his throat, Zhao Ji began to elucidate the rules of the competition at the Donghuang Dao Academy. The entry selection for the academy primarily consists of a trial round, wherein participants must venture into the trial's secret realm to acquire spirit stones. These spirit stones are imbued with potent energy and are easily absorbed by martial artists. The trial participants can harness the energy contained within and the officials will assess their level based on the size and composition of the collected spirit stones. Such spirit stones are exceedingly precious. Even those who have already become external disciples cherish them greatly. These stones can only be found within the secret realms and are prohibitively expensive outside, typically available only at major auctions. Therefore, for the trial participants, this serves both as an assessment and a fortuitous opportunity. The secret realm is an independent space, governed by its own set of rules that differ from the outside world, resulting in a distinct passage of time. 3 days in the external world equates to roughly 30 days within the trial's secret realm. This realm is primarily populated with spirit stones suitable for the participants. Each spirit stone is guarded by one or several formidable exotic beasts, making the acquisition of these stones a formidable challenge. Those who rank lower in the trials are automatically eliminated. Only those disciples who successfully complete the trial and meet the required standards can truly claim the title of a disciple of the Donghuang Dao Academy. It is worth noting that even a lower-tier dynasty may boast a population exceeding 100 million, according to varying levels of strength. Securing the Donghuang token from the Donghuang Dao Academy ranges from 5 to 20 tokens. Consequently, every individual participating in this assessment is an absolute elite within their dynasty. Ultimately, only about 10% of these aspirants will successfully enter the Donghuang Dao Academy. Beyond this, there exist inner disciples and true inheritors, each of whom represents the pinnacle of talent among martial artists. After listening, Ling Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although possessing the supreme divine martial soul of the first emperor of the primordial era undoubtedly set him apart from the ordinary, the pressure associated with becoming an inner sect disciple or a true disciple was still immense. Once the two stewards concluded their remarks, they led the group to the entrance of the Secret Realm Pavilion. The Secret Realm is a distinctive feature of the Donghuang Academy, which boasts numerous secret realms for its disciples to explore and treasure hunt. Each secret realm exists in a different dimension, inhabited by formidable beings. Even the most powerful hall masters within the academy find it exceedingly troublesome to manage these realms. Disciples wishing to enter the secret realms must first gain access through the Secret Realm Pavilion, which oversees all the realms and holds great significance. The towering 9-story building, though seemingly simple in design, emanates a profound aura. The secret realms are categorized into 3 tiers based on their danger level: high, medium, and low, with each tier further divided into 3 levels. For instance, newly admitted outer sect disciples are generally permitted to access low-tier level 1 realms. However, entry into a realm is not a mere formality. It requires a corresponding contribution level to unlock. This contribution can be earned by offering medicinal pills, magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and rare treasures. Each disciple of the Donghuang Academy is fervently invested in accumulating contribution levels, as it is closely linked to their own strength. Notably, contribution levels can also be traded. Old Guan, would you kindly activate the trial's secret realm? Steward Zhao respectfully addressed an elderly man who was dozing off outside the pavilion. The old man, whose age was indiscernible, had a beard and eyebrows that were entirely gray, yet his nose was strikingly red, suggesting a long-standing fondness for alcohol, resulting in a bulbous nose. As a bubble at the tip of his nose burst, Old Guan slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and said, "All right, I understand. Are these the disciples for this year's entrance examination?" Stewards Zhao and Huang nodded respectfully, bending slightly in deference. Old Guan casually scanned the group, momentarily pausing on Ling Yi, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Ling Yi felt as though he were being scrutinized by Elder Guan, as if every secret he held was laid bare before the old man's gaze. Subsequently, Elder Guan began to rummage through his spatial ring with his left hand, producing a black sphere. With a casual flick, the sphere expanded, transforming into a black hole that stood over 2 meters tall, perfectly sized for a single individual to pass through. This mystical realm reminded Ling Yi of the numerous demon lairs scattered throughout the Jiuyo cave. Indeed, both the demon lairs and mystical realms share similarities, being independent spaces unto themselves. It must be mentioned that the passage of time within the trial's mystical realm differs from that of the outside world. You may spend a month inside, while only 3 days elapse externally. Within, there are abundant spiritual stones. These not only serve as a testament to your achievements, but also provide an opportunity for personal enhancement. Once you arrive at the Donghuang Academy, you will comprehend that this institution is equally ruthless, so seize this opportunity. Elder Guan spoke languidly, as if this speech had been delivered countless times. rendering it somewhat tedious for him. Deacons Zhao and Huang nodded, turning to address the gathered disciples. Now, please enter the trial's mystical realm in an orderly fashion. One by one, the disciples began to step into the mystical realm. Before Ming Jiayu entered, she cast a lingering glance at Ling Yi, filled with profound tenderness. In contrast, Du Yanqing radiated an icy demeanor, exuding an aura of menace. Sun Tian and Ling Huang felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively distancing themselves from Gu Yanqing. As Zhao Wenxuan and El Yun approached the threshold of the mystical realm, they too glanced at Ling Yi, their eyes brimming with animosity and provocation. However, when Zhao Wenjua prepared to enter, his gaze was not fixed on Ling Yi. Instead, he regarded Gu Yanqing with palpable interest. Ling Yi felt a subtle unease within her. For that gaze was exceedingly peculiar. It was not one of the covetousness typical of Zhao Wenxuan towards beautiful women. Instead, it resembled the way one might regard an exceedingly precious treasure. Ling Yi also stepped into the realm of trials. As he traversed through the black void of the entrance, he gently descended to the ground. This particular domain appeared to be significantly larger than the Cavern of Demons. The surroundings bore a striking resemblance to the primitive forest outside. Ling Yi wandered through the forest, traversing a considerable distance before discovering a colossal bird's nest perched upon a tree that could barely be embraced by several individuals. An extraordinary surge of energy began to emanate, a force far purer and more potent than that of a body refining elixir, evoking a deep sense of yearning. Ling Yi slowly ascended the tree and discovered a nest approximately 2 meters in diameter, at the center of which lay a spirit stone about the size of an egg. The spirit stone shimmered brilliantly, radiating a pure white light. Ling Yi reached out to seize the spiritual stone, when suddenly, the Qiyu halberd issued a warning. Ling Yi felt a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him. Ling Yi swiftly placed the spirit stone into his spatial ring and looked up to see a colossal bird, its wings spanning over 4 meters, soaring rapidly towards him. This avian creature exuded an intimidating presence, its body adorned with scales reminiscent of fish, radiating a verdant glow. The azure-scaled behemoth, a formidable beast of the second layer of true essence. This creature rivals an ordinary practitioner of the third layer of true essence. Ling Yi dared not be careless and swiftly evaded. A formidable blade of wind howled past, precisely slicing through the spot where Ling Yi had just stood, reducing the entire bird's nest, constructed from withered branches, to mere ashes. Even a massive, sturdy branch fell to the ground as if cleaved by a colossal sword. Ling Yi's gaze turned icy as he beheld the impeccably severed tree trunk, a chill running down his spine. The creatures of the true essence realm emanated an aura akin to that of human warriors, reminiscent of the once feared multicolored toad. Most terrifying of all, this azure-scaled giant bird was a true essence realm beast of the second level, proficient in harnessing the wind. With a mere flap of its wings, it could transform its vital energy into razor-sharp wind blades, powerful enough to rend steel asunder. Ling Yi moved like a nimble monkey, leaping effortlessly among the branches of the great tree, with gusts of slicing wind trailing closely behind. The air behind Ling Yi was filled with a cacophony of thunderous sounds as tree trunks crashed to the ground, one after another. Ling Yi could not evade any longer and fell to the ground. Ling Yi, bereft of the sheltering embrace of the great tree, found himself compelled to confront the formidable azure-scaled behemoth alone. The creature swooped down with malevolent intent, its claws glimmering with a deadly sheen. There was no doubt that if it were to seize him, Ling Yi would meet an untimely demise. Whoosh! A blade of wind sliced through the air, and with a deft strike of the shinong, Ling Yi dispersed the oncoming gust. The azure-scaled giant bird drew nearer, now merely a few paces away, relentlessly advancing. This was the moment. Ling Yi's heart raced in exhilaration. Clang! A colossal Qiyu halberd, spanning 2 zhong, emerged in a breathtaking display, standing resolute between heaven and earth. A crimson radiance illuminated the surroundings, emanating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Ling Yi wielded the Qiyu halberd, sweeping it forth with unyielding force. Invincible in battle, the martial prowess of the Jioli tribe was unleashed. This technique capitalized on the overwhelming weight of the war halberd, enabling one to confront many adversaries. In this instance, Ling Yi executed the maneuver, striking directly against the wing of the azure-scaled giant bird. A fierce battle intent surged forth as Qiyu wielded the formidable and steady Qiyu halberd, striking the wings of the azure-scaled giant bird. A resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of bone shattering. The azure-scaled giant bird plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust into the air. Ling Yi smiled faintly as the azure-scaled giant bird soared through the sky. If it were to incessantly unleash wind blades towards him, victory would indeed be elusive. Thus, Ling Yi feigned defeat and made a hasty retreat, intentionally to lower the giant bird's guard and compel it to descend. Once within the striking range of the Qiyu spear, he seized the moment, decisively severing one of its wings. The azure-scaled giant bird, thrown off balance, plummeted to the ground. Disoriented and unsteady, it found itself reeling on the earth. Ling Yi understood that this was an extraordinarily powerful otherworldly beast. Even though it could not soar through the skies, its combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Subsequently, Ling Yi sheathed the Qiyu halberd and swiftly approached. By the time the azure-scaled giant bird beast realized his presence, Ling Yi was already in close proximity. The Vajra ruler technique. Third form. Ling Yi shouted angrily, wielding the divine farmer's measuring rod, which danced like a nimble dragon, soaring and roaring across the vast seas. A formidable power surged forth. As Ling Yi stepped into the realm of true essence, his strength had already reached an astonishing 12,000 pounds. At this moment, exerting all his might in the third strike, he unleashed a force equivalent to a staggering 30,000 pounds. In terms of sheer strength, warriors of the same realm typically possess only 7,000 to 8,000 pounds of power. Even among those with exceptionally formidable bloodlines, it is rare to exceed 10,000 pounds. However, Ling Yi's 30,000 pounds of immense power could easily rival that of a warrior at the third level of the true essence realm. The azure-scaled giant bird, a creature of extraordinary nature, was taken aback, yet a glimmer of derision flickered in its eyes. Though it had severed one of its wings, this human still dared to engage in close combat, a display of sheer folly. Did he not realize that beasts of otherworldly origin were inherently far more powerful than humans in terms of physical prowess? With that thought, the giant bird unleashed the primal energy from its remaining wing, hurling it towards Ling Yi. The wing, imbued with a tempestuous force, surged forth directly at him. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, activating the yin-yang chaos technique, as an immense surge of Purian energy was fully infused into the Shinno. Upon entering the realm of true essence, Ling Yi's originally pure yang energy underwent a complete transformation into Purian energy. The Shinno surged in size, emanating a deep azure hue of chaotic yin energy that radiated outward. Ling Yi channeled his true energy outward through the Shinno, transforming it into, which collided with the whirlwind unleashed by the azure-scaled giant bird. Ling Yi let out a muffled groan, while the azure-scaled giant bird flapped its wings in disarray, revealing numerous wounds upon its body. The azure-scaled giant bird was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why this seemingly diminutive human, despite being at a lower realm, possessed such formidable strength. A surge of joy welled up within Ling Yi as he seized the opportunity, while the azure-scaled giant bird was momentarily dazed. He deftly wielded the Shinno, launching a relentless assault. The azure-scaled giant bird initially fell prey to Ling Yi's cunning strategy, resulting in the severing of one of its wings. Subsequently, it carelessly engaged in a direct confrontation with Ling Yi, sustaining severe injuries. Even an extraordinary beast of the second tier of the true essence realm found its combat prowess considerably diminished in this moment. Ling Yi engaged in a fierce battle with the azure-scaled giant bird beast. After a prolonged struggle, a decisive blow struck the creature's head. The azure-scaled giant bird beast let out a muffled groan and succumbed to its fate. Ling Yi, though exhausted, felt an extraordinary joy within. This formidable beast was at the second tier of the true essence realm, capable of contending with an ordinary warrior at the third tier of the true essence realm. Ling Yi, possessing merely the first level of the true essence realm, effortlessly vanquished the creature, which serves as a testament to his formidable strength since entering this realm. However, the bloodline of the azure-scaled giant bird is rather ordinary, failing to qualify as a beast of remarkable lineage. It is for this reason that Ling Yi was able to slay it here. Had he encountered a beast with an extraordinary bloodline, he would likely have been compelled to flee. Ling Yi leaned against a tree, panting heavily. After the fierce battle, he too had endured considerable exhaustion. Ling Yi retrieved the spirit stone he had just placed into his spatial ring. This spirit stone, roughly the size of an egg, was imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, several times more potent than that found in a 9th-grade body refining pill of the yellow grade. Once a martial artist ascends to the true essence realm, body refining pills offer little assistance. To further accelerate their martial progression, one must resort to consuming true essence pills. It remains uncertain whether the true essence contained within this spirit stone surpasses the efficacy of a true essence pill. Ling Yi pondered silently. Casually, He settled into a cross-legged position, cradling the spirit stone in his hands, and began to silently cultivate the chaotic yin-yang technique. A stream of pure celestial energy commenced its ingress into Ling Yi's body, transforming into the ultimate yin of chaotic yin-yang true qi. The efficacy of the chaotic yin-yang true qi was remarkably high, although the spirit stone, roughly the size of an egg, harbored a substantial amount of spiritual power. It was rapidly absorbed by Ling Yi under the operation of the chaotic yin-yang technique. Ling Yi emerged like an ancient beast of gluttony, insatiably consuming the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. After approximately 10 minutes, Ling Yi gradually opened his eyes. The spirit stone in his hand had been completely drained of its essence, transforming into a radiant gem. Ling Yi felt his vital energy growing increasingly potent. The chaotic seed of the most profound essence, which had initially been but a wisp, had now expanded to the size of a droplet, and has since reached approximately the size of a pinky finger. He was merely a step away from attaining the second level of the true element realm. Ling Yi felt a surge of excitement. It was no wonder that the two stewards referred to this as an opportunity for the disciples participating in the assessment, for their words held profound truth. Ling Yi has wandered through this trial secret realm forest for 3 days, reaping abundant rewards. The seed of chaotic true energy has grown from the size of a pinky finger to that of a thumb. Yet, for some unknown reason, he has yet to break through to the second level of the true essence realm, feeling as though he is merely a step away. Ling Yi was acutely aware that breaking through to the true origin realm was far more complex than advancing to the body refinement realm. Patience and accumulation were essential, and the breakthrough was not far off. Over the past 3 days, Ling Yi scarcely found a moment's rest, tirelessly searching for spirit stones and vanquishing alien beasts, most of which were at the first and second levels of the true origin realm. Whenever he encountered a beast at the third level of the true origin realm, he promptly fled, daring not to provoke such formidable foes. Despite the might of these creatures, Ling Yi possessed the Shinnong ruler, which allowed him to heal his body in the shortest span of time. Ever since the Shinnong ruler absorbed the toxins from the monsters of the abyssal swamp, its medicinal power had grown increasingly formidable. These alien beasts had dwelled in the trial secret realm for quite some time, rendering them exceedingly cunning. For instance, the first creature Ling Yi defeated, a giant blue-scaled bird, had laid an ambush, launching a surprise attack on him. Yet some beasts excelled at camouflage. Ling Yi encountered a second-level true origin realm chameleon salamander that blended seamlessly with its surroundings, concealing its presence. As Ling Yi approached a spirit stone, it erupted forth to strike him. Had it not been for the warning from the Qiyu halberd within Ling Yi's consciousness, he might have met a swift demise without a chance to react. This was not merely Ling Yi's predicament. It was a challenge faced by all trial participants. Consequently, within 3 days, numerous trial disciples met untimely ends, leading to a significant decrease in their numbers. The martial world is undeniably brutal. Those who choose to participate in this trial must be psychologically prepared for beasts that perish within the trial's secret realm. Even the dynasty behind them would not hold the Donghuang Dao Academy accountable for such losses. Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are decreed by the heavens. Ling Yi possesses the unparalleled martial souls of the Shinnong measuring tool and the Qiyu halberd, thriving effortlessly in this trial secret realm, reaping rewards far exceeding those of ordinary warriors. On this day, Ling Yi intended to challenge a third-tier true origin realm beast, but was injured by the beast and had no choice but to flee. This beast, known as the demon wind leopard, boasts astonishing speed, rendering Ling Yi utterly incapable of escaping. Ling Yi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If she were to be caught, she feared she would be mercilessly torn apart. Ling Yi could only endeavor to avoid fleeing in a straight line, opting instead for meandering paths. In the distance, a pervasive chill emanated, and Ling Yi sensed a subtle stirring of the pure chaotic energy within him, as if it resonated with that frigid aura. A surge of joy enveloped Ling Yi as he propelled himself towards the source of the chilling energy. After navigating through a thicket of bushes, he discovered that the frigid aura had converged, forming a cold pool approximately 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Behind him, a fierce wind howled as the claws of the demonic wind leopard manifested into 5 lethal, claw-like energies, charging towards him with deadly intent. Ling Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the icy pool. 5 sharp claws, imbued with demonic energy, swept past him, severing several strands of his hair. Ling Yi fell into the frigid pool. This peculiar pool emanated an extraordinary chill, enveloping him in a tempest of icy air from all directions. In an instant, Ling Yi felt as though he had transformed into a frozen pillar of ice, with his entire body rendered immobile save for the movement of his eyes. How unbearably cold! Ling Yi let out a silent cry of astonishment. The wind demon leopard, lurking beyond the cold pool, was taken aback that its strike had not claimed his life. It seemed to harbor a profound fear of the icy waters, letting out a roar before turning away in disappointment. The frigid air within the pool was overwhelmingly terrifying, gradually eroding Ling Yi's very being. This extreme chill enveloped him like a ferocious beast, mercilessly gnawing at his flesh the moment it infiltrated his body. Wherever the cold swept through, Ling Yi felt as if his blood and bones were transformed into mere ice sculptures. If this torment continued for long, he feared that he would succumb to the relentless cold and lose his life. Ling Yi let out a low growl, channeling all his strength into the technique of the diamond body, striving to withstand the onslaught of the ferocious cold. At this moment, Ling Yi's diamond body had attained the second tier of mastery. However, even so, he found himself somewhat strained in the face of this icy onslaught. Were an ordinary practitioner at the first tier of true essence to step into this frigid realm, they would likely be transformed into a lifeless ice sculpture in the blink of an eye, devoid of any breath of life. The divine Shinong within Ling Yi's sea of knowledge stirred slightly, and soon began to emanate healing powers to mend Ling Yi's body. Ling Yisin felt a surge of joy within, and then began to activate her Vajra body to combat the fierce chill. Although the cold was intense and posed a significant threat to the bodies of martial artists, it also represented a splendid opportunity to refine her physique. Ling Yi, fortified by the divine protection of the Shinong scale, found himself momentarily free from the threat of death. Seizing this opportunity, he set about refining his physical form. After a day and a night had elapsed, Ling Yi opened his eyes, a golden radiance flickering within. His entire being emanated a gentle golden glow from his meridians, resembling a venerable warrior of the Buddhist realm. The Vajra body, third level. Ling Yi smiled faintly, and then the chaotic true energy surged to his right armpit, where the immense true energy began to converge. Pain! Ling Yi exclaimed inwardly. The bloodline of the battle ancestor within him awakened, and the fighting spirit surged unceasingly. As an ancient battle intent unique to the Jiuli tribe gradually began to emanate. Wow! Beneath Ling Yi's right hand, another arm began to emerge. This arm was composed of skin and blood derived from the lineage of the war ancestor, while its internal muscles and bones were formed from the essence of primordial energy. Strikingly, this arm appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary one at first glance. However, Ling Yi wielded it with remarkable ease, feeling no difference between it and his own two natural arms. Furthermore, as the true energy condensed, with a mere thought, he could disperse it, displaying an effortless mastery over its manifestation and retraction. Ling Yi felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body as his three arms trembled, his physical strength seemingly defying the heavens. Indeed, the methods of the Jiuli clan were extraordinary. At that moment, Ling Yi sensed a faint, chilling energy emanating from the depths of the cold pool. Although this energy was more formidable than that of the pool itself, it was remarkably pure, appearing to be of great benefit to the cultivation of martial artists. Ling Yi felt a stirring in his heart as he waved his three arms and swam towards the source of the dissipating energy. Approximately several dozen meters below the surface of the pond, he beheld a peculiar blue flame shimmering with a radiant azure glow. How extraordinary it was! It burned beneath the water, and in such an ethereal blue hue. Ling Yi reached out to touch it. Little did he know that this innocent gesture would startle him. The azure flames surged along his hand and into his body, unleashing an energy that was chilling and profoundly sinister. Ling Yi was taken aback as the ethereal blue flame gradually made its way towards his dantian. Although he had successfully cultivated the third level of the diamond body and the first level of the nine-li body refinement technique, rendering his physical form infinitely more powerful than it had been in the icy pond, the blue flame seemed to disregard his formidable physique entirely. Wherever the flame passed, it transformed everything it encountered into ice, extinguishing all vitality. The chaotic yin-yang technique. Ling Yi was startled and frantically channeled his energy. The chaotic true qi within his dantian, having transitioned from the utmost yang to the utmost yin since he entered the true essence realm, responded to his command. The chaotic yin-yang technique. A divine art of the first celestial emperor of the primordial era, the ancient deity Donghuang Taiyi, was comprehended during the primordial chaos of heaven and earth. One might question whether this ethereal blue flame, no matter how domineering and frigid, could rival the chilling essence of the chaotic yin-yang technique. Upon encountering the chaotic yin-yang technique, the blue flame became as submissive as a child before its parent, relinquishing its previous arrogance. As the technique was activated, the blue flame willingly surrendered its power, merging seamlessly with the chaotic true qi. After circulating through the cycle of 360 degrees, the chaotic true qi began to coalesce anew. At this moment, the seed of chaotic true qi had grown to the size of an eyeball. Ling Yi's cultivation soared rapidly, with a resounding boom. Under the tremendous impact of chaotic true energy, he broke through countless meridians, achieving an unobstructed flow, and officially stepped into the second realm of true yuan. Ling Yi clenched his fist tightly, feeling an immense power coursing through him, equivalent to a staggering 14,000 pounds of force. Moreover, the breakthrough in his 9-li body refinement technique had significantly elevated his combat prowess. If he were to confront the third level of the true essence realm, the demon wind leopard, once more, he feared he would no longer need to flee for his life. Ling Yi took a deep breath, reflecting on the immense gains he had reaped from his plunge into the frigid pool. With a swift motion, he began to swim towards the surface. Just as he was about to break free from the water, he suddenly heard a voice exclaim, "Is this indeed the pool of utter cold?" Ling Yi found the voice somewhat familiar. Subsequently, he fell silent, no longer in a hurry to venture outside. Ling Yi suppressed his presence and gazed beyond the surface of the frigid pond. This exceptionally cold pool was unique, shrouded beneath a layer of chilling mist. When viewed from above, one could discern the surroundings, yet from the outside, the activities within remained hidden from sight. Ling Yi circulated the chaotic true qi, gathering it near his ear. In that instant, even though the frigid waters of the pool isolated him from the outside world, he could clearly discern the happenings beyond. He saw a man and a woman emerging from the thicket, standing at the edge of the cold pool. The question that had been posed moments ago was uttered by this woman. A sudden shock coursed through Ling Yi's heart, for the man before him was Zhao Wenjue, and the woman was Elyun. What astonished Ling Yi even more was that Elyun had actually entered the first realm of true essence. It appeared that Elyun had indeed benefited from Zhao Wenjue's guidance, who had evidently invested considerable resources in her. Zhao Wenjue smiled faintly and responded to Elyun's inquiry. "Indeed. My father also underwent the entrance examination back in his day, and by a stroke of fortune, he discovered this extremely frigid pond. He learned of the legendary ice flame hidden beneath its depths. Unfortunately, his physique was inadequate. He forcefully absorbed a trace of the ice flame's essence, only to leave in despair. That trace of ice flame could not be digested by my father. However, during his union with my mother, it was infused into her being. Ultimately, it awakened within me a unique martial soul, the ice lotus blue flame." As Elyun listened to Zhao Wenjue divulging such secrets, her heart swelled with sweetness akin to honey. She then inquired, "Is the ice lotus blue flame not inferior to the ice flame?" "The ice lotus blue flame is extraordinarily mysterious and should not be lesser than the ice flame. Yet, my martial soul has conveyed to me that there exists a unique relationship between the ice flame and the ice lotus blue flame. If I were to obtain the ice flame, my martial achievements would be boundless." Zhao Wenjue gradually disclosed a secret to Elyun. Can a martial soul reveal such things? Elyun pondered in astonishment, suddenly recalling that Ling Yi had been rendered a wastrel after she and Ling Huang had seized his bloodline. Yet, come the year-end competition, Ling Yi had awakened his martial soul and even slain the formidable five-colored toad. Could it be that Ling Yi's martial soul was equally extraordinary, imparting to him some martial secrets? The more Elyun contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could Ling Yi's rise be so swift, despite her malicious thoughts? Elyun was astute, piecing together the truth with remarkable clarity. A glint of cold light flickered in Elyun's eyes upon her return. She would surely inform her father of this matter, for Ling Yi's dual martial souls were likely anything but simple. Zhao Wenjue observed Elyun's contemplation, a subtle smile gracing his lips, followed by a sigh. "Regrettably, my current strength is insufficient. I fear I cannot yet claim the ice flame." Elyun was taken aback and urgently asked, "What can be done then?" Zhao Wenjue waved his hand, chuckling, "No worries, I have a plan. I recall you once said you would do anything I ask of you?" Elyun was momentarily stunned, perplexed by Zhao Wenjue's sudden statement, unsure of its meaning. She eventually nodded in response. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Wenjue gazed at the frigid pond and suddenly proclaimed, "I want you." A faint blush crept across Elyun's radiant face as she shyly lowered her head. "Your cultivation," Zhao Wenjue added, and Elyun was left in bewilderment, seemingly having misheard. A wave of intense unease surged within her. "Young Master Zhao, what did you just say?" Elian questioned, her uncertainty palpable. I want your cultivation. I desire you to serve as my furnace, to bestow upon me all your martial prowess. Zhao Wanjue's countenance grew increasingly frigid, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Lu Yun could scarcely fathom that the man who had been so meticulously attentive to her over the past few days would desire her martial prowess, seeking to utilize her as his furnace. Could it be that his incessant encouragement for her to absorb spirit stones was merely to enhance her strength for his own martial cultivation? Furrowing her brow, Lu Yun's expression shifted with turmoil as she nodded and declared, Since you wish to claim my martial prowess, then take it. Zhao Wanjue erupted in laughter, offering his accolades with fervor. Suddenly, a sharp sword lunged forth, true essence transformed into a fierce azure lotus sword energy, piercing directly toward Zhao Wanjue's chest. The distance between Lu Yun's sword and Zhao Wanjue's heart diminished rapidly, and as it appeared imminent that she would strike, a wild elation illuminated her eyes. Abruptly, a surge of azure light enveloped Lu Yun's cheek. She then felt a sharp pain in her soul, collapsing to the ground. You wretched woman. Albeit possessing commendable talent and a degree of intelligence, your inability to conceal your true nature is evident to any discerning eye. How could I possibly leave you unguarded? Zhao Wanjue remarked mockingly as he gazed at the fallen Lu Yun. The azure radiance upon her cheek intensified, and in terror, she cried out, What sorcery is this? Merely a trivial trick of my martial soul. It is of little consequence. Now, rise. Zhao Wanjue intoned slowly. Upon utterance of these words, Lu Yun found her limbs no longer under her control, compelled to stand and begin shedding her garments. In a frantic outcry, she implored, No, please, don't. Zhao Wanjue, with a devilish smile, feigned indifference to her pleas, continuing to muse, Your cultivation of the azure lotus sword song, transforming the sword into azure lotuses, is beneficial to my martial soul, yet it pales in comparison to what I truly desire. Once I have appropriated your powers, I shall then seek the martial prowess of Gu Yanqing. Ah, Gu Yanqing, I wonder what technique she has mastered. Her ice attribute true essence is remarkably pure. Ling Yi was taken aback. Was this fellow actually harboring designs on Gu Yanqing? Approximately 15 minutes later, Lu Yun collapsed to the ground, her body withering away, transforming from her once voluptuous figure into a mere husk. Her hollow eyes brimmed with despair and helplessness, as if she could not comprehend how she had come to be in such a state even in death. The saying goes, those who commit countless injustices will ultimately meet their demise. It is not that retribution does not come. It is merely a matter of time. Zhao Wanjue lifted his head. A lotus formed from azure flames radiating above him. His aura surged, escalating to the 4th level of the true essence realm. Ling Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart. He had previously considered intervening. It was not out of a desire to save Lu Yun, but rather due to the fury ignited by hearing this individual harbor intentions towards Gu Yanqing. However, Zhao Wanjue's methods were undeniably peculiar. Though Zhao Wanjue appeared to be merely at the initial stage of the 4th level of true essence realm, his aura was both strange and formidable, surpassing that of an ordinary 5th level true essence realm warrior. Moreover, Ling Yi himself had only just entered the 2nd level of true essence realm, and his foundation was still unstable. Ling Yi found himself momentarily uncertain. After much hesitation, he ultimately refrained from taking action. Zhao Wanjue smiled faintly, then turned his gaze towards the frigid pond, his eyes brimming with avarice. He approached the icy waters step by step, and at the very moment he plunged in, the previously calm surface erupted violently, sending waves soaring 3 to 4 zhang high. A formidable force, shaped by true energy, struck directly at Zhao Wanjue. This assault was terrifying, evoking a sense of apocalyptic destruction. Even if it were to collide with a massive boulder, it could easily carve out a vast cavity. Zhao Wanjue let out a cold snort, revealing his prowess as a leading figure among the trial participants of the Burning Heaven dynasty. 9 azure dragons manifested from his being, one of which surged forth to clash with the formidable force. Boom! Zhao Wanjue's expression shifted, seemingly taken aback by the ferocity of his opponent's attack. The force, steeped in chaotic true energy and imbued with the chilling flames of ice, proved to be vastly more powerful than before. The azure dragon, embodying a more violent and ferocious energy, bore testament to Zhao Wanjue's cultivation at the 4th level of true origin, surpassing Ling Yi by 2 realms. In the ensuing clash, both the azure dragon and the force shattered into countless fragments. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, Zhao Wanjue dissipated the immense energy generated by the collision. Ling Yi felt the force of the backlash. His body shimmered with golden light, and he withstood the impact with his indomitable diamond body. Zhao Wenjing was taken aback. The aura emanating from his opponent suggested that he had merely entered the second level of the true origin realm, yet he was able to endure a strike from him. What kind of technique is this? Who is Zhao Wenjing? He is the fourth son of the left prime minister of the Burning Heaven dynasty, a leading figure among the trial bearers holding the Donghuang order. His innate combat prowess surpasses even that of Zhao Wenxuan by a considerable margin. If this news were to spread, the people of the Burning Heaven dynasty would surely question their sanity. Zhao Wenjing is not a character like the fourth prince, Ling Yi. He is undoubtedly a paragon of martial prowess among the entire human race. Am I dreaming? No. Could this be some kind of humanoid beast? A lineage so formidable, almost ancestral? Zhao Wenjing pondered incessantly as the waters of the pool surged violently, obscuring his vision of the true identity of this person. Just as Zhao Wenjing hesitated, Ling Yi seized the opportunity, leaping from the icy pool and soaring outward. Ling Yi! Zhao Wenjing exclaimed in shock as he saw Ling Yi brush past him. Ling Yi laughed heartily, his prowess in both the diamond body and the 9-li body refinement technique enhancing his speed to an astonishing degree, allowing him to vanish into the depths of the forest with but a few agile leaps. Zhao Wenjing gazed at Ling Yi's receding figure, suddenly struck by a realization that filled his face with terror. That azure flame within the aura? Zhao Wenjing's expression shifted dramatically as he plunged into the frigid pond. Within the icy depths, the biting chill gradually began to dissipate. The ice lotus flame appeared above Zhao Wenjing's head, emanating a frigid energy that shielded him from the pond's frigid grasp. Zhao Wenjing scoured the entire bottom of the pond, yet the legendary ice flame remained elusive. Though he had harbored suspicions, the confirmation left him reeling. All his painstaking efforts had been for the sake of that ice flame. How formidable would his martial soul have become if he had seized it? Yet now, it lay in ruins, shattered by Ling Yi. Ling Yi, I curse you to an ill fate. His furious roar soared into the heavens, startling the creatures of the forest into flight. Ling Yi dashed forward, secretly feeling a sense of triumph. Zhao Wenjing possessed an exceedingly profound cunning, revealing his true nature as a nefarious individual. Now that Lu Yun had been completely drained by Zhao Wenjing, the coveted ice flame had once again found its way into Ling Yi's being. As time passed, the ice flame gradually fused with Ling Yi's chaotic true energy, becoming inseparable from one another. Ling Yi had previously consumed the Crimson Flame Pill, which inherently infused his vital energy with a trace of fire attribute. The ice flame completely absorbed the power of the Crimson Flame, rendering its might even more formidable. Coupled with the ancient and unparalleled chaos yin-yang technique, Ling Yi had significantly augmented his strength this time. After Ling Yi escaped from the cold pond, his enhanced physique allowed him to run for several hours without feeling fatigued. However, he soon noticed two figures by a large tree ahead. These two men were both warriors. One, wielding a long spear, sat on the ground with his back against the tree, his body covered in blood, resting with his eyes closed. The other, brandishing a 7-kill blade, was also stained with blood, exuding an aura of formidable murderous intent. Ling Yi observed keenly. It was indeed the 8th prince of the Tian dynasty, Ling Huang, alongside Sun Tian from the Sun family. Ling Yi felt a heavy weight in her heart. It appeared that the two of them had endured a fierce battle. What brings you here? Ling Yi swiftly approached the two individuals and spoke. Sun Tian's expression grew serious as he wielded his 7-kills blade, unleashing a ferocious strike that echoed with the cries of tormented spirits in the howls of wolves. A tempest of murderous intent swirling around him. This blow from Sun Tian had already approached the threshold of the first layer of true essence. It seemed that during these few days spent in the trial secret realm, not only had Ling Yi made remarkable progress, but the others had also reaped substantial rewards. Ling Yi extended a hand, deftly grasping Sun Tian's wrist with unparalleled precision. In that instant, Sun Tian felt as though a colossal primordial beast had clamped down on his wrist, rendering him utterly immobile. Ling Yi? Sun Tian exclaimed, recognizing Ling Yi's visage with astonishment. Ling Yi smiled faintly, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "What troubles you?" Sun Tian was utterly astonished. Even a practitioner at the true essence realm would have to exert their utmost against his strike. Yet, Ling Yi responded with such nonchalance, akin to an adult facing a child. To what extraordinary level had this individual ascended in martial arts? Sun Tian marveled inwardly, struggling to fathom it. "Ninth brother, it's you. Splendid. Quickly, save Gu Yanqing." Coughing intermittently, the 8th Prince Ling Huang, upon spotting Ling Yi, displayed evident agitation. What has happened to Gu Yanqing? A vague sense of unease stirred within Ling Yi as she hurriedly addressed Ling Huang. While speaking, She knelt down to examine Ling Huang's injuries. Ling Huang has evidently endured a fierce battle, bearing sword wounds, knife cuts, and internal injuries. There's no need to look further. I can no longer continue. Ling Huang weakly uttered, fully aware of his own physical state. The fact that he had persevered until now is already a remarkable miracle. Silence. Ling Yi interrupted Ling Huang's heartfelt confession with a sharp rebuke. A flash of brilliance emanated from his hand as the Shinnong ruler materialized. The white end of the Shinnong ruler pointed towards Ling Huang, radiating a milky white medicinal energy that permeated Ling Huang's body. Ling Huang mused to himself, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. He was on the brink of death, yet his ninth brother still refused to allow him a final word. Just as he was lamenting this unfairness, he was astonished to discover that the various wounds and mangled flesh on his body began to heal. And even the internal bruises inflicted upon him began to gradually dissipate. Rise, do not feign death any longer. Ling Yi withdrew the Shinnongs. Sensing that the white end of the Shinnong appeared somewhat dimmed, it seemed evident that Ling Huang had sustained grave injuries this time, resulting in a significant depletion of energy from the Shinnong. Ling Huang was astonished to discover that, aside from being covered in blood, his body bore not a single wound. And even his dantian was remarkably full. Ling Huang sat cross-legged, and after approximately 10 minutes, he rose to his feet. He had successfully ascended to the first level of the true origin realm. How extraordinary was Ling Yi's martial soul! Not only had it healed his injuries, but it had also elevated his cultivation. In truth, Ling Huang had previously sensed the threshold of the true origin realm. However, after enduring a life-and-death tribulation, and with the aid of the divine farmer's ruler, he had directly transcended into the true origin realm. Sun Tian stared wide-eyed at this astonishing spectacle, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Ling Yifeng calmly deflected his strike. Although surprised, he was not overly shocked. Sun Tian had always held a disdainful view of Ling Yi. For Ling Yi had once bested him, shattering his pride as a genius. Yet, one could not deny Ling Yi's extraordinary talent in martial arts. Now, as Ling Yi summoned his martial spirit, it astonishingly revived a near-death individual. Such a phenomenon was truly extraordinary. With such a martial spirit at his disposal, one must wonder who could possibly defeat Ling Yi, unless one possessed a vastly superior realm of power, rendering Ling Yi completely unresponsive and obliterating him in an instant. Sun Tian fell into silence, realizing that he could never catch up to Ling Yi's pace. This is the nature of humanity. When someone surpasses you by a small margin, jealousy brews. However, when you discover that they have left you far behind, jealousy dissipates, replaced instead by admiration. Ninth brother, aha, you are truly remarkable. Eighth brother cannot help but admire you. The eighth prince, Ling Huang, excitedly patted Ling Yi's shoulder, his exhilaration evident after surviving the ordeal. At this moment, Ling Yi was not in the mood to jest with the eighth prince, Ling Huang. He hurriedly inquired, "You just mentioned Gu Yanqing. What has happened to her?" Meanwhile, Sun Tian took a deep breath, stepped forward, and knelt directly on one knee before Ling Yi. Ling Yi was taken aback, unsure of what scheme Sun Tian was concocting, just as he was about to assist him in rising. However, he heard Sun Tian solemnly declare, "I implore His Highness, the War King, to rescue young Master Gu." The eighth prince, young Master Gu, and I were engaged in the pursuit of exotic beasts, seeking spirit stones. Yet, for reasons unknown, a group of individuals suddenly emerged. They were led by Zhao Wenxuan of the Burning Heaven dynasty, accompanied by several others from lesser royal families, numbering around a dozen. Upon spotting us, they launched an immediate assault, seemingly intent on capturing young Master Gu alive. To divert Zhao Wenxuan and the others, young Master Gu bravely acted alone, drawing their attention away from us. As Sun Tian recalled the tragic scene of Gu Yanqing, his heart ached, and tears streamed down his face. Zhao Wenxuan, that scoundrel again. Ling Yi's heart was ablaze with fury. This time, he absolutely could not let him go. Where is he? Take me there at once. Ling Yi suppressed the anger within him and spoke in a deep voice. Sun Tian and Ling Huang sensed an overwhelming aura of killing intent, as palpable as if it were a tangible force. Sun Tian practiced the 7-kill blade, a path steeped in slaughter. Yet, in the presence of Ling Yi, he felt as though all his years of training had been in vain. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, the Chi spear within Ling Yi's sea of consciousness erupted with a vibrant red glow, brimming with excitement, incessantly urging Ling Yi to unleash a massacre. In terms of killing intent, the war god Qiyu had once roamed the vast expanse of the primordial world, And it was only through the united efforts of the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor that they managed to defeat the Jiuli tribe. The so-called seven-kill blade was but a mere child's plaything in comparison to the war god Qiyu. The two did not dare to hesitate, hastily leading Ling Yi towards Gu Yanqing's direction. Ling Yi, consumed by urgency, raced ahead with fervor, leaving the two companions momentarily unable to keep pace with her swift strides. Ling Yi, without uttering a single word, swiftly lifted the two individuals and fled. The two exchanged a glance, feeling the surroundings blur past them at an alarming speed. The wind howling in their ears, and a sense of dread gripping their hearts. Although they were aware of Ling Yi's extraordinary strength, they could hardly fathom that he could carry two grown men without any reduction in speed. "This is the place," Sun Tian whispered urgently. Ling Yi set the two down and beheld several lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. It seemed that Sun Tian had not spoken in vain. "Over there. There are traces of blood." Ling Huang let out a startled exclamation upon discovering a clue. The three individuals followed the trail of blood. This bloodstain was sparse and scattered, presumably left behind by Gu Yanqing. Ling Yi recalled the moment shared with Gu Yanqing, and an inferno of rage ignited within him, causing his mind to blaze. In the Danling Pavilion, where they first met, on the training grounds, he beheld her in garments as white as snow, in their struggle against ferocious beasts. They forged a bond of life and death. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yanqing had already secured a place as a cherished friend in Ling Yi's heart. In this harsh world of martial artists, a confidant is indeed a rare treasure. Now that his confidant faced persecution, how could Ling Yi possibly endure it? "Zhao Wenxuan, today, you shall perish." Upon a precipice stood a woman clad in white, exuding an icy demeanor, wielding a sword imbued with a chilling aura. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her beauty striking. Her pristine garments were marred by splatters of blood, resembling plum blossoms falling beneath the winter snow, captivating yet tragic. This was Gu Yanqing. Surrounding her were dozens of martial artists, their garments of various hues, indicating they were not of the same imperial lineage. At the forefront stood Zhao Wenxuan, the fifth son of the left chancellor of the Finshan dynasty. Zhao Wenxuan regarded Gu Yanqing with a slight smile, saying, "Miss Gu, you have nowhere left to flee. It would be wise for you to surrender. To be frank, my brother has taken a liking to you. Perhaps in the future, I might even call you sister-in-law." Gu Yanqing's tone was frostbitten as she retorted, "If your brother is interested in me, why does he not come himself? Must he send you and this entourage to forcefully seize me? Is that what a man should do?" Zhao Wenxuan, brimming with confidence, replied, "That is not quite how it is. My brother is preoccupied, hence he has entrusted me with this task, yet that does not imply he lacks sincerity. Moreover, the Zhao family of the Finshan dynasty is indeed a prominent household, is it not?" Gu Yanqing nodded slightly, acknowledging the immense influence the left chancellor wielded in the Finshan dynasty, surpassing even the power of the Grand Chancellor of the Dantian dynasty. Sensing an opportunity, Zhao Wenxuan pressed on, "Indeed, while you are the young master of the Danling Pavilion of the Dantian dynasty, you are still one of its people. Joining the Finshan dynasty would elevate you to new heights. Furthermore, my brother possesses unparalleled talent and is destined to become a martial legend. You would bask in wealth and glory." His words dripped with arrogance, as if a member of a mid-tier dynasty inherently held superiority over those of a lower one. Yet, could a person from the Dantian dynasty truly be deemed elevated by marrying a dog of the Finshan dynasty? Gu Yanqing let out a cold laugh, unabashedly ridiculing him. "You, Valharlet, do not refuse a toast only to drink a penalty." Zhao Wenxuan's visage darkened, his teeth clenched as he responded, "Do not forget. My grandfather is the head of the Danling Pavilion of the Dantian dynasty. Should he pursue this matter, you might find it unbearable." Gu Yanqing, sharp-witted, began to analyze Zhao Wenxuan's situation. Zhao Wenxuan sneered, "The head of the Danling Pavilion of the Dantian dynasty? You overestimate yourself. Does the Finshan dynasty fear a mere Danling Pavilion of the Dantian?" Gu Yanqing fell into silence, realizing that the other party had clearly prepared for this confrontation. She glanced back at the abyss below, a sheer drop that momentarily filled her with trepidation. After all, she was a woman who cherished her beauty. Should she fall, her demise would undoubtedly be most unsightly. An ungrateful wretch. Bring her to me alive. I refuse to believe that this little harlot would dare to leap. It is merely a show. When the moment arrives for her to share a chamber with my fourth brother, she will surely revel in it." Zhao Wenxuan, noticing the flicker of hesitation on Gu Yanqing's face, could not suppress his delight and barked an order. Behind him stood several individuals from the Burning Heaven dynasty, each exuding an extraordinary aura, all masters of the first realm of true essence. Gu Yanqing took a step back, her foot dislodging a pebble that tumbled into the chasm below, sending a jolt of alarm through her. She was reminded of a figure, that indomitable man. Farewell, my prince of war. Gu Yanqing closed her eyes in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks as she raised her sword, poised to sever her own neck. She would rather embrace death than endure the taint of another. Zhao Wenxuan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Gu Yanqing possessed such fierce resolve and would dare to take such drastic action. However, there was still a distance between them. And he realized he was too late to intervene. Stop! A thunderous roar echoed from afar. Gu Yanqing's heart skipped a beat, the voice striking a familiar chord. She opened her beautiful eyes to see a series of figures rushing toward her, growing larger with each passing moment. It was Prince Ling Yi of War. Gu Yanqing gasped in astonishment, seemingly unable to process the scene before her. Am I dreaming? Or have I already perished? Zhao Wenxuan and his companions were also startled by the furious shout, turning to see Ling Yi drawing near. In Ling Yi's eyes, a flicker of flames danced subtly as the 9-Li body refinement technique was activated. An arm sprouted from his side, wielding the Qiyu halberd in both hands, while another hand grasped the Shenong measuring ruler. He exuded an imposing presence, reminiscent of a primordial divine beast's cub, issuing a defiant roar towards the heavens and the earth. Ling Yi charged into the crowd with an overwhelming force. Ling Yi, just in time, stop him. Zhao Wenxuan sneered, issuing commands to those around him. A warrior from the lower-tier northern barbarian dynasty bellowed, his physique transforming from approximately 1.8 meters to over 2.3 meters in an instant. His body now covered in dark fur, resembling a monstrous gorilla. The northern barbarian warrior pounded his chest repeatedly, producing a deep, resonant boom sound. The aura emanating from him startled those nearby. A second-tier warrior of the true essence realm. This was indeed a formidable opponent, with a flash of brilliance. The northern barbarian warrior summoned 2 massive hammers, his towering stature exuding an immense pressure. His overwhelming presence surged, unleashing a tremendous force as he stomped the ground, creating a deep crater. The released true energy transformed into colossal hammers of light, hurtling directly toward Ling Yi. No one doubted that the force behind this attack surpassed 10,000 pounds. Ling Yi was on the verge of being reduced to mere fragments. The northern barbarian warrior, focusing on physical cultivation, possessed a physique that rivaled even that of extraordinary beasts. Typically, a second-tier warrior in the true essence realm could muster only about 7,000 pounds of strength, yet this northern barbarian warrior exceeded 10,000 pounds. Ling Yi let out a cold snicker, gripping the Qiyu halberd firmly with both hands and thrusting it forward with great force. Boom! The enormous hammer, conjured from pure energy, struck directly against the Qiyu halberd. Astonishingly, both the halberd and Ling Yi remained utterly unmoved, showing not the slightest sign of yielding. A wave of shock swept through the onlookers. This unknown figure from the War Heaven dynasty could actually match the strength of the northern barbarian warriors without faltering. In a contest of might against me, I can only surmise that you must be akin to an ancient tortoise sampling arsenic, utterly weary of existence. Ling Yi harbored a cold smile within, as the chaotic true energy surged through her body, with a powerful thrust of her arms upwards. The northern barbarian warrior felt an overwhelming force approaching, his eyes widening in sheer terror. How much weight was this? 20,000? 30,000? The northern barbarian warrior could scarcely fathom that there existed someone in the world capable of wielding such divine strength at the true origin realm. At that moment, he was utterly unable to maintain his stance and was sent flying backwards. Ling Yi rose abruptly and stepped directly onto the abdomen of the northern barbarian warrior. The warrior spat out blood, feeling as though his bones were shattering and his internal organs had been displaced. Ling Yi soared through the air, treading upon the body of the northern barbarian warrior, invincible in battle. In Ling Yi's eyes, a fervent battle intent surged forth. Unleashing the full power of his cultivation at the second level of the true essence realm, he executed the martial techniques of the Jiuli clan, renowned as the unparalleled divine arts of his lineage. In the primordial era, these techniques dominated all races, compelling even the celestial deities to shy away from their brilliance. The Qiyu halberd radiated with demonic light, its crimson aura painting the sky. With a single sweep, a thick wave of chaotic true energy transformed into a blood-red arc, sweeping across the battlefield. The semicircular manifestation of the Qiyu halberd predominantly exhibited a dark red hue, yet it was subtly veiled by a layer of ethereal blue ice flames. Though the flames were faint in color, they exuded an aura that was profoundly unsettling, glowing eerily as if they were igniting the very souls of those who gazed upon them. 2 martial artists from the Burning Heaven dynasty, both at the cusp of the true essence realm, charged forth, only to be struck by Ling Yi's attack, instantly transformed into ice sculptures. Their faces frozen in expressions of fervent assault. The gathered warriors felt the overwhelming might of this power, perceiving not merely a fighter before them, but an ancient war deity descended from the primordial age. This titan, with one finger raised to the heavens and feet firmly planted on the earth, reigned supreme across the vast expanses, single-handedly contesting the myriad realms. All present recoiled in trepidation. Yet the fates of the two half-step true essence realm warriors were far more grim, as their ice forms shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering into countless fragments. Boom! Ling Yi landed on the fallen northern barbarian warrior, whose eyes were shrouded in darkness, a breathless silence enveloping him. Ling Yi Shuang's eyes sparkled like lightning, with disheveled black hair cascading over her cheeks, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Who else is there? Ling Yi's Qiyu spear struck the ground with a resounding thud, raising countless clouds of yellow dust as he let out a fierce roar. With a single blow, he dispatched a first-tier True Essence Realm warrior and two half-step True Essence Realm fighters, his momentum soaring to unprecedented heights, leaving no one daring to challenge his might. Gu Yanqing gazed at Ling Yi's commanding presence, and a subtle smile broke through her frosty demeanor, filling her heart with a sweetness akin to honey. The treasured sword in her hand was gently lowered. With Ling Yi's arrival, her worries dissipated. Yanqing, with me here, who dares to lay a finger on you? Ling Yi let out a cold laugh, unperturbed despite being encircled by a multitude of warriors, exuding an aura of dominance as he spoke. Sun Tian and the Eighth Prince. Ling Huang hurriedly arrived, witnessing Ling Yi's seemingly invincible stance, leaving them astounded in their tracks. Humph! What a farce, thinking that an additional arm could confer such might. You all, advance. I refuse to believe that with our numbers, we cannot vanquish a mere Ling Yi today. Zhao Wenxuan, observing Ling Yi's defiant posture, felt a twinge of jealousy and bellowed in anger. The warriors displayed menacing expressions. Charge! At an unknown command, everyone launched their attacks in unison. In an instant, sword energies, blade auras, and vibrant streams of true qi surged forth, all converging upon Ling Yi. Among this crowd, the weakest warrior was at the half-step True Essence realm, while the strongest reached the second level of True Essence. With dozens of warriors attacking simultaneously, not even a warrior of Ling Yi's caliber at the second level of True Essence would dare to confront them head-on, let alone Zhao Wenjue, who was at the fourth level of True Essence. In Ling Yi's grasp, the Qiyu spear surged with a fervent battle intent, emanating a crimson glow that enveloped the sky, as a vivid three-dimensional image materialized within his mind. Although Ling Yi possesses only a pair of eyes, the presence of the Qiyu halberd enables him to keenly perceive the lethal attacks coming from all directions. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh, wielding the Qiyu halberd horizontally with both hands. A torrent of true energy surged forth, swirling wildly, as specks of icy flames manifested in the air, effectively blocking the majority of the assaults. In his other hand, he grasped the Shinong ruler, its dazzling black and white radiance nearly blinding. With the rhythmic dance of the Vajra ruler technique, he further repelled a significant portion of the onslaught. Ling Yi grew increasingly adept with the Qiyu spear, and the weapon itself thrummed with excitement for the fervent battle. Even when outnumbered, Ling Yi remained undaunted, relying on the spear's instinctive sensitivity to murderous intent to navigate the chaos. The Jioli tribe, naturally endowed with formidable combat prowess, excelled in situations where they faced multiple adversaries, particularly with their mastery of the three-headed, six-armed technique. Whoosh! A jet of black light sliced through the air at an extraordinarily cunning angle, aiming straight for a gap in Ling Yi's defenses. The force of this black light was astonishing, its power concentrated to a lethal point. Should it strike, even a warrior at the fourth level of the True Essence realm would likely meet their demise. A warrior cloaked in dark energy concealed himself among the throng, exuding an aura of mystery and a visage saturated with malice. Upon witnessing the black-clad assassin make his move, Zhao Wenxuan could not contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, "You're finished. Ling Yi, the Shadow Secret Assassin is struck. Let us see how you maintain your bravado." The mention of the Shadow Secret Assassin sent a jolt of alarm through Ling Yi. These assassins were affiliated with the Shadow Secret Pavilion, a notorious and powerful organization rumored to operate throughout the northern wilderness. Their numbers and headquarters remained shrouded in mystery, but one thing was certain: for the right price, they would eliminate any target, from warriors of the celestial realm to those at the body refinement stage, with no one escaping their lethal grasp. When a Shadow Secret Assassin chose to act, it was always with the intent to deliver a fatal blow. Despite only being at the second level of the True Essence realm, The assassin's pursuit of ultimate lethality rendered his attacks terrifyingly potent. The chilling and bone-piercing intent coalesced within the black light as it surged forth. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. The assassin, enveloped in dark energy, was momentarily stunned. Having executed countless missions over the years, he had built a reputation within the Shadow Pavilion. Having successfully eliminated warriors at the third level of true essence due to his skill in assassination, accompanying Zhao Wenxuan into this trial realm, he had awaited the perfect moment to strike down Ling Yi. As he concealed himself among the other warriors, he finally seized the opportunity to unleash his concentrated assassination technique. While Ling Yi was preoccupied, he was confident that not only would Ling Yi fall, but even more powerful warriors would not survive such a strike. Yet, in the next instant, his confidence shattered. A robust and commanding spear had effortlessly intercepted his attack. The black light, potent enough to pierce a dragon, collided with the Qiyu spear, its formidable force dissipating entirely without a ripple. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ling Yi's back. This assassin, a formidable presence of the second realm of true essence, was indeed powerful, skillfully concealed among the crowd, eluding Ling Yi's detection until the moment of attack. It was only then that Ling Yi became aware of the imminent danger. However, the assassin's speed was astonishing, and the ferocity of the assault was overwhelming, leaving Ling Yi's cultivation unable to respond in time. Truly, the assassins of the Shadow Secret Pavilion were exceptionally professional. The palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him was so dense it seemed it might drip. Surely, those who had perished at his hands numbered no fewer than 800. At that critical moment, the Qiyu halberd, seemingly acting of its own accord, moved laterally through the air and forcefully intercepted the assassin's full frontal strike. Ling Yi regained his composure, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Such individuals were truly terrifying and must not be spared. The assassin's eyes momentarily widened in shock, but he immediately sought to flee. The principle of an assassin dictates that if a strike fails, one must retreat 1,000 miles. A small blue flame descended upon the assassin. In the midst of the assassin's bewildered gaze, the blue flame instantaneously transformed into an all-encompassing inferno. This fire was not searing. Rather, it was eerily cold, swiftly encasing the assassin in ice, extinguishing all life within him. Impossible! Zhao Wenxuan exclaimed, his face a mask of shock and terror. Ling Yi's capabilities were well known to him. It was utterly impossible for him to evade the lethal strike from the assassin summoned by Master L. That astonishing blow! Zhao Wenxuan could hardly believe that. In such a brief period, Ling Yi's martial prowess had ascended so rapidly. The gathered warriors collectively gasped, equally astonished by the turn of events. Ling Yi, with his raven hair swirling wildly, revealed a sinister smile as he unleashed the full extent of his true essence. A formidable force at the second level of the true origin realm. The Qiyu spear and the Shinnong functioned as two relentless harvesters of life. The Qiyu spear, stretching 2 yards in length, excelled in long-range assaults, while the Shinnong, approximately 3 feet long, was suited for close combat. The bloodline of the war ancestor coalesced at the base of Ling Yi's spine, continuously supplying him with a steady stream of true energy. As Ling Yi became increasingly adept at manipulating the icy flames, each of his assaults was enveloped in a shroud of frost fire. Amidst the throng of dozens of warriors, Ling Yi surged forth with ferocious intensity, transforming any adversary who dared to approach into mere ice sculptures with his chilling flames. There was not even a semblance of a match against him. In the span of merely a few breaths, 7 or 8 lifeless bodies lay strewn upon the ground. Zhao Wenxuan's contingent of warriors numbered scarcely 20, and now nearly half of them had already met their demise or sustained grave injuries. Gradually, the warriors began to retreat, creating a vast circle around Ling Yi, who seemed less like a mere martial artist and more like a demon risen from the depths of hell, harvesting souls with unrelenting fervor. "You useless fools, get away from me." Zhao Wenxuan observed Ling Yi's relentless assault, noting not only his unscathed condition but also the escalating bloodlust in his eyes. Realizing that if this continued, it would spell doom for everyone, he cast aside all reservations. The Xuanhua bracelet glimmered with radiant light, summoning forth 2 fiery sigils. With a decisive stride, he resolved to confront Ling Yi himself. Zhao Wenxuan, exuding an aura of indomitable strength, advanced boldly against the multitude of warriors, embodying the third level of true essence realm. Ling Yi was slightly taken aback. It seemed that during these days in the trial secret realm, not only had he made rapid progress, but Zhao Wenxuan had also ascended to a new level of prowess. The martial artists present, sensing Zhao Wenxuan's formidable aura, dared not impede his path and hastily cleared a route for him. "Be careful, Ling Yi," Gu Yanqing shouted anxiously. Having previously faced Zhao Wenxuan's relentless assault, Gu Yanqing was acutely aware of his formidable strength. Upon entering the third level of the true essence realm, Zhao had remarkably mastered the ability to transform his vital energy into flames. Gu Yanqing unsheathed her sword, ready to assist Ling Yi. Ling Yi turned around and beheld the figure of Zhao Wenxuan soaring towards him. With a grin splitting his face, he called out to Gu Yanqing, "Yanqing, do not fret. This beast might soil your hands. Allow me to deal with this raging creature before we reminisce." Beast, Zhao Wenxuan, upon hearing Ling Yi's words, felt an overwhelming surge of fury, wishing nothing more than to tear Ling Yi apart. "Ling Yi, prepare to meet your end." Zhao Wenxuan's essence surged to its zenith, his skin transforming to a crimson hue. Before him, the fiery emblem in his grasp expanded increasingly, the flames born of his true energy extending 3 feet from his body. The fiery emblem hurled towards Ling Yi with immense force, its might far surpassing mere flames. A palpable fear gripped the onlookers. Zhao Wenxuan's display was a feat that even ordinary warriors of the fourth realm of true energy would hesitate to confront head-on. This fifth young master. His talent is surely on par with the fourth young master, murmured a warrior from a lesser dynasty. Nay, he does not rival the fourth young master. Yet this fifth young master merits the title of prodigy. Another warrior interjected, shaking his head in response. Boom. Ling Yi's chaotic true energy surged forth along the Qiyu spear, the ultimate in chaotic energy crystallizing in midair into a blazing ice flame, which suddenly collided with the fiery pattern. Zhao Wenxuan's expression shifted dramatically. What manner of technique was this? In an instant, the once intensely scorching fiery pattern was encased in ice, no longer releasing a single wisp of warmth into the air. Ling Yi wielded the divine Shenong ruler, shattering the icy apparition suspended in midair, which then manifested before Zhao Wenxuan. With a surge of true energy coursing through his being, Zhao Wenxuan conjured another blaze. His 10 fingers danced with fervor as the Xuanhua bracelet radiated a brilliant glow. The flames coalesced in his palm, transforming into an even grander fiery emblem. This fiery emblem was significantly more formidable than the one he had conjured during his previous confrontation with Ling Yi in the demonic cavern. Before Ling Yi could draw near, his clothing and hair began to singe. The air was abnormally parched, and it felt as though the very space surrounding the fiery patterns was ablaze. Zhao Wenxuan's expression twisted into a grotesque smile, as if envisioning the moment when Ling Yi would be reduced to a mere pile of ash. Ling Yi's expression was grave, as the overwhelming pressure he felt rivaled that of Zhao Wenxuan. The left minister of the Burning Heaven dynasty, the Zhao family, should not be underestimated. The fourth son possessed extraordinary talent, and even the fifth son surpassed ordinary warriors. Such formidable strength. Could Prince Zhang withstand it? Sun Tian, while captivated by Zhao Wenxuan's abilities, was also deeply concerned for Ling Yi. After all, whether acknowledged or not, it was Ling Yi who led this group from the Zhan Tian dynasty. Who is my 9th brother? He is the war king. When it comes to combat, whom does he fear? The 8th prince, Ling Huang, gazed intently at Ling Yi, his eyes ablaze with fervor, affirmatively stating. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Yi had already become the cornerstone of confidence for everyone in the Zhan Tian dynasty. They held an unwavering faith in Ling Yi's invincibility. A resounding roar echoed from Ling Yi, a voice imbued with an ancient and profound resonance, as if it had traversed the chasms of time from an era long past. The long spear. Once again, the long spear made its presence felt. The Qiyu spear suddenly erupted with an unparalleled ferocity, a crimson light coalescing at its tip, channeling an infinite spirit of battle and intent to kill. The eyes of the warriors momentarily dazzled, as if they beheld an army of countless steeds and warriors charging forth. Those formidable beings with 3 heads and 6 arms tore through the fabric of reality, roaring defiantly towards the heavens, their voices a testament to their indomitable spirit. Alas! In the blink of an eye, all manifestations vanished without a trace. In that moment, Ling Yi unleashed the second form of the 9-li war spear. However, he had yet to master this technique fully, and thus, it only manifested with a mere 30% of its potential. Boom. The fiery emblem conjured by the Qiyu spear collided with that of the Xinyuan fire bracelet. The Qiyu spear momentarily hesitated before continuing unabated, erupting with a brilliant explosion of flames. Impossible! Zhao Wenxuan exclaimed in terror. He was not alone. Every warrior present widened their eyes in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Uft. The Qiyu spear plunged directly into Zhao Wenxuan's abdomen. You. Zhao Wenxuan coughed forth dark crimson blood, staring incredulously at Ling Yi. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, delivering a powerful kick to Zhao Wenxuan, who was sent flying backward. A gaping wound, roughly the size of a bowl, was torn into his abdomen, blood gushing forth incessantly. The Qiyu spear, colossal in size, had its tip penetrate Zhao Wenxuan's body, causing a chaotic mix of crimson and various other fluids to spill out. Zhao Wenxuan, the fifth son of the left prime minister of the Burning Heaven dynasty, had been cherished and pampered since childhood, treated as if he were delicate enough to break or melt in one's mouth. Never had he endured such a grievous injury. Nevertheless, Zhao Wenxuan was a warrior of the third stage of the true essence realm. Had he been a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm, he would likely have succumbed to the injury, breathless and lifeless by now. Ling Yi brandished the Qiyu halberd, striding towards Zhao Wenxuan with a countenance devoid of warmth. This individual had first harbored malicious intentions towards Meng Jiayu, subsequently scheming against him, orchestrating an assault on Gu Yanqing, and even clandestinely harboring assassins intent on taking his life. This transgression was intolerable. Today, he would undoubtedly exact his vengeance. Ling Yi's gaze grew increasingly frosty, imbued with a resolute determination to kill. The blood on the Qiyu spear was gradually drawn into its depths, emanating an eerie glow. Stay back. Do not approach. Zhao Wenxuan cried out, panic-stricken. Ling Yi remained unmoved, letting out a cold laugh. No, Your Highness the War King, I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly realize my mistakes, Zhao Wenxuan cried, his voice tinged with desperation. Having always relied on his family's influence to bully others, he had never experienced such humiliation. In an instant, all his pride shattered, and he broke down into tears. The collapse of his convictions exposed the most fragile aspects of his humanity. The surrounding warriors looked on with disdain. Although they served the Burning Heaven dynasty, it did not imply unwavering loyalty to Zhao Wenxuan. The Zhao family merely wielded their power to intimidate, and the warriors followed the dynasty's lead. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Burning Heaven dynasty hung their heads in shame. It was truly humiliating for a man of such iron resolve to weep like a child. Ling Yishuang's eyes sparkled like lightning as he raised the Qiyu halberd high, pressing one foot firmly upon Zhao Wenxuan's chest. Zhao Wenxuan was utterly terrified, feeling as though he were pinned beneath a colossal beast, utterly unable to move. Ling Yi suddenly thrust the Qiyu halberd downward, and Zhao Wenxuan's face was filled with terror, prompting him to involuntarily shut his eyes. How dare you? A booming voice resounded, tinged with a hint of softness, yet brimming with vital energy, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky. A surge of azure flames rushed forth, hurtling towards Ling Yi. The Qiyu halberd radiated a brilliant crimson light, sensing the imminent danger. Ling Yi felt a weight in his heart as he channeled his chaotic true energy into the Qiyu spear. The true energy surged forth, transforming into a brilliant azure flame of ice. The collision between the cerulean fire and the azure ice flame erupted violently. The immense shockwave forced Ling Yi to retreat. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenxuan's grievous wound continued to bleed profusely. Overwhelmed by the force of the impact, his complexion turned pale, and he fainted. Ling Yi retreated to Gu Yanqing's side and glanced up, his brows furrowing. To the untrained eye, one might mistake the approaching figure for a stunning woman. In truth, it was a man with a soft countenance, Zhao Wenxuan, the leading figure of the Burning Sky dynasty. Zhao Wenxuan wore a sullen expression as he glanced at the incapacitated Zhao Wenjin, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. With a cold snort, he exclaimed, "This waste. Hurry and carry the fifth young master back." The warriors of the Burning Sky dynasty, as if roused from a dream, promptly lifted Zhao Wenjin and carried him away. Ling Yi, what a remarkable strategy. I underestimated you. Zhao Wenxuan suddenly flashed a charming smile at Ling Yi. Ling Yi felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and with a cold snort, he declared, "In terms of means, how could I possibly be a match for the fourth young master? You intend to use the daughter of Master LV from the Battle Heaven dynasty as a sacrificial vessel, draining her lifeblood until she becomes nothing but a husk. What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, their incredulous gazes fixed upon Zhao Wenjing. The eighth Prince Ling Huang and Sun Tian were equally taken aback. Had LV Yun truly perished? Had Zhao Wenjing been her killer? Zhao Wenjing's expression turned frosty, yet he soon broke into a sinister smile, saying, "Your Highness, the Prince of War, you just too much. Yanqing, I genuinely harbor affections for you and wish to unite our destinies. You should clarify this to His Highness to prevent any misunderstanding. Gu Yanqing, being the astute deputy master of the Danling Pavilion of the Battle Heaven Dynasty, could hardly believe Zhao Wenjing's deceitful words. The Burning Heaven Dynasty was making such a grand display, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Ling Yi had risked his life, charging through the encirclement to rescue her. Whom to trust was evident to even a fool. Thus, Gu Yanqing coldly retorted, "Are you suggesting, fourth young master, that you too would use me as your vessel, leading me to meet the same fate as LV Yin?" With her icy intelligence, Gu Yanqing saw through Zhao Wenjing's ploy at a glance. Unfazed by being exposed, Zhao Wenjing's demeanor remained composed, though a frown creased his brow as he coldly declared, "I am not one for lengthy discourse. I shall grant you 10 breaths of time to come to me willingly. Otherwise, all of the Battle Heaven Dynasty's people within this trial's secret realm shall perish." Ling Yi let out a hearty laugh and took a step forward, proclaiming loudly, "I grant you 5 breaths. Kneel and bow to me, or none from the Burning Sky Dynasty shall survive." Impudent, Zhao Wenjia could no longer contain his fury, roaring as a tempest surged around him. Akin to a startled true dragon, Zhao Wenjia harbored deep resentment towards Ling Yi, for he had audaciously seized his ice flame creation. At this moment, with Ling Yi having injured Zhao Wenxuan and saved Gu Yanqing, Zhao Wenjia was resolute in his intention to see Ling Yi perish here. The ice flame, once Ling Yi is dead, would become a formless entity. If it were to merge with Zhao Wenjia's ice lotus blue flame martial soul, he would ascend to an unfathomable level of power. A murderous intent engulfed Zhao Wenjia's eyes as he pointed forth from his azure dragon flame robe. True energy materialized, taking the shape of a fiery azure dragon that lunged menacingly towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi sensed the murderous intent of Zhao Wenjia. Taking a deep breath, he vibrated his 3 arms, infusing the Qiyu halberd with true energy, while the ice flames within him merged with the chaotic true essence, clashing against the azure fire dragon. The azure fire dragon was even more imposing than during their last encounter outside the cold pool, its true energy significantly more powerful. Merely a fire dragon formed from true energy, it exuded an aura that was not inferior to that of an ordinary 4th-tier true essence realm warrior. The crowd was taken aback. Many were aware of the unique abilities of the 4th young master Zhao Wenjue, which far surpassed those of ordinary martial artists. The combination of the martial soul, ice lotus blue flame, and the meticulously crafted azure dragon flame robe, commissioned from the left chancellor, was astonishingly formidable. However, no one had anticipated that when unleashed, a single azure flame dragon would possess combat power equivalent to its own martial realm. The 4th young master bore 9 dragon tattoos. If 9 dragons were to soar together, it would be akin to facing 9 warriors of the same realm. This was truly astonishing. Ling Yi, undaunted by his extraordinary encounters, unleashed the 3rd form of the Vajra staff technique. With a flourish, he brandished the divine Shinong staff, enveloping himself in a radiant golden light that transformed him into a fearsome golden deity. The Azure Flame Fire Dragon, despite its formidable power at the 4th level of true essence, lacked the finesse of a seasoned warrior. In contrast, Ling Yi's Vajra form, combined with the Vajra staff technique, bestowed upon him an unmatched vigor. Though the Azure Flame Fire Dragon launched a fierce onslaught, it found itself powerless against Ling Yi's defenses. Zhao Wenjing let out a cold snort. Previously, while in the icy depths of the cold pond, he had also summoned an Azure Flame Fire Dragon against Ling Yi, but had not exerted his full strength. Now, conjuring a fully realized Azure Flame Fire Dragon, he was astonished to find it unable to overcome Ling Yi. This Ling Yi, despite being merely at the 2nd level of true essence, exhibited a combat prowess that was alarming. If left unchecked, he would surely become a future menace. Suddenly, a blue ice lotus materialized behind Zhao Wenjing, pulsating with immense energy. With a flick of his finger, another Azure Flame Fire Dragon emerged atop the Azure Flame robe. This 2nd dragon more agile and significantly more powerful, seemingly endowed with an unusual sentience by the blue ice lotus. This 2nd Azure Flame Fire Dragon was noticeably larger than the 1st, exuding the aura of a mid-stage 4th level of true essence, while the 1st appeared to be at the early stage. Together, the 2 Azure Flame Fire Dragons surged towards Ling Yi, intensifying the pressure upon him. Invincible in battle, Ling Yi wielded the Qiyu halberd with unparalleled ferocity, a surge of combat fervor emanating from him. 2 fire dragons clashed with a dazzling display of sparks, their menacing jaws bared, yet their onslaught remained relentless. Curse it! A fierce glint flickered in Ling Yi's eyes, for Zhao Wenjue was undeniably formidable. Each embroidered fire dragon on the azure dragon flame robe represented a blue flame dragon of comparable prowess to Zhao Wenjue himself. Could it be that the 9 blue flame dragons depicted on Zhao Wenjue's attire signified 9 formidable warriors at the 4th level of the True Origin realm? The very thought was enough to instill profound terror. 2 fire dragons soared through the air, exhaling azure flames, and the surrounding cultivators felt the overwhelming power emanating from them, their expressions shifting in fear. The azure flames were exceedingly enigmatic and immensely powerful. Even a mere touch could reduce a warrior at the 2nd level of the True Origin realm to ashes, while those at the 3rd level could only endure for a fleeting moment. In essence, a single blue flame dragon possessed the capability to decimate the entirety of the Trial's secret realm's warriors. Yet here stood the Battle King Ling Yi, capable of contending against 2 blue flame dragons single-handedly, an astonishing display of might. Was this Battle King of the Battle Tian dynasty truly only at the 2nd level of the True Origin realm? The aura confirmed it. Yet his combat prowess was utterly terrifying, transcending 2 minor realms in battle. He was a supreme-level young prodigy. Alas, his cultivation remained too shallow, given a little more time. Zhao Wenjue would likely prove no match for him. The warriors murmured among themselves, astonished that the seemingly weak Battle Tian dynasty had birthed such a prodigious talent as Ling Yi, whose abilities could overshadow an entire era. The azure flames of the blue flame dragons were indeed potent, but Ling Yi, having immersed himself in the icy depths of the cold pool and wielding ice flames, was not easily intimidated by them. As the blue flame dragons approached, Ling Yi employed the Shenong to repel them, while engaging in ranged combat with the Qiyu halberd. Ling Yi, Yu Yanqing cried out, witnessing Ling Yi narrowly evade the lethal claws of a blue flame dragon, his garments torn and revealing streaks of blood. Anxiously, Yu Yanqing was about to rush to his aid. Do not come. You are no match for them. It's far too dangerous. Ling Yi roared in fury. This statement holds truth. For although Gu Yanqing had stepped into the 1st realm of true essence, the disparity between him and Zhao Wenjue was insurmountable. Should he rashly advance, he might very well jeopardize his life. Zhao Wenjue sneered coldly, his murderous intent intensifying. When he was at the 2nd realm of true essence, he was far from possessing the formidable strength of Ling Yi. Moreover, his Ice Lotus Azure Flame martial soul distinctly revealed to him that the weapons wielded by Ling Yi's 3 arms were manifestations of 2 martial souls. 2 martial souls, innate paragons of power. They absolutely must not be spared. Kill. Zhao Wenjue bellowed, rapidly condensing his true essence. Subsequently, he let out a pained howl as Azure Flame Dragon erupted in resplendent brilliance from his chest. Zhao Wenjue's complexion grew increasingly pale, as countless strands of true energy coalesced into an Azure Dragon within his Azure Flame robe. Roar. The 3rd Azure Dragon roared, its girth surpassing that of the 2 preceding dragons. This fire dragon surged forth with azure flames, charging ferociously towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi's countenance shifted dramatically. Another one? Is Zhao Wenjue even human? With such tactics, one must ask, who in the same realm could possibly defeat him? The 3rd Azure Flame Dragon roared with a thunderous cry, its intense azure flames reducing a radius of over 10 meters to ashes, leaving the earth itself scorched and blackened. Unassailable. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi grasped the Qiyu spear firmly in his hands. Behind him, the veins along his spine shimmered against the heavens, the bloodline of the war ancestor pulsating with life, beginning to flow with vigor. All the chaotic true energy, the power of his bloodline, and even the force of the icy flames surged into the Qiyu spear. The entirety of its might coalesced into a singular point, emanating an overwhelming aura of primordial grandeur. Break. With a furious roar, Ling Yi's forehead bulged with veins as he expended every ounce of his strength. 3 fire dragons coalesced in the air, merging into a colossal azure flame dragon, which collided fiercely with Ling Yi's Qiyu spear. The faces of the martial artists turned ashen, and they hastily retreated. A few practitioners at the semi-true essence realm, caught off guard, were obliterated into fragments by the shockwave of the impact. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. The mere aftermath of their battle was potent enough to shatter those who had just stepped into the true essence realm. What immense power this was! Sun Tian's face paled. During his previous encounter with Ling Yi, although formidable, their strengths had been relatively comparable. Yet now, the disparity between the two was like heaven and earth. In that moment, Sun Tian felt a profound shift within him. All jealousy and resentment vanished, replaced by a singular hope that Ling Yi would triumph over Zhao Wenjue. He even wished for Ling Yi to ascend to the throne of the Zhan Tian dynasty, where he, Sun Tian, could serve the royal family with unwavering loyalty, just as the Sun family had done for generations. This is bad. Ling Yi's complexion paled dramatically as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His hands, gripping the Qiyu spear, trembled incessantly, and his body retreated involuntarily. Even with the addition of the Shinnong, he could not withstand the onslaught of the Azure Flame Dragon. The Azure Flame Dragon, forged from 3 intertwining fire dragons, surged forward relentlessly, intent on claiming Ling Yi's life. Ling Yi let out a sigh. The second form of the Jiao Li clan's war spear, unassailable assault, had eluded his mastery thus far. In this moment of desperation, he unleashed it with all his might. Yet it amounted to merely 30 to 40% of its full potential. Against Zhao Wanjue's Azure Flame Dragon, he was still no match. Ling Yi's complexion changed dramatically, and he retreated continuously. The ferocity of this strike was truly terrifying. Should he fall victim to the Blue Flame Dragon's blow, even with the Divine Shinnong ruler in hand, he would not escape unscathed, suffering grievous injuries instead. Ling Yi staggered, turning to glance back, cold sweat streaming down his face as he beheld an incomprehensibly deep abyss. A precipice of unfathomable depth. There was no escape. Damn it! Ling Yi's eyes widened with fury, and the Divine Shinnong in his hand radiated a brilliant light. With no way to evade, he could only fight to the death. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before Ling Yi, startling him. Boom! The white figure was struck by the Azure Flame Dragon, and a white lotus, exuding an aura of icy chill, blossomed on its chest, absorbing much of the dragon's ferocious might. This is it. The martial spirit. It is what I desire. Zhao Wanjue's eyes gleamed with avarice. Yin Qing. Ling Yi's eyes widened in sheer terror as he unleashed a heart-wrenching roar, reverberating endlessly beneath the precipice. Shielding him from this devastating blow was none other than Gu Yanqing. In this critical moment, Gu Yanqing summoned her martial soul. It turned out that she had awakened her martial soul long ago, yet it was remarkably peculiar and exceedingly unstable. Wholly beyond her control. Typically ineffective in battle, it was now, in this life and death moment, that her White Lotus martial soul awakened in an instant. This martial soul absorbed a substantial portion of the Blue Flame Dragon's ferocious assault, sparing Gu Yanqing from immediate demise. However, being merely at the first stage of true essence, the overwhelming force erupted violently within her abdomen. Her white garments were stained and tattered, and the tremendous impact sent Gu Yanqing hurtling through the air. In a fleeting moment, Ling Yi felt as if his heart had shattered into countless pieces, instinctively embracing Gu Yanqing. The assault of the Qingyan Fire Dragon was exceedingly ferocious. Even a typical practitioner at the 4th level of true essence would likely suffer severe injuries. Ling Yi embraced Gu Yanqing, immediately feeling as though he had been struck by a primordial beast, his very bones nearly shattering. With the full force of the Vajra body and the 9-li refining technique unleashed, Ling Yi's corporeal form radiated with a brilliant golden light. Ah, Zhao Wanjue, I vow that you shall meet a most untimely end. Ling Yi embraced Gu Yanqing, inadvertently taking a step back, only to find himself teetering at the precipice. Losing his balance, he plummeted into the abyss below, a heart-wrenching roar echoing from the depths of the chasm. The sound gradually faded into the distance. No, Zhao Wanzheng exclaimed in shock, his heart aching profoundly. The Ice Lotus Blue Flame martial spirit within his consciousness urged him to realize that absorbing Gu Yanqing's martial spirit could potentially elevate his own prowess. Yet now, that hope had been extinguished. First, the ice flame was seized by Ling Yi, and now, with Gu Yanqing's fall into the abyss. This trial in the secret realm had resulted in a significant loss. Zhao Wanzheng, overwhelmed by despair, shut his eyes tightly. Ling Yi embraced Gu Yanqing as they plummeted, feeling the fierce wind whistling past, weaving through one cloud after another. The cliff was astonishingly high, so high that Ling Yi had lost all sense of time during their descent. Ling Yi grasped the Shinnong ruler firmly, as the white medicinal energy surged continuously into Gu Yanqing's body. No, no, please, Shinnong ruler, grant him life. Ling Yi roared madly, his voice echoing incessantly off the cliffs. The divine farmer's ruler seemed to respond to Ling Yi's summons, as a surge of white medicinal energy poured unreservedly into Gu Yanqing's body. The wounds on Gu Yanqing's form gradually healed, and her breathing became increasingly steady. Huff! Ling Yi felt his body collide with an extraordinarily soft object, which cushioned the impact of his precipitous descent. Startled, he quickly twisted his body and exerted force from his waist. Ling Yi felt as if he had plunged into a soft sponge, which dulled most of the impact, yet propelled him back up with a sudden force. Chaotic true energy surged forth continuously, forming a barrier of true energy around him. shielding him from harm. Boom. Ling Yi fell to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Ling Yi held Gu Yanqing in his embrace, his back meeting the ground with a thud. Puff. Ling Yi spat out blood, for the cliff was indeed towering. Even with something to break the fall, the rebound's impact was formidable. Gu Yanqing suffered a grave injury and regained consciousness. She opened her beautiful eyes, staring blankly at Ling Yi. Ling Yi felt a touch of embarrassment, offering a faint smile as he inquired, "Are you feeling all right?" Gu Yanqing recalled the formidable image of Ling Yi bravely charging into the fray, single-handedly confronting the entire trial secret realm, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nodded in response. Ling Yi immediately broke into a relaxed smile, followed by a wry laugh as he said, "Could you perhaps get off me for a moment? I'm feeling a bit of discomfort." Although Gu Yanqing was pressing down on Ling Yi, the soft curves of her body stirred his senses. However, after falling from such a height, he felt a surge of pain in his chest, making him quite uneasy. Gu Yanqing glanced down and was struck by the intimate embrace they shared, causing her cheeks to flush. She hurriedly scrambled out of Ling Yi's arms. As she did so, she noticed with alarm that blood was seeping from Ling Yi's back, flowing freely. Gu Yanqing swiftly helped him to his feet, examining his condition with great concern as she inquired about his well-being. Ling Yi crashed against the rocks with such immense force that his skin and muscles tore open, exposing the bones within. Fortunately, Ling Yi possessed a physique comparable to the primordial deities in their youth. Had it been an ordinary warrior of the true essence realm, their body would likely have been shattered to pieces. Ling Yi shook his head, reassuring Gu Yanqing not to worry. He then took out the shino, from which a surge of white medicinal energy emanated, beginning the process of mending his injured body, quietly channeling the Jioli body refinement technique. A radiant glow of blood and gold enveloped Ling Yi's form. The strength of the Jioli clan stems from their fervor for battle. Enduring injuries in relentless combat is a commonplace occurrence. Yet, each time the Jioli warriors emerge from the trials of bloodshed, they grow increasingly formidable, with each one capable of slaying deities. After a considerable time, Ling Yi opened his eyes, his body fully restored, and even his physical strength enhanced. "It's all right now, you can rest assured," Ling Yi said with a gentle smile, comforting Gu Yanqing. Gu Yanqing exhaled in relief, her gaze lingering on Ling Yi's handsome visage, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Ling Yi rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, discovering the extraordinary nature of this locale. It was a prominent stone platform, situated precariously amidst the cliffs. This platform was remarkably robust, measuring several dozen zhang in thickness, capable of withstanding the tremendous impact of Ling Yi's fall. Gazing upwards, he observed a towering pine tree flourishing atop the platform, its trunk so substantial that it could be embraced by more than 10 individuals. As Ling Yi plummeted downwards, he was fortunate enough to land upon a dense carpet of pine needles, which cushioned his fall like a soft sponge, ultimately saving his life. However, the force of the impact was tremendous, snapping numerous branches in the process. Above, on the stone platform and the precipice, there lay a cavern with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters. "Let us venture inside and explore," Ling Yi suggested. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel," Gu Yan replied with a nod. The two drew their weapons and cautiously entered the cave. In this realm of trials, danger lurked at every turn. Both individuals were prodigies, fully aware of the necessity of caution. At the heart of the trial realm, the City of Secrets awaited its first visitors. As anticipated, it was Zhao Wenjue, accompanied by the Burning Heaven dynasty and several practitioners from subordinate dynasties, who were the first to arrive at the City of Secrets. Zhao Wenjue had attained the 4th level of True Essence Realm, a mastery sufficient to dominate the entire trial realm, making his arrival at the City of Secrets entirely expected. The City of Secrets, shrouded in an air of antiquity, had existed for countless years, though it was not particularly vast. In the realm of trials, a single day in the outside world equated to 10 days within. The Songqing Academy issued the Songqing Order once every few years. Even if a year passed outside, a decade had elapsed within the trial realm. The Songqing Academy had endured through the ages, witnessing the rise and fall of innumerable powerful figures, and the existence of this City of Secrets stretched far beyond. Leading his entourage into the city, Zhao Wenjue instructed, "Bring the 5th young master to my chamber." He had chosen a spacious room and commanded his subordinates accordingly. A few individuals carefully carried Zhao Wenxuan into the room and closed the door, leaving only Zhao Wenjue and Zhao Wenxuan together. "Fourth brother, it hurts," Zhao Wenxuan cried out. Despite the bandages wrapped around his wounds, blood seeping relentlessly through, Zhao Wenjue closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. He knelt beside Zhao Wenxuan, gently probing his injuries. Zhao Wenjue channeled his vital energy in an attempt to mend Zhao Wenxuan's body. However, the wounds were not only horrifically large, but also harbored an intense aura of malice, potent enough to extinguish even the divine, making them exceedingly troublesome to heal. Thus, no matter how hard Zhao Wenjue tried, he could not save Zhao Wenxuan. I am sorry. Fifth brother, I swear to you, one day I shall tear Ling Yi apart, avenging you. A flicker of determination crossed Zhao Wenjue's delicate features. Fourth brother, I do not wish to die. Zhao Wenxuan grasped Zhao Wenjue's hand tightly, fear etched in his voice. He was acutely aware of his own condition. The energy within his wounds was insurmountable, rendering healing impossible. At this rate, even as a practitioner of true essence realm, death was merely a matter of time. Death is not an end. It can also signify a beginning. Fifth brother, do you harbor hatred towards Ling Yi? Zhao Wenjue suddenly inquired. Indeed. I long to shatter his very flesh and consume it. Zhao Wenxuan exclaimed with fervent rage. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Wenxuan gritted his teeth, enduring the agony that plagued his body, and let out a chilling roar. Perhaps the memories of all the torment inflicted upon him by Ling Yi ignited a furious blaze within his eyes, a fire potent enough to incinerate the very heavens. Ling Yi must perish, but it will come at a price. Are you willing to pay it? Zhao Wenjue spoke ominously. I am willing. I am willing. I want him dead. Zhao Wenxuan's agitation escalated, blood seeping from his wounds. Excellent. Such spirit, truly befitting a scion of the Zhao family. Zhao Wenjue's eyes sparkled with avarice. A cerulean flame lotus materialized behind him. Suddenly, the azure lotus erupted with a strange luminescence, swiftly penetrating Zhao Wenxuan's dantian. Zhao Wenxuan was momentarily stunned. A heart-wrenching pain surged to his brain. Most shocking of all was the realization that his own elder brother had turned against him so abruptly. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Zhao Wenxuan cried out in terror, coughing violently. You have often inquired about the unique abilities of my ice lotus blue flame. Yet I have remained silent. Now, I shall reveal to you its primary function, to consume all energies in existence. You, a mere waste, are on the brink of death. Why not relinquish all your martial prowess to me? Rest assured, I will avenge you by slaying Ling Yi. Zhao Wenjue's expression was devoid of emotion. Yet his visage was illuminated by an eerie azure glow, resembling a malevolent spirit as he addressed Zhao Wenxuan. Zhao Wenjue, you are no brother. I am your own flesh and blood. Zhao Wenxuan stood frozen, gripping Zhao Wenjue's sleeve with desperation, clad in a dragon fire robe. Zhao Wenjue was impervious to his brother's attempts to tear him apart. Nonetheless, the force of Zhao Wenxuan's grip drew blood from his fingers. Did you not proclaim your willingness to pay any price for Ling Yi's demise? Now is the time for you to fulfill that promise. Zhao Wenjue glared at Zhao Wenxuan, his tone frigid. I. Zhao Wenxuan faltered, unable to comprehend that the price demanded was his very life. Had he known, he would have vehemently refused. You are a worthless being. Within the Zhao family, you are the most inept. Yet, as the youngest, you are favored by our father. Why is that? Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, and I, all are geniuses beyond compare. Why does the most inept among us receive the greatest affection from father? Zhao Wenjue's voice grew more fervent. His once pale face flushed crimson, veins bulging, eyes ablaze with fury. Zhao Wenxuan felt all his martial energy being siphoned away, leaving him utterly depleted. The wounds inflicted by the Qi halberd bled profusely, his breath growing faint until he tilted his head and succumbed to darkness. After a long while, Zhao Wenjue rose. His martial prowess concealed, yet formidable, teetering on the brink of the 5th level of the true Yuan realm. He bent down and removed the Xuanhua bracelet from Zhao Wenxuan's wrist, adorning it on his own. Someone. The 5th young master has been gravely injured by Ling Yi and has succumbed. Zhao Wenjue's voice was tinged with sorrow as he wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Within the cave on the cliff's stone platform, Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing ventured deeper into the cave, which twisted and turned in intricate bends, leaving them unaware of how long they had been walking. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated their surroundings, transforming the previously dim cavern into a brilliantly lit space. Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing stood in astonishment, their mouths agape, rendered speechless for a time. Before them loomed a wall, embedded with a colossal spirit stone, its size comparable to that of a human head, radiating a brilliant and resplendent glow. Ling Yi had been in the trial's secret realm for several days, where the spirit stones guarded by the second-tier beast of the true essence realm were merely the size of a chicken egg. However, after Ling Yi descended into the cold pool, he ceased his hunt for the beasts. The spirit stone he discovered was astonishingly large, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy that seemed on the verge of bursting forth from the stone itself. Could it be that such a colossal spirit stone exists? Or am I merely dreaming? Ling Yi stammered, yet Gu Yanqing remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon the center of the cave. Ling Yi followed Gu Yanqing's gaze and beheld a divine sword sculpted from ice and snow. This sword, entirely transparent, appeared exceptionally unique, resembling a spiritual artifact. Yet, Ling Yi could not discern its grade. Logically, possessing the martial arts scripture, his comprehension of the art of forging surpassed that of ordinary alchemists. So how could he fail to perceive the rank of this ice sword? Suddenly, the ice sword soared into the air, emanating an extraordinarily fierce aura of malevolence. Ling Yi's expression changed dramatically, for the aura of murderous intent was exceedingly bizarre. When it comes to murderous energy, no weapon can rival the Qiyu halberd. However, while the Qiyu halberd embodies the ferocity of battle, this ice sword exudes an essence of ruthless detachment. This chilling intent not only harbors indifference towards the world, but is also capable of severing one's own emotions and desires. In a swift motion, the ice sword shot directly towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi was taken aback, utterly unprepared for what had just transpired. The speed was astonishing. Beyond the reach of even the most formidable experts in the sea transformation and heavenly gang realms, the ice sword seemed to cleave through space itself, arriving in an instant. Ling Yi felt every hair on his body stand on end, a chilling sensation coursing from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes. This coldness was ruthless and merciless, extinguishing all semblance of humanity, and it was truly terrifying. Suddenly, the icy sword clashed against a beam of crimson light. In an instant, the infernal flames surged, effectively countering the frigid blade's relentless and lethal intent. It was none other than the Qiyu halberd. Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This halberd was indeed his guardian angel. It had saved his life countless times. Had it not been for the Qiyu halberd sensing Ling Yi's peril and manifesting at that critical moment, with Ling Yi's martial prowess, evasion would have been impossible, and he would likely be a cold corpse by now. The collision between the icy sword and the Qiyu halberd emitted a mournful wail, akin to the cry of a wounded soul. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, doubting whether she had misheard. "Get out of my sight, you wretched little creature. How dare you covet my master? Open your eyes wide." A thunderous roar emanated from the Qiyu spear, its voice resounding with immense power. Like that of a deity in a fit of rage, as thunder rumbled ominously. Ling Yi listened intently. It was indeed the great deity Qiyu. The ice sword hastily retreated, its blade trembling incessantly, resembling an injured puppy. The demonic flames of the Qiyu halberd gradually retracted, returning to its usual form. "Great deity Qiyu, what has transpired?" Ling Yi curiously addressed the Qiyu spear, yet the spear remained utterly still, as if the mighty deity Qiyu had once again succumbed to slumber. Just as Ling Yi pondered this mystery, the ice sword pivoted towards Gu Yanqing, suddenly erupting in brilliance and launching a radiant beam towards her. Ling Yi was taken aback, gripping the Qiyu halberd in an attempt to rescue Gu Yanqing. However, the Qiyu halberd failed to sense Ling Yi's peril, thus it did not react autonomously. Ling Yi had just regained his senses when the icy sword pierced through Gu Yanqing's body. "Yanqing!" Ling Yi exclaimed in astonishment, only to soon realize that Gu Yanqing bore no visible wounds. After the ice sword pierced Gu Yanqing's body, its blade melted into water, vanishing without a trace. Gu Yanqing sat cross-legged on the ground, as if under some unseen influence. Ling Yi, in a state of desperation, repeatedly called out to Gu Yanqing. Yet she remained utterly unresponsive. Gu Yanqing's brow furrowed deeply, an overwhelming chill of the utmost coldness enveloping her, growing increasingly potent, while her martial prowess began to ascend steadily. Ling Yi was anxious for a long time, yet he observed that Gu Yanqing bore no injuries. Instead, she appeared to grow increasingly formidable, leaving Ling Yi utterly perplexed. Upon a snow-capped mountain, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exceedingly rich, exponentially denser than that of the northern wilderness. Amidst the swirling snow, a snowman sat cross-legged, suddenly opening its eyes and spitting out a mouthful of blood. What a gaze it possessed, resembling a lifeless ice sculpture, devoid of any emotion. Has someone inherited my legacy? Indeed, two individuals have. One has acquired my ice flame, whose innate talent can be deemed as that of a youthful sovereign. Regrettably, it seems that a powerful entity has long since occupied this position. What manner of being is that? It exudes an aura reminiscent of primordial deities, far too terrifying, nearly severing the contingency plans I left behind. The other, although not as gifted as the possessor of the ice flame, is a natural embodiment of extreme cold. More attuned to my path. Splendid, splendid. Once she matures, I shall seize her body. At that time, what of the Nye family? I shall personally rend the despicable Nye Huayu to shreds. The snowman gradually melted, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful middle-aged woman. This woman bore a resemblance to Gu Yanqing, embodying the essence of an ice beauty, yet her aura was far more ruthless, forbidding any intrusion. Most astonishingly, upon her stunning visage, one of her eyes was hauntingly hollow. Beauty and terror melded seamlessly upon her countenance, leaving one in awe. Returning to the cavern within the trial's secret realm, Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing found themselves alone in the chamber. Gu Yanqing's brow furrowed intermittently, then relaxed, as if she were contemplating some supreme martial arts technique. Ling Yi waited for a while, feeling somewhat bored, and then his gaze fell upon the spirit stone on the wall, his eyes brightening with intrigue. Ling Yi brandished the Qiyu halberd and advanced towards the spirit stone. This spirit stone was of considerable size, comparable to a human head, and possessed greater power than the spirit stones guarded by numerous second and third tier beasts of the true essence realm. Ling Yi exerted tremendous effort and finally pried the large spirit stone from the wall. The material of the wall was unknown, but it was exceedingly hard. Fortunately, the Qiyu spear was remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through the rock. Otherwise, an ordinary warrior would have been left helpless in its presence. Ling Yi cradled the spiritual stone in his hands, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Settling into a meditative posture, he began to circulate the chaotic yin-yang technique, absorbing the immense spiritual energy contained within the stone. The purity of this heavenly essence was astonishing, continuously flowing into Ling Yi's being. Ling Yi's cultivation at the second level of the true essence realm began to gradually loosen, slowly advancing from the initial stage towards the pinnacle of the second level. Time passed, minute by minute, and 3 days slipped away. Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing were both deeply engrossed in their martial arts cultivation. Gu Yanqing had already ascended to the second level of the true origin realm, yet she did not relent, striving towards the third level. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, amidst the vast influx of spiritual energy from heaven and earth transforming into chaotic true energy, remained at the pinnacle of the second level of the true origin realm. However, with each step in his cultivation, the seed of chaotic true energy expanded significantly, growing from the size of an egg to nearly that of a human fist. On the fourth day, the seed of chaotic true energy transformed into a ferocious dragon, surging toward the ancestral bloodline in Ling Yi's spine. Pain. Ling Yi gasped. In an instant, he sensed the divine blood from his ancestral bloodline being extracted, emanating a radiant red light as it began to impact a meridian on his back. True meridian. Ling Yi was taken aback. The true meridian is a hallmark of martial artists in the true origin realm. Yet only those who have reached the third level can unlock it. Once a martial artist enters the true origin realm, each minor realm is a world apart. The 9 levels of the true origin realm are categorized as follows. The first to third levels are considered the lower 3 levels. The fourth to sixth the middle 3 levels, and the seventh to ninth the upper 3 levels. The true meridian can only be condensed by martial artists who have attained the middle 3 levels or higher. Once a martial artist successfully condenses the true meridian, it signifies their formal entry into the profound realm of martial arts. The pulsation of the true meridian enhances the ferocity of true energy, significantly augmenting the martial artist's strength, speed, and reflexes across the board. Ling Yi, despite being merely at the second level of the true essence realm, can contend with warriors at the third level. However, when faced with those at the fourth level, such as Zhao Wenjua, he finds himself utterly outmatched. This disparity arises because once one ascends to the fourth level of the true essence realm, they awaken their true vein, rendering their power incomparable to that of third-level warriors. Nevertheless, by the conclusion of the fourth day, Ling Yi had absorbed all the spiritual energy contained within a spirit stone the size of a human head. Ling Yi has yet to transcend to the third tier of the true essence realm. A genuine pulse flickered behind Ling Yi a few times before ultimately settling into tranquility. As the blood of the war god returned to the lineage of the ancestral warrior, Ling Yi gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the oversized spirit stone in his hand, which had lost its luster, and sighed softly. He had absorbed an immense amount of spiritual energy and could distinctly sense that this energy was tenfold that of an ordinary fourth-tier, true essence martial artist. Even for a prodigious warrior like Zhao Wenjua, this energy would still be 3 to 4 times greater. Yet, despite the potency of this extraordinary spiritual energy, it failed to propel Ling Yi into the third tier of true essence. Ling Yi furrowed her brow slightly, sensing an underlying issue. It was likely due to her cultivation of the chaotic yin-yang technique after entering the true Yuan realm. The amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth she required had increased exponentially, far surpassing that of ordinary warriors. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, it should not be so exceedingly difficult to break through to the third level of the true Yuan realm. Ling Yi recalled the almost tangible essence that was on the verge of coalescing behind him, a flicker of doubt stirring within his heart. Could it be that he was destined to consolidate this essence himself? He was just about to embark on the third level of the true element realm. The consolidation of the essence at this level had remained an immutable law throughout the ages. Ling Yi could hardly believe that he might shatter such a long-held legend. Ling Yi couldn't help but reflect on his shattered dantian. After undergoing a painstaking reconstruction, his martial arts realm had plummeted to the third level of body refinement. Yet, he possessed the vital energy seed that could typically only be cultivated at the ninth level of body refinement. Now, as he stood on the threshold of the third level of true essence, he faced the daunting task of solidifying his true veins. With his martial arts prowess at the lower third level of true essence, he wielded abilities that should belong to those at the middle third level. The chaotic yin-yang technique truly lived up to its reputation as the supreme art of the first deity, Donghuang Taiyi. It placed him ahead of ordinary warriors, granting him extraordinary fortuity in his martial journey. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, his true veins always seemed to be just a breath away from completion. Ling Yi faintly sensed that the issue did not stem from a lack of spiritual energy. However, the precise cause eluded him. When the opportunity arises, Ling Yi intends to seek out a martial arts master for a thorough inquiry. Ling Yi rose, brushed off the dust, and approached Gu Yanqing. It has been 4 days. Has Gu Yanqing still not awakened? Ling Yi could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Ling Yi gazed at Gu Yanqing with palpable tension. At that moment, Gu Yanqing suddenly opened her eyes, catching Ling Yi completely off guard. In that fleeting instant, as Gu Yanqing's eyes fluttered open, Ling Yi sensed that her martial arts realm had astonishingly ascended to the third level of true Yuan. Those eyes radiated a brilliant azure light. In an ephemeral moment, Ling Yi felt an aura of ruthless detachment enveloping him, a presence so bizarre it seemed to embody a merciless slaughter, indifferent even to the sanctity of one's own life. What manner of aura is this? What martial path does it represent? Ling Yi had encountered numerous ancient deities, yet he had never come across such a martial path. Severing the 7 emotions, extinguishing the 6 desires, annihilating gods and demons, and thus achieving the pinnacle of martial arts. A phrase suddenly emerged in Ling Yi's mind. After a while, Gu Yanqing regained her composure and, with a hint of indifference, addressed Ling Yi. Ling Yi, how long have I been practicing? The previous Gu Yanqing possessed an air of the icy beauty, but now she seemed somewhat devoid of humanity, leaving Ling Yi feeling slightly unsettled. It's been 4 days. Are you all right, Yanqing? Ling Yi countered. Gu Yanqing nodded, and then, unexpectedly, a smile blossomed on her face like an ice mountain melting under the warmth of spring. Suddenly, Gu Yanqing exclaimed, my martial arts realm? I've reached the third level of true essence. Feeling the shift in her realm, Gu Yanqing was taken aback. Then began to circulate her true energy as an incredibly sharp and chilling aura began to coalesce in her hand. Before long, she manifested a divine sword forged from ice. It was the very ice sword that had previously sent shivers down Ling Yi's spine. Gazing at the blade in her grasp, Gu Yanqing joyfully exclaimed, Ling Yi, look, I feel as though I've gained this divine weapon within me. How powerful. Do you sense anything amiss? Ling Yi recalled the bizarre scene with the ice sword and inquired with concern. Not at all. I feel as though I have been reborn. Such formidable power. Gu Yanqing replied, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Well, as long as there is nothing amiss, that's a relief. Let us venture outside. We cannot remain trapped here for eternity. Ling Yi shifted the subject. The two emerged from the cave and surveyed their surroundings. The stone platform hovered precariously above a cliff, with no discernible path leading down or up the precipice. What shall we do? Are we destined to be imprisoned here for the rest of our lives? Gu Yanqing questioned. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he slapped his forehead. I've got it. Quickly, climb onto my back. Ling Yi urged impatiently. What? Gu Yanqing was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Could it be that in this desolate wilderness, Ling Yi intended for a delicate blush to gradually adorn Gu Yanqing's snow-white visage? Hurry, I have a plan. Ling Yi was unaware of Gu Yanqing's thoughts, prompting him to urge her once more. Gu Yanqing suddenly realized that Ling Yi was indicating she should climb onto his back as a means of escaping the stone platform. Without hesitation and blushing, she ascended onto Ling Yi's back. Ling Yi felt an enchanting fragrance wafting through the air, causing his heart to flutter. He shook his head, casting aside a flurry of disordered thoughts. Subsequently, he channeled his inner energy, activating the 9-Li body refinement technique. A hand, formed of pure energy, suddenly materialized, gently supporting Gu Yanqing's thigh. Gu Yanqing, feeling shy, lowered her head and pressed closely against Ling Yi. Ling Yi's gaze was piercing, and in his other hands appeared the divine Shinon and the formidable Qiyu spear. Ling Yi approached the edge of the precipice, gazing upward at the seemingly boundless cliff. A sense of exhilaration swelling within his heart, Ling Yi inserted the divine farmer's measuring tool into the stone wall with his left hand. Although the tool was not particularly sharp, it possessed unparalleled hardness. The rugged cliff face proved to be as fragile as tofu in the presence of the divine tool. With his right arm, he thrust the Qiyu spear into the stone wall, exerting strength with both arms to ascend another step. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Ling Yi's heart. There was hope. Thus, Ling Yi began his arduous ascent up the towering cliff, carrying Gu Yanqing on his back. Gu Yanqing clung tightly to him, warmth enveloping her heart. Unknowingly, the image of this young man had become indelibly etched in her soul, impossible to erase. 7 days later, a bloodthirsty demon tiger pursued a martial artist. This formidable beast, a third-level true essence creature, emanated an aura befitting a king of beasts, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently and lesser creatures to flee in terror. The martial artist, appearing to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, exhibited an impressive martial prowess, having attained the first level of true essence, marking him as a youthful prodigy. His diminutive stature and peculiar visage, characterized by eyes as small as green beans that darted about, embodied the essence of a crafty rogue. At this moment, the green-eyed martial artist was stricken with terror, lamenting his unfortunate fate of being targeted by such a fearsome beast. The disparity in their realms was stark. The demon tiger's overwhelming power could easily swallow him whole. Fortunately, the martial artist had primarily honed his agility. Though his realm was modest, his speed was remarkable, allowing him to navigate the forest with the grace of an agile monkey. Suddenly, in his panicked state, he stumbled over a stone and fell heavily to the ground. The bloodthirsty demon tiger, already 2 realms above him, relentlessly pursued the green-eyed martial artist. As he fell, the tiger lunged forward, its gaping maw poised to devour him. This demon tiger was no ordinary beast. Standing 3 meters tall and measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, it could easily consume the martial artist in a single bite. Having previously faced this fearsome creature, the green-eyed martial artist knew he was no match and bore significant injuries. The foul breath emanating from the tiger's mouth made him feel nauseous, and the overwhelming aura of death momentarily paralyzed his mind, causing him to forget any thoughts of resistance. It was over. His fate was sealed. The green-eyed creature stared blankly at the bloodthirsty demon tiger as it lunged forward, murmuring softly. The demon tiger, suspended in midair, found itself unable to move. It extended a claw to swipe at the creature but fell short of reaching it. Startled, the demon tiger turned its gaze and discovered a strikingly handsome youth grasping its tail. Beside this youth stood an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in white, like freshly fallen snow. Though the demon tiger had begun to acquire some intelligence, it could not fathom how, after years of dominance in this trial realm, a human could directly seize its tail. Could this young man be a human-shaped beast? Otherwise, how could he possess such immense strength? The green-eyed creature shielded its face with trembling hands, shrieking in terror. Yet after a long wait, the anticipated pain of being torn apart did not arrive. Filled with confusion, it lowered its hands and opened its eyes, only to see the youth smiling gently at him, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. In that fleeting moment, a wave of joy surged through the green-eyed creature. It vowed it had never encountered anyone so strikingly handsome in its life. Of course, anyone who saved him from the brink of death would appear captivating, even the most unseemly of men. The youth then addressed the woman beside him, saying, "Yanqing, I can handle this beast myself. Do not intervene." The icy beauty, with an expression as unyielding as frost, nodded in silent agreement. This youth was none other than Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing. Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing spent a full 3 days ascending from the stone platform to the precipice above. This cliff soared to unimaginable heights, and even someone as robust as Ling Yi found himself resting numerous times along the arduous journey. Fortunately, Ling Yi possessed the indomitable physique granted by the Vajra body and the 9-Li body refinement technique, rendering his physical form extraordinarily formidable, surpassing even that of extraordinary beasts. Perhaps only the juvenile deities from the primordial era could stand shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yi. After Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing ascended the precipice, they did not hasten towards the City of Secrets. Much like their previous venture in the Kangmang Mountains, they commenced a collaboration to hunt formidable beasts and seize spirit stones. Over the course of 4 days, their harvest proved to be quite bountiful. Following her acquisition of the Ice Sword, Gu Yanqing not only advanced to the 3rd level of the True Essence realm, but wielding the Ice Sword, her assaults became exceedingly fierce, rendering the typical beasts of the same realm no match for her prowess. Ling Yi was greatly astonished by Gu Yanqing's transformation. However, upon closer observation, he found no peculiarities. He could only reassure himself that Gu Yanqing's strength was indeed a positive development. As for Ling Yi's own combat prowess, it was beyond question. Even as a novice in the 2nd layer of the True Essence realm, he could engage in fierce battles with prodigies like Zhao Wenjin. Confronting ordinary beasts at the 3rd layer of the True Essence realm was effortlessly within his grasp. The duo complemented each other remarkably well, resulting in numerous beasts falling victim to their formidable partnership. They even joined forces to vanquish a beast at the 4th layer of the True Essence realm. Ling Yi observed that Guan Qing had consented to his solitary battle against the bloodthirsty demon tiger. A fervent battle spirit surged within his eyes, and suddenly, an arm manifested from his body. The ancestral bloodline coursed through him with ferocious intensity, unleashing a frenzied combat intent capable of annihilating heaven and earth, vanquishing deities and extinguishing Buddhas. In a brilliant flash, the Qiyu halberd and the Shinnong ruler materialized. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi seized the tail of the bloodthirsty demon tiger, exerting immense force to swing the formidable beast in a perfect arc through the air, crashing it down to the ground with a resounding thud. Both the bloodthirsty demon tiger and the beady-eyed observer were taken aback, their eyes wide in disbelief at Ling Yi's astounding display of strength. This beast, a powerful entity at the 3rd level of the True Essence realm, boasted a colossal form, comparable in size to a small room, weighing no less than 2 to 3 tons, if not more. Yet, in Ling Yi's grasp, it was as light as a mere toy, smashed to the earth with ease. An even more astonishing spectacle unfolded as the bloodthirsty demon tiger, still reeling from the impact, was hurled into the air once more. The ground shook with a series of explosive sounds as the tiger was repeatedly slammed down, creating deep craters in the earth. The world around them was utterly chaotic. Was this individual truly human? And wait, 3 arms. The observer couldn't help but draw parallels between Ling Yi and the legendary figure of lore. As the bloodthirsty demon tiger regained its composure, it unleashed a fierce growl, channeling a surge of demonic energy into a wave of force aimed directly at Ling Yi. Unassailable, Ling Yi declared, relinquishing his grip and countering with the Qiyu spear, executing the 9-li battle strike. With a thunderous clash, the Qiyu spear erupted with a palpable energy, colliding with the demonic wave emitted by the tiger. The very ground trembled beneath them, and countless towering trees splintered under the strain. In that moment, a young man and a colossal beast were locked in a fierce standoff, neither willing to yield. The bloodthirsty demon tiger was taken aback, astonished that this mere human boy, at the 2nd level of the True Essence realm, could withstand its might. Memories of being tossed about like a mere chick ignited a furious rage within it. With a ferocious roar, the tiger surged forward like the wind, intent on tearing Ling Yi apart. Come at me. Ling Yi welcomed the challenge. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ling Yi's eyes as he tightened his grip with 3 arms, charging forward to engage the bloodthirsty demon tiger in a primal battle. The air resonated with a cacophony of thunderous clashes, reminiscent of ancient deities vanquishing colossal beasts from the primordial era. Each collision painted an epic tableau. The warrior with bulging eyes was left utterly dumbfounded. Was this individual even human? He had never heard of any warrior capable of contending with monstrous beasts in terms of physical prowess, let alone one of a higher realm. Even the warriors of the northern barbarian dynasty could not attain such formidable corporeal strength. Ling Yi and the bloodthirsty demon tiger battled for over an hour, leaving a 100-meter radius in utter disarray, strewn with the remnants of shattered trees. Ling Yi possesses the bloodline of the war ancestor, his indomitable spirit unwavering and eternally vibrant. The bloodthirsty demon tiger, however, finds itself increasingly enervated, its body marred by countless wounds, drenched in sanguine fluid. It struggles to maintain its resolve, recognizing that this human youth is not only grotesquely formidable in physique, but also possesses an alarming endurance. A sense of trepidation wells within, prompting the realization that lingering any longer could lead to a dire fate. Faced with such a tenacious adversary, and considering the presence of the enigmatic human woman beside him, the bloodthirsty demon tiger abruptly relinquishes its previous ferocity and turns to flee, resembling a wounded pup in a state of panic. Humph! I have been waiting for you all along. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh, having long since detected the intentions of the bloodthirsty demon tiger. The ancestral bloodline of the war ancestor and the Qiyu halberd are both exceedingly sensitive to the fervor of battle. As the bloodthirsty demon tiger's combat spirit gradually waned, a sense of fear began to blossom within its heart, which Ling Yi also noted. The Vajra ruler technique. Third form. Unassailable assault. Ling Yi was multitasking, as the vast and boundless true energy within him was being frantically absorbed by the divine Shenong and the fierce Qiyu in his hands. The Shenong erupted with a black and white aura, faintly resonating with the sound of a furious roar. The Qiyu emitted a crimson aura, its brilliance coalescing into a singular point, heralding the awakening of a war god, a formidable fighting spirit suffusing the heavens above. The energies of thee and the intertwined, forming a dark red luminescence that surged directly towards the bloodthirsty demon tiger. The bloodthirsty demon tiger, in the midst of fleeing, suddenly sensed a terrifying energy approaching from behind. Turning to glance, it was startled, a shiver coursing through its entire body, every hair on its back standing on end. Roar. The bloodthirsty demon tiger let out a harrowing cry, its voice filled with despair. Nearby, a roe deer drinking from a stream, upon hearing this chilling sound, instinctively recoiled, glancing around in panic. What was happening? Had the tiger of the forest been insulted? Ling Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, for his attack had inadvertently struck the most sensitive area of the bloodthirsty demon tiger. The forceful blow landed upon an exceptionally vulnerable spot, causing the creature's rear to explode in a cacophony of pain, resulting in its immediate collapse to the ground. The green-eyed warrior felt a sudden tightening in his own body, overwhelmed by an urge to relieve himself. Was this three-handed fiend truly so ruthless? While taking a life may be a trivial matter, must one resort to such indecorous assaults? The bloodthirsty demon tiger glared at Ling Yi with a mixture of agony and profound humiliation, its neck contorted at an unnatural angle, rendering it lifeless. What is your name, young man? Just as the green-eyed warrior stood frozen in shock, Ling Yi approached him with sudden intent. I am the third prince of the Gale Empire. My name is Jiwenxiu. The warrior, taken aback by Ling Yi's abrupt presence, quickly straightened his posture and responded with utmost respect. Jiwenxiu? Ling Yi nodded, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and spoke. I am Ling Yi, the war king of the Zhantian dynasty. This is Gu Yanqing, the deputy master of the Pill Spirit Pavilion. Ah, thank you both for rescuing the war king, Ling Yi. Ling Yi. Jiwenxiu seemed to suddenly recall something, squatting down onto the ground in disbelief as he gazed at Ling Yi. You are the war king of the Zhantian dynasty, Ling Yi? Jiwenxiu appeared incredulous, posing the question once more. Indeed, what of it? Ling Yi found himself somewhat perplexed by Jiwenxiu's inquiries. Was he referring to the same Ling Yi who, at the precipice of a cliff, single-handedly battled against dozens of warriors, vanquishing Zhao Wenxuan of the Burning Sky dynasty and fiercely contending with Zhao Wenjue? Jiwenxiu, disregarding his fear, fixed his gaze intently upon Ling Yi's eyes, terrified of missing any detail. Ling Yi nodded, then with a hint of skepticism inquired, Has Zhao Wenxuan truly perished? I recall that he was rescued by Zhao Wenjue, having not been dispatched by my own hand. I must admit, I feel quite regretful about that. Jiwenxiu recalled the formidable presence of Ling Yi's three arms moments ago, and given his current demeanor, it did not appear to be an act. He found himself inclined to believe Ling Yi's words. Taking a deep breath, he could hardly fathom that the individual before him was the very one stirring the tempest within the realm of trials. He has indeed succumbed. After arriving in the City of Secrets, he succumbed to his grievous injuries and passed away, Jiwenxiu replied. Ling Yi found it somewhat peculiar, logically speaking. Although his injuries had been severe at the time, they should not have resulted in his demise. Nevertheless, several days had passed, and Ling Yi preferred not to dwell on it. He remarked, It's good that he is dead. Such scum deserves it. I still feel a tinge of regret for not being able to personally shred him to pieces. Jiwenxiu trembled slightly, gazing at Ling Yi with a hint of trepidation. The Burning Sky dynasty was a formidable mid-tier dynasty, wielding considerable power within the realm of mid-tier royal cities. Aside from a few exceptional upper-tier dynasties, what other imperial forces could possibly rival the Burning Sky dynasty? With a rich history, the Burning Sky dynasty also boasted numerous factions within the Donghuang Dao Academy. Ling Yi, without uttering a word, swiftly eliminated Zhao Wenxuan, akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Does Ling Yi not fear the frenzied retribution of the Burning Heaven dynasty? In truth, Jiwenxiu's thoughts were not misplaced. Ling Yi's motto seems to be that fear is an impossibility, a sentiment that shall never grace his existence. Ling Yi harbors the remnants of the primordial divine spirit as his secondary martial soul, a power that far surpasses anything this world can offer. To him, the Burning Heaven dynasty, the Crown Prince Ling Tian, and even the esteemed intersect elder Hua Wenjie are merely stepping stones. It is only a matter of time before he triumphs over them all. He plans to ascend to the so-called Central Region's holy domain and compel the Nie family to surrender his mother, Nie Huayu. Gu Yanqing steps forward to join Ling Yi in interrogating Ji Wenxiu about the occurrences within the trial's secret realm during this time. Ji Wenxiu recounts the events with palpable indignation. Following the death of Zhao Wenshuan, the fourth young master Zhao Wenjue was inconsolable, unleashing his wrath. He sealed off the entire secret realm city, demanding that any dynasty wishing to enter pay a toll of spirit stones. Furthermore, the trial participants from the Battle Heaven dynasty faced even harsher treatment. Several of their members were captured and left bound in the city, deprived of food and water, exposed to the elements. This was a tactic intended to intimidate others within the secret realm and quell any thoughts of rebellion. For the other participants in the trial's secret realm, the Burning Heaven dynasty's actions were exceedingly ruthless. The toll demanded of each individual wishing to enter the secret realm city was not insignificant. Yet, failing to enter meant exclusion from the Donghuang Dao Academy. An outcome that was utterly unacceptable. Who would wish to be trapped in such a confined realm for eternity? Consequently, some weaker martial artists began to take desperate risks in pursuit of spirit stones, which led to numerous fatalities at the jaws of ferocious beasts, resulting in an alarmingly high casualty rate. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing were engulfed by a surge of indignation. To bind the people of the Zhan Tian dynasty upon the walls of the secret realm city was utterly outrageous. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, seizing Ji Wenxiu's collar and commanding fiercely, "Take me to the City of Secrets." Ji Wenxiu was startled by Ling Yi's intensity, then met his gaze. Those eyes bore the ferocity of a primordial deity, ablaze with a hunger to consume. Ji Wenxiu trembled, swallowed hard, and could not help but nod in acquiescence. Pressured by the two, Ji Wenxiu rose and began to lead the way towards the City of Secrets. Though he outwardly complied with Ling Yi's demand, his heart raced with trepidation. Although Ling Yi possesses an astonishing strength, the incident of being cast off the cliff by Zhao Wenjing has spread throughout the entire trial's secret realm. In terms of power, Zhao Wenjing is at the 4th level of the true origin realm, while Ling Yi is merely at the 2nd level. Even if Ling Yi is exceptionally gifted and capable of contending with martial artists at the 3rd and 4th levels of the true origin realm, is Zhao Wenjing an ordinary martial artist? He is the possessor of a peerless martial soul, clad in the azure dragon flame robe, with each fire dragon representing the might of a martial artist of the same realm, a leading figure among the younger generation of the Burning Heaven dynasty. Within this trial secret realm, he is an absolutely invincible entity. In the week that Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing vanished, an abundance of rumors surrounded Zhao Wenjue. Ji Wenxiu, fearing for his own life, incessantly conversed with Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing along the way. The City of Secrets, long dormant, is encircled by formidable beasts that guard the spirit stones. Upon entering the City of Secrets, Zhao Wenjue unleashed a tempestuous assault on the surrounding beasts, vanquishing several 4th-tier True Essence Realm creatures and even orchestrating the demise of a 5th-tier True Essence Realm beast with his subordinates. Each of these events struck the hearts of the martial artists in the trial realm like a series of thunderclaps. Ling Yi's thoughts were burdened. Indeed, to slay a 5th level of the True Essence Realm is an extraordinary feat. Even if not accomplished independently, it remains astonishingly formidable. Ling Yi currently encounters a typical 4th-tier beast of the True Essence Realm, possessing a certain level of combat prowess. However, if faced with a 4th-tier beast of exceptionally formidable bloodline, he may not stand a chance. In the presence of a 5th-tier beast, even if Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing join forces, they would likely be obliterated in an instant. After all, with the elevation of realms, the disparity between each tier is monumental. Particularly, the gap between the lower 3rd and middle 3rd tiers of the True Essence Realm is akin to a chasm. Unlike the Body Refinement Realm, where gifted warriors often challenged opponents beyond their tier, Ling Yi cannot afford to retreat or escape this time. Foremost, to enter the outer gate of the Donghuang Dao Academy, one must traverse the secret realm city. Otherwise, the academy will not permit his departure. Furthermore, due to Ling Yi's circumstances, the Burning Sky dynasty regards the warriors of the Battle Sky dynasty as mere animals, binding them to stone walls to endure the elements. Such cruelty is exceedingly insidious. If this were to spread, the Battle Sky dynasty would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire northern wilderness. Given the stakes for the dynasty's reputation, even if Ling Yi were to perish in the secret realm city, he must not fear compromise. As the Battle King of the Battle Sky dynasty, he bears the duty and responsibility to safeguard the dynasty's honor and dignity. Outside the secret realm city, a throng of warriors stands densely packed. These individuals are those unable to afford the spirit stone fees. They hail from lesser, weaker dynasties, facing resource scarcity and lacking significant talent. The burden of the entry fee to the secret realm city is beyond their means. Yet, these individuals lack both the ability and the courage to resist. They can only remain encircled by Zhao Wujua's iron-fisted rule around the secret realm city. Above the secret realm city, 6 wooden stakes are erected, each binding a young boy or girl. Judging by their attire, they belong to the Battle Sky dynasty. The 8th Prince Ling Huang, the 7-killed blade Sun Tian, and 4 other elite members of the Battle Sky dynasty who once claimed the Donghuang order. The 4 elite members have long ceased to breathe, their lifeless bodies exposed to the scorching sun, beginning to emit a foul odor. Fortunately, Ling Huang and Sun Tian possess relatively deeper cultivation, allowing them to endure a while longer. However, their bodies are riddled with numerous wounds, revealing the inhumane torment they have suffered. Ling Huang, Sun Tian, you too still possess some capabilities. If you do not wish to share the same fate as the others, kneel and submit to our 4th young master. A strikingly handsome and upright young man spoke from the side. This individual bore a resemblance to Li Ming, tall and robust. He emanated an aura of righteousness, his large eyes resembling copper bells. He was none other than Li Xiaoyang, the prodigy of the Li family in the Zhantian dynasty. Li Xiaoyang was once a contender who could rival Gu Yanqing, a rare martial talent that the Li family had not encountered in a century. Unfortunately, during this year's grand competition at the Zhantian dynasty, the extraordinary talents of Ling Yi and Ling Huang overshadowed Li Xiaoyang's brilliance. Consequently, he became the most inconspicuous character among the populace of the Zhantian dynasty. At this moment, however, Li Xiaoyang seemed to have experienced some extraordinary fortune. Having attained a martial realm of the 3rd level of True Yuan, standing on par with Gu Yanqing, who had acquired the Ice Sword. Bah, you traitor! Even in death, I shall never yield to Zhao Wanjua. I am a prince, representing the Zhantian dynasty. My head may be severed, but my knees shall never bend. Ling Huang spoke in a harsh tone, his skin cracked and his eyes bloodshot. Perhaps due to his extreme weakness, his voice was barely audible, yet his tone remained resolute. His gaze spirited. When it comes to national grievances and personal vendettas, matters of life and death pale in comparison. Sun Tian let out a cold laugh, equally feeble, and retorted, My Sun family and your Li family have been loyal subjects for generations, yet I never imagined a traitor like you would emerge. Very well. Let the title of loyal nobility belong solely to my Sun family. We disdain to be compared to a vile dog. Sun Tian's sharp words pierced deeply into Li Xiaoyang's heart. The Sun and Li families epitomize the loyal nobility of the Zhantian dynasty, with generations of descendants dedicated to safeguarding their homeland. Thus, despite his previous disdain for Ling Yi, Sun Tian remained unwaveringly loyal to the Zhantian dynasty. Like Sun Tian dreamed of becoming a loyal servant of the royal family. Li Xiaoyang's face turned ashen. His once dignified expression twisted into a ghastly snarl as he bellowed, What do you know? Do you understand how the Ling family has treated us, the Li family? The two regarded Li Xiaoyang with disdain. Li Xiaoyang continued to scream frantically, his bloodshot eyes wide with fury, his voice hoarse. My aunt, Li Fei, married into the royal family and bore the 4th and 7th princes. But what happened? Both my aunt and the 4th prince were cast into the cold palace, and the 7th prince was slain by that illegitimate child, Ling Yi. Even my uncle, Li Meng, who devoted his life to protecting the Zhantian dynasty, met his demise in the Great Hall because of that beast, Ling Yi. Given all this, how can my Li family support the Ling family? The Ling family's tyrannical rule seeks to chill the hearts of us, the subjects. When a ruler oppresses his subjects, the subjects have no choice but to rebel. Bah, that is merely your own path to destruction. Ling Huang exerted all his strength to expel a thick phlegm, which flew towards Li Xiaoyang. In the midst of his furious rage, Li Xiaoyang was caught off guard and was directly splattered in the face. As he touched his cheek, a sticky and utterly nauseating sensation enveloped him. A wave of murderous intent surged within Li Xiaoyang's heart. This was intolerable. Even a dog of mine is not one to be insulted by anyone. Li Xiaoyang, do as you wish. A voice, soft and feminine, echoed from behind Li Xiaoyang. It belonged to the fourth son of the left minister of the Burning Sky dynasty, Zhao Wenjue, whose appearance was more delicate than that of a woman. Upon receiving Zhao Wenjue's approval, Li Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned, then a look of ecstatic delight spread across his face. He bowed and nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Zhao." He then turned towards Ling Huang, his gaze fierce, as he channeled his vital energy to manifest a silver-white spear, coldly declaring, "Ling Huang, your time of death has come." Ling Huang's blood surged as he roared with all his might, "Come forth, you dog of the Burning Heaven dynasty. Even if I, Ling Huang, find myself in dire straits, I shall never beg for mercy from the likes of you." Beside him, Sun Tian, though disdainful of Li Xiaoyang, felt a tremor of unease at the sight of Li Xiaoyang's demeanor. There was an unmistakable seriousness in his expression. Indeed, for Li Xiaoyang, killing within the trial's secret realm ostensibly should not provoke the wrath of the War Heaven dynasty. Moreover, aligning oneself with someone as formidable as Zhao Wenjue would give even the Emperor Tianxiao pause. Sun Tian glanced at Ling Huang. Aware that the Sun family had been loyal subjects for generations, sacrificing everything for the Ling family, he felt a pang of fear at Li Xiaoyang's audacious intentions towards the imperial prince. In that moment, Sun Tian bellowed, "Li Xiaoyang, show me your true abilities. Do not forget, Ling Huang is the 8th prince. The loyal souls of your family are watching from above." Li Xiaoyang merely regarded Ling Huang. As a radiant longsword materialized in his hand, Sun Tian, growing increasingly frantic, continued, "Consider your lineage. Do not stray from the righteous path. This is our prince of the War Heaven. You are still young. Do not tread the road of crime." Ling Huang laughed heartily and exclaimed to Sun Tian, "Sun Tian, cease your words. What is there to discuss with a mere dog? This beast cannot comprehend human speech. Today, I shall offer my blood as a sacrifice to the heavens. If I perish, countless Ling Huang shall rise in my stead." With a swift motion, a blade of energy sliced through the air, and a head soared high above. Below in the city of the secret realms, the courtiers of various dynasties gasped in astonishment. Had the prince of their dynasty just been slain? Ling Huang closed his eyes. Fear of death is a universal sentiment. Although he remained undaunted in the face of national duty, when death truly approached, a shiver coursed through his heart. After a prolonged wait, the anticipated excruciating pain failed to materialize. Ling Huang could no longer contain himself. He opened his eyes and turned back, his expression shifting to one of profound sorrow as he howled desolately, "No, no, Li Xiaoyang, you beast." The severed head that had soared high into the air fell to the ground, revealing Sun Tian, his face still etched with astonishment. "Humph, chattering nonsense. Ling Huang, I want you to witness the demise of those around you, and then you shall not escape your fate either," Li Xiaoyang remarked, watching a drop of blood slide down the blade of his sword with a sinister grin. "You fiend." Ling Huang gritted his teeth and declared, "Devils? Humph. It is your Ling family that has gone too far. Let me tell you, I sacrificed 20 years of my life and consumed the 9-turn mystic energy pill given to me by young master Zhao Wenjue. This is how I achieved my current cultivation. It's not just you. I will eventually eradicate you, Ling Yi, and everyone from your Ling family." The venomous light in Li Xiaoyang's eyes intensified, his aura surging to new heights, culminating in an explosive breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th level of the true essence realm in an instant. The mention of the 9-turn mystic energy pill sent shockwaves through everyone in the city of the secret realm. This extraordinary elixir was crafted by Zhang Tianxian, the head of the Danling Pavilion of the Burning Heaven dynasty. It allows one to exchange 20 years of their lifespan for a substantial amount of true energy, resulting in a rapid elevation of martial prowess within a short period. Many martial artists, driven by deep-seated vengeance, have consumed this exceedingly potent pill, ultimately enhancing their martial realm. However, the toll it takes on their lifespan equates to a reduction in their martial aptitude, leading to limited achievements in their lifetime. No one anticipated that Li Xiaoyang harbored such profound hatred for Ling Yi, willing to resort to the 9-turn mystic energy pill to elevate his own cultivation. Ling Huang gazed at Li Xiaoyang in disbelief. Li Xiaoyang raised his longsword high, his true energy surging violently, reaching the 3rd level of the true origin realm. His right hand shone brilliantly, a true vein pulsating with an incessant shimmer. "Ling Huang, you are the testament of my loyalty to the 4th young master, Zhao Wenjue." Li Xiaoyang roared, lifting his sword high, prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Ling Huang's head. Ling Huang tightly shut his eyes, awaiting the imminent arrival of death. Zhao Wenjue offered a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with a cruel light. Infusing his true energy into the long sword, It erupted with a dazzling radiance. The strike was akin to a resplendent galaxy, shimmering with starlight, illuminating the heavens. Li Xiaozong, a true prodigy in the martial realm, had expended his lifespan to elevate his martial arts to the 4th level of true essence realm, unleashing a formidable power that left all present in awe. What kind of sword technique is this? It is utterly terrifying. Some gasped in horror. Moreover, it contained the essence of the galaxy sword intent. This technique was indeed formidable. Others hurriedly shared the news. Yet, Zhao Wanjue remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. Li Xiaozong was a rare talent from the Li family, an extraordinary genius who had previously encountered fortuitous circumstances, acquiring the 4th-grade profound sword technique, the galaxy sword technique. However, prior to this, during the year-end competition, Li Xiaozong had not yet entered the true essence realm, rendering him incapable of practicing the galaxy sword technique. Now, having reached the 4th level of true essence realm, awakening his true veins, he unleashed this ancient and radiant sword technique with unparalleled ferocity. So powerful that even ordinary practitioners at the 4th level of true essence would likely retreat in fear. Today, a prince of the War Heaven dynasty is destined to perish. Everyone gazed at the strike imbued with shimmering starlight, thoughts racing in their minds. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air resonated. As the sound reverberated, a blood-red long spear surged forth, arriving before Ling Huang. The spear radiated crimson light, its demonic flames raging, seemingly intent on vanquishing all under heaven. Boom! A colossal sound echoed, akin to thunder striking the city of secrets. All martial artists covered their ears, their expressions filled with terror as they beheld the unfolding chaos in the city of secrets. The long spear descended like an ancient deity of slaughter, extinguishing the vast starry river in but a breath. In ancient times, Qi was the foremost god of war, capable of shattering a star with a single punch and tearing apart the void with a mere kick. Now, with the arrival of the Qiyu spear, how could it possibly be compared to Li Xiaozong's galaxy sword technique? Li Xiaozong's sword maneuver was thwarted, his true energy recoiling as he staggered back. Astonished by the scene before him, the Qiyu spear merely intercepted the blow, slicing through the sky and descending toward the city of secrets below. Li Xiaoyang, I shall take your life. A thunderous roar echoed, the sound morphing into a tempest that swept across hundreds of meters in an instant, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Who, merely through a roar, could exert such overwhelming force? Could it be the offspring of some ancient divine beast? Otherwise, how could one possess such strength? The crowd gazed in astonishment. Ling Yi, Li Xiaoyang bellowed as he looked down at the approaching figure. Zhao Wanjue, who had previously appeared calm and unperturbed, suddenly paled. What? This scoundrel is still alive. Why has he not perished? I distinctly witnessed him plummet into the abyss alongside Gu Yanqing. However, he did not perish, which is fortuitous, as it affords me the opportunity to seize his ice flame. Zhao Wanjue wore a grim expression, yet he noticed 2 figures emerging behind Ling Yi. One was tall and elegant, clad in garments as white as snow, possessing a visage akin to that of a celestial being. The other was diminutive and timid, with a pair of eyes resembling small green beans, an exceedingly comical sight. It was none other than Gu Yanqing and Ji Wantu. Upon seeing Gu Yanqing, Zhao Wenjue's eyes widened in astonishment, and as he sensed the increasingly formidable aura of cold emanating from her, a covetous glint flickered across his countenance. Li Xiaoyang, go and bind Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing for me, Zhao Wenjue suddenly commanded. Li Xiaoyang, feeling the immense power surging within him, let out a sinister laugh and leapt down from the lofty depths of the secret city. He descended like a leaf, weighing around 100 pounds, yet landing gracefully upon the ground. This remarkable display of effortless strength left all those outside the secret city astounded. It indicated that Li Xiaoyang had attained the pinnacle of bodily control, his understanding of martial arts far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. With a sword in hand, Li Xiaoyang approached Ling Yi, grinning maliciously as he declared, Prince of War, I have arrived. I hope you will generously impart your teachings and hold nothing back. Prince of War? Ling Yi. The crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers, their voices rising in a cacophony. Who is this individual? He stands undaunted before Li Xiaoyang and Zhao Wenjue. A man of unyielding spirit, indeed. It is none other than Ling Yi, the Prince of War of the War Heavenly Dynasty. On that day, atop the cliff, he battled dozens of martial artists, slaying the 5th young master of the Burning Heaven Dynasty, Zhao Wenxuan, and contending fiercely against the 4th young master, Zhao Wenjue. What an extraordinary Ling Yi. His combat prowess remarkable. Yet at this moment, can he withstand Li Xiaoyang, who has consumed the 9-turn mysterious energy pill, and the unfathomably powerful Zhao Wenjue? It seems rather precarious. He could very well meet the same fate as Sun Tian. Alas, what a pity. Such a fine man, destined to be lost to us forever. Many sighed in lamentation. On one hand, they admired Ling Yi's audacity to challenge the entire might of the Burning Heaven dynasty. On the other, they deemed him exceedingly foolish. Within the secret city, Ling Huang observed that it was indeed Ling Yi who had saved him, grateful to have survived. He was elated to learn that his ninth brother was alive. In a moment of joy, he exclaimed, "Ninth brother, you're alive. Splendid, splendid. Quickly, depart. Leave the strength of the War Heavenly dynasty to us. In the future, avenge us." Ling Yi revealed her pearly white teeth and laughed heartily, addressing Ling Huang. "Elder brother, you may rest up there for a while. Allow me to pluck these peculiar fruits, cleanse them thoroughly, and present them to you as a ball to kick." Ling Huang, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy as a sense of pride surged within him. He proclaimed loudly, "I appreciate your goodwill. However, you should depart first. With your innate talent, it will not be long before you can eliminate all these beasts. But for now, we cannot afford to sacrifice ourselves." Ling Yi smiled silently and turned to gaze at Li Xiaoyang, who was also glaring fiercely at him. Ling Yi let out a cold snort as his vital energy circulated. A glimmer of golden light began to flow, manifesting a third arm. In a subsequent flash of brilliance, he grasped the Qi halberd with both hands and held the Shinong ruler with one. "Li Xiaoyang, I once held you in high regard during the War of the Heavenly Empire, admiring your extraordinary talent. However, I am disheartened to discover that despite your remarkable gifts, your integrity is lacking. A person of such potential has chosen to play the role of a sycophant." In Ling Yi's eyes, a chilling glint surged as he coldly addressed Li Xiaoyang. Silence. Li Xiaoyang, stung by Ling Yi's mockery, flushed with rage and bellowed, "I will avenge my family." The Li clan. In an instant, Li Xiaoyang leaped forward, unleashing the formidable power of his newly attained fourth level in the true essence realm. Akin to an ancient deity of war awakening from slumber, causing the onlookers to recoil in alarm. Many sought refuge behind the trees, fearing the collateral damage from the impending clash. At this moment, Li Xiaoyang stood as a paragon of martial prowess, second only to Zhao Wenjue, marking him as one of the most formidable experts within the secret realm city. His true energy surged and roiled, creating a cacophony in the air behind him. The pulse of his true veins intensified, exuding an even more formidable aura. A warrior at the third level of the true essence realm could effortlessly dominate those beneath him in strength. Who could possibly rival such overwhelming might? It was clear, Ling Yi was doomed today, and the War Heaven dynasty was fated to falter in this year's trial of the secret realm. A collective sigh swept through the crowd as they began to lament for Ling Yi. Ling Yi was somewhat astonished. He had never anticipated that Li Xiaoyang, at the fourth level of the true essence realm, would possess such formidable prowess. It seems that Zhao Wenjue had not unleashed his full potential back then. Otherwise, Ling Yi feared he would have succumbed after only a few exchanges. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh, his cultivation at the pinnacle of the second realm of true essence surging forth. Chaotic yin-yang true qi erupted from his body, emanating an aura of profound coldness and ultimate darkness. This extraordinary power could be described as the most extreme yin energy in existence, distinct from that of Gu Yanqing. While Gu Yanqing's true qi is fierce and merciless, characterized by its frigid attributes, Ling Yi's yin energy is derived from the chaotic yin-yang technique, the foremost skill of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. Although Ling Yi's chaos yin-yang technique embodies the essence of the utmost yin energy, it also encompasses the most primordial life force within the universe, making it the progenitor of all yin attributes. In the city of the secret realm, Zhao Wenjue felt increasingly alarmed as he sensed Ling Yi's true energy. On the day of their fierce battle, due to Zhao Wenjuan's influence, he had not realized the extraordinary nature of Ling Yi's true energy. After several days apart, it seemed that Ling Yi's true energy had become even more refined. This sovereign yin energy felt entirely transformed from what it once was. It was no wonder Zhao Wenjue was taken aback. For Ling Yi had absorbed a tremendous amount of spirit stones, elevating his martial prowess and subtly awakening his true veins. The chaos yin-yang technique transforms its attributes at each significant realm. At the body refinement stage, it is of the utmost yang, while at the true origin stage, it embodies the utmost yin. Only after the third level of the true origin stage can one consolidate their true veins, marking a true entrance into the realm. Zhao Wenjue's greed became increasingly palpable, his thirst for Ling Yi's true energy reaching an insatiable level. Even Gu Yanqing no longer caught his eye. Li Xiaoyang exuded a formidable presence. With a flourish of his longsword, he coldly declared, "Starlit river shatters the heavens." True energy surged forth from the sword, transforming into a howling sword aura. A body refinement stage warrior at the 9th level can merely unleash a single sword aura, yet Li Xiaoyang, with his true veins activated, effortlessly summoned more than 10 sword auras with a mere wave of his hand. Ling Yi let out a cold snort as 3 arms suddenly extended, revealing the Shenong and the Qiu, the Vajra ring. The 3rd form. Ling Yi let out a furious roar, unleashing a tremendous force of 37,000 pounds. As the chaotic true energy transformed into the essence of the Shenong, striking directly against the sword Qi. Boom! Their assaults converged into a tempest, sending swirling sands dancing wildly around them. As the two engaged in battle, the air filled with flying dust and scattered stones, obscuring the scene from clear view. Ling Yi felt an increasing sense of dread as he fought. Every bone and muscle in his body was taut with tension. The awakening of the true pulse by Li Xiaoyang was truly terrifying. Both his strength and speed far surpassed those of a practitioner at the 3rd level of the true essence realm. After several exchanges, Ling Yi found himself struggling more and more in the battle. Ling Yi's arms resonated with the fierce sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls, as the Qiyu halberd unleashed its formidable might, channeling all of his strength into an unrelenting strike towards Li Xiaoyang. A torrent of true energy surged forth from Ling Yi's halberd, transforming into an invisible tempest. Even from 5 meters away, the powerful winds billowed Li Xiaoyang's robe, causing it to flutter and snap audibly. Li Xiaoyang's meridians radiated with brilliance, emanating a profound pressure that stirred the sword flowers, causing specks of starlight to dance, effectively dissipating Ling Yi's assault. With a sudden leap forward, Li Xiaoyang unleashed the full force of his 4th level true essence realm. As the galaxy sword technique unfolded, an aura imbued with the essence of the cosmos radiated forth. The onlookers felt as if they were witnessing a cascade of starlight filling the heavens, an overwhelming sight that rendered them unable to gaze directly upon it. Ling Yi glared at Li Xiaoyang, his gaze fixed upon the radiant true veins adorning his arm. In that moment, he truly comprehended the formidable power wielded by a 4th-tier martial artist in the realm of true essence. Suddenly, Ling Yi sensed the chaotic true energy surging wildly within him, as the bloodline of the battle ancestor began to extract itself, suddenly manifesting an ethereal true vein behind him. Ling Yi felt an overwhelming surge of indomitable fighting spirit soaring into the heavens. Unassailable offense. Stellar River Sword Technique. Ling Yi appeared as a formidable deity, unleashing devastation upon the world as he clashed with Li Xiaoyang, wielding the Qiyu halberd. Bang! Li Xiaoyang's expression was one of disbelief, for he perceived a faint, flickering true vein behind Ling Yi, ethereal and yet to solidify. Despite the ephemeral nature of this true vein, upon making contact with Ling Yi, Li Xiaoyang felt an overwhelming surge of combat intent wash over him, rendering his own true vein's power, normally at 10 levels, merely a third of its potential. He was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth, gravely injured. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? Ling Yi, at the 2nd level of true element realm, had actually hurled Li Xiaoyang, at the 4th level, back with a single blow? Ling Yi was momentarily stunned, as if the true veins he was about to consolidate had absorbed the bloodline of the war ancestor. The bloodline of the war ancestor originated from the bloodline of the war god. Astonishingly, the defiant battle intent of the war god could suppress Li Xiaoyang's true veins. At that moment, Ling Yi decisively retracted the Shenong ruler and the Qiyu halberd. Everyone was taken aback. How could Ling Yi have withdrawn his martial soul? Was it possible that he had suddenly gone mad and intended to take his own life? Li Xiaoyang was equally perplexed. Just as he raised his sword to execute the Star River Sword technique, Ling Yi swiftly grasped his wrist with an iron grip. Li Xiaoyang's expression changed dramatically as a piercing pain radiated from his wrist, akin to being clutched by an immensely powerful divine beast. He found himself utterly incapable of moving his arm. The brilliance of the true veins on his right arm flickered, ready to unleash its power, but Ling Yi snorted coldly. And the illusory true veins of the war god behind him trembled slightly. Li Xiaoyang felt his true veins dim, rendering him unable to exert any formidable force. Ling Yi. Li Xiaoyang could not comprehend Ling Yi's intentions. As he prepared to strike with his other hand, it was once again seized by Ling Yi. Slap. A clear handprint appeared on Li Xiaoyang's originally fair face, abruptly interrupting his words. I slap. Ling Yi swung his third arm, striking Li Xiaoyang's face with great force. Ling Yi possessed remarkable strength, having ascended to the 2nd level of the true origin realm, with his pure energy reaching an astonishing 14,000 pounds. After absorbing a colossal spirit stone, he attained the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the true origin realm, and his strength surged to an impressive 14,000 pounds. Each resounding slap landed squarely upon Li Xiaoyang's face, echoing with a sharp clarity. Slap, slap, slap. Ling Yi remained silent, his gaze frigid as he unleashed a flurry of strikes that echoed with a crisp clarity. The onlookers felt a burning sensation upon their own faces, instinctively reaching to touch their cheeks. Although Li Xiaoyang had honed his physical form within the body refinement realm, his true mastery lay in the sword path following the true essence realm. Thus, pure physical prowess was not his forte. After delivering a total of 18 resounding slaps, Li Xiaoyang's face became swollen, his skin splitting and oozing dark crimson blood. The flesh on his face was so severely battered that it was partially torn away, exposing his teeth through the ravaged cheek. The excruciating pain radiating from his face, coupled with the ignominy of being struck, ignited a tempest of emotions within him, eliciting a mournful wail of anguish. A chill emanated from his hollow visage, brushing against his teeth and bones. One must consider the master when striking a dog. Open the city gates and let everyone out. Obliterate Ling Yi. Zhao Wanjue's expression darkened, fully aware of Ling Yi's formidable prowess. He had thought that Li Xiaoyang, with his considerable skills, might pose some challenge to Ling Yi. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Li Xiaoyang would not only fail to contend with Ling Yi, but would be utterly powerless to retaliate. The gates of the secret realm city swung wide, as dozens of warriors from the Burning Sky dynasty led hundreds of fighters from other dynasties rushing forth. Ji Wenxiu, with his beady eyes, watched in awe as Ling Yi struck Li Xiaoyang, feeling a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, marveling at the sheer ferocity of this individual. However, as he beheld the multitude of warriors charging towards Ling Yi, a tremor coursed through him. Could Ling Yi truly withstand the onslaught of so many fighters? Ling Yi gazed at the hundreds of martial artists charging forth, resembling a dark cloud descending ominously. It was as if a tempest threatened to engulf the city. Ling Yi was utterly fearless. Today, no matter who arrives, even a deity, none could save Li Xiaoyang. Who dares to step forward? Ling Yi stepped forward, dragging Li Xiaoyang as if he were a mere rag doll, and let out a furious roar. This sound resonated like the wrath of the heavens, causing hundreds of warriors to feel a jolt in their hearts, their bodies trembling and unable to maintain their footing. They instinctively halted their advance. Throughout history, the momentum of battle has always been paramount. Ling Yi was not so formidable as to rival hundreds of martial artists. Rather, it was his overwhelming presence that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Fear not, he stands alone. Can he truly surpass the fourth young master, Zhao Wanjue? Together, we can surely vanquish him. A slender warrior from the Burning Sky dynasty fervently rallied the crowd. Upon hearing this, hundreds of martial artists began to gravitate towards Ling Yi, swayed by a semblance of logic. These individuals were not solely warriors of the Burning Sky dynasty. Many were compelled to obey Zhao Wanjue due to his dominion over the City of Secrets. Splendid. Let me make it clear. Any who dares to strike against me today shall be declared my enemy. Even if Li Xiaoyang does not perish, he shall be beyond salvation. There will be no one to protect him. Mark my words. Ling Yi's crimson gaze blazed with fury as he swung his arms in wide arcs, transforming into a flurry of shadowy figures that rained blows upon Li Xiaoyang's face, creating a cacophony of chaos. Li Xiaoyang lay like a lifeless dog, his head battered to the point where no fur remained, revealing patches of exposed bone. The surrounding warriors gasped in horror. If this continued, even the formidable Li Xiaoyang, a fourth-level true essence realm cultivator, would be mercilessly beaten to death by Ling Yi. The very thought of Zhao Wanjue's impending wrath sent shivers down their spines. As anticipated, a flicker of rage surfaced on Zhao Wanjue's feminine countenance, transforming his expression into that of a ghastly specter from the depths of hell. In an instant, several dozen warriors who had intended to encircle Ling Yi fell to the ground. Bewildered, they stared at the gaping wounds that marred their bodies. Each no wider than a thumb, yet not a single drop of blood flowed forth. A chilling aura enveloped them, extinguishing all vitality. Some warriors transformed into ice sculptures, only to collapse with a resounding crash. The remaining warriors were seized by terror, coming to a halt as they beheld a figure before them, a woman clad in immaculate white, her beauty transcending ordinary standards. This woman exuded a frigid elegance, radiating an aura of ruthless determination, seemingly indifferent not only to the slaughter of the masses but also to her own life. This was none other than Gu Yanqing. In her hands, she wielded a translucent ice sword and held a pristine white lotus. The lotus represented Gu Yanqing's martial soul, a force she had been unable to control since childhood. However, it was peculiar that upon acquiring the ice sword, She had gained mastery over her martial soul. Zhao Wenjue, perched atop the city walls, could no longer contain his jubilation upon witnessing Gu Yanqing's ice sword and white lotus. His previously grim demeanor instantly transformed into one of elation. The gathered warriors gazed at Gu Yanqing, none daring to underestimate her simply because she was a woman, for she had already reached the pinnacle of the third level of the true essence realm. The ice sword and white lotus in her grasp seemed to resonate with the essence of a martial soul. Was she yet another dual martial soul practitioner? A sense of dread settled over the crowd as they felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon their hearts. A dual martial soul practitioner was a boon to any dynasty. Despite the War Heaven dynasty's weaknesses and resource scarcity, it boasted exceptional talents like Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing. Such a phenomenon was truly astonishing. Gu Yanqing regarded the hundreds of warriors with an icy gaze, unperturbed. Her aura of ruthless determination sent shivers down their spines. Brothers, rally forth. His Highness the War King and Lord Gu have already held the line against the enemy. If you wish to enter the secret realm city, let us unite and overthrow Zhao Wenjue's tyrannical reign. In the distance, a figure with beady eyes and a cunning demeanor led a throng of warriors toward Gu Yanqing. This was the cleverness of Ji Wenxiu. Although Ji Wenxiu was merely a first-level true essence realm cultivator, he would be no match for Li Xiaoyang, who could easily dispatch him with a single strike. It was beyond comprehension for him to stand firm against hundreds of warriors as Gu Yanqing did. However, beyond the City of Secrets, there exist numerous martial artists, akin to Ji Wenxiu, who are feeble and lack the means to pay the spirit stones required for entry. Seizing the opportunity presented by the battle between Ling Yi and Li Xiaoyang, Ji Wenxiu rallied the martial artists outside the City of Secrets to assist Ling Yi in combating Zhao Wenju. Otherwise, it is feared that they would be condemned to never escape the trial of the secret realm in their lifetimes. Gaining entry into the City of Secrets is a matter of significant concern for everyone, and these weaker martial artists understood that it was time for them to contribute. Countless martial artists outside the City of Secrets charged toward the several hundred warriors led by the Burning Sky dynasty. In an instant, the throngs collided, and a cacophony of various martial techniques, including palm strikes, fist techniques, and sword energies, intertwined. Although the number of martial artists outside the city was several times greater than that of the few hundred from the Burning Sky dynasty, most of those remaining outside were merely at the first level of the true essence realm, rendering them significantly weaker. It could be said that a single martial artist capable of residing within the city could easily contend with 10 of those outside. Thus, as the melee ensued, the martial artists outside suffered countless casualties, retreating in disarray. Gu Yin, with a cold snort, felt a surge of white radiance in her eyes, transforming into a streak of white light as she plunged into the fray. In her right hand, she wielded an ice sword, while her left grasped an ice lotus, unleashing the pinnacle of her true essence realm cultivation. Wherever she passed, neither the first nor the second-level martial artists of the true essence realm could withstand even a single strike. Gu Yin resembled a female harbinger of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of numerous warriors. With Gu Yan's assistance, the martial artists outside began to rally, gradually gaining the upper hand against those within the city. Ling Yi gazed upon the disfigured form of Li Xiaoyang before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Grant me a swift end, Your Highness, the War King. Despite being a formidable warrior of the fourth realm of true essence, Li Xiaoyang, though his face was nearly devoid of flesh due to Ling Yi's relentless assault, still exhibited an indomitable spirit. With a voice frail and punctured by weakness, he uttered, "Let it be known, those who offend the warriors of Dantian shall face relentless retribution." Ling Yi's eyes sparkled like lightning as he cast a furious gaze towards Zhao Wenjue, who reigned supreme atop the city wall. He raised his hand high, revealing a divine farming measuring tool, the Shenong scale. His intention was to shatter Li Xiaoyang's skull with a single strike. No. Zhao Wenjue's expression shifted dramatically, his hair rising as if stirred by an unseen wind. The radiance of his azure dragon flame robe surged forth, and his figure transformed into an ethereal shadow. Rushing towards Ling Yi, Ling Yi struck mercilessly at Li Xiaoyang's head. Bang! Ling Yi struck Li Xiaoyang, but not at his head, rather at his shoulder. Zhao Wenjue moved with remarkable speed, akin to a great azure rock, swiftly arriving beside Li Xiaoyang. With a firm pull, Zhao Wenjue enabled Li Xiaoyang to evade a fatal blow. Despite this, Ling Yi's strength was somewhat overwhelming. The impact on Li Xiaoyang's shoulder rendered him momentarily numb to the sensation of his scapula. The fourth son, resembling a skeletal figure of flesh and blood, gazed gratefully at Zhao Wenjue. Relieved to see that Li Xiaoyang was still alive, Zhao Wanjue exhaled deeply. Fool, do you think I care about your life or death? I am concerned about my 9 transformations mysterious energy pill, Zhao Wanjue declared with venomous intensity. Li Xiaoyang was bewildered by Zhao Wanjue's words. Suddenly, Zhao Wanjue's peculiar ice lotus blue flame martial soul re-emerged, slightly trembling and emitting wisps of azure energy. As this energy spread, Li Xiaoyang was astonished to find azure energy surging from within his dantian. This energy manifested rapidly, swiftly enveloping all of Li Xiaoyang's true qi. In horror, he realized that his true qi seemed no longer under his control. With a flick of his finger, Zhao Wanjue extracted Li Xiaoyang's true qi, transforming it into seeds of true qi that began to converge into his own finger. Idiot. The 9 transformations mysterious energy pill you consumed was specifically crafted by Zhang Tianxin at my behest. It contains a trace of my martial soul energy, allowing it to absorb all your true qi once your martial realm experiences a surge. Zhao Wanjue inhaled Li Xiaoyang's true qi, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. As Li Xiaoyang felt the swift decline of his life force, his eyes widened in desperation, clinging to Zhao Wanjue. Ultimately, he lost his grip and collapsed to the ground. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend why, despite originally seeking to ally with Zhao Wanjue for a promising future, he had instead led himself to ruin. Zhao Wanjue's aura intensified, his power escalating as he ascended from the pinnacle of the 4th realm of true essence to a higher echelon. Boom. The 5th realm of true essence. Feeling the surging power within, his right meridian shone brilliantly, while a nascent form emerged in his left meridian. The 5th realm of true essence, particularly at the 3rd layer, possessed enough strength to conquer the trial secret realm. However, he had yet to fully break through to the 5th realm, merely achieving a half step into it. This state could only be sustained for 1 hour. Nonetheless, it would suffice for me to annihilate you all. Once I absorb both you and Gu Yanqing, I fear I shall reach a terrifying height. Zhao Wanjue licked his lips, his delicate visage adorned with an expression of unrestrained greed. To Zhao Wanjue, figures like LV Yun, Zhao Wanzuan, and Li Xiaoyang were merely appetizers, while Gu Yanqing and Ling Yi represented the true delicacies, rich and nourishing. Ling Yi gazed in astonishment at Zhao Wanjue, realizing that not only did Zhao Wanjue utilize women as vessels to absorb their cultivation, but he did not spare men either. Ling Yi's body shuddered, as if a thought of Zhao Wenshuan had crossed his mind. On that day, having defeated Zhao Wenshuan, it was evident that despite sustaining grievous injuries, a true Essence Realm warrior would hardly succumb to such a degree of physical damage. Could it be? Have you absorbed Zhao Wenshuan's martial prowess as well? Ling Yi suddenly spoke. Zhao Wenjue paused slightly, a glimmer of anguish surfacing in his eyes. Very well, I shall reveal this to you. Indeed, he has become a part of my cultivation. Ultimately, Zhao Wenjue sighed in response to Ling Yi. The formidable strength of half a step into the 5th level of the true essence realm left Zhao Wenjue somewhat disoriented. To him, Ling Yi was merely a pawn to be manipulated, incapable of stirring any significant waves. You beast, how could you not even spare your own brother? Ling Yi could hardly fathom the existence of such malevolent individuals in this world. The betrayal among kin, the usurpation of his brother's cultivation, such actions were truly heinous. Today, those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Zhao Wenjue, resembling a cataclysmic deity, proclaimed coldly atop the city of the secret realm. All combat ceased as they gazed upon Zhao Wenjue, who appeared godlike. A heavy sense of dread enveloped each onlooker. What do you mean by that, 4th young master Zhao? Inquired a formidable martial artist from outside the city, stepping forward with remarkable prowess, having attained the 2nd level of true essence realm. This warrior was among the strongest from outside the city, possessing a noble countenance and an aura of righteousness. He had the capability to enter the secret realm city, but refused to submit to Zhao Wenjue's tyrannical rule, thus hesitating to cross its threshold. With a mere wave of his hand, Zhao Wenjue summoned a blue flame dragon that leapt forth. True essence realm, 4th level, gasped the crowd in unison. The might of this azure fire dragon reached the 4th level of true essence realm, not merely at its inception, but rather in the later stages, an unfathomable spectacle. The azure fire dragon moved with astonishing swiftness, transforming into a streak of blue light that charged towards the righteous martial artist, armed with a spirit weapon blade. The warrior barely had time to react before being overwhelmed by the azure fire dragon. Its maw, ablaze with blue flames, clamped down upon the righteous warrior. Ah! The righteous martial artist let out a piercing scream, and within a breath, he was reduced to nothing but a pile of bones, his flesh incinerated completely. The onlookers collectively gasped in horror. Was this the extent of Zhao Wenjue's capabilities? With a martial prowess hovering at the threshold of the 5th level of true essence realm. It seemed he could annihilate the entire trial realm at will. Zhao Wenjue chuckled coldly, infusing his true energy into the azure dragon robe, summoning 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 4 azure fire dragons surged forth, each attaining the 4th level of true essence realm. The dragons intertwined in the air, ultimately merging into a far larger azure fire dragon, whose martial realm had now reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of true essence realm. Ling Yi's countenance was heavy as he took a step back. Was this trick being employed once again? Last time, he had been cast off the cliff by this very maneuver. However, on that occasion, Zhao Wenjue had summoned merely 3 azure flame dragons, which Ling Yi had been utterly incapable of withstanding. Yet now, there were 4 azure flame dragons. Despite Ling Yi's significantly enhanced strength, he felt a profound sense of uncertainty. Ling Yi, I present you with a grand gift. Zhao Wenjue bellowed, as the azure flame dragons roared to the heavens, their claws poised to strike at Ling Yi. Each of these azure flame dragons spanned over 10 meters in length, with a single head the size of a person, enveloped in chilling blue flames. They emanated an air of frigid intensity while possessing the ability to incinerate with low-temperature fire, an utterly astonishing phenomenon. Ling Yi was astonished, recognizing that the azure dragon flame robe worn by Zhao Wenjue was an immensely powerful spiritual artifact capable of transforming true energy into a fire dragon. However, the ability to manifest true essence was a technique only attainable at the oceanic transformation realm. This azure dragon flame robe was indeed extraordinary, unassailable in attack. Ling Yishuang's feet struck the ground, causing the earth to fracture, revealing 2 fissures over a meter in length. 3 arms gripped the weapon of the martial spirit. The Qiyu halberd shot upward, erupting with a fierce crimson light. The technique of invincible assault is the most formidable single-target attack of the Jiuli tribe. When wielded by a great deity of the Jiuli, even the most resilient material in the universe crumbles before it, akin to tofu. As Ling Yi gradually mastered the use of the Qiyu spear, his understanding of the second form of the Jiuli spear deepened significantly. Although he had not yet achieved full mastery, its power was no longer comparable to that of his earlier attempts. Engage. Ling Yi's ancestral bloodline began to awaken. A faint but palpable true vein emerging along his spine, radiating a subtle warmth, while an overwhelming battle intent surged forth to the heavens. With a thunderous clash, the Qiyu halberd collided with the azure flame dragon, sending forth a dazzling display of fire as the dragon let out a mournful cry. Ling Yi also felt discomfort, as the fiery energy of the azure flame dragon surged, causing a constricting sensation in his chest. However, being the inheritor of the ancient war god Qiyu's legacy, his combat instincts were exceptionally acute. In that moment, without allowing the azure flame dragon to react, Ling Yi wielded the divine farmer's measuring ruler and approached the dragon closely. Intending to inflict greater damage through close combat, Ling Yi enveloped himself in a fiery ice shield, the golden diamond staff technique. 3rd form. At this moment, Ling Yi's physical strength had reached an astonishing 15,000 jin. By executing the 3rd form of the diamond ruler technique, his power surged to over 37,000 jin. As he unleashed this formidable strike, a tremendous force roared forth, causing the air to crackle and pop. Boom! The azure flame dragon suddenly expelled a torrent of fire, colliding with the ruler's energy, producing a sound that reverberated through the heavens and earth. Zhao Wenjue's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that in merely a week's time, Ling Yi had grown so immensely powerful. The azure flame dragon emitted a wailing cry, seemingly at a disadvantage. Zhao Wenjue scoffed disdainfully. Just days prior, Ling Yi could hardly contend with his 3-dragon fusion, yet now he was capable of battling him at the level of 4 dragons. This was genuinely alarming. What if he continued to grow stronger? With a cold snort, Zhao Wenjue summoned all his true energy, manifesting a 5th azure flame dragon. This dragon appeared somewhat ethereal, lacking a solid form. Indeed, the azure flame dragon robe was formidable, capable of summoning fire dragons of the same realm to launch an assault. For someone like Zhao Wenjue, who was at the 5th level of the true essence realm, summoning 5 azure flame dragons of the same level posed a challenge for any opponent. However, the azure flame dragon robe was not without its limitations. Specifically, one could only summon the corresponding number of azure flame dragons if their true essence was stable and they had truly entered the corresponding realm. Currently, Zhao Wenjue's situation stemmed from absorbing the cultivation of others, placing him in a precarious half-step 5th level of the true essence realm. The summoned dragons were not truly at the 5th level but were predominantly late-stage 4th level beings. The fifth azure flame dragon also bore an insubstantial form, lacking the solidity of its predecessors. Given that Zhao Wenjuo was merely at a half-step fifth level of martial arts, his state was highly unstable. Executing this move imposed a significant burden on him. Nevertheless, the threat posed by Ling Yi was far too daunting, compelling him to exert himself fully. Even at the cost of personal strain, he was determined to eliminate Ling Yi. Upon the integration of the fifth azure flame dragon, the five dragons coalesced into a singular, vibrant entity, an azure flame dragon that was not only more imposing but also far larger and incredibly agile, akin to a living dragon. Ling Yi, who had previously held the upper hand, suddenly found himself at a disadvantage. Rip. Ling Yi swiftly evaded as the five-clawed azure flame dragon tore through his chest garment, nearly clawing out his heart. Ling Yi wielded the Qiyu halberd with both hands, while in one hand he held the Shenong ruler. With the Qiyu halberd employed in both hands, its power surged like a tempest, barely fending off the onslaught of the azure flame dragon. The Shenong ruler radiated a luminous black light, swiftly healing Ling Yi's injuries within mere breaths. However, the azure flame dragon had now ascended to a state exceedingly close to the fifth level of the true essence realm, possessing the formidable power of azure fire, rendering it overwhelmingly powerful. Ling Yi, merely at the peak of the second realm of true essence, could not possibly contend against such a formidable existence. Regardless of how monstrous his abilities may be, this was akin to engaging in battle across three minor realms. One must ponder throughout the entirety of the northern wilderness. How many have ever achieved such a feat? As the spectators beheld Ling Yi faltering, continuously wounded by the azure flame dragon, the cerulean flames nearly scorched away the entirety of his upper garments. Ling Yi, Gu Yanqing, wielding an ice sword, was determined to advance. Do not approach. I am fully aware of my circumstances. Ling Yi let out a furious roar. Gu Yanqing halted in her tracks, although concern flickered across her face. She refrained from advancing further. Having shared countless trials and tribulations with Ling Yi, how could she possibly fail to comprehend him? Ling Yi expressed his confidence, suggesting that a turnaround is indeed possible. After all, Ling Yi is a person who seems to be accompanied by miracles on his journey. Ling Yi's injuries grew increasingly severe, and the healing effects of the Shenong were slowly becoming insufficient. However, the brilliance in Ling Yi's eyes intensified, and his fighting spirit soared ever higher. Ling Yi and the Qingyan fire dragon engaged in a protracted battle, continuously employing the synergy between the Qiyu spear and the Shenong ruler. So it is. In Ling Yi's heart, a flicker of enlightenment seemed to awaken. In a moment of abstraction, Ling Yi transformed into a formidable warrior of the ancient Nine Li tribe, a figure who traversed the heavens and the earth, engaging in solitary battles against myriad realms. Throughout his life, he accompanied the art of warfare, enduring life and death struggles that honed his very being. Ultimately, an indomitable spirit of victory emerged, instilling dread across the 9 skies and 10 lands. The Nine Li spear technique. Second form. Invincible assault. Mastery achieved. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi's voice echoed like that of a resurrected deity. The azure flame dragon surged forth, its vibrant blue flames manifesting the full extent of its prowess, close to the 5th level of the true essence realm. The Qiyu spear absorbed a significant portion of Ling Yi's true energy, abruptly expanding to a staggering 3 meters in size, exuding an overwhelming aura of battle intent. A point of red light coalesced at the spear's center, and with a fierce cry, Ling Yi thrust the spear forward. Boom! The clash of blue and red energies reverberated through the air, colliding dozens of times before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that resonated with a deafening sound. Many timid warriors covered their ears, crouching down, mouths agape, fearing that the sheer force of this collision might shatter their eardrums. Was this truly a battle among humans? How could someone at the second level of the true essence realm exhibit such formidable strength? The dual-soul martial artist was indeed terrifying. Oh no! Zhao Wenjuo, hovering in the air, suddenly turned pale. The azure flame dragon resonated with his true energy, and he immediately sensed something was amiss. As the red and blue lights faded, Ling Yi stood amidst a pool of blood, unwavering. Yet, the azure flame dragon had vanished entirely. The crowd gazed at Ling Yi in astonishment, and soon erupted into thunderous cheers. Not only the warriors outside the city, but even those within the secret realm city could not help but applaud Ling Yi. After all, Ling Yi, at the pinnacle of the second level of the true essence realm, had directly slain a dragon so close to the 5th level of the true essence realm. Such an achievement was beyond the reach of even the inner disciples, let alone the true disciples. How extraordinarily impressive! Jiwing Chu, with his beady eyes, looked at Ling Yi with unabashed admiration. Gu Yanqing, her enchanting eyes sparkling with excitement, was fixated on Ling Yi, unwilling to look away for even a moment. Ling Yi brandished his elongated Qiyu halberd, pointing it menacingly at Zhao Wanjue, and exclaimed, "Zhao, you beast! Unleash every means at your disposal." Initially incredulous, Zhao Wanjue rose to his feet, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. The azure flame dragon was intrinsically linked to his very existence, with its shattering. He sustained considerable internal injuries. "Ling Yi, I intended to grant you a dignified demise, but it seems you are unwilling." "Very well, I shall oblige," Zhao Wanjue remarked darkly, fixing a cold gaze upon Ling Yi. Before him, his Ice Lotus Azure Flame martial soul materialized, an eerie energy radiating outward. The flames of the Ice Lotus Azure Flame flickered slightly before gradually elongating, transforming into a long sword adorned with a blue lotus motif. Grasping the sword firmly, Zhao Wanjue's aura shifted dramatically. Once merely delicate in appearance, he now emanated an overwhelming chill that instilled fear in all who beheld him. "Kill," Zhao Wanjue rasped. Uttering a single word, Ling Yiming furrowed his brow upon witnessing Zhao Wanjue's darkened eye circles and alabaster skin, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. With the Qinglian martial soul sword in hand, Zhao Wanjue's figure flickered and vanished from sight like a wraith. Ling Yi's expression shifted abruptly, for he sensed that Zhao Wenjie was hurtling toward him with lethal intent, driven by the presence of the Qiyu spear. However, the swiftness of Zhao Wenjie was astonishingly rapid, rendering Ling Yi unable to perceive his movements clearly with the naked eye. Ling Yi retreated rapidly, his expression grave. Even someone as hardened as Ling Yi, who had endured countless life and death trials, felt a flicker of dread in the presence of Zhao Wenjie, a peerless prodigy at the 5th level of the true origin realm. Whoosh! A flash of azure light darted past. At this moment, the Qiyu spear issued a warning, prompting Ling Yi to rely not on his vision, but solely on his combat instincts and the spear's extraordinary abilities to fend off Zhao Wenjue's assault. Clang! The Qinglian martial soul sword struck fiercely against the Qiyu spear. The spear erupted with crimson radiance, a force of recoil causing the blade of the Qinglian martial soul sword to tremble incessantly. "Ah, your martial soul is truly remarkable," Zhao Wenjue exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Yi's martial soul exuded an aura reminiscent of primeval times, its rank indiscernible yet astonishingly powerful. Even the Qinglian martial soul sword could not rival the long spear in Ling Yi's grasp. Zhao Wenjue's murderous intent intensified. Ling Yi was indeed formidable. If given another year or two, he feared he might meet his demise at Ling Yi's hands. Upon awakening his martial soul, Zhao Wenjue had recognized its uniqueness and boundless strength, accompanied by its own consciousness. Yet now, the Qinglian martial soul sword conveyed a hint of trepidation, as if a commoner were standing before an emperor. Although Ling Yi managed to withstand this blow, Zhao Wenxuan's vital energy surged like an ocean, his power astonishingly immense. Ling Yi continued to retreat, his legs sinking deeply into the earth. "Come again!" Ling Yi's fighting spirit surged, though faced with such formidable adversaries. A twinge of fear of death lingered within. Yet, the bloodline of the battle ancestor coursed through him with increasing fervor, nearly bursting forth from his very being. Ling Yi felt an overwhelming surge of fervor coursing through his veins. The celestial lotus sword song. With every 10 steps, a life is claimed. Zhao Wenjue let out a cold laugh, his immense true energy surging forth like a multitude of resplendent azure lotuses. The celestial lotus martial soul sword in his hand transformed into radiant streams of light, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Yet, Ling Yi understood that beneath each glimmer lay a fatal strike. Such an assault, even a martial artist at the 4th level of true origin realm would inevitably meet their demise. Unbeatable in battle, Ling Yi wielded the Qiyu halberd, sweeping it in a grand arc, transforming it into a semicircular wave of true energy. His formidable battle intent effortlessly dispelled Zhao Wenjing's azure true energy. Subsequently, Ling Yi advanced, intending to replicate his previous strategy, first launching a distant assault with the Qiyu halberd, followed by close combat using the Shenong, aiming to inflict severe injury upon Zhao Wenjing in a single strike. Budra, 3rd form. The black and white energies of the Shenong surged forth, radiating brilliance as Ling Yi resembled a wrathful Vajra, unleashing this world-destroying blow. Zhao Wenjing smirked disdainfully as the azure lotus martial soul sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a conflagration of rich azure flames. The true energy manifested as azure fire wielding enough might to incinerate the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Ling Yi's expression changed dramatically. His once infallible tactics proved utterly ineffective against Zhao Wanjue. The immense force of over 30,000 pounds struck the azure flames, dissipating as if hitting a cloud of cotton. Zhao Wanjue, wielding the full extent of his martial prowess at the 5th level of the true essence realm, unleashed the flames once more, transforming them into the Azure Lotus martial soul sword. The rhythmic melodies of the Azure Lotus sword surged relentlessly towards Ling Yi, with sword techniques manifesting in the air, one after another. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Wanjue's sword energy surged forth, exceeding 20 distinct strikes, an impressive doubling compared to the 10 strikes of Li Xiaoyang at the 4th level of the true essence realm. Who could possibly evade such a lethal onslaught? Ling Yi, wielding the Qiyu spear, with 3 arms and 2 martial spirit weapons, continuously fended off the onslaught. The 3 arms danced like the wind, enveloping Ling Yi entirely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense array of azure sword energy surrounded every inch of space around Ling Yi. Puff, puff, puff. Although Ling Yi managed to block most of the attack, he was still wounded by the sword's aura, leaving him with hundreds of lacerations all over his body, from which blood flowed profusely. Ling Yi gasped for breath, as the sword energy contained the peculiar power of the ice lotus blue flame, relentlessly scorching his flesh. Fortunately, Ling Yi possessed a formidable physique, and the Shinnong continuously healed him. Otherwise, with just this single strike, he would have been rendered incapable of fighting. The unique power of the ice lotus blue flame was exceedingly challenging to heal from, making the Shinnong's restorative abilities particularly arduous. Ling Yi channeled his vital energy, and the power of the icy flames began to surge within him, coursing through his wounds and devouring the strands of azure flame ability. Boom! Zhao Wanjue let out a sinister laugh, his body flickering as he charged towards Ling Yi. The azure flame ability roiled, and the azure sword aura crisscrossed in intricate patterns. Ling Yi gritted his teeth, channeling his chaotic true energy as the ice flame ability erupted once more, engaging in a fierce battle with Zhao Wanjue. Zhao Wanjue was undeniably formidable. Even someone as extraordinary as Ling Yi, possessing an unparalleled martial soul, could not genuinely contend across 3 minor realms. Before long, Ling Yi's wounds multiplied, and the healing capabilities of the Shinnong ruler could hardly keep pace with the speed at which he was being injured. Ling Yi was drenched in blood, his body riddled with sword wounds that exposed his bones, large areas of his skin charred and blackened from burns, presenting a truly tragic sight. I shall tell you this, within the secret realm, I am invincible. To stand against me is akin to an ant shaking a tree, utterly foolish and self-destructive. Zhao Wanjue, with each battle, grew increasingly adept at the 5th level of the half-step true essence realm, his stability and combat prowess escalating with each encounter. Ling Yi remained silent, fully aware that he was facing a perilous adversary, leaving no room for distraction. Perhaps in the next moment, he could meet his demise. The Qinglian sword song wielded by Zhao Wenjing was far from that of Lu Yan's, although Zhao Wenjing had absorbed Lu Yan's rendition of the Qinglian sword song. The power he unleashed was like the difference between heaven and earth. Let me assure you, I shall not permit your demise to come so easily. I will ensnare you, inflicting continuous wounds and peril, and then Gu Yanqing will come to your rescue. At that moment, I shall capture you all effortlessly. Once I have you all in my grasp, I will revel in the exquisite form of Gu Yanqing right before your eyes. Hee. A sinister expression twisted Zhao Wenjing's face as he emitted a chilling, bone-curdling laugh. Ling Yi was taken aback. This individual was truly malicious, harboring such nefarious intentions. In that moment of distraction, Zhao Wanjue lunged forward with a sword, a flash of azure light slicing through the air. Ling Yi was caught off guard, suffering a piercing wound to his left shoulder. Ah! He cried out in agony. A flicker of malice crossed Zhao Wenjue's face as his azure flame martial soul ignited, scorching half of Ling Yi's body into a charred black. Ling Yi, Gu Yanqing, witnessing this horrific scene, felt tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Ignoring Ling Yi's plea for her to stay back, she transformed into a streak of white light, charging towards Zhao Wenjue. No, Ling Yi, realizing Gu Yanqing had fallen into a trap, felt an urgent panic rising within him, just as he was about to warn her. Zhao Wenjue let out a cold laugh, unleashing the full force of his 5th-tier true essence cultivation, sending several sword energies piercing through Ling Yi's body. Ling Yi let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Gu Yanqing's heart was entirely consumed with concern for Ling Yi, and upon witnessing this scene, her mind went blank. An ice sword materialized out of thin air, exuding an aura of ruthless determination. With a resounding clash, the ice sword collided with the Qinglian martial soul sword. Zhao Wenjue felt the tremors transmitted through the sword and was inwardly astonished. pondering the extraordinary fortune that Gu Yanqing must have encountered. As this ice sword was indeed peculiar and formidable, the azure sword energy from Zhao Wenjia surged toward Gu Yanqing with a fierce howl. Gu Yanqing raised her hand to block, summoning a white lotus that twirled, emanating a unique energy that deflected the barrage of sword energies. With the ice sword gripped firmly in her right hand, she leapt into the air and unleashed the Ling Yi divine dragon sword technique. Engaging in a fierce battle with Zhao Wenjia, with the ice sword in her possession, Gu Yanqing executed the Ling Yi divine dragon sword technique, radiating an aura of merciless annihilation. Her speed intensified, gradually enveloping Zhao Wenjia entirely in her assault. Ling Yi, lying on the ground, exhaled in relief upon witnessing this spectacle. Fully aware of the ice sword's might, had it not been for the presence of the Qiyu spear that day, he too might have fallen victim. The ruthless energy emanating from the ice sword grew ever more intense, capturing the gaze of all present. Within the trial secret realm, these warriors recognized Gu Yanqing's formidable prowess. At the peak of the third level of the True Yuan realm, she effortlessly slaughtered ordinary third-level True Yuan warriors as if they were mere livestock. Even with her exceptional talent, she was more than a match for ordinary fourth-level True Yuan warriors. Yet, they could never have anticipated that the fearsome War King would be defeated by Zhao Wenjia. Gu Yanqing, who had long remained in the shadow of the War King's glory, had quietly grown in strength. No one could have imagined that she had become this powerful. The astonishing strength of Zhao Wenjia, who swept through the trial's secret realm, was now ensnared by Gu Yanqing, at the peak of the third level of the True Yuan realm, which was truly unfathomable. The ice sword became increasingly sharp, its ruthless intent instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. It was overwhelmingly strong. This singular thought occupied everyone's mind. Impressive techniques, yet insufficient. A roar resounded from within the ice sword. With a thunderous crash, a Qinglian martial soul sword emerged, forcefully sending the ice sword flying. Gu Yanqing's expression turned icy as she retreated step by step. Zhao Wenjia bore numerous sword wounds, yet thankfully, the azure dragon flame robe was extraordinary. The ice sword had not inflicted any damage. Otherwise, Zhao Wenjia would have suffered grievously at the hands of Gu Yanqing's ice sword. Zhao Wenjia unleashed his true energy, enveloping himself with the martial soul's azure flames, and then fixed his gaze upon Gu Yanqing. Her expression hardened as she clutched the ice sword, charging toward Zhao Wenjia. Powerful true energy surged forth, and her might at the peak of the third level of the True Yuan realm surpassed that of an ordinary fourth-level warrior. Zhao Wenjia let out a cold laugh, a mocking expression crossing his face. Yanqing, flee. This person is far from simple. Fallen on the ground. Ling Yi was taken aback by Zhao Wenjia's expression, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. However, Gu Yanqing remained unfazed, her icy visage betraying not a hint of fear. The two engaged in fierce combat, as the white lotus beside Gu Yanqing emitted strands of milky energy, warding off the assaults of the azure flames. Yet, Zhao Wenjia was undeniably formidable within the secret realm. A half-step into the fifth stage of true essence was an invincible force. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Wenjia unleashed the azure lotus sword song. Executing strikes with the precision of a skilled swordsman clad in green, his swordplay imbued with unparalleled intent. Although Gu Yanqing was no ordinary combatant, she found herself at a significant disadvantage against Zhao Wenjia. With a swift motion, Zhao Wenjia severed her ice sword, channeling his energy into a powerful palm strike that struck Gu Yanqing squarely on the back. This blow contained the full force of a half-step into the fifth stage of true essence, sending her blood surging violently, displacing her internal organs. Wow! Gu Yanqing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yanqing! Ling Yi collapsed onto the ground, witnessing Gu Yanqing's injury, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Swish! After being wounded, Gu Yanqing's combat ability plummeted, and Zhao Wenjia struck her arm with a sword. The white fabric of Gu Yanqing's attire was stained with flecks of crimson, blood splattering forth. Hurry, you will perish. Ling Yi grew increasingly anxious, feeling a searing heat coursing through his body. Witnessing the scene before him, he felt as though his heart was being sliced open repeatedly. Gu Yanqing offered Ling Yi a heart-wrenching smile, one that seemed to carry a hint of liberation. Alongside the bliss of self-sacrifice for her beloved, Zhao Wenjia displayed a cruel grin, sneering, "Do you think you can escape?" The azure sword energy proliferated, and Gu Yanqing bravely resisted, yet her injuries multiplied, soon transforming her into a figure drenched in blood. All the warriors within the secret realm could not help but shut their eyes. It was evident to all that Zhao Wenjia possessed the power to end Gu Yanqing's life effortlessly, yet he chose to torment her instead. Who could bear to harm such a breathtaking woman? Was Zhao Wenjue truly a monster? This was the sentiment shared by all. Ah, Zhao Wenjue, may you suffer a fate worse than death. Ling Yi's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a wild beast, roaring in madness as the chaotic yin-yang technique within him surged violently. The true veins on his back flickered in and out of visibility, while the bloodline of the war ancestor continued to shimmer incessantly. Humph. The ones who will perish now are you. Zhao Wenjue mocked with a derisive laugh. Yu Yanqing's injuries intensified, her steps growing increasingly unsteady, devoid of her previous sharpness. Transform into my cultivation. Zhao Wenjue suddenly bellowed, a surge of azure light illuminating the space as he lunged towards Yu Yanqing. At that moment, Yu Yanqing's grip on the ice sword was drenched in blood, trembling slightly. The suspended white lotus had also dimmed considerably, utterly incapable of thwarting Zhao Wenjue's lethal strike. White lotus martial soul, and that ice sword. This pure and extreme, true energy belongs to me. Zhao Wenjue could no longer contain his inner turmoil, roaring with avarice. Yu Yanqing gazed at Ling Yi, softly uttering, "Hurry and go." Closing her eyes, 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her cheeks. Suddenly, she felt her body lighten. As if propelled forward by an unseen force, Zhao Wenjue paused momentarily. His palms infused with the power of the ice lotus and azure flame martial soul crashing against Ling Yi's back. In a fit of rage, Ling Yi was finally able to heal the majority of his injuries with the Shinong, regaining his mobility. How formidable was Zhao Wenjue? With a full-force palm infused with true energy, he struck directly upon Ling Yi's back, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Strangely, this blow landed precisely upon the illusory true vein that was on the verge of coalescing behind Ling Yi. Ah, the true vein. I shall shatter it. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire trial secret realm, imbued with boundless fury, as if a deity were expressing its wrath. The seed of true energy within Ling Yi whirled frantically, then contracted slightly as all of Zhao Wenjue's true energy surged into Ling Yi's body. Countless streams of true energy surged forth, and the chaotic yin-yang technique operated wildly, converting the true energy that Zhao Wenjue had imparted to Ling Yi. The formidable true energy, equivalent to the 5th level of the half-step true essence realm, ultimately transformed into Ling Yi's pure true energy. The immense true energy began to circulate at the juncture of Ling Yi's spine, extracting the entirety of the war ancestor bloodline, continuously refining it until it manifested as a strand of pure war god bloodline. The war god bloodline glimmered with a faint red light, its blood vitality defying the heavens, merging with the chaotic pure true energy to directly open a true meridian on Ling Yi's back. The true meridian erupted in a resplendent radiance, illuminating the space behind Ling Yi. The war god true meridian. Is this the true power of the meridian? Ling Yi felt the surging power within him as he officially stepped into the 3rd realm of true essence. It was largely thanks to Zhao Wenjue's formidable strike, the tremendous impact directly unblocking Ling Yi's meridians. Awakening the meridians in the lower 3rd realm of true essence was an exceedingly arduous task. Even the legendary and unparalleled chaos yin-yang art could not achieve such a feat with ease. The meridians. The War King has awakened his meridians. Good heavens! Is this not a method that can only be awakened in the 3rd realm of true essence? Throughout the ages, no one has ever broken this law. How terrifying! The warriors in the trial's secret realm felt as though they were in a dream, unable to believe the spectacle before them. Zhao Wenjue was struck with horror. Meridians? Awakening meridians in the lower 3rd realm? This was nothing short of a dream. With the azure lotus martial soul sword in hand, Zhao Wenjue unleashed a furious cry, azure lotus sword song. The full force of his half-step true essence 5th realm surged forth, and a wave of sword intent soared wildly. Invincible! The diamond ruler technique, 3rd form. Although Ling Yi had awakened the true pulse of the war god, feeling a relentless surge of true energy within, and his fighting spirit soaring to unprecedented heights, he faced the formidable opponent at the 5th level of the half-step true Yuan realm with all his might, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. Boom! The Qiyu halberd and the Shinong struck simultaneously against the azure lotus martial soul sword. In that instant, the resonant clang of metal reverberated incessantly through the air. Ling Yi, the god of war, radiated with a brilliant aura as an immense surge of true energy erupted forth. His 3 muscular arms tensed with prominent veins. No, Zhao Wenjue exclaimed in horror. Despite his prowess, he was not inferior to Ling Yi. After all, while Ling Yi had awakened his true vein, his martial arts realm was merely at the 3rd level of true element. Yet, Zhao Wenjue discovered that the Qinglian martial soul sword, tied to his very life, began to fracture under the onslaught of Ling Yi's Qiyu halberd and Shenong ruler. Boom! The Qinglian martial soul sword shattered, transforming into wisps of martial soul energy that flowed into Zhao Wenjue's body. Ling Yi, undeterred, wielded two divine weapons conjured from his martial souls, striking Zhao Wenjue with tremendous force. Zhao Wenjue felt as if his body had been struck by a mountain. Collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. This battle, Ling Yixing has triumphed. Ling Yi thrust the Qiyu spear into the ground, gasping for breath, while the Shenong radiated a soft glow, initiating the healing process. Although Ling Yi emerged victorious, the battle had been perilously close. A moment's carelessness could have led to a fate far more tragic than that of Zhao Wenjue. Ling Yi. Suddenly, a voice cried out, filled with urgency and concern, tinged with an overwhelming sense of joy. A white figure, akin to a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, plunged into Ling Yi's embrace. Yin Qing, I'm fine. There's no need to worry. Ling Yi gently stroked Gu Yanqing's head and said softly, Ling Yi, are you all right? Another female voice echoed. This one far more tender than Gu Yanqing's, yet the concern it conveyed remained undiminished. Ling Yi looked up and saw Ming Jiayu approaching him. Ming Jiayu hurriedly ran to Ling Yi's side, her heart filled with concern as she observed his disheveled appearance, a testament to the fierce battle he had just endured. She anxiously examined his injuries. Ling Yi was taken aback upon seeing Ming Jiayu and inquired, Princess San, where have you been during this time? As Ming Jiayu noticed that Ling Yi was unharmed, a weight lifted from her heart, and she prepared to respond. However, her gaze fell upon Gu Yanqing, who was nestled in Ling Yi's embrace. Instantly, her smile froze, and her expression darkened, transforming into a visage of profound gloom. Gu Yanqing, awakening from her excitement, felt a flush rise to her previously icy countenance as she distanced herself from Ling Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ming Jiayu let out a cold snort. Her formerly gentle and endearing demeanor vanished, replaced by an imposing martial aura that began to radiate fiercely towards Gu Yanqing. Taken aback, Gu Yanqing pondered whether she was an easy target. With a haughty snort, she unleashed a wave of relentless energy. Ling Yi gazed at Ming Jiayu in astonishment, utterly taken aback to discover that her martial arts realm had remarkably ascended to the pinnacle of the third level of true essence, rivaling Gu Yanqing without the slightest inferiority. Ling Yi felt somewhat helpless. Why did these two women seem to be at odds the moment they met? He cleared his throat and inquired, Princess San, would you care to share where you have been during this time? Ming Jiayu glanced at Ling Yi, whose figure was charred and blackened as if struck by lightning, with his hair cascading down to obscure his face. Her heart softened, and she immediately tempered her demeanor. It turned out that Ming Jiayu had inadvertently consumed a drop of exceedingly peculiar water while in the trial secret realm, subsequently falling into a deep slumber for an indeterminate number of days. Fearing the opening of the secret realm city, she hastened her way there. Upon her arrival, she happened to witness Ling Yi vanquishing Zhao Wenjue. Ling Yi nodded, realizing that not only he and Gu Yanqing had extraordinary encounters, but the third princess's adventures were also remarkable. For some reason, as he drew closer to the third princess, Ling Yi sensed a restlessness in his chaotic true energy. Radiating a feeling of joy, Ling Yi felt a sense of awkwardness as he found himself caught between the two individuals. Turning his head, he beheld Zhao Wenjue, whose hair was thickly laced with white, and who lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber. At that moment, although Zhao Wenjue was not deceased, his breath was faint, and his gaze was vacant. Ling Yi stepped forward, lifting Zhao Wenjing, who appeared as lifeless as a dead dog, in his grasp. Ling Yi gazed enviously at the azure dragon flame robe adorning Zhao Wenjue. The might of this robe was truly astonishing, enabling a practitioner of the true essence realm to transform their vital energy into a formidable azure dragon for assault, an utterly unfathomable feat. Since you have been defeated, I must collect some spoils of war. Ling Yi broke into a broad smile. In a swift motion, he donned the azure dragon flame robe and strode confidently into the mystic city. Two women, possessing strikingly different airs, followed closely behind him. Outside the Donghuang Dao Academy, a handsome young man was deep in meditation, seated with his eyes firmly shut. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, sensing the gradual weakening of his family's bloodline. He exclaimed, Fourth brother, his life is in jeopardy. Who dares to harm a member of the Zhao family? Upon further reflection, the young man noticed that he bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Wenjue, his features equally striking, yet his demeanor was decidedly more rugged, with sharp facial contours indicating a man of strength. In contrast, Zhao Wenjue possessed softer angles, resembling a woman more closely. Damn it. Fourth brother should be in the trial mystic realm. Could he have encountered some danger? With his abilities and cultivation level, He should be able to easily sweep aside these inept challengers. His expression darkened as he vanished from the chamber in an instant. Ling Yi approached the outskirts of the City of Secrets, where all eyes were filled with terror as they beheld him. "Haha, the War King Ling Yi. From now on, you shall be my idol," Ji Wenxiu exclaimed, rushing forward with a playful grin directed at Ling Yi. Ling Yi smiled faintly. Indeed, this Ji Wenxiu is quite a treasure. Ling Yi slowly turned his gaze towards the warriors of the Burning Sky dynasty. Upon meeting his eyes, the martial artists within the secret city led by the Burning Sky dynasty were struck with astonishment, bowing their heads in fear and avoiding direct eye contact with him. Presently, Zhao Wenjue, akin to a defeated dog, was held aloft by Ling Yi, who, despite being at the 3rd level of the True Essence realm, faced off against those at the 5th level of the half-step True Essence realm. Throughout history, how many could achieve such a feat? Kneel before me. Submit. Those who defy will face a merciless death. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, his entire being radiating an aura of power, as he soared into the sky like a sharp sword. Although Ling Yi is merely a practitioner at the 3rd level of the True Origin realm, he has awakened a unique True Vein. This is no ordinary vein. It is the War God True Vein, infused with the bloodline of the War God. In this moment, Ling Yi's pure true energy rivals that of practitioners at the 4th and 5th levels of the True Origin realm. The martial artists within the city tremble, and many of the lower-tier imperial subjects kneel, shivering upon the ground. However, the warriors of the Burning Sky dynasty remain unmoved, their eyes filled with rage. Humph! Ling Yi, though you are formidable, we do not fear you. A short, dark-skinned warrior leapt forth, clad in the attire of the Burning Sky dynasty, brandishing a spear as he shouted defiantly before Ling Yi. Upon seeing the figure before him, Ling Yi was taken aback. For it was a familiar face, the very individual who had wounded the 8th prince on that fateful day, and subsequently extorted 100,000 crystal stones from him. This was Luo Cheng, a prodigy of the Burning Heaven dynasty. Since entering the trial's secret realm, Luo Cheng had significantly enhanced his prowess, now reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd level of True Origin realm. Are you dissatisfied? Ling Yi inquired, turning his gaze towards him. Huh? What are you from the Battle Heaven dynasty to demand our submission to the Burning Heaven dynasty? Have you forgotten the Battle of Red Flood City? Luo Cheng retorted, brandishing his spear and pointing it accusingly at Ling Yi, unleashing a torrent of invective. Poof! Ling Yi extended the Chiyu halberd, unleashing a torrent of immense true energy that manifested as a piercing beam, striking directly upon Luo Cheng. He had invoked the battle techniques of the Zhuli clan, an embodiment of invincibility. Before Luo Cheng could utter another word, the formidable Chiyu halberd pierced through his chest. As he gazed down in disbelief at the wound, Ling Yi abruptly retracted the halberd, leaving a gaping hole in Luo Cheng's torso. He collapsed onto the ground, convulsing momentarily, as blood pooled around him, leading to his demise. Even in death, he could not fathom why this warlord, Ling Yi, showed no fear of the formidable might of the Finshan dynasty, executing his threats with such ease. Excellent. Ha ha ha, 9th brother. Well done. The beasts of the Finshan dynasty deserve to be dispatched without hesitation. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. The 8th Prince Ling Huang erupted into raucous laughter atop the city walls. Many martial artists around him exhibited glimmers of delight in their eyes. The Finshan dynasty had long engaged in warfare against lesser dynasties, committing atrocities of every kind. The recent mention of the Qichao campaign referred to a prior invasion by the Finshan dynasty against the Dantian dynasty, a catastrophic defeat for the Qichao army that compelled the Dantian dynasty to sign the unequal Qichao Treaty, ceding the Qichao city and compensating 30 million crystal stones along with countless spiritual devices and elixirs. The memory of this battle incited resentment among the people of the Dantian dynasty, and even among those from other lesser dynasties. Who else remains? Ling Yi appeared to have swatted a trivial fly, stating nonchalantly, thud. A member of the Burning Sky dynasty knelt, prostrating himself before Ling Yi. Thud, thud, one by one. The members of the Burning Sky dynasty fell to their knees, their eyes brimming with terror. Ling Yi's dominance is unparalleled. Luo Cheng, an absolute powerhouse among them, was effortlessly struck down by Ling Yi with a single blow. Even Zhao Wenjue could not possibly possess such formidable strength. Although the people of the Burning Sky dynasty are detestable, they harbor a profound fear of the mighty, embodying a classic tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. In the face of a formidable figure like Ling Yi, how could the Burning Sky dynasty dare to resist? Ha ha! Ling Yi laughed heartily towards the heavens, tears of fervor glistening in his eyes, as if he could perceive countless vengeful spirits of the War Heaven dynasty reveling in the skies. Outside the trial's secret realm, a figure stood at the secret realm pavilion. "Open the trial's secret realm for me." A voice, brimming with arrogance, echoed into the ears of the two stewards. Zhao and Huang. Their expressions shifted, and upon glancing up, they beheld a young man. This youth bore a resemblance to Zhao Wen, yet his features were more chiseled, exuding a dominating and rugged aura. "Zhao Wenhao, what brings you here?" Steward Zhao inquired. Zhao Wenhao scoffed, reiterating, "Steward Zhao, I demand you open the trial's secret realm." "Impossible. The trial's secret realm will not conclude for another hour. We cannot open it now." Steward Zhao replied resolutely. Steward Huang furrowed his brow slightly as well. "I shall repeat myself. Open the trial's secret realm." The two stewards should have been aware of his standing as the eighth on the outer sect storm rankings. He was on the verge of entering the inner sect. "Once I enter the inner sect, I shall remember your assistance," Zhao Wenhao declared with an air of authority, emphasizing his last words with particular weight. Stewards Zhao and Huang exchanged glances, their faces paling. Zhao Wenhao was the second son of the left chancellor of the War Heaven dynasty, his martial prowess astonishing the realm, now ranked 8th on the outer sect storm rankings. The outer court of the Donghuang Dao Academy boasted countless disciples. Attaining 8th place on the storm rankings was undoubtedly the hallmark of a prodigy among the northern wilderness human race. Should he enter the inner sect, he stood a significant chance of being favored by prominent figures, destined to transform from a mere dragon into a soaring celestial being. Though the two stewards held a status superior to that of ordinary outer sect disciples, in the eyes of Zhao Wenhao, they were merely failures of the Donghuang Dao Academy. Steward Huang appeared momentarily taken aback, then grasped Steward Zhao's arm, saying, "Old Zhao, it's just 1 hour. If we open it early, it shouldn't pose any issues." "Absolutely not. An hour. There may still be some children en route to the secret realm city. If we open it prematurely, what about those who cannot make it? Would they be trapped in the trial's secret realm? Wouldn't that ruin their future?" Steward Zhao asserted with righteous fervor. "Humph. Those who have yet to reach the trial's secret realm are nothing but waste. What is there to concern ourselves with?" Steward Zhao, do not let this trivial matter hinder you. I will be sure to inform my elder brother of your actions today." Zhao Wenhao huffed, growing increasingly impatient as he began to utter veiled threats. "Elder brother?" The two stewards, Zhao and Huang, revealed signs of trepidation in their eyes. Zhao Wenhao's elder brother was the pride of the entire War Heaven dynasty, a legendary disciple of the inner sect. Steward Zhao attempted to interject, but Steward Huang grasped his arm, shaking his head in disapproval. Subsequently, disregarding Steward Zhao, Steward Huang bowed slightly towards Zhao Wenhao, smiling, "We shall open it right away. Please, do not rush." Subsequently, Zhao's steward forcibly pulled Zhao to Elder Guan, proposing the initiation of the trial's secret realm. Elder Guan, roused from his slumber, rubbed his eyes and inquired, "Has the time arrived? It feels as though I have barely just fallen asleep." "Indeed, it has arrived. You seem a bit muddled from your rest." Steward Huang exchanged furtive glances with Zhao, whose countenance had turned ashen. Ultimately, he sighed and remained silent. Elder Guan gazed at Steward Huang with a smile, causing Huang to feel an unsettling chill within. Yet, Elder Guan said nothing further, forming a hand seal that unleashed a surge of pure vital energy. The trial's secret realm quivered slightly, and the previously sealed black hole began to rotate. Zhao Wenhao fixated intently on the black hole, a foreboding feeling brewing within him. Above the city of the secret realm, a great aperture appeared, emitting a radiant white light. "Ninth brother, why not eliminate Zhao Wenjue?" The 8th Prince Ling Huang questioned Ling Yi, gazing at the vast opening in the sky with curiosity. "Eliminate him? That would be too lenient. This individual will remain by my side unless the Burning Sky dynasty offers 1,000,000 crystal stones. Only then will I consider releasing him." Ling Yi smiled faintly, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickering in her eyes. Meng Jiayu and Gu Yanqing could not help but smile, surprised to discover that Ling Yi had such intentions. Meanwhile, Ji Wenxiu gazed at Ling Yi with admiration, exclaiming, "Boss, you are truly impressive. Not only did you strike someone, but you also demand payment." With that, Ji Wenxiu wrapped his arms around Ling Yi's leg. "Get off." Ling Yi found himself in a perplexing situation as he kicked Ji Wenxiu aside. A mere 1,000,000 crystal stones, in stark contrast to the 30,000,000 crystal stones owed by the War Heaven dynasty, was but a trifling matter. The gaping hole in the sky emanated a formidable force, gradually drawing the inhabitants of the secret realm city upwards. Zhao Wenjue shuddered slightly, awakening from his previous stupor. he discreetly popped a medicinal pill into his mouth, his heart brimming with resentment. However, still nursing his injuries, he was no match for Ling Yi, compelling him to feign unconsciousness. In the recent battle, his martial soul had been shattered by Ling Yi, merging into his being. At this moment, Zhao Wenjue found himself fortuitously intertwined with the Qinglian martial soul, sensing the power within him gradually revitalizing. Ling Yi, do not revel in your triumph, for soon you shall be escorted to meet the king of hell. Ling Yi donned a robe of azure dragon flames, grasping Zhao Wenjing firmly in his hand as he was the first to emerge from the trial secret realm. At the very moment Ling Yi stepped out, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Zhao Wenjing's eyes. The very essence he had ingested was the 9 Revolutions mystical energy pill, once bestowed upon Li Xiaoyang, a means to elevate one's martial realm at the cost of one's lifespan. As Ling Yi exited the trial secret realm, Zhao Wenjing's internal energy had nearly fully restored. Die! He bellowed with fury, summoning the azure lotus martial soul sword, which he thrust directly at Ling Yi. Ling Yi was taken aback as the Qiyu halberd emitted a sharp pain, a warning of imminent danger. However, the proximity to Zhao Wenjing was simply too close. Zhao Wenjing possessed a formidable martial prowess, and with his true qi restored, he was a practitioner renowned for his speed. At such a short distance, even someone as formidable as Ling Yi found himself unable to react in time. With a swift thrust, the Qinglian martial soul sword pierced directly into Ling Yi's abdomen. Originally aimed at his heart, it was fortunate that Ling Yi sensed the warning from the Qiyu halberd and managed to forcibly shift his body, thereby avoiding a fatal strike. Ling Yi's abdomen was pierced, blood gushed forth, and he lay grievously wounded. Zhao Wenjue, having struck successfully, withdrew the Qinglian martial soul sword, unleashing a torrent of true energy as the sword's aura surged, preparing to strike Ling Yi once more. Who dares to harm my fourth brother? I shall take his life. A furious roar reverberated throughout the secret realm. The 9th level of true origin. This individual was none other than Zhao Wenhao. In Zhao Wenhao's eyes, emerging from the trial's secret realm was a figure clad in a blue dragon flame robe, hair disheveled and stained with blood, obscuring his features. Yet, judging by the stature and attire, it was undoubtedly his own brother, Zhao Wenjue. Zhao Wenhao and Zhao Wenjue were twin brothers born of the same mother. Upon their birth, Zhao Wenhao emerged a mere 15 minutes earlier, thus claiming the title of elder brother. Consequently, they shared a profound spiritual connection. Within the trial's secret realm, as Zhao Wenjue faced a life-and-death crisis, Zhao Wenhao sensed the impending peril instantaneously. Now, Zhao Wenhao beheld his brother, majestic and imposing, dragging forth a figure resembling a lifeless dog, having stepped out of the trial's secret realm. Yet, that very person had struck treacherously, plunging a blade into his own brother's belly. Zhao Wenhao's eyes widened in fury, and with a powerful punch, he unleashed his true energy, which bore the faint essence of a power approaching the transformation sea realm. The energy intensified, gradually coalescing into a fist of palpable substance, striking forth with tremendous force, extending several meters outward. Ling Yi's breath quickened, his heart filled with astonishment. Is this the prowess of a cultivator at the 9th level of the true essence realm? It is simply overwhelming. Even the formidable Li Ming from back then could never have unleashed such might. The manifestation of true energy, a hallmark of the oceanic transformation realm, was wielded by someone at the pinnacle of the true essence realm. This aura permeated the trial's secret realm, instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary low-level true essence cultivators, leaving them utterly unwilling to resist. Stop! Zhao Huang, the 2 stewards, exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Zhao Wenhui was far too swift, his might far too potent. The 2 could scarcely intervene in time. Elder Guan furrowed his brow, his expression revealing displeasure. After a moment of sensing, he suddenly broke into a peculiar smile. Boom! In the midst of Ling Yi's astonished gaze, the lethal strike did not land upon him. Instead, it struck Zhao Wenji, who was poised to attack him. Ling Yi was utterly astonished, seemingly bewildered by the current circumstances. Zhao Wenjue had suffered a devastating blow, an immense force exploding within his body, causing the azure lotus martial soul sword to instantly lose its luster. Blood gushed forth from Zhao Wenjue as he let out a heart-rending scream. His breath rapidly weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing incessantly. Fourth brother. Upon hearing Zhao Wenjue's voice, Zhao Wenhao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of familiarity. Then, Zhao Wenhao's expression changed dramatically, his heart racing with alarm as he cursed inwardly, rushing to Zhao Wenjue's side. Zhao Wenhao wiped his brother's face clean, revealing a delicate visage. Fourth brother. Brother Hao, I am so sorry. In that instant, Zhao Wenhao grasped the gravity of the situation, tears streaming down his face as he roared towards the heavens. Guilt, despair, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. Brother Hao. It turned out he was Zhao Wenjua's elder brother. It seemed he was bound to this family in an unending cycle of conflict. Deservedly so. Those who engage in wrongful deeds shall meet their demise. Ling Yi retreated swiftly, the shenong appearing in his hand, its black and white luminescence swirling as it continually healed his injuries. Zhao Wenjiao recognized the newcomer, gripping Zhao Wenjiao's arm tightly, revealing a smile as he weakly uttered, "Brother Hao." Zhao Wenjiao was engulfed in profound regret, blaming his own recklessness for the tragic fate of having inadvertently killed his younger brother. Tears streamed down his face as memories of their playful moments together flooded his mind. "Speak, Brother Hao, I am listening." Zhao Wenjiao nodded repeatedly, his expression twisted in agony. "This person has brought me such misfortune. You must help me avenge my brother. He is Ling Yi of the Dantian dynasty." Zhao Wenjiao exerted the last of his strength to utter those words. With that, his head drooped, breath escaping him entirely. Zhao Wenjiao raised his head. Roaring towards the heavens, his eyes tightly shut, an overwhelming sorrow enveloping his heart. Many martial artists gradually emerged from the trial secret realm, gazing at the scene before them in utter bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired. Yet, they could sense that the weeping warrior on the ground was extraordinarily powerful, having reached the pinnacle of the true essence realm, nearly standing at the threshold of the transformation sea realm. After a long while, Zhao Wenjiao released Zhao Wenjiao, his crimson eyes glaring fiercely at Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, Dantian dynasty, you have the audacity to lay a hand on the heir of the Fantian dynasty. Come forth, I shall make you suffer endlessly, with no hope of life or death." Zhao Wenjiao spoke through gritted teeth. "You speak nonsense. Your brother was arrogant and overbearing. Even if I ended his life, it was a service to the people." Ling Yi sensed the overwhelming presence of Zhao Wenhao, akin to the relentless waves of the sea, bringing forth waves of pressure. Yet, Ling Yi stood undaunted, declaring with righteous fervor, "What status does my brother hold? And what status do you possess? To converse with you is already a privilege bestowed upon you. Come forth, or else your Tianwang dynasty shall not withstand the consequences." Zhao Wenhao stepped forward, his true energy manifesting as a fierce wind that caused Ling Yi's skin to sting. "Is it the custom of the Zhao family of the Burning Heaven dynasty to be so repugnant? You have slain your own brother. What manner of beast have you become? It is utterly loathsome." Ling Yi displayed a look of disdain and scoffed. The expressions of the martial artists, as well as that of steward Zhao Huang, changed dramatically. This Ling Yi was truly a young bull unafraid of tigers, audaciously daring to speak such words to Zhao Wenhao. Ling Yi is likely unaware of Zhao Wenhao's esteemed position within the Donghuang Academy. "Insolence! I shall tear you apart to honor my brother's spirit in the heavens." Zhao Wenhao's hair stood on end, his fury unrestrained, as he roared towards the sky. In a flash, he transformed into a wraith, hurtling towards Ling Yi with lethal intent. Ling Yi's countenance changed drastically. He was at the 9th level of the true essence realm. Such cultivation was truly terrifying. When unleashed in full force, it resembled an insurmountable mountain that one could only gaze upon in awe. Zhao Wenhao extended his fist, and a formidable surge of true energy began to emanate, enveloping his iron fist. The true energy surged outward for more than 3 feet. Its powerful fire attribute seemingly capable of incinerating all in its path. With a sudden thrust, a pair of colossal fists, aglow with crimson radiance, surged forth, hurtling towards Ling Yi with incredible speed. Ling Yi's vital energy surged as the 9-Li body refinement technique commenced, with 3 arms extending outward. The Qiyu halberd, the shenongs, and the ancestral bloodline of the war ancestors were unleashed with full force. The Ling Yi Qiyu halberd was layered upon the shenong, erupting with a resplendent brilliance. Zhao Wenhao let out a disdainful snort, delivering a powerful punch onto the Qiyu halberd and the shenong, the sound of the impact echoing incessantly. The clash of true energy unleashed an intense heat, scorching the very air into an unbearable blaze. The warriors emerging from the trial's secret realm recoiled in unison. Such formidable might could easily reduce them to mere ashes with but a spark. Ling Yi's face flushed a deep crimson, as if all the blood within him had begun to boil. Blood trickled from his lips, and he felt a dizzying sensation wash over him, his steps unsteady and light. Ling Yi's body was violently propelled backward, a sense of horror enveloping him. Despite exerting all his strength to resist, he was still unable to withstand Zhao Wenhao's casual strike. The 9th layer of the true essence realm. Such terror. If it were an ordinary warrior at the 3rd layer of the true essence realm, this single blow would likely reduce him to mere ashes. God of War's true veins. Unleash for me. Ling Yi let out a thunderous roar. As the divine pulse of the war god behind him surged to life, his blood boiling with overwhelming energy, and his power erupted with ferocity. It was just enough to withstand Zhao Wenhao's strike. The icy flames began to stir, flowing through Ling Yi's extraordinary meridians, dissipating and extinguishing the formidable essence of fire. Ling Yi fell to the ground, slowly exhaling a breath, as the Shinnong ruler activated to begin healing his wounds. Zhao Wenhao, seeing that Ling Yi was still alive, paused slightly, seemingly grasping why Zhao Wenjue, who was at the 5th level of the half-step True Yuan realm, had been defeated by Ling Yi. Such abilities could be considered exceptional talent. However, having offended the Zhao family was utterly insufferable. Today you shall undoubtedly perish. Zhao Wenhao roared, his fist surging with true energy, unleashing an even more formidable force. Ling Yi's gaze narrowed as a wave of dread washed over him. He feared that this blow would lead to his demise. Zhao Wenhao revealed a sinister smile, charging at Ling Yi with the intent to take his life with a single strike. Stop! An elderly voice rang out. Humph! Within this outer sect, how many can withstand my might? Zhao Wenhao roared, seemingly undeterred. Suddenly, he felt a violent tremor coursing through his body, rendering him uncontrollable as a formidable force of the natural order descended upon him, binding him in midair. Fear overtook Zhao Wenhao's features as he exerted all his strength, yet found himself unable to move. Humph, young Master Zhao, you truly underestimate my presence, do you not? An irate voice resounded, silencing all those present. Everyone turned to behold the sight before them, momentarily stunned. An old man, his nose resembling a wine-soaked bulb, clumsily rose from his chair, clutching a flask of liquor. This was none other than Elder Guan. Elder Guan? Zhao Wenhao's complexion paled drastically. Elder Guan, the overseer of the secret realm pavilion, was a figure of unfathomable cultivation. It was said that he once served a powerful being, and upon that being's disappearance, he withdrew from the higher echelons of the Donghuang Academy to manage the secret realm pavilion, becoming its most leisurely master. For 20 years, Elder Guan had remained indifferent to the affairs of the Donghuang Academy, immersing himself in the pleasures of fine wine. The outer sect disciples had no inkling of the extent of Elder Guan's prowess, yet every steward treated him with utmost reverence. Zhao Wenhao, I see you have grown quite arrogant. Does no one in this outer sect dare to obstruct you? Elder Guan belched lazily. Elder Guan, I was wrong. I have lost my beloved disciple and have spoken in madness. I hope you can forgive me. Zhao Wenhao's face turned ashen as he reluctantly uttered these words. Yet, he had no choice but to submit. The pressure from the natural laws intensified, and he felt as if his very bones were creaking under the strain. His blood flow obstructed. If Elder Guan were to exert himself further, Zhao Wenhao feared he would be crushed into a mist of blood. A martial arts legend. An absolute martial arts legend. The Tiangang realm. Who exactly Elder Guan was, Zhao Wenhao did not truly comprehend. However, he was acutely aware that for 20 years, anyone who came and went from the secret realm pavilion had never dared to show disrespect towards Elder Guan. With a cold snort, Elder Guan caused Zhao Wenhao to feel all pressure vanish, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhao Wenhao, with a flicker of fear in his eyes, rose and said solemnly, Elder Guan, this man has a deep-seated grudge against me. I hope you will grant me this favor and allow me to slay him. Grant you a favor? What merit do you possess that warrants such a courtesy? What audacity you display? Elder Guan remarked with a smirk. Zhao Wenhao found himself momentarily speechless. Utterly unprepared for Elder Guan's blatant disregard for his status, such impudence was beyond his expectations. His face flushed crimson, and he was at a loss for words. Within the trial's secret realm, I know not what transpired. However, I have witnessed that it was you who took your own brother's life within the confines of the pavilion I oversee. The audacity to still harbor intentions of killing Ling Yi is truly outrageous. Old Guan's face darkened with malice, his eyes smoldering with anger as he spoke. Zhao Wenhao's expression turned grave. He understood that it was utterly impossible to enact vengeance upon Ling Yi in Old Guan's presence today. However, Zhao Wen was undeniably his own flesh and blood, and to expect him to forsake retribution due to Old Guan's influence was simply inconceivable. Thus, disregarding Old Guan altogether, Zhao Wenhao addressed Ling Yi. Ling Yi, is this truly all your capability amounts to, cowering behind others? Were it not for Old Guan, I would have dispatched you like a butcher slaughters swine. Ling Yi understood that outside the Mystic Pavilion, Zhao Wenhao would never have the audacity to kill him today. With a cold snort, Ling Yi proclaimed, I am not your match at present. You merely rely on your superior martial realm. Should we engage in battle at the same level, I could easily suppress you with a mere flick of my hand. The warriors emerging from the trial realm began to murmur among themselves, their voices rising. What the War King asserts is true. The War King possesses dual martial souls and can fight across 2 or 3 minor realms. Awakening 3 true veins in the lower third tier of the true element realm is virtually unheard of. He is indeed a monstrous talent. Not necessarily, another voice chimed in. I have long heard of Zhao Wenhao. He is of similar age to Zhao Wen, exceedingly young, yet he has achieved the 9th tier of the true element realm. Such talent is certainly on par with the top 3 of the outer sect's leaderboard. The discussions reached Zhao Wenhao's ears, though his expression remained unchanged. A tempest surged within him. Dual martial souls, awakening 3 true veins in the lower tier of the true element realm. This Ling Yi embodies the essence of a youthful sovereign. Should he be allowed to develop unimpeded, the consequences could be dire. Yet, even with such a sovereign demeanor, what of it? How many exceptionally gifted prodigies have ultimately perished due to their brilliance? The path of a martial artist is the harshest. Only those who endure and emerge as unparalleled powerhouses are deemed to have followed the righteous path. Zhao Wenhao let out a chilling laugh and declared, I shall give you half a year. After 6 months, do you dare to engage me in a life and death battle? Sign a death warrant. It will either be your demise or mine. I ask you, War King, do you possess the courage to accept this challenge? Gasping, the crowd reacted in astonishment. Zhao Wenhao, a prominent figure in the 9th tier of the true element realm, was challenging Ling Yi to a life and death duel. Ling Yi, no. Gu Yanqing and Meng Jiayu exclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with concern. Ninth brother, do not fall for his tricks. 6 months is far too brief. You stand no chance. The 8th prince, Ling Huang, cried out anxiously. Ling Yi fell into silence for a moment, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he declared, very well, I accept. Upon hearing these words, a wave of astonishment swept over everyone present. At present, Ling Yi is merely at the 3rd level of the true essence realm. How could he possibly defeat someone at the 9th level within a mere 6 months? Such a notion is akin to the fantasies of a madman. Is it not somewhat presumptuous of Ling Yi? 6 months, a span so brief, how could it be feasible? He has only just set foot in the Donghuang Academy. The warriors emerging from the trial secret realm began to murmur among themselves. Particularly those from the Burning Sky dynasty, their faces etched with scorn. Although Ling Yi had demonstrated remarkable prowess within the trial secret realm, sweeping away all opposition, he now appears woefully inadequate against a 9th level true essence cultivator, yet he remains so audacious, it is truly a recipe for disaster. Zhao Wenhao paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing towards the heavens, lingering in the air. After a long while, he fixed his gaze upon Ling Yi and declared, Old Guan, when the time comes, to bear witness for us. Ling Yi, remember this, it is a fight to the death. Ling Yi stood before Zhao Wenhao, who was unfathomably more powerful than himself. Yet he remained unyielding and nodded resolutely, declaring, rest assured, in my war of the celestial dynasty, there are only heroes who fall in battle, not cowards who flee. Zhao Wenhao let out a cold snicker, then bowed to Elder Guan to bid farewell, lifting Zhao Wen to his lifeless body before turning to depart. As Zhao Wenhao exited the trial's secret realm, a sense of calm washed over him. Yet an increasing unease began to stir within his heart. Ling Yi, though merely at the 3rd level of the true origin realm, possesses an astonishing strength that defies comprehension. Even Zhao Wenjua, who stands at the brink of the 5th level of the true origin realm, finds himself unable to contend with him. It has been said that Ling Yi awakened his true veins while still at the 3rd level of the true origin realm, a notion that is utterly bewildering. Zhao Wenhao harbors some skepticism regarding this. It is an ancient truth that one cannot awaken their true veins until reaching the 3rd level of the true origin realm. Were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes, Zhao Wenhao would never believe that someone could awaken their true veins at such a nascent stage. Ling Yi's ability to transcend 2 realms and defeat Zhao Wenzhou is indeed an astonishing feat. Zhao Wenzhou felt increasingly unsettled as he pondered whether to seize an opportunity to eliminate Ling Yi directly. After all, prolonged uncertainty breeds peril. As for the so-called life and death duel 6 months hence, Zhao Wenzhou scoffed at the notion. What was his status compared to Ling Yi's? The alleged duel was merely a pretext to claim Ling Yi's life under the guise of propriety before Elder Guan. Suddenly, Zhao Wenzhou's expression shifted as he retrieved a white stone that shimmered with a radiant light. He channeled a surge of true qi into it, causing the stone to blaze with brilliance. Third brother, how could you emerge from seclusion so disappointingly? If you wish to enter the 9 halls of the Demon Mountain, you must secure a top 3 position in this year's Yin-Yang Relics battle. Remember, the 9 halls of the Demon Mountain does not accept the inept. A voice echoed from the White Stone, known as a sound transmission stone, a rare and costly artifact capable of transmitting thoughts across vast distances among true Essence Realm warriors. Zhao Wenjiao furrowed his brow as he glanced at Zhao Wenzhou in his arms, letting out a sigh. The matters concerning the 9 halls of the Demon Mountain were of utmost importance, pivotal to his martial journey. Perhaps he was overthinking, after all. What could a mere 3rd-tier true Essence Realm youth accomplish in 6 months? With a resigned sigh, Zhao Wenjiao lifted Zhao Wenzhou and vanished in a flash, transforming into a whirlwind as he sped away. However, for Ling Yi, surviving even half a year within the Donghuang Dao Academy would not be an easy endeavor. A wild glint sparkled in Zhao Wenjiao's eyes. The Donghuang Dao Academy was vast, featuring an immense structure known as the Huangzi Fengyun Building, a residence reserved for the elite. Only those ranked within the top 300 of the Outer Gates Fengyun list could inhabit this prestigious abode. The building was constructed entirely of pure refined iron, fortified with defensive formations to prevent conflicts among the talented. The Huangzi Fengyun Building boasted multiple floors, each housing numerous rooms, with higher-ranked individuals residing on the upper levels. On the topmost floor, within a lavish chamber, sat an exquisitely beautiful woman, alluring and enchanting. She possessed a captivating figure, clad in revealing attire, with enchanting eyes and a face reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. In terms of beauty, she is not inferior to the enchanting Gu Yanqing and Ming Jiayu. Yet, this woman possesses a more captivating aura, reminiscent of a fox that is transformed into a spirit. If Ling Yi were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for this lady is none other than Murong Jing, who has been betrothed to the crown prince since childhood. Murong Jing hails from an illustrious lineage, being the daughter of Elder Murong, one of the 36 elders of the Donghuang Dao Academy. In his youth, Ling Yi had witnessed the betrothal ceremony between the youthful Murong Jing and the crown prince Ling Tian. With her crimson lips slightly parted, Murong Jing remarked, "So, Zhao Wenhao has crossed paths with Ling Yi. I recall that Ling Yi is the youngest prince of the Dantian Empire, right?" In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and that child has grown into a young man. The Dantian Empire is hardly formidable. Yet I wonder what Ling Tian thinks about dealing with his brother. Suddenly, a radiant light surged from her dressing table, emanating from a glowing communication stone. "Jinger, I am currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the 5th level of the Transformation Sea Realm. My mother has sent word to me that my 9th brother, Ling Yi, has been exceedingly reckless lately. It has caused my mother to face punishment from that old scoundrel Ling Tian. Ling Yi should be entering the Donghuang Dao Academy soon. If you encounter him, do not hold back. Dispose of him for me." The voice resonating from the communication stone belonged to the Crown Prince Ling Tian of the Dantian Empire. A hint of peculiarity flickered across Murong Jing's enchanting visage. What is the matter with Ling Yi? He has just entered the Donghuang Dao Academy, yet so many wish to take his life. Murong Jing smiled faintly, akin to 1,000 peonies blooming in unison. "Ling Yi, we must indulge ourselves." In the Chamber of Secrets, the crowd watched as Zhao Wenhao departed, letting out a collective sigh of relief. "9th brother, have you lost your mind? Half a year? You may boast, but do not jeopardize your own life." Ling Huang grasped Ling Yi's arm, embodying the role of an elder brother, and earnestly urged him with heartfelt words. Gu Yanqing and Ming Jiayu were equally anxious, persistently imploring Ling Yi. Ji Wenqiu, with his beady eyes darting about, yawned and then declared, "I believe in my leader. In 6 months, I will ensure that Zhao Wenhao is dealt with decisively. Get lost." Gu Yanqing and Ming Jiayu exclaimed, their brows furrowed in disapproval. Ji Wenqiu felt the piercing chill of 2 icy gazes upon him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. In Ji Wenqiu's eyes, Ling Yi was akin to an invincible deity. Even if Ling Yi promised him a year's time to conquer the entire Donghuang Dao Academy, Ji Wenqiu would harbor no doubts whatsoever. Ling Yi gazed upon the concerned faces surrounding him, and a warmth blossomed within his heart. He swiftly reassured everyone, conveying that he was well aware of the situation. Ling Yi turned around, bowing deeply to Elder Guan, and respectfully expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Guan, for saving my life. I shall never forget your kindness." Elder Guan chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "It was but a trivial matter. If you dared to act on my territory, how could I possibly maintain my dignity? Yet you, young man, possess remarkable skills. To overcome a practitioner of the 5th level of the true essence realm while you are merely at the 3rd level is truly impressive." Elder Guan stroked his beard, gently rubbing his ruddy nose. Ling Yi humbly shook his head, attributing his success to mere luck. Old Guan took a sip of wine, his expression peculiar yet amused. The two stewards, Huang and Zhao, having received permission from Old Guan, commenced the verification of the assessment results. One by one, the participants stepped forward to present the spirit stones they had obtained. Huang and Zhao began their meticulous counting. Typically, within the testing secret realm, there are seldom any beastly creatures at the body refinement stage. The spirit stones guarded by beasts at the first level of the true essence realm are approximately the size of a thumb, while those at the second level resemble chicken eggs. Having conducted this verification process for many years, the two stewards were well-versed and could easily identify the spirit stones of each tier at a glance. As the assessment results were tallied, some celebrated while others despaired. Certain martial artists, having failed to reach the true essence realm, were unable to hunt any beasts and thus possessed no spirit stones. Upon learning of their elimination, they wept in anguish. Conversely, some martial artists achieved remarkable results and successfully entered the Donghuang Dao Academy. Generally, the higher the martial realm, the greater the ability to hunt formidable beasts. Yet, exceptions exist. Take Ling Yi, for instance, who inadvertently consumed a drop of unknown divine water, resulting in a meteoric rise in her martial realm. However, after several days of unconsciousness, she hurried to the secret realm city, thus acquiring only a few spirit stones, just managing to pass. When Gu Yanqing made her appearance, she stunned the entire assembly. She presented a multitude of spirit stones from the second level of the true essence realm, over 10 from the third level, and even 1 from the fourth level. Gu Yanqing, endowed with formidable strength, had collaborated with Ling Yi to hunt down a beast of the fourth true essence realm. The two stewards, Huang and Zhao, were left in awe. Indeed, this young lady may have a lower realm, but I estimate that within mere months, she will ascend to the Outer Gates list of heroes. In a few years, the top 10 of that list may very well see a change. Steward Zhao exclaimed in admiration. Steward Huang, with his goatee quivering slightly, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He had already gleaned information from warriors of the Burning Sky dynasty regarding the circumstances within this secret realm. Originally, the warriors of the Burning Sky dynasty held absolute dominance in this trial. However, a formidable Ling Yi emerged, single-handedly battling dozens of warriors, slaying Zhao Wenxuan and annihilating Zhao Wenjua, all while awakening his true veins at the third level of true essence. Such prowess was astonishing, even to Steward Huang. Having originated from the Burning Sky dynasty himself, Huang could not help but feel perturbed as Ling Yi overshadowed the crowd, stealing the spotlight that rightfully belonged to his former dynasty. How could Steward Huang possibly feel at ease when it was Ling Yi's turn? Steward Huang managed a slight smile, his lips curling upward as he remarked, "Warrior King Ling Yi, what great prestige you possess. Yet, formidable strength does not necessarily equate to prowess in hunting beasts. Beasts are innately stronger than humans. Sometimes, one must also employ wit." His tone was laced with sarcasm. Ling Yi cast a glance at Steward Huang, a faint smile gracing his lips. He began to draw forth a succession of spirit stones from his space ring. Initially, upon witnessing Ling Yi produce spirit stones of the second and third tiers of the true essence realm, Steward Huang displayed a look of disdain. However, as Ling Yi continued to reveal spirit stones of the fourth tier, a shadow of discomfort crossed Huang's features. Ultimately, Ling Yi casually presented a colossal spirit stone, one the size of a human head, placing it before the two stewards. This was the immense spirit stone he had acquired within the cliff cave. While Gu Yanqing obtained the ice sword, Ling Yi claimed this magnificent spirit stone, a spirit stone of the seventh tier of the true essence realm. This is impossible. There must be foul play. He must be cheating. Steward Huang exclaimed in disbelief, his voice echoing with incredulity. Ling Yi was taken aback to discover that this spirit stone symbolized the protection of a seventh tier in the realm of true essence. Elder Zhao was momentarily speechless, but eventually regained his composure and remarked, "Elder Huang, we cannot dismiss this matter so lightly. The trial's secret realm operates on merit. As long as one can acquire the spirit stone, we must acknowledge the candidate's performance, even if there were some underhanded tactics. That too is a reflection of the candidate's skill." Just as Elder Huang was about to respond, Elder Guan coughed gently and interjected, "Though I too am surprised. We cannot alter the rules." The emphasis on the word rules was particularly weighty. In an instant, Elder Huang's face turned a deep shade of crimson, rendering him speechless. On the other hand, Elder Zhao appeared somewhat agitated and proclaimed loudly, "In this entrance examination, the first place goes to Ling Yi of the Zhang dynasty. He has shattered the millennium-old record of the Donghuang Dao Academy. Should any martial artist break the record, they shall be granted immediate residency at the Huangzi Fengyun building." The mention of the Huangzi Fengyun building elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what the opportunity to reside in the Huangzi Fengyun building truly entailed. Just as Ling Yi was engulfed in confusion, Ji Wantu quietly pulled him aside and softly elucidated the significance of the Huangzi Fengyun building. It turned out that among the countless outer disciples, only the top 300 of the Fengyun ranking were granted the privilege of residing in the Huangzi Fengyun building. Each of these individuals was a prodigious talent within the realm of true element. The geniuses within the Huangzi Fengyun building, being the elite disciples of the outer sect, provided immense assistance to martial artists. In the Donghuang Academy, the influence of 1's faction was of paramount importance. Receiving support from the warriors within the Fengyun building could elevate 1's status to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, any martial artist permitted to reside in the Huangzi Fengyun building could earn contributions on a monthly basis. These contributions could be exchanged for any resources within the Donghuang Academy, underscoring their significance. The last exceptional individual to gain entry into the Huangzi Fengyun building was none other than Ling Tian, the eldest prince of the Dantian dynasty, who had merely equalized a millennia-old record at the Donghuang Academy by presenting a 6th-level true element spirit stone. Yet now, another contender from the Dantian dynasty, Ling Yi, had shattered Ling Tian's previous record. Ling Yi had indeed extracted the spirit stones from the cliff cave, each of which belonged to the 7th tier of the true essence realm. This was enough to drive everyone into a frenzy. Steward Zhao presented Ling Yi with a new Donghuang token. Unlike the previous assessment token, this Donghuang token served as proof of Ling Yi's official status as an outer disciple of the Donghuang Academy, while also functioning to record his contributions. Once the assessment concluded, the crowd stepped into the outer gate. The hierarchy of the most formidable individuals at Donghuang Academy is as follows: the 4 Great Hall Masters, the 36 Elders, and the heads of various pavilions. For instance, the head of the Secret Realm Pavilion is Elder Guan. Yet he remains reluctant to recruit disciples or expand his influence. Thus he currently stands as a solitary figure. Other notable pavilions include the Donghuang Alchemy Pavilion, Donghuang Artifact Pavilion, Donghuang Array Pavilion, Donghuang Martial Pavilion, Donghuang Sword Pavilion, among countless others. The position of pavilion head surpasses that of the steward. After passing the trials in the secret realm, the disciples, upon entering the outer gate, have a primary task: to earn contribution points. Some disciples acquire contribution points through alchemy, others through artifact forging, and some by challenging the records in the secret realms, each disciple leveraging their unique talents to enhance their own strength. After parting ways with Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing, they proceeded to the Huangzi Fengyun building. This edifice is strategically located near the center of the outer sect, and given the vast expanse of the Donghuang Dao Institute, Ling Yi spent a considerable half-day journeying before arriving at the Huangzi Fengyun building. The records of the entrance examination for the Donghuang Dao Institute are housed within the Huangzi Fengyun building. In the trial secret realm, with a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of true origin realm, he triumphed over the prince of the Fiery Heaven dynasty, who was at the 5th stage of true origin realm, ultimately awakening his true veins at the lower 3rd stage of true origin realm. Each of these occurrences is astonishing, leaving one in sheer awe. The Huangzi Fengyun building looms majestically, its height rivaling that of the secret pavilion in the outer sect, constructed entirely from refined iron. It possesses an extraordinary hardness. Even a full-force strike from a 9th stage true origin realm warrior would merely leave a slight mark. The pure black structure emanates an aura of solemnity, truly exceptional in its presence. To enter the grand doors of the Huangzi Fengyun building, one must traverse a bustling marketplace. Originally a vacant lot, it gradually transformed into a vibrant market due to the congregation of formidable outer sect warriors drawn to the Huangzi Fengyun building. Over time, this marketplace evolved into the largest exchange hub within the outer sect, known as the Outer Sect Wind and Cloud Marketplace. Here, disciples can conveniently trade for their needs, exchanging valuable items such as elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and martial arts manuals. However, for those who attempt to trade inferior items for superior ones, it ultimately relies on the discerning eye of the buyer. In this marketplace, some have sifted through the sands of time to acquire unparalleled techniques, catapulting themselves from ordinary warriors to extraordinary talents of the human race. Conversely, others have misjudged their purchases, squandering vast fortunes on worthless items. The outer sect wind and cloud marketplace adheres to a strict rule. Once one departs the market, all transactions are final, severing any further connections. Ling Yi had already heard from Ji Wenxiu about the bustling outer gate market on his way here, aware that it was a place brimming with treasures. Both ostentatious and obscure, he intended to pause and thoroughly explore the offerings. Come and witness. The True Essence Pills. Premium True Essence Pills, an indispensable remedy for every household. Exceptional quality at an affordable price. Massive clearance sale. The proprietor has fled with his sister-in-law, leaving behind a plethora of spiritual artifacts, now being sold off at rock-bottom prices. Not a single crystal stone will be profited from this venture, merely an effort to reclaim the sweat and toil of labor. Produced by the Array Diagram Alliance under the guidance of Senior Sister Nangong, this latest compilation of array techniques guarantees quality. I stand as my own endorsement. Ling Yi wandered through the bustling market of the outer sect, observing the lively interactions among the disciples with a sense of wonder. He strolled leisurely, akin to a rustic lad stepping into the grand capital of an imperial dynasty. In the distance, a modest stall caught his eye. Adorned with a white sail bearing the character Ling, a young man was vociferously advertising his wares, and upon closer inspection, Ling Yi noted a striking resemblance to himself. However, the youth's stature was somewhat smaller, and his demeanor exuded a shrewdness that set him apart. How much for this long knife spirit tool, Ling Wan? Inquired a youth clad in a crimson robe, casually lifting a long knife from the display, with his fiery red hair and matching eyebrows. The young man's appearance and attire clearly marked him as a denizen of the Burning Sky dynasty. Ling Wan, the fifth prince of the Zhantian dynasty, is one of the 4 princes who have entered the Donghuang Dao Academy. The princes include the eldest, Ling Tian, the 5th, Ling Wan, the 8th, Ling Huang, and the 9th, Ling Yi. Among them, the most accomplished is the eldest prince, Ling Tian, who not only holds the status of an inner disciple but has also been taken as a disciple by the esteemed elder Hua Wenjie, ranked first among the 36 elders. In terms of martial arts talent, the 5th prince pales in comparison to the eldest, currently only an outer disciple at the trifling realm of True Yuan's 3rd level. Nevertheless, despite his lesser martial prowess compared to the extraordinarily gifted eldest prince, the 5th prince has mastered the art of weapon forging, having received the genuine teachings of Tuo Bahong. Thus, he manages to maintain his standing among the outer disciples. Regrettably, the 2nd prince, Ling Di, possesses martial arts talent that rivals that of the eldest prince. However, due to the assassination of the former commander of the Red Flood Legion by the Burning Heaven dynasty, the 2nd prince was appointed as the commander of the Red Flood Legion in a time of crisis. Consequently, he has spent over a decade on the battlefield, and with the passage of time, he has lost the opportunity to enter the Donghuang Dao Academy. Ah, it is Shanzai of the Murong Alliance. Brother Shen, what brings you here today? I truly feel honored by your presence. Ling Wan laughed heartily, his face